Immortality Season 8 Episode 1. After refining Su Xiui's clone, Feng Han's strength skyrocketed. Not only did the 9 great experts in the 8-division pagoda all achieve the undying body, but Feng Yaoguang, under the infusion of spatial law fragments, directly advanced to the 3rd level of the longevity realm, the cave heaven realm. Next, Feng Han, Yan Shuetian, and the Feather Ascension sect led by Hua Tiandu and others meet again with many experts from the Tai sect and other sections, a chaotic battle involving cave, heaven realm, cosmic light realm, and many other experts completely erupts. Next, what kind of intersection will there be between Feng Han and Yan Shuetian? And how exciting will this chaotic battle be? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous likes, coins, and support. Continuing from last time, after Feng Han refined Su Xiui's clone, he repeatedly used the talisman of the King of Free Will Buddha of the world to shine upon it, eliminating the toxicity. However, regrettably, within this clone, there were no spatial or temporal laws, nor any fragments of the creation or heavenly position laws. Only a vast amount of vitality remained. This kind of vitality could only enter the 8-division pagoda to refine Dao weapons. Feng Han directly cast Su Xiui's clone into the 8-division pagoda. Receiving the support of this vitality, the 8-division pagoda suddenly underwent an incredible change. The remaining experts inside, Lu Lanpa, Ancestor Tiangang, Ancestor Wuxiang, Zongyingzi, Daoist Long, Daoist Mu, Luo Shuibei, Ancestor Feitian, and Dharma King Jidu, those among them who had already achieved the undying body received immense nourishment, while those who had not achieved the undying body all began to transform, achieving the undying body. Buzzing. All 9 great experts achieved the undying body. At this very moment, the physical Dao weapon of the 8-division pagoda also underwent a qualitative change. Streams of vitality completely transformed the essence of this natal magic treasure. The entrance to the dragon realm on it grew larger and larger, and finally, dragon-shaped phantoms flew out from within. These were dragon souls. In the dragon realm, because the 8-division true dragon chi was so dense, dragon souls could be bred within it. These dragon souls were not heavenly dragons, but if they leaked out from the dragon realm and landed on some living creatures, those creatures would transform into powerful flood dragons. Now, as long as enough materials are found, this 8-division pagoda can be fully upgraded to a middle-grade Dao weapon. With the sudden transformation of the 8-division pagoda, Feng Han decided to test its power. He instantly suppressed the cave heaven of the wandering soul double demons. Crack. The cave heaven shattered completely. The wandering soul double demons were each struck by a finger from Feng Han, hitting their bodies. Great cleaving technique, great destruction technique, blasting their flesh and blood into fragments. The injustice. Death magic robe on the body of Daoist Li Mo flew up. It was a genuine high-grade Dao weapon. This robe was personally refined by Emperor Underworld back then and bestowed upon you, Daoist Li Mo. Do you still recognize me? Feng Han is the true successor of the Emperor. How dare you betray the Emperor? Now you must receive boundless punishment. Yan stood in front of the two, snatched the magic robe, and draped it over his own body. The item spirit of this magic robe did not dare to show its face, shivering in fear. The item spirits of Dao weapons are incredibly shrewd. Having just seen Feng Han's great poison technique melt even Su Xiui's clone, how would it dare to stand up and resist? And Mozi and Daoist Li Mo saw Yan and couldn't help but look at each other. We are willing to submit to Feng Han and support him as the new emperor of the underworld demon sect. You too. Devils, how could I possibly believe you? Besides, your only value to me lies in the spatial law fragments on your bodies. I only believe those I absolutely trust. Deep. Feng Han activated the underworld map. With a sudden shake, time distorted, instantly dispersing the two devils completely. Senior Sister Yaoguang, come out and refine these two. Feng Han suppressed their consciousness with a minor destiny technique directly, burning 3,000 years of his lifespan. During the refining process, countless ice crystal fragments gathered on
Feng Han's Baum.
These fragments were inscribed with heavenly Tao patterns, which contain the mysteries of spatial laws. Feng Yaoguang flew out. Looking at Feng Han, she said, the spatial law fragments of these two are indeed profound and exquisite. The Wandering Soul double demons guarded the Wandering Soul Pass, and deep within the Wandering Soul Pass is the underworld treasury. Senior Sister, quickly integrate the spatial law fragments into your body. Feng Han instantly infused the essence of the two devils and the spatial fragments into Feng Yaoguang's body. Feng Yaoguang's body suddenly floated up, golden light flashing within her. Even the Emperor's pen watched intently. This was the item spirit of the Emperor Mirror, an existence he had been familiar with back then. Through his eyes, it could be seen that deep within Feng Yaoguang's body, in a mysterious acupoint, an ancient god lay dormant. Looking closely, this god had a human head and a snake body, and was female. Her entire body resembled a giant character for Tao. This was the true form of the Emperor Mirror's item spirit, the representative of the great Tao of heaven and earth. An acupoint on Feng Yaoguang's body burst open, and the light inside exploded in rings. Surrounded entirely by golden pythons, she suddenly leaped up, her body transforming. The rings of light within her body transformed into a cave heaven. She had finally cultivated to the third level of the longevity realm, the cave heaven realm. Very well, Senior Sister Yaoguang. You stay within this underworld map to consolidate your strength and condense your cave heaven.
I
will now operate the underworld map to rush into the weak water Grand Array. We cannot let Su Xiui find the treasure first. Feng Han turned into a stream of light and entered the weak water Grand Array. Just after Feng Han entered the weak water Grand Array, two rays of light appeared here silently. Xian Xia. That person's strength was actually so formidable. In no time at all, he dealt with two cave heaven realm experts and an extremely powerful clone. These two people were indeed a man and a woman from the sacred light. Great world, Xian Xia and Xianing. Indeed, this person is too terrifying, especially that great poison technique. If we were to encounter it, we would probably find it hard to escape. However, since he went in first, we can just follow behind. Perhaps he will be trapped by the grand array of the heavenly marshal
treasury.
When that time comes, we can take great advantage. These two experts from the sacred light great world moved their bodies and also entered the weak water. Inside a simple and ancient palace, vast chaotic chi was everywhere. Giant pillars floated in the air. At this very moment, two people were wandering among the heavenly pillars of this chaotic chi palace. Of these two, one was a middle-aged man with a simple and elegant temperament, resembling a scholar, while the other was a young man full of evil chi. This young man was Su Xiui, the hall master of Yama Hall of the underworld demon sect. And that middle-aged man was indeed Xiantian, the current #1 expert of the demonic path, Emperor
Xiantian.
Haha, Su Xiui. We are both trapped in the chaotic grand array now. This can be considered fate. Why did you just lose a clone projection? Did you run into some powerful figure? Xiantian let out a long howl, causing the vibrating chaotic vitality to tremble. The trembling chaotic vitality condensed into various forms, with swords and flying arrows shooting towards him, but they were all disintegrated by him. Xiantian, can you break through the heavenly position to reach the World King Realm? Only by achieving the World King Realm can one nurture their own world, possess world power, refine peerless Tao weapons, and stand in an invincible position. Tai Huntian of the Tai sect stayed in the heavenly position realm for a full 10,000 years. If he hadn't received the immortal realm talisman decree, he wouldn't have been able to break through the heavenly position realm at all. Do you think you can break through? You clearly have no confidence in my challenge, which is why you came to look for the heavenly martial treasury this time. Otherwise, you could have just gone into death's seclusion to cultivate. Aren't you the same? Unexpectedly, a rising star. Like you actually challenged me. Since the fall of Emperor Underworld, I have been lonely in the demonic sect for a long time. However, this time I have calculated with the Xiantian divine calculation that I will definitely advance to the World King realm in the heavenly martial treasury, forming my own world. I have also calculated with the Emperor of Earth book that only this time can I advance to the World King realm.
A
Trace of cruelty appeared on Su Xiui's face. Xiantian, I want to unify the demonic path. If you submit to me today, I will not kill you, and I will even give you an extremely high status in the demonic path.
Is
That's so? Are you talking in your sleep, or have you cultivated yourself into a lunatic? Xiantian's clothes rustled loudly as he laughed heartily. Su Xiui, although I cannot calculate your origin, I can say with certainty that you have a great connection with the Nine Heavens evil god who is suppressed by the Emperor in ancient times. Perhaps you are his successor, or perhaps you are his reincarnation. However, all of this is already a thing of the past. You cannot oppose me at all. But right now we are all trapped in the chaos grand formation of the heavenly martial treasury. There is no need to fight. Wait until the day of the scheduled duel to decide the victor. Xiantian, do you think I cannot break this chaos grand formation? Divine Eye of Samsara, reversing yin and yang, disrupting the heavenly secrets of the heavenly position. Su Xiui stomped his foot hard, and the entire chaos primordial qi instantly shattered. Then a huge eyeball appeared at the center of his brow, blinking and spinning up and down. All of a sudden, a long passage was opened up in the void. Within the passage, many scenes shifted rapidly, like a kaleidoscope. Then, with a movement of his body, he shuttled inside and vanished without a trace. Great Samsara technique. Xiantian's face showed a solemn expression. Amidst that solemn expression, it gradually turned into a smile. Do you think I cannot break this chaos grand formation either? Xiantian divine way, sun and moon alternation. Shattering void and delusion. 8 trigrams true qi. Great 8 trigrams technique. He suddenly vanished from this chaos palace. At this very moment, Fang Han had already entered the weak water grand formation. 7th princess, deep within this weak water grand formation, is there a peerless Tao weapon, the Black Emperor Tide Banner?
Do you
think, with my strength, I can obtain this peerless Tao weapon? Fang Han suddenly said. Fellow Taoist Fang Han, since you want to obtain the Black Emperor Tide Banner, then sink down. Only by reaching the core of this weak water grand formation can you find any clues. However, you must be careful of the Tai sect schemes.
I
will naturally take care of it. Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. Dominate the world. Fang Han parted his hands and blasted out a total of 1 billion punches in succession. Each punch carried the immense power of 100 million galloping wild horses. All of a sudden, within this weak water grand formation, a storm of water was whipped up. Within this water storm, Fang Han's speed became even faster. Moreover, his water Emperor Astral Qi seemed to have a natural resonance with the entire weak water grand formation.
Fang Han
felt it. Deep within the weak water grand formation, a powerful force was lying dormant. This force was not in the least inferior to the power of the City of Thunder. That is very likely the presence of the peerless Tao weapon, the Black Emperor Tide Banner. His body moved once again, traveling further down. Suddenly he saw the entire weak water condense tenfold. Every single drop of weak water weighed 1,000 catties. Within the weak water, some transparent water gods were also born, wearing armor of water and holding tridents. The power of these water gods was almost not inferior to that of an eternal giant. Fong Han watched these water gods swimming around. These water gods did not come up to attack either. They were very peaceful. "Why aren't you going in, fellow Taoist Fong Han?" the seventh princess asked in confusion. "Someone is coming. It is the people from the Tai sect, here to collect the Black Emperor Tide banner, if I have not guessed incorrectly." Just as his voice fell, the weak water in the distance actually parted on its own, and a group of people walked over with majestic strides. Among them, one was impressively Hua Tiandu, and another was none other than Yan Shuitian. The rest of the people were divided into two groups. One group followed behind Hua Tiandu, who were indeed the supreme elders of the Feather Ascension sect, demon-slaying great immortal Deng Ao, green-faced venerable, five-sword gentleman, Sun Shihua, Mr. Tao, and several other supreme elders of the Feather
Ascension sect.
Behind Yan Shuitian was Qi Rongtian, and behind Yan Shuitian was Qi Rongtian along with several supreme elders of the Tai sect, Tai Hongtian and Tai Batian, who were all figures at or above the cave heaven realm of the law of space. As soon as these two forces arrived here, they immediately spotted Fong Han, and everyone was instantly
shocked. Fong Han.
Whether they were from the Feather Ascension sect or the Tai sect, they almost simultaneously activated their magic treasures. Hua Tiandu's face turned even paler, almost unable to believe his own eyes. "Fong Han, you bastard! How could you appear here? You actually came to the space-time tide to seize treasures on your own, without the sect's orders. Who allowed you to come?" Demon-slaying great immortal Deng Ao pointed at Fong Han and shouted, "Withdraw immediately. Do not bring ruin upon yourself. Your actions must be reported to our Council of Supreme Elders before you can act. Otherwise you will have to be imprisoned." Fong Han moved his body, a murderous intent appearing on his face.
Haha, Deng Ao.
"You have truly wasted all your years living like a dog. Within the Feather Ascension sect, I gave face to the three sages and Feng by you, and didn't deal with you. Today, you actually dare to appear before me. Was the lesson last time not enough? Without sufficient strength, do not act arrogant in front of me. Do you know you are seeking death? This time, you are completely finished." Fong Han fiercely struck out with a palm, displaying several of the 3,000 great Daos in succession: Great Entanglement Technique, Great Freezing Technique, Great Dragon
Éléphant technique, Great Délivrance technique.
First, white threads entangled, freezing for thousands of miles, with the great power of the dragon elephant and Buddhist light-delivering souls. The Hand of Heaven, blasted repeatedly. Demon-slaying great immortal Deng Ao immediately struck back fiercely with the Great
Yang technique Wei.
A mere firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Fong Han turned his palm, and the great five elements technique flowed at will, instantly breaking the great yin-yang technique. Then, taking another step forward, he punched out. That fist pierced through the void and appeared right on demon-slaying great immortal Deng Ao's body. A punch of the great hegemon technique blasted into his chest. A huge hole appeared in Deng Ao's body, making him scream repeatedly in pain. He urged his entire magic power to repair it, and hastily opened up his cave heaven. But all of this was to no avail. After Fong Han's fist pierced through his body, his fingers changed gestures, and streaks of divine light were unleashed, penetrating into Deng Ao's cave heaven. It was the circulating five elements true qi and the great cleaving technique, slicing through
Deng Ao's cave heaven.
Fong Han, stop right there. How dare you run wild like this? Although you are now the first vice sect master of our Feather Ascension sect, you are only on equal footing with the Supreme Elders. You actually laid such a vicious hand on a Supreme Elder. Do you no longer wish to live? Sun Shihua, Without a second thought, leaped out. With a movement of his body, he turned his palm and threw out 3 talismans.
As
Soon as these talismans landed on Denghao's body, they began to burn fiercely, penetrating into his body and causing his magic power to surge. At the instant his magic power surged, Donghua soared up, striking with his
palms repeatedly to counterattack Fang Han.
At the same time, he roared, "Fellow Taoists of the Tai sect, this bastard is a traitor to our Feather Ascension sect. Fang Han has already fallen into the demonic path. Let us join forces to kill him." Now everyone was inside the weak water grand formation. Originally, this weak water grand formation could even corrode Dao weapons, so ordinary experts could not enter it. However, Yan Shuetian was formidable. With her as the center, the weak water grand formation formed a vacuum within a radius of 3,000 miles, and not a single drop of weak water could penetrate. Moreover, Yan Shuetian perfectly merged with the entire weak water grand formation, echoing each other. Her strength increased, like a dragon returning to the sea. Ever since she saw Fang Han, Yan Shuetian's beautiful eyes had been flickering, as if she was thinking about something. To think that Fang Han has actually cultivated to such a realm. How formidable! I heard that he achieved the undying body, went to the Feather Ascension sect, and killed many people of the Tiandu Alliance. But I didn't expect him to have actually reached the cave heaven realm. I only managed to reach it under the circumstance of the eternal divine furnace's artifact spirit instilling power into me. Should I directly betray my sect now and throw myself by his side? Yan Shuetian struggled fiercely in her heart. Just then, a voice transmitted over. "My sweet wife, you have actually cultivated to the cave heaven realm as well. But you don't need to worry about me, nor do you need to take action. Just pretend to be my enemy. You are someone plotting for the position of the Tai sect master, so do not act on impulse." Upon hearing this voice, Yan Shuetian immediately felt hot all over, recalling the intimate times she spent with Fang Han. However, she also knew the stakes now. To contend for the ultimate position in the Tai sect, once the 1,000 experts of Tehuangshan ascend into the immortal realm, and she takes control of the Tai sect's leadership, things will be much easier to handle.
Yan
Shuetian, this Fang Han is ferocious.
You don't need to take action.
Deploy your cave heaven to support the weak water grand formation, enter it, and use the great summoning divine talisman to summon the artifact. Spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner, hoping to obtain it. Once you have obtained this peerless Dao weapon, we will then help Qi Longtian obtain the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron. When we both return to deal with Fang Han, we can completely suppress him. The Supreme Elder of the Tai sect behind Yan Shuetian had actually comprehended the law of time and reached the 4th level of the longevity realm, the cosmic light
realm.
This person was Tai Batian.
What this Tai Batian said is correct.
You go first to obtain the Black Emperor Tide Banner, and then I will follow you to kill Qi Rongtian and obtain the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon
Cauldron.
Otherwise, if Qi Rongtian does not die, even if you obtain the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron, it will pose a huge threat to your position as sect master. But if you obtain the Black Emperor Tide Banner, your strength will increase greatly, and you will be the true number 1 vice sect master of the Tai sect, the successor to Tai Huntian. I will slowly assist you in ascending to the grand throne.
Fang Han's Divina
Sense is actually so miraculous. He even intercepted Tai Baishan's mental fluctuations. Yet Yan Shuetian dared not transmit mental fluctuations to Fang Han, lest she be discovered. She does not know the lesser fate.
Technique.
Go quickly. Tai Batian suddenly struck Yan Shuetian's protective astral chi with a palm, sending her entire body directly into the depths of the weak water grand formation. He was clearly afraid that Fang Han would harm her. Meanwhile, another Supreme Elder, Tai Hongtian, sent Qi Rongtian inside as well. While helping Deng Ao withstand Fong Han. He also protected Hua Tiandu and Sun Shihua. Then he opened his mouth and spat, and long ropes flew out from his mouth. This was the refining method of the ancient peerless Dao weapon, the Great Luo. Immortal binding lock, which he had obtained by chance. He had refined 4 of them in total, all of which were middle-grade Dao weapons. They formed a grand formation, spewing out, and coiled toward Fong Han. This Fong Han is truly outrageous. I have no choice but to take action and teach him a lesson. 5 swords. Gentlemen also could not stand Fong Han's fierce and overbearing manner. Even if you have mastered many of the 3,000 grand Daos, with so many of us taking action, are we still afraid we can't deal with you? Since you have brought out the Emperor's pen, perhaps the Tai sect has a way to seize it from you. If we just let you kill Deng Ao like this, what will happen if you try to kill us in the future? Mr. Tao, your realm is a level higher than Fong Han's. Why haven't you taken action yet? If we let this Fong Han gain power, none of us supreme elders of the Tai sect will have a good end. The green-faced venerable also laughed aloud. The 4 great experts attacked simultaneously, their magic treasures blasting, almost completely enveloping
Fong Han.
Meanwhile, Tai Hongtian and Tai Batian also took a step forward, throwing out a punch. Surges of disaster chi condensed, and the doomsday natural disaster descended. The entire world completely enveloped Fong
Han.
Great disaster technique. Fong Han, let's see what ability you have this time. Indeed, you have obtained the support of the Emperor's pen, but I have already sent the news of you possessing the Emperor's pen to
Petriats Tai Huangtian.
He will definitely have a way to deal with you. Compared to the Tai sect, you are not worth mentioning at all. Hua Tiandu plotted fiercely in his heart. Rumble. Deng Ao and Sun Shihua of the Feather Ascension sect, the 5 swords gentlemen, the green-faced venerable, as well as Tai Hongtian and Tai Batian of the Tai sect, all attacked Fong Han together. In an instant, divine abilities shot wildly and disaster descended. Endless treasure light completely submerged Fong Han's body. What powerful force! It seems, even if my whole body were made of iron, I couldn't withstand so many iron nails. Fong Han felt immense pressure, as if there were the force of 100 billion galloping wild horses, beating him to the point where he couldn't even breathe. You are seeking your own death. Every single one of you must die. Seeing that the supreme elders of the Tai sect and the Feather Ascension sect were all attacking him, pressing him so hard that he could barely breathe, he couldn't help but feel furious. Yet his mind remained extremely calm. He did not let Fong Qingshu act, but instead struck repeatedly with both hands, unleashing the Great Poison Technique. A rolling wave of toxic qi spread out. This time, however, the toxic true qi did not disperse, but suddenly condensed in midair, transforming into toxic qi in the shape of 6 sharp arrows. Spinning for a brief instant, they shot toward Deng Ao, the green-faced venerable, Sun Shihua, the 5 swords
Gentleman, Tai Hongtian, and Tai Datian.
Not good. This is the Great Poison Technique. Everyone, be careful. This scoundrel's poison, who knows what kind of toxin he refined, is extraordinarily powerful. It can ignore realms and corrode everything. Tai Batian suddenly moved. Facing these toxic sharp arrows, he flicked his finger. From between his fingers, 6 fragrant pills actually flew out. These 6 pills, almost in an instant, collided with the 6 sharp arrows of the Great Poison Technique. 6 loud bangs echoed. The 6 pills and the 6 sharp arrows of the Great Poison Technique exploded at the same time. Instantly, the 6 pills also erupted into a mist. This mist was filled with medicinal fragrance, blocking the toxic qi of the Great Poison
Technique.
Fong Han's mind stirred, and he felt that the toxic qi of the Great Poison Technique was actually slightly disrupted, its structure broken by the 6 pills, showing signs of backlash. Oh no, what are these? 6 pills? They can actually counter my Great Poison Technique. If the great poison technique backlashes, even, I won't be able to withstand it. Fong Han moved his entire body, activating the talisman of the Buddha of sovereign freedom in the world. A burst of Buddhist light flashed, drawing back the great poison true qi, suppressing it once more, and condensing it back into a rune. Fong Han, these are the heavenly fragrance pills refined by Tai Huangtian, specifically designed to counter the great poison technique. Fong Qingxue suddenly transmitted a divine sense message to Fong Han. It must be that traitor Hua Tiandu who told him, which is why he refined the heavenly fragrance pills to counter my great poison technique. His calculations are very deep this time. We must prevent this person from appearing at any moment. Senior Emperor's Pen, do not show yourself. Senior Sister Qingxue, Senior Sister Yaoguang, and I will join forces to crush these scumbags and then penetrate into the center of the heavenly martial treasury. Fong Han shrank the underworld map into a ball, letting the divine abilities of these supreme elders blast against the underworld map. Meanwhile, he maneuvered in all directions, executing other Taoist arts to launch fierce attacks against the six of them. Now, Fong Han could not activate the Samsara disc because his pure Yang elixirs were already under 10 billion. Without the attack of the Samsara disc's phantom, his methods were weakened by quite a bit, leaving him unable to unleash explosive attacks. Just then, Fong Qingxue let out a long cry and emerged from the underworld map. The city of tempestuous thunder in her hand spun violently, and countless thunderbolts erupted from it. Feng Yaoguang also stood upon the city of tempestuous thunder. Endless golden light emerged above her head, and lines of profound text burst forth from her mouth. Before heaven and earth opened, the primordial chaos was within, and the heavenly Tao operates. That endless golden light transformed into rivers of pure light, sweeping out toward everyone. Above Feng Yaoguang's head, a beautiful woman with a human head and a snake body appeared. This woman slithered her body, looking like a character of Tao. An aura that made all things in heaven and earth submit emanated from the phantom of that woman. This woman instantly locked onto the supreme elder of the Tai sect. Tai Hongtian was one realm weaker than Tai Batian. Although his cultivation was stronger than Deng Ao's, he was no match for Feng Yaoguang. Seeing the phantom of the woman above Feng Yaoguang locking onto him, Tai Hongtian trembled all over in fear. He could naturally tell that this woman's phantom carried the physical pressure of the ancient Emperor of Heaven, making the depths of his soul tremble. Out of instinct, he tried his best to avoid the lock of the Emperor's gaze, but it was too late. Under the gaze of the Emperor's eyes, a golden light, thin and long, capable of burning the soul, shot out. Eye of the sovereign heaven.
Tai
Hongtian roared wildly, his body shifting repeatedly, traversing many parallel spaces, but it was of no use at
all.
This thin and long golden light had already pierced through his body. Instantly, his body began to burn, like a crystal pillar of fire. What is going on? Tai Batian was also shocked and directly activated his domain, enveloping Tai Hongtian within his cave heaven. The power of time operated, instantly suppressing the crystal fire on Tai Hongtian's body. Fong Han, fierce as a wolf or tiger, spat out a breath of essence qi. The lesser fate technique was unleashed once more, and a resonant voice echoed across the battlefield. The power of fate, no one can stop. That's all for today's commentary. What exciting battles will happen next? See you tomorrow. Don't miss it. Immortality Season 8 Episode 2. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Fong Han successively cast the Minor Destiny technique and the Creation of the Gods, two supreme divine abilities, directly suppressing and refining Tai Hongtian, the supreme elder of the Tai sect, alive. With this, Fong Han's magical power surged to a whopping 25 billion horsepower. Afterwards, in order to help Yan Shui obtain the peerless Dao weapon, the Black Emperor Tide Banner, Feng Han actually angered a figure of the 9th level of the Longevity Secret Realm, the Virtual Immortal Realm. Next, how will Feng Han suppress the entire field? What is the relationship between the item spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner and Xian Wugu of the Virtual Immortal Realm? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous likes, coins, and support. Continuing from last time, after Feng Han chanted the Minor Destiny technique, he rushed directly into Tai Beishan's Grotto Heaven. Ignoring the invasion of the power of time within, he grabbed Tai Hongtian in one go. You're looking for death. Disaster descends. Destruction of 10,000 worlds. Take my strike. World-destroying fist. Tai Batian, facing the intruding Feng Han, threw a punch in a fit of rage. The entire Grotto Heaven suddenly trembled, generating a resonance. The gods control the world. The gods rule over everything. The language spoken by the gods is the truth. What the gods say exists shall be immortal. Feng Han was even more ferocious than Tai Batian. He threw a punch just the same, and countless runes flew out of his body, forming an article of Genesis. That article was precisely the supreme skill of the god race, creation of the gods, which could rival the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. The two great divine abilities collided within Tai Beishan's Grotto Heaven, destroying countless tangible and intangible existences. Feng Han glanced over. Within Tai Beishan's Grotto Heaven, there actually existed some kingdoms, and heavenly demons praying continuously. Also, within many spatial rifts, some powerful creatures also lived. But in this single clash, the Grotto Heaven and blessed land managed with great effort was completely shattered. Taking advantage of this moment, Feng Han grabbed Tai Hongtian like an eagle clutching a chick and fiercely squeezed him into the 8-division pagoda. All of you, refined Tai Hongtian. In an instant, the severely injured Tai Hongtian, suppressed within the 8-division pagoda, was fiercely crushed and converted by many experts casting their divine abilities. Boosting the power of this life-bound magic treasure to the maximum, a round of rotation ground Tai Hongtian into powder. Feng Han, you dare to kill me? I am a supreme elder of the Tai sect. I have the imprint of the immortal realm on me. I have someone protecting me in the immortal realm. If you kill me, you will encounter unpredictable disasters in the future. Where does all this nonsense come from? Feng Han's divine thoughts shifted repeatedly, and suddenly, the vital energy of the entire 8-division pagoda manifested his face. This face opened its mouth toward Tai Hongtian and directly extracted many spatial law fragments from his body. Subsequently, these fragments completely integrated into the tower body of the 8-division pagoda. Then, many magic treasures on Tai Hongtian's body also flew out, crushed and decomposed by the 10 experts of the undying body. Meanwhile, all the divine abilities in Tai Hongtian's body were swallowed by Feng Han in one gulp. Among them was the Great Disaster Technique, which perfectly integrated into Feng Han's Great Disaster Technique talisman. Feng Han's Great Disaster Technique finally reached great completion. Once the Great Disaster Technique was completed, within his Grotto Heaven, shadows of volcanoes, earthquakes, ice storms, plagues, ghosts, and gods flickered everywhere on the crystal walls. His explosive power became even more tyrannical. Feng Han's strength increased from the power of 20 billion galloping horses to a terrifying 25 billion. Now, with just a gentle breath, a mountain range would be directly blown into nothingness. Tai Hongtian was actually covered in treasures. He was actually covered in treasures. His divine abilities directly increased Feng Han's strength, and the spatial law fragments, along with some mid-grade Dao weapons on his body, gave the main body of the 8-division pagoda the ability to upgrade. As for his entire body's essence energy, it was completely absorbed by the many heavenly demons, the 10 experts, Jialan, Xingyun Baobao, and everyone else. Good, good, good. Your essence energy has reached the peak. If you were to rank on the longevity candidate list now, you could all rank in the top 10. Fong Han looked with delight at the increased strength of Xingyun Baobao, Crane Fairy, County Princess Hongyi, and the others. Some residual spatial law fragments even integrated into their bodies, giving their bodies more capacity to hold magical power. The key of the Wild God can enlighten characters at the peak of the 10th level of divine ability to reach the longevity secret realm. If he could obtain it now, he could turn people like Xingyun Baobao all into eternal giants. That would be absolutely wonderful. Fong Han urgently wanted to obtain the key of the Wild God in his heart. Tai Batian, you have comprehended the law of time, so I cannot kill you for now. However, I will gladly accept this Tai Hongtian. Fong Han once again urged the power of the underworld map, and with a teleportation, he directly broke through the crystal wall of Tai Batian's grotto heaven. At this very moment, Fong Qingxue deployed the City of Violent Thunder, completely trapping the other 4 supreme elders of the Feather Ascension sect inside. Demon-slaying Great Immortal Deng Ao, 5-Sword Gentleman, Green-Faced Venerable, and Sun Shihua. These 4 supreme elders were struggling to hold on. Meanwhile, Mr. Tao, who had comprehended the law of time and the cosmic light realm, did not make a move. Instead, he directly protecting Hua Tiandu, and then, together with that female supreme elder of the Tai sect who had green hair and was unfathomable, together sent Hua Tiandu into the depths of the weak water grand formation. Mr. Tao, why aren't you making a move yet? And Tai Yentian, make your move quickly, to suppress this evil creature you have cultivated to the creation realm. Unleashing the grotto heaven creation true chi can completely counter them. Demon-slaying Great Immortal Deng Ao roared wildly. That sickly female elder of the Tai sect with a head of green hair was named Tai Yentian. Her cultivation was extremely high, reaching the 5th level of longevity, the creation realm. However, she did not make a move, seemingly on guard against something. She was, of course, on guard against Fong Han's Emperor's Pen. As long as the Emperor's Pen did not appear, no one dared to act rashly. Yen Chenyu, Fong Han has already killed your Tai sect's supreme elder, Tai Hongtian. Are you still not going to act? Mr. Tao whistled loudly. Yen Chenyu's expression shifted, seemingly about to make a move. But at this instant, the entire weak water suddenly shrank inward, and a vast amount of weak water seeped into the void. Water seeped into the void. A vast amount of weak water seeped into the void. Then, in the depths of that weak water, a black banner stretching 10,000 miles appeared. This banner seemed like a huge, surging river floating in the void, absorbing all the weak water into it. The Black Emperor Tide Banner. Yen Chenyu suddenly disappeared, and Mr. Tao closely followed. Tai Batian roared wildly to protect Yen Shuetian. If we obtain the Black Emperor Tide Banner, it will be more than enough to suppress Fong Han. With one look, Fong Han knew that some change had probably occurred with Yen Shuetian, or she was in the process of claiming the Black Emperor Tide Banner. He immediately made his move, launching consecutive attacks against Deng Ao, Sun Shihua, 5-Sword Gentleman, and Green-Faced Venerable. Swift as lightning, he broke through the grotto heavens of the 4 in an instant. Deng Ao, you have acted against me multiple times. Today, I will completely slay you and let you know what pain and despair mean. Fong Han's palms simultaneously unleashed the Great Freezing Technique and the Great Sealing Technique. The power surged into the grotto heavens of the 4, instantly freezing and sealing the true bodies of the 4 supreme elders. Now that Fong Han had refined Tai Hongtian and obtained the complete Great Disaster Technique, his strength had risen once again, and his manipulation of magical power was even more exquisite. Coupled with the suppression from Fong Qingxue, Feng Yaguang, and the Dragon Emperor Ahuan of the City of Violent Thunder, these 4 supreme elders had absolutely no ability to resist. They were all sealed, struggling repeatedly, but to no avail. All of them were swept into the underworld map and suppressed. Fong Han, how dare you treat us like this? Do you think that by suppressing us, the 3 sages of Feather Ascension and Feng Baiyu will let you off? You are committing a major taboo. Five-Sword Gentleman was both shocked and furious. Once I obtain the treasury of Heavenly Marshal, the three sages of Feather Ascension and Feng Baiyu will abandon you. Feng Han laughed out loud and walked toward Deng Ao. Feng Han, let's temporarily suppress these four Supreme Elders. For now, let us cross the Weak Water Grand Formation first and reach the Fire Dragon Grand Formation. We don't know what skills Yan Shuitian has, but she actually gained the favor of the Black Emperor Tide Banner. She must be communicating with the Black Emperor Tide Banner now to claim the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron. If the Tai sect gets hold of these two magic treasures, the consequences will be endless. Even if you have the underworld map, you won't be able to counter them. The 7 Fox Princesses of Mount Qingqiu hurriedly said, "All right, since the Black Emperor Tide Banner has been obtained by Yan Shuitian, we indeed cannot let Qi Rongtian obtain the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron. Otherwise, if the two of them join forces and combine water and fire, they will be extremely powerful. Even my City of Thunder will be no match for them," Feng Qingxue said with a frown. On the other hand, Feng Yaoguang closed her eyes, seemingly calculating something. With a casual movement, Feng Han shuttled his body through, flying towards that massive Black Emperor Tide Banner. At this moment, Yan Shuitian was in the center of the Black Emperor Tide Banner, facing a woman dressed in black. Deep within the Black Emperor Tide Banner, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, were independent spaces condensed from the essence of water, layer upon layer, with absolutely no end. Deep within those independent spaces, Yan Shuitian, at this very moment, had truly reached the depths of this peerless Tao weapon. Only she, as the reincarnation of the water god's primordial spirit, has a great affinity with this peerless Tao weapon, which is why she could obtain the recognition of the Black Emperor Tide Banner. Not bad, not bad. The reincarnation of the ancient water god's primordial spirit, and you have actually even cultivated the Great Five Elements technique and the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. Cultivated the Great Five Elements technique, Emperor Fist. If you can teach this divine ability to me, allowing me to cultivate further and comprehend the law of water, I will assist you in ascending to the throne of the sect master of the Tai sect. The black-clothed woman standing before Yan Shuitian was peerlessly elegant. Her black clothes were condensed from the essence of water, reaching deep into the void. This woman was the item spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner, equivalent to an expert of the 5th level of longevity, the creation realm. Moving at will, the chi of creation on her body began to permeate the surroundings, deriving and changing the form of material space, and the passage of time also became slow. That is nothing. However, I learned my Great Five Elements technique from someone, and I must obtain his consent before I can teach it to you. Of course, this is no big deal. There shouldn't be any problem. If you assist me in ascending to the throne of the Tai sect, our Tai sect, which upholds the Immortal Realm's talisman decree, has quotas to enter the Immortal Realm, and we can give you one. Then you can enter the Immortal Realm to continue your cultivation, perhaps obtaining the laws of the Immortal Tao and cultivating into an immortal weapon. Furthermore, within our Tai sect, there is the immortal weapon, the Eternal Divine Furnace. You can communicate with it and gain a lot of experience. It is not impossible to become a divine weapon of creation in the future. Yan Shuitian spoke eloquently, trying her best to entice her. A peerless Tao weapon simply cannot be subdued. One can only obtain the recognition of the item spirit to have it help you do certain things. Even someone in the World King realm cannot make a peerless Tao weapon that does not belong to them truly obey their commands, unless it is a life-bound magic treasure they refine themselves. A quota for the immortal realm? The item spirit of the Tide Banner stirred, seemingly moved. Although she is a peerless Tao weapon, she cannot enter the immortal realm. Back then, immortal Venerable Panwu, although having cultivated to the heavenly monarch realm, was reluctant to enter the immortal realm for a long time due to being bound. Because of this, I was also unable to promote to an immortal weapon. I, within this space-time tide, have guarded the treasure of the heavenly martial treasury for tens of thousands of years. It is time to travel around. Moreover, immortal Venerable Panwu calculated back then that when this space-time tide weakens, I would have a great opportunity. The treasure of the heavenly martial treasury will also be taken by the destined person at this time to be used against the great tribulation of the divine clan. Immortal Venerable Panwu is indeed a worthy immortal venerable of his generation. I wonder who the person with the great opportunity is this time? Yan Shuitian asked tentatively. This was arranged by Immortal Venerable Panwu. Even I do not know who it is. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey to jointly face the great tribulation of the divine clan. Wait! At this moment, an extremely subtle force of the tide seeped in from the many spatial crystal walls outside, transforming into two rays of light, revealing a man and a woman. Behind the heads of this man and woman were layers of halos, extending through who knows how many parallel spaces. Someone actually entered the core depths of the tide banner? Yan Shuitian was startled. You actually know my great tide technique and have even mastered the great light technique. Are you from the sacred light great world? The item spirit of the Black Emperor tide banner seemed to have let them in on purpose.
Seem to let them in.
Xian Ying and Xian Xia pay respects to senior. Your surname is Xian, so you must be the descendants of Xian Wugu. Why did he not come in person, but sent you two juniors instead? Because our ancestor feared senior's blame, so he first ordered me to deliver a letter of apology to senior. Please have a look, senior. That Xianing stared at Yan Shuitian, a cold sneer appearing on his face, yet he solemnly took out a letter from his bosom. This letter had white jade borders, embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks, lifelike and vivid, making one feel their deep affection. The black-clothed woman reached out her hand, and the letter flew into her hand. Looking at the embroidered mandarin ducks, her expression seemed to soften slightly, and then she opened the letter, reading it carefully. Her face showed a mixture of joy and sorrow. After a long while, she suddenly muttered to herself, Xian Wugu, back then you entered the heavenly martial treasury to take treasures, but encountered Emperor Huangquan and were injured by him. If I hadn't used the formation to rescue you, you would have died under the reincarnation technique long ago. You said you would return after going back, yet you made me wait for 5,000 years. Senior, after our ancestor returned, he has always been thinking of Senior. Unfortunately, because his realm was approaching a breakthrough and the law of life and death was imminent, he immediately entered death seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 5,000 years. Furthermore, our ancestor's immortal realm lightning tribulation is imminent, making it unwise for him to move. Therefore, he sent the two of us here, hoping Senior can make a trip to the sacred light great world. Our ancestor said that this immortal realm lightning tribulation is extremely dangerous, with the creation divine lightning descending, and he might not be able to withstand it and turn to ashes. Our ancestor wishes, at the final moment, to see Senior one last time. Xianing spoke in a sorrowful tone. Is this true? The creation divine lightning does not easily descend. According to rumors, this is the will of the supreme creation immortal king of the immortal realm. With a single thought from the creation immortal king, his will can easily cover many heavens, 1,000,000,000,000 spaces, and the 3,000 great thousand worlds. The divine lightning condensed from his thoughts can destroy worlds. Even immortals might not be able to survive it. The black-clothed woman trembled, seemingly showing an anxious expression. Senior, time is probably running out. We must return to the sacred light great world. Xian Ying and Xian Xia said in unison. Wugu. To resist the creation divine lightning, one must have the many magic treasures in the heavenly martial treasury, especially an item called the Great Seal of Common People. Back then, immortal Venerable Panwu relied on it to withstand the bombardment of the creation divine lightning. The black-clothed woman moved her body, seemingly about to accompany Xian Ying and Xian Xia to the heavenly martial treasury to obtain the treasure. Yan Shuitian grew extremely anxious. Senior. Yan Shuitian called anxiously. The woman in black said, I have an urgent matter and must make a trip to the sacred light great world. However, since you also share a bit of affinity with me, I will take you into the heavenly martial treasury and give you some benefits. Then you can return to the Tai sect. How could a bane appear halfway? Damn it. The item spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner was originally persuaded by me. What kind of person is that Xian Wugu to actually hook up with this item spirit? This item spirit is also a foolish woman, actually doing this for a man. Truly foolish. What should I do now? It seems even Te Huangshan did not calculate this step. Yan Shuitian also did not know what to do at this very moment. Fong Han, I calculated that Yan Shuitian's attempt to obtain the treasure has probably run into unexpected complications. At this moment, Fong Han had already brought the underworld map and broken into the massive body of the Black Emperor Tide Banner. Is that so? Yan Shuitian obtaining the treasure running into complications is even better. Then we can obtain the treasure. Fong Qingxue said. No matter. Let us first break into the core depths of the Tide Banner and meet the item spirit of the Tide Banner first. Fong Han's mind raced. He must help Yan Shuitian obtain the treasure. Senior Emperor's pen, please take action once to slash through these layers of crystal walls and enter the depths of this peerless Dao weapon. Very well, said the Dao weapon spirit. To think the body of a mere Tide Banner wants to trap me is simply foolish and ignorant. The Emperor's pen shook its body casually, writing the word break in the air. Those multiple crystal walls instantly collapsed into a passage, appearing before everyone. Who is it? What a powerful aura! To actually break through the multiple restrictions of my true form. The woman in black shuddered all over. This space at the very core suddenly shattered, revealing a huge hole. From within the huge hole, a majestic, imperial figure walked out with a powerful stride. His entire body radiated an aura of ruling over the world. It was indeed the Emperor's pen.
Fong Han.
Yan Shuitian saw Fong Han following behind the Emperor's pen, and immediately in her heart, with a stir of her divine thought, she transmitted the situation just now to him. So that's how it is. Xian Wugu, an expert from the sacred light great world, actually hooked up with the item spirit of a peerless Dao weapon. Fong Han pondered in his heart and transmitted his divine thought to the Emperor's pen. The realm of unity of heaven and earth. The woman in black was greatly shocked. Indeed, it is the realm of unity of heaven and earth. The Emperor's pen looked at the woman in black. Fong Han, why did Yan Shuitian transmit her divine thought to you? Fong Qingxue suddenly moved, questioning Fong Han. It turned out she also knew the minor destiny technique, and Yan Shuitian's divine thought just now had already been intercepted by her. I have long reached an agreement with Yan Shuitian. I will help her obtain the position of sect master of the Tai sect and then gain immense benefits. Furthermore, Su Xiui has planted a female spy within the Tai sect. I must also find her out. Fong Han transmitted his voice into Fong Qingxue's divine mind in a solemn tone. This time, I want to help her subdue the Black Emperor Tide Banner and also obtain the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron, completely eradicating Qi Rongtian. Then, gradually take control of the entire Tai sect. Senior sister, this is my greatest secret. It must absolutely not be leaked. Otherwise, not only will my grand plan be ruined, but Yan Shuitian will also face utter destruction. Yan Shuitian is a spy you planted in the Tai sect? This news is truly a bolt from the blue for the Tai sect. Your methods are simply beyond my expectations. Hearing Fong Han's voice transmission, Fong Qingxue's body clearly shuddered, having received a massive shock. However, after the shock passed, her voice also calmed down. This is indeed an absolute masterstroke. But how can you guarantee that Yan Shuitian won't betray you? You seem to have even taught her the Great Five Elements technique. She naturally won't betray me. You can rest assured about this, senior sister. Fong Han said in an absolute tone. Senior sister, just wait and see how I subvert the Tai sect. Good. Since you have this idea, I will definitely help you. Fong Qingxue's eyes flickered. However, Fong Han, you must remember, we have both cultivated the minor destiny technique. We are people who have stolen destiny. All future dangers can only be borne by us. No one else can help us. Senior sister, when you say this, I don't understand what you mean. Feng Han was taken aback in his heart. It's nothing. You will truly understand in the future. Feng Qingxue shook her head. This involves countless secrets of the immortal realm. It is a good thing for you to control the Tai sect. You might obtain the talisman decree of the immortal realm and secretly enter the immortal realm. Feng Han, if you obtain the talisman decree of the immortal realm, you must give it to me once. I want to enter the immortal realm to go to a certain place. What place? Feng Han's heart jolted. Could it be? Yes. It is the gate of eternal life. I want to enter the gate of eternal life again, to find the things I have wanted to find for countless lifetimes. If you're interested, then take the opportunity to accompany me to the immortal realm. You are the Emperor's pen. At this moment, the black-clothed Black Emperor tied Banner's item spirit was shocked by the Emperor's pen's power. A realm that even many immortal weapons dream of, yet you actually managed to reach it. It seems that although the great tribulation of the divine clan dropped your realm, it allowed you to comprehend something you could never have comprehended in a lifetime. You truly have the hope of becoming a divine weapon of creation. Indeed, Senior Emperor's pen is in existence with the hope of becoming a divine weapon of creation. But you are plagued by love demons, and I fear you will face utter destruction. This time, if you go to the sacred light great world, your item spirit will probably be refined, and your true form will be seized. I see the aura of disaster brewing within you. Feng Yaoguang suddenly stepped forward, with rings of golden light surrounding her body. The Emperor Mirror. She is the reincarnation of the Emperor Mirror's item spirit, capable of deducing all things, even the future, and monitoring the universe. Why don't you let her deduce your fortune? Hand the letter in your hand to her. She can cast the eye of the imperial heaven to monitor everything. Is that so? The woman in black's eyes flickered. However, she looked at the Emperor's pen with some fear, and then threw the letter, shooting it towards Feng Yaoguang. Feng Yaoguang did not catch the letter, but instead shot a golden light from between her brows, illuminating the letter. The eye of the imperial heaven surrounded the letter, condensing into a bright light in the shape of a mirror. Then, within the mirror, there gradually emerged the shadow of a person. This person was extremely tall, wearing a scholar's robe, with broad shoulders, looking as if he could prop up the sky. Xian Wugu. The woman in black's body trembled. He actually crossed the lightning tribulation and became a virtual immortal. Yet he lied to me, saying he wanted me to return to see him one last time. It turned out that on this person's shadow, there rippled an aura of the immortal realm, with a power of being free from disasters and tribulations, carefree and at ease. It seemed as if he had completely liberated himself, reaching the other shore. This was clearly someone who had crossed the immortal realm's lightning punishment and become a virtual immortal. This is the 9th level of the Longevity Secret Realm. The 9th level of the Longevity Secret Realm, having crossed the immortal realm's lightning punishment, is a virtual immortal. By further comprehending the laws of life, death, and impermanence, and becoming a true immortal, one can directly and forcefully tear open the gates of the immortal realm and ascend to the immortal realm. No talisman decree of the immortal realm is needed, and even ascension to the immortal realm cannot stop such a figure. Who dares to spy on me? At this moment, surges of power transmitted from the void, and the letter exploded directly. A massive storm erupted from the letter. A figure of the 9th level of the Longevity Secret Realm, at the level of a virtual immortal, simply cannot have his existence calculated. Seeing this, the Emperor's pen instantly moved, his majestic body shielding Feng Yaoguang, blocking the force of the explosion. He blocked this power, which was enough to destroy a cave heaven realm expert, and held it back. However, Feng Yaoguang's body still shook violently, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Senior Sister Yaoguang, how are you? Feng Han immediately raised his head and channeled a stream of his pure essence into her body, suppressing her chaotic, vital energy. It's nothing. Peering into the form of such a figure naturally comes with a price, and their wrath. Such a figure has already become an immortal, known as a virtual immortal. They are no longer within the scope of cultivators, but are immortals who have crossed the immortal realm's lightning punishment. They have reached a level of truly communicating with the laws of the immortal realm. Their intake and output of immortal realm vital energy has reached a terrifying level. Their magical power is unknown and can only be calculated in trillions. Having such a figure in the sacred light great world is not a blessing for our Xianhuang great world. At this moment, Fang Han struck a palm towards Xianing and Xianxia, hitting towards the two of them. Let's strike together, suppress the item spirit of this Black Emperor Tide banner, and seize this peerless Dao weapon. As he struck with his palm, Fang Han roared repeatedly, brimming with murderous intent. Seeing Fang Han like this, Feng Yaguang was taken aback, and only then did she realize what was happening, cooperating with Fang Han's actions by shooting out the eye of the imperial heaven. Fang Qingxue, however, clearly understood Fang Han's intention, which was to let Yan Shuetian claim this magic treasure. Seeing Fang Han suddenly attack her, the woman in black's face changed, and her body shrank. "Senior, quickly come with me. Our Tai's sect has already dispatched many experts. Let's escape into the heavenly martial treasury, find the fire dragon cauldron, and then deal with them." Fang Qingxue was also extremely intelligent and immediately understood. Fang Han first made the Black Emperor Tide banner's item spirit feel that Xian Wugu of the Sacred Light Great World was unreliable, and then pressured her himself. In this way, this peerless Dao weapon would be completely obtained by them. Sure enough, the Black Emperor Tide banner, intimidated by the pressure of the Emperor's pen, unleashed all of its power. The banner body, which was originally 10,000 miles long, shrank by 10-fold, 100-fold. Various spatial crystal wall systems within it were collapsing, and the entire banner body was in complete chaos, showing a state of destruction. A massive force pushed Fang Han and the others outward. A grand formation manifested in the sky, like a massive black hole capable of swallowing everything. The Tide intake and output formation? The Emperor's pen's expression shifted and wrote the word escape in the sky, instantly shielding Fang Han and the others as they fled. That's all for today's commentary. What exciting battles will happen next? See you tomorrow. Immortality Season 8 Episode 3. The realm of oneness of heaven and earth comprehended by the Emperor and Appo's pen is truly incomparably powerful. First, it casts the nine heavens mysterious scripture to completely seal a virtual immortal avatar of Xian Wugu. After that, it wrote continuously, completely dismantling the fake treasury of the heavenly martial treasury. Facing the birth of the Emperor Yan Fire Dragon Cauldron, a peerless Dao weapon, what battles will erupt for Fang Han and his group? And what will be the fate of Qi Rongtian, the deputy sect master of the Tai sect? Hello, fellow Taoists. As the end of the year approaches, thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Wishing all fellow Taoists a Happy New Year in advance. Picking up from where we left off last time, in an instant, Fang Han and the others all appeared in the space-time tide. How dare you ruin our plans? Our sacred light great world will not let you off. The man and woman, Xian Ying and Xian Xia, were already trapped within the wind of Fang Han and Appo's palm strike. Fang Han, at this moment, cast the Great Entanglement Technique. Strands of white lines wound around, binding toward this man and woman from the sacred light great world. This pair suddenly moved their bodies, and endless light flashed from their bodies, directly burning and severing Fang Han and Appo's entanglement technique. Fang Han immediately changed his methods repeatedly, casting the Great Deliverance Technique and the Great Liberation Technique. The Buddhist light surged, permeating and penetrating into the light. Using the 3,000 Great Daos to interfere, he then struck with his palms repeatedly, casting the Great Five Elements Technique and the Great Yin-Yang Technique. Xianing and Xian Xia repeatedly performed their mysterious arts and suddenly threw out a spiritual talisman. This spiritual talisman was actually entirely formed by condensing a kind of crystal filled with sacred light. With a slight tremor, loud holy hymns resounded everywhere. Within those holy hymns, the shadow of a person appeared. Retreat quickly. This is a virtual immortal avatar. The Emperor and Appo's pen suddenly shielded Feng Han and the others. You actually dare to kill the bloodline of my Xian family? In all the heavens, let and Appo's see who can save you. You must all bear the wrath of a virtual immortal. Facing everyone, this shadow of the virtual immortal was like a high and mighty heavenly emperor. Beneath the heavenly emperor, all are but ants. As this virtual immortal shadow spoke, the space within a radius of 3,000 miles instantly solidified, and even time stopped running. In an instant, Feng Han only felt that he could not move at all. A massive force was squeezing the air and everything inside his body out step by step. The two figures, Xian Ying and Xian Xia, had already vanished within the virtual immortal avatar. Do you really think a mere avatar of a virtual immortal can deal with me? Even if it were a true immortal, mysterious immortal, heavenly immortal, or golden immortal, it and Appo's not like I Haven and Appo's killed them before. You have only just comprehended the concept of virtual yet you are so arrogant. Let me show you what the realm of oneness of heaven and earth truly is. The Emperor and Appo's pen took a step forward, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. With a wave of its hands, its entire body transformed back into a pen. The sharp tip of the pen danced like dragons and snakes in the sky, drawing one character after another. In the blink of an eye, thousands of characters were written from it, forming an essay of morality. Within these inscriptions of human enlightenment, irresistible currents of air rolled, instantly enveloping the shadow of the virtual immortal. True colors fiercely imprinted into the body of this virtual immortal. What is this? The Nine Heavens mysterious scripture, the Emperor and Appo's Dao Canon. The virtual immortal shadow let out a shocked voice, a fierce expression appearing on its face, radiating thousands of beams of light, illuminating heaven and earth. I say, let there be light, Streams of golden light burst out from his body. This light is enough to pierce through hundreds or thousands of minor planets in succession. It is useless. My Nine Heavens mysterious scripture and Emperor and Appo's Dao Canon are chapters of creation from the immortal realm. It is absolutely impossible for you to contend with them. I will let you know what the true laws of the immortal Tao are. The body of the Emperor and Appo's pen swayed continuously, and various human figures appeared upon it. Heavenly flowers fell in profusion, and upon the phantom shadows of divine light, there seemed to be contained a law that, compared to the law of time, the law of space, and the law of creation, was completely different from all those other laws. It was fundamentally something from another heaven, earth, and universe. Boom! Continuous explosions erupted on the virtual immortal shadow and Appo's body, and the massive shadow gradually shrank, finally being completely restored back into a talisman. Feng Han, this talisman is what that virtual immortal refined using one of his own shadow clones. I have completely suppressed it with the Nine Heavens mysterious scripture. However, you cannot use it just yet. You should slowly suppress it within the 8 Buddha's pagoda and convert it using the talisman of the Buddha of sovereign freedom in the world. Slowly nourish it until this virtual body is completely transformed by Buddhist light, and then you can use it. Or, you can integrate it into the main body of the 8 Buddha's pagoda, and its quality will be greatly enhanced. The Emperor and Appo's pen threw the talisman over, letting Feng Han catch it. Feng Han took the talisman and immediately threw it into the 8 Buddha's pagoda. All masters, refine this talisman with all your strength, and convert it using the great purifications and light with the power of vows. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of heavenly demons within the 8 Buddha's pagoda all began to chant. The massive power of vows and the great purifications and light shone upon the talisman of the Buddha of sovereign freedom in the world. Instantly, on this talisman, a phantom shadow of the sovereign Buddha immediately appeared. The shadow pressed down upon the virtual immortal shadow, and the virtual immortal shadow immediately showed a panicked expression, its body stained with streaks of Buddhist light. The talisman of the Buddha of sovereign freedom in the world requires the great karma technique to exert its true power. Unfortunately, this existence, which is second only to the great destiny technique, is simply too wondrous. Even my body has not been able to contain it. The Emperor and Oppo's pen shook its head. The great destiny technique has not appeared in this world at all, so currently, between heaven and earth, the most powerful technique is the great karma technique, which is even above the great wish technique. Fong Han, you must learn this technique. Once you learn it, the power of this talisman will surpass all of your peerless Tao weapons. Within the underworld map, Yan roared in discontent, and quote, "Little dragon, are you unconvinced?" End quote. Although the underworld Emperor and Oppo's power reached the heavenly monarch level, the talisman of the Buddha of sovereign freedom in the world is absolutely impossible to be so simple. Moreover, this ancient Buddha once made a wager with the Taoist of primordial chaos. The two sides wagered for 3 rounds. In the first round, the Taoist of primordial chaos lost and taught the great wish technique to this ancient Buddha. In the second round, the Taoist of primordial chaos won back and obtained the great karma technique. In the third round, neither side won or lost. How could the underworld emperor possibly compare to this Buddha? The Emperor and Oppo's pen laughed heartily. And quote, "What a pity those two took the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, I could have obtained the great light technique, acquiring yet another of the 3,000 great Taos." And quote, Fong Han let out a sigh. And quote, "You have truly exerted the Tao of man to the extreme, plundering the world. However, this Tao of plunder cannot last. You must use it with caution. The ultimate realm of cultivation is still to comprehend the operation of the creation of heaven, earth, and the universe. By that time, the entire heaven and earth will be yours, and your every move will conform to the laws of heaven and earth. At that time, you and Oppo's need to plunder it all, because everything is yours, and you simply have no need to plunder." And quote, the Emperor and Oppo's pen instructed. And quote, "All right, but for now let Oppo's go and retrieve the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron first." End quote. Fong Han flew toward the depths of the space-time tide. In the depths of the space-time tide, there were streaks of fire, appearing like a boundless sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, many fire dragons This sea of fire, at a speed visible to the naked eye, was shrinking rapidly. The essence of the flames completely condensed into a large cauldron. This large cauldron was only about the height of a person, standing on 3 legs, seemingly in the shape of a human. The body of the cauldron was square, and on each side, a fiery human face appeared, emitting a power sufficient to completely melt a minor planet into magma. And quote, "Why has this Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron shrunk its power?" Senior Emperor and Oppo's pen let Oppo's strike together and thoroughly subdue this peerless Tao weapon. This peerless Tao weapon is a magnificent cauldron for refining pills. With it, we can refine endless heaven-grade spiritual pills. End quote, the 7 princesses of Mount Qingqiu said. The Emperor and Oppo's pen smiled slightly and quote, "A peerless Tao weapon can hardly escape from the palm of my hand. However, this cauldron is of the 5 elements qi. If we obtain it, it will also be of great help in this upcoming great tribulation of the god race." End quote. As it spoke, it made a casual stroke, and the character end quote, speed end quote, appeared in the air. The crowd directly arrived within 1,000 miles behind the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. End quote, so hot, end quote. The 7 princesses of Mount Qingqiu all felt an incomparable heat, as if they were swimming naked in magma. For several of the princesses, the low-grade Tao weapon-level clothes on their bodies actually caught fire directly, and the artifact spirits inside screamed as they turned to ashes, completely dying. End quote. Oh no, even 1,000 miles away from the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron, it is already this hot. If we go deep into its main body, how much worse would it be? End quote. The 7th princess hurriedly sacrificed the Queen Mother and Oppo's hairpin. Just then, the space-time tide ahead completely vanished, and endless chaotic chi appeared. Within that chaotic chi, a palace as massive as the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion revealed itself. Feng Han saw that amidst the boundless chaotic airflow, a giant palace was floating. His heart jolted. And quote, "This is not the real treasury of Tianwu," end quote, "because my compass and the great seal of common life," end quote, "have no mutual resonance," end quote. The seventh princess of the Fox clan sent a warning of danger. End quote, "Is that so? But the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron has entered it," end quote, "even if there is danger," end quote, "we must first directly suppress this peerless Tao weapon," end quote, "otherwise," end quote, "the consequences will be unimaginable," end quote. Feng Han charged toward the palace. Meanwhile, the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron had charged inside, disappearing with a single flicker. End quote. Feng Han, this palace, end quote, is indeed incomparably dangerous, end quote. Feng Yaoguang drew closer to Feng Han, flying her body into his yellow spring map. At the same time, she cast the eye of the Emperor of Heaven to probe for danger. End quote. It and oppose, nothing, end quote, even in the most dangerous places, end quote, I can come and go as I please, end quote. The Emperor and oppose, pen, just like Feng Han, did not care in the slightest. The group moved like lightning through the clouds, rising and falling swiftly. Just as the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron entered this fake treasury of Tianwu, Feng Han followed right inside. The Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron entered the fake treasury without encountering any obstacles. But as soon as Feng Han approached, the massive fake treasury suddenly began to spin. Countless sword vortexes flew out from it, countless blade and sword vortexes flew out from it, shooting out in a violent burst. Within them, phantoms of ghosts and gods roared fiercely, their mountain-like power pressing down and dispersing. Without even looking, the Emperor and Oppo's pen wrote two large characters in the air with a flourish. As these two large characters pushed back and dispersed the obstacles, they forged ahead. Those blade and sword vortexes and phantoms of ghosts and gods all vanished into thin air. Feng Han immediately rushed inside and saw that inside the massive palace, chaotic chi also permeated everywhere. Pillars supported the ceiling above like pillars of heaven. Deep within the chaotic chi, the shadow of the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron flickered slightly and disappeared. End quote. The materials of this grand hall are actually a mixture of the five essences, end quote, the stone of the God of Things, end quote, and cast with various restrictions, end quote. As soon as Feng Han broke into this fake treasury, he discovered that the floor of the fake treasury was also made of various natural treasures and the stone of the God of Things, one of the four great divine stones, used in its construction. However, within these materials of the fake treasury, there was a mysterious aura of curse, a suffocating resentful power. Even the great curse technique that Feng Han seized from the God Emperor of Hating Heaven began to stir slightly. And quote, "Let me try and see if the materials of this fake treasury can be collected," end quote. Feng Han performed the great cleaving technique. The hand of heaven first made a spatial cut, tearing toward the ground. Then, the hand of heaven shook and grabbed. Despite being cut by Feng Han like this, the ground did not budge in the slightest. End quote. Feng Han, watch out. You have triggered the restrictions of this fake treasury, end quote. Feng Yaoguang shouted, end quote. Protect your body, end quote. Just as her voice fell, the entire chaotic chi began to spin violently, and the massive pillars within also began to shift, as if an absolute killing array was truly being activated. Once this absolute killing array was activated, in an instant, endless resentment gathered into curses, permeating the space. Those curses, like specters, pounced toward Feng Han and the others, penetrating every opening. Then, the massive pillars also made cracking sounds, with cracks splitting open on them. From within the cracks, iron-armored puppets emerged one by one, covered in iron spikes, fierce and hideous, holding all kinds of vicious weapons such as hooks, forks, mace swords, and serrated sabers. These iron-armored puppets each had curse runes engraved on their bodies, emitting powerful curse energy everywhere. The 7 princesses of Mount Qingqiu trembled all over as the curse energy invaded their bodies. Their faces actually began to distort, blood flowed from their 7 orifices, their entire bodies itched unbearably, and their skin turned multicolored. End quote. Damn it. End quote. Feng Han did not expect this curse energy to be so powerful that even his yellow spring map could hardly protect them, and a trace of it still managed to invade. End quote. Curse energy is an ancient witchcraft. It kills invisibly and is the hardest to resist. It communicates with the netherworld and is a Dao technique that strikes terror into cultivators. End quote. End quote. Great curse technique. End quote. End quote. Dispel the curse. End quote. Feng Han immediately sent out the runes of his great curse technique, flying them out and injecting them into the bodies of the 7 princesses. After circulating once, he discovered many mysterious forces lodged and entwined within their souls. With a slight pull, those forces entered the runes of the Great Curse Technique one after another. While Feng Han used the Great Curse Technique runes to lift the curse for the 7 princesses of Mount Qingqiu, the entire time and space suddenly turned upside down, turning into a grotto heaven. Those countless iron-armored puppets, looming in and out of the golden walls formed by the chaotic qi, looming in and out, then struck with their weapons. Instantly, above Feng Han and Appo's head, a massive mace sword appeared, thousands of miles long, slashing down. End quote. A puppet world? A tiny world created by the great puppet technique wants to stop me? End quote. End quote. I shall tear down this dilapidated immortal mansion of yours. End quote. The Emperor and Appo's pen let out a long roar, his body expanding, directly shattering the mace sword. End quote. 9 heavens and 9 earths. End quote. End quote. God of creation. End quote. In the void, he wrote another massive character. End quote. Dismantle. End quote. This character, end quote, dismantle, end quote, was over 100 times larger than any character he had written before. The massive character manifested in the air, and all around, countless voices echoed from the void, sounding like the singing of the immortals from the immortal realm. With a rumble, it sounded as if countless star domains, wherever he went, the formations there would shatter. Curses, puppet grotto heavens, and tiny worlds were all reduced to ashes, leaving a mess of ruins. Feng Han only followed behind, collecting the broken materials. Suddenly, a pillar snapped, and deep within the palace, the shadow of the Emperor Yen fire dragon cauldron appeared once more. Seeing this, the Emperor and Appo's pen wrote a character in the air with his hand. He waved his hand and wrote a character in the air. Instantly, time and space shifted, and a surging power enveloped 10,000 miles, condensing into a colored golden wall that trapped the Emperor Yen fire dragon cauldron. The Emperor Yen fire dragon cauldron shook, but stopped running. From its top, a flame shot out, and within the flame emerged an item spirit with a dragon and Appo's body and a human head. Beside the fire dragon cauldron, a long banner also appeared. Beneath the long banner stood Yan Shuetian and Qi Rongtian. End quote. Where is Hua Tiandu? End quote. End quote. And the supreme elders of my Feather Ascension sect? End quote. End quote. And that female elder of the Tai sect? End quote. End quote. Tai Yantian, Yan Qinyu? End quote. End quote. Where have they all gone? End quote. End quote. They clearly entered the Black Emperor Tide banner. End quote. End quote. The Black Emperor Tide banner. They clearly entered the Black Emperor Tide banner. End quote. Feng Han was taken aback. End quote. Senior Yan Shuetian, let us combine the banner and the cauldron to generate the power of water and fire, break through the restrictions, and escape. End quote. Qi Rongtian roared and laughed toward the Emperor Yen fire dragon cauldron. End quote. Senior, let, and Appo's go first. End quote. Meanwhile, Yan Shuetian took a deep look at Feng Han. Holding the long banner, she said, end quote, Shi Rongtian, hold them off for a moment, end quote, end quote. I will go to assist. Supreme Elders Tai Batian and Tai Yantian have already entered the real treasury of Tianwu, end quote, end quote. Fang Han, Yuan and Oppos, TB jumping around for much longer. The three sages of Feather Ascension and Feng Baiyu have all been trapped by Patriarch Tai Huantian and the others inside a fake treasury. They are being refined right now. Once they die, you will be finished too, end quote. As she spoke, Yan Shuitian merged with the Black Emperor Tide banner, rushing upward and turning into a torrent. She actually broke through the blockade and disappeared in an instant. Fang Han deliberately let out an angry roar, pretending to lose his composure, but he had actually let the Emperor and Oppos' pen intentionally allow Yan Shuitian to escape. Shi Rongtian was greatly shocked, not expecting Yan Shuitian to just leave like that. End quote. Yan Shuitian and Oppos' words revealed a piece of information, end quote, end quote. Are the three sages of Feather Ascension and Feng Baiyu really trapped, end quote. Fang Han was startled. End quote. No matter what, the strength of the three sages of Feather Ascension and Feng Baiyu is far above mine. I am like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, hardly able to save myself. I should first subdue and suppress this Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron and kill Shi Rongtian while I and Oppos' edit, to refine my Red Emperor and Oppos' Fire Emperor Qi, end quote. Shi Rongtian turned into a streak of flame. Just like the Fire Dragon Cauldron, he also wanted to fly up. But at this moment, how could the Emperor and Oppos' pen let him escape? In an instant, it wrote a massive character. This Tai sect deputy sect master was immediately blocked. Shi Rongtian, you still want to run? A smile appeared on Fang Han and Oppos' face. Fang Han, you think you can deal with me? Let me tell you, Hua Tiandu has already been met by the Wild God King left behind by immortal Venerable Panwu and taken away. He has now entered the true treasury of Tianwu and is currently receiving the many treasures left behind by immortal Venerable Panwu. Once he comes out, he will simply be invincible in the world and will truly slaughter you. You will never know how powerful the treasures contained in the treasury of Tianwu are. All kinds of medicinal pills, treasures, secret scriptures, Taoist books, and puppets, too numerous to count. Among them, it even contains many law fragments left behind by immortal Venerable Panwu, fragments of the law of time, fragments of the law of creation, fragments of the law of heaven, fragments of the law of the world. All of these fragments can be obtained by Hua Tiandu. Once he obtains them, his cultivation can surpass yours by 100-fold. Shi Rongtian and Oppos' face was extremely ferocious. What? The treasury of Tianwu actually contains these things? A sense of vigilance arose in Fang Han and Oppos' heart. Fang Han, are you scared? Haha. Even though your current fierce power is monstrous, Hua Tiandu is destined to surpass you. He will also go to the immortal realm to cultivate. Wait 3 years. He will be an immortal. No, he will be an immortal-like existence, an existence you can only look up to. And even for the current you, Dawn and Oppos, get too smug. I have already gained the recognition of Senior Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. You want to deal with me? It and Oppos' still too early. Shi Rongtian laughed wildly with pride. But the origin chi within his body was secretly surging, seemingly merging with the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. One could vaguely see within the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron streaks of fire dragons rushing into his body. His power expanded, and the massive chi accumulated in his body suddenly burned. A grotto heaven emerged. This grotto heaven was filled with flames everywhere, with 10,000 dragons roaring within. Those flames were actually no longer chi but solid. Shi Rongtian, with the help of the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron, finally broke through the final realm and also stepped into the grotto heaven realm, comprehending the law of space. To actually break through right in front of me. Very well. Breaking through is even better. Since you broke through, you can give me your fragments of the law of space. Do you know why I just watched you break through? It and Oppos' because a pig must be fattened up before it can be slaughtered. Feng Han flicked his fingers repeatedly, and highly toxic flying swords shot out, swaying their heads and tails like a venomous dragon. The fire chi of the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron was completely corroded by these toxic flying swords. Emperor and Oppos, Pen, do you think that just because you have cultivated to the realm of unity of heaven and earth, I would be afraid of you? The Black Emperor Tide Banner might fear you, but I do not. Break for me. The item spirit of the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron also displayed its true strength at this moment, expanding rapidly. Thousands of fire dragons flew out from its body, spitting raging flames. But the flames presented a pure and transparent fire chi without any impurities. And quote, heavenly realm pure fire, and quote, a trace of solemnity appeared on the Emperor and Oppos, Pen and Oppos, face. Once again, the pen moved like dragons and snakes, writing the character and quote, extinguish, and quote, this character spun around, releasing a sweet rain that extinguished all the raging flames. Feng Qingxue knew that at this time, they had to end the battle quickly. She immediately summoned the City of Thunder, and the massive City of Thunder pressed down towards the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. Then, with a flick of her hand, a white whip lashed out. As soon as this white whip lashed out, it extended to 3,000 zhong long. The tip of the whip even penetrated into the void, fiercely striking Qi Rongtian and Oppos' body. This whip was actually woven from the hair of Heavenly Consort Yumo. Feng Qingxue had refined this whip weapon, which could shatter the void and break laws with martial force, possessing peerless power. The fire chi of the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron could not burn even a single bit of this hair. Heavenly Consort Yumo and Oppos' cultivation far exceeded the peak strength of a virtual immortal. At her peak, she could kill immortals. Her hair could only be severed by the Emperor and Oppos' pen, the sharpest existence between heaven and earth, to truly cut it. The Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron was also damaged quite a bit. Hit by this whip, Qi Rongtian instantly exploded all over, shattering into pieces. Even his grotto heaven cracked open, turning into a full 81 groups of true fire seeds, trying to drill into the depths of the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. How could Feng Qingxue allow him to escape? With a flick of her wrist, powerful magic power was transmitted to the whip. This white whip swept, its tip like a scaled serpent, striking these groups of true seeds, sweeping all the true fire seeds together. While I am a heavenly monarch, the difference between you and me is 100,000 miles apart. Feng Qingxue spat out a burst of thunder, and cloudy light enveloped this person. Senior sister, well done. Feng Han was overjoyed. He had not expected Feng Qingxue had secretly refined such a powerful weapon. Fire Dragon Cauldron, there is a gap between your strength and mine. Do you really think you can escape? Chan Nanin and Oppos' voice came over. The City of Thunder expanded, suppressing the Fire Dragon Cauldron, while the Emperor and Oppos' pen was writing a magnificent article everywhere, tightly wrapping the Fire Dragon Cauldron. However, at this moment, the item spirit of the Fire Dragon Cauldron was completely fearless, displaying its strength, clashing left and right, making feints in all directions. The man-sized tripod crashed around at will, extremely fierce. Fire Dragon Cauldron, you still won and Oppos' surrender? I will have to resort to ruthless means, completely destroying your item spirit and leaving only the physical body. Although its efficacy will be greatly reduced, your physical body is still of great use. The Emperor and Oppos' pen could not help but feel a trace of anger. The Fire Dragon Cauldron only snorted coldly, still stubbornly resisting. Suddenly, it threw a punch at Chan Nanin. Heavenly Realm Pure Fire, Immortal Dao Glory. Take this move of mine, Heaven-transforming fist. Immortal Thunderstorm, Chan Nanin, this little girl showed no weakness at all. She instantly became majestic and awe-inspiring, her little girl-like body actually grew tall. Thunderstorms coiled around her fists, rings of massive ball lightning clashed head-on with the fist of the Fire Dragon Cauldron and Oppos' item spirit. A massive sound vibrated, thunderous light shooting out wildly, and the heavenly realm pure fire also scattered everywhere. Chan Nanin snorted coldly, her body remaining motionless, while the fire dragon cauldron let out a wail. The item's spirit instantly shrank back, truly returning to the depths of the core, cowering inside and refusing to come out. I and Oppos. LL, just stay inside and not come out. What can you do to me? I and Oppos. Do you like to see how you deal with me? The item spirit of the fire dragon cauldron laughed out loud. The Emperor and Oppos' pen wrote the character and quote, mad and quote, in the air. Don and Oppos. T think I can end Oppos. T do anything to you. If you provoke my anger, I will dismantle you alive. Senior, please suppress this fire dragon cauldron. My underworld map cannot suppress it, so I can only rely on you, Senior. Fong Han said, and quote, we will find a way to subdue it. This fire dragon cauldron is of immense use to me. Emperor Yen fire dragon cauldron. Only when you submit will you be let out, end quote, end quote. Emperor and Oppos' pen, you can do nothing to me, end quote. The item spirit of the fire dragon cauldron laughed loudly. But there was a clear lack of confidence in its tone. Once we arrive in the treasury of Tianwu and obtain enough pure yang medicinal pills, only then will I refine you to let you know what true sharpness is. The Emperor and Oppos' pen shrugged its shoulders. Qi Rongtian, how do you feel now? Fong Han turned around and faced Qi Rongtian, who was bound by Fong Qingxue. And quote, very well, you have comprehended the law of space and reached the grotto heaven realm. Your body is now fattened up and your aura is strong, making you the most suitable material for refining pills. All of your fragments of the law of space will belong to me. However, I am a merciful person. Do you have any last words before you die? End quote. That and Oppos' all for today and Oppos' commentary. What exciting battles will happen next? See you tomorrow. Immortality Season 8 Episode 4. Through this, Fong Han's strength has once again experienced an astonishing surge. First, he killed Qi Rongtian, the demon-slaying great immortal Deng Ao and Sun Shihua in succession, successfully refining his cave heaven to an unprecedentedly powerful level. After that, he even converted the five-sword gentleman and the blue-faced venerable, these two cave heaven realm experts. Now, the experts inside the 8-division pagoda can be brought out to form a major immortal sect. Crane Fairy, Princess Hongyi, and the others also benefited from his rise, sharing in his glory. They all received high-grade Dao weapons bestowed by Fong Han. Next, how will Fong Han and the others head to the real treasury of Tianwu? Hello, fellow Daoists. Thank you, fellow Daoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish all fellow Daoists to cast away your worries and welcome hope. Continuing from last time. Fong Han, I want you dead. If you dare to kill me today, you will surely meet a miserable end in the future. The 3 sages of Ascension and Feng Baiyu of the Ascension sect, along with many other experts, are all trapped in an extremely powerful fake treasury. Many experts of our Tai sect have already set up the great array of eternal obliteration. No one can escape. Once the Ascension sect is destroyed, you will become a stray dog. There will be no place for you between heaven and earth. Qi Rongtian's face was extremely hideous. It is not too late for you to rein in at the brink of the precipice. If you treat me with respect, I will definitely speak well of you before Patriarch Tehuangshan so that you can turn over a new leaf. And one more thing. After killing the 3 sages of Ascension and Feng Baiyu, we will make Hua Tiandu the sect leader, propping him up as a puppet. At that time, not only the Xianhuang Great World, but even the entire universe will have no place for you to hide. You will surely die. Even if you make it sound wonderful, your fate is already sealed. Fong Han slapped Qi Rongtian's face with his palm, unleashing the yin-yang millstone from the great yin-yang technique, crushing his entire head into fragments. It turned into 81 true fire seeds.
Flame god dao, pure 4, god burning teknikk, demonisere 4 spiritual transformation.
What pure divine abilities! These divine abilities were the techniques Qi Rongtian had painstakingly cultivated all his life. He let the lesser fate technique devour them all. In the blink of an eye, Fang Han consumed Qi Rongtian using the Great Devouring Technique. Upon devouring him, within Fang Han's cave heaven, a fiery aura suddenly increased. Within the originally translucent crystal wall system, some fiery red crystals appeared. These crystals contained tyrannical flame power, enough to melt the void. What powerful strength! If I could consume the other wood god, water god, earth god, and gold god, then the Great Five Elements technique would reach an unbelievable level. Of course, having obtained the 5 supreme Grade 5 Elements Tao weapons, when I refine them into my own world in the future and achieve the World King realm, thoroughly refining the supreme Grade 5 Elements Tao weapons, my world will truly be able to reach an earth-shaking level. Fang Han calculated in his heart. The 5 supreme Grade Tao weapons currently refined by immortal Venerable Pengu, the Black Emperor Tide Banner, has fallen into Yan Shuatian's hands, which is equivalent to falling into his own hands. And the Fire Dragon Cauldron is sealed by the Emperor's pen. Its conversion is only a matter of time. Some magic treasures and pills on Qi Rongtian's body were also plundered. Among them, there was actually a set of medium-grade Tao weapons called the Lihua Essence Flame Flags, with 7 flags in total, each boiling with flames. With a single wave, they are enough to burn mountains and boil seas. Crane Fairy, this set of Lihua Essence Flame Flags is yours. Relying on this set of magic treasures, even if you encounter a Longevity Realm giant, they won't be able to do anything to you. Crane Fairy immediately took them, letting out a cheerful laugh. Crane Fairy is now also at the 10th fold of divine ability, a powerhouse of defying heaven and changing fate. Having obtained these 7 flags, she could refine even ordinary eternal giants to death. Now Fang Han has many high-grade Tao weapons. The Star Emperor Dragonbed was given to Nebula Baby, the top scripture pillar was given to Jialon, the witch obtained the Interceptor, and Long Xian obtained the Iron Blood War Flag. All 4 great magic treasures now have owners. As for the high-grade Tao weapon, the original Vow Kasaya, obtained later, it was refined into the seamless heavenly robe worn by Feng Yaoguang. And the wrongful death magic robe seized from the twin wandering soul demons was worn by Yen. Fang Han now has numerous magic treasures. The high-grade Tao weapons that others dream of, he has quite a few of them. Hongi, this is a high-grade Tao weapon, the Aladdin lamp, a supreme treasure of the Protoss. It was the treasure of divine Sun Yaoli. After I obtained it, only now have I converted the item spirit within. I will give it to you now. This lamp has various incredible functions. Holding this lamp, you can fight and win even against an eternal giant. As soon as Princess Hongi received it, she immediately caressed it joyfully, cherishing it deeply. Then, she sprayed a breath of vital qi onto it, establishing an inseparable connection with the entire lamp. What she is using now is an ancient treasure refining secret technique taught by the Emperor's pen. After inheriting the magic treasure, the degree of coordination with the magic treasure is higher. Deng Ao, 5-sword gentleman, blue-faced venerable, Sun Shihua. Did the 4 of you hear that? The Ascension sect is now plunged into an unprecedented crisis, thoroughly plotted against by the Tai sect. The 3 sages of Ascension, Feng Baiyu, and some of the experts among them are all trapped. What else do you have to say?
Impossible.
Our Ascension sect has already reached an agreement with the Tai sect. How could the Tai sect plot against our Ascension sect? Qi Rongtian must have deliberately deceived you to throw your mind into chaos. Yuval creature actually killed Qi Rongtian. It seems the relationship between our Ascension sect and the Tai sect has been completely destroyed by you. Fang Han, you little vile creature, you are the chief culprit. If anything happens to the 3 sages of our Ascension sect, it will be entirely your responsibility. You are an eternal sinner of our Ascension sect. Demon-slaying great immortal Deng Ao roared. These 4 grand elders of the Ascension sect all heard Fang Han's words. However, not a single one of them believed it. These 4 grand elders were all filled with resentment toward Feng Han for actually daring to treat them this way. It was simply unforgivable. Feng Han, since you know about this, regardless of whether it is true or false, you must release us, and then join forces to find the fake treasury, helping Hua Tiandu obtain the treasury of Tianwu and reverse the situation. This is the right path. Right now, we should put aside all personal grudges, show your righteousness, turn swords into plowshares with Hua Tiandu, and help him save our Ascension sect. 5 sword gentlemen and blue-faced venerables stopped Deng Ao's roaring. They also sensed that this matter might actually be true, so they began to persuade Feng Han.
Oh.
You want me to help Hua Tiandu obtain the treasury of Tianwu, and at the same time stop the Tai sect from dealing with him? Want me to consider the bigger picture? Ha, what a joke. Didn't you hear that Hua Tiandu has already defected to the Tai sect? What if he deals with me after obtaining the treasury of Tianwu? If you join forces to save the Ascension sect, you will be the great hero of our Ascension sect. All grudges will be laughed away. What need would there be for any enmity? Besides, we can mediate the conflict here, and we won't let you fight each other again. Furthermore, with the Emperor's pen helping you, you are practically in an invincible position. If you succeed, your name will be remembered for eternity. If you fail, you will be a stray dog. Yes, Feng Han. If what the Tai sect said is true, then it is truly dangerous. Deng Ao suddenly seemed to have come to his senses. I used to always call you a vile creature because of your yellow spring map. But now that you have the Emperor's pen, you are definitely on the righteous path. I now solemnly apologize to you. I hope you can let bygones be bygones and save our Ascension sect from this crisis. Feng Han, absolutely do not believe them. None of them can be trusted. Once you help Hua Tiandu obtain the treasury of Tianwu, they will definitely turn around and deal with you. Fan Qingxue suddenly transmitted her divine thought. Of course it is true. Feng Han, whether you become an immortal or a demon is all within a single thought of yours. One wrong step, and turning back will take 100 lifetimes. Deng Ao said with a face full of indignation.
Fine.
But I have some matters I need your help with. Feng Han, as long as you agree to help us, we can help with anything. For the survival of our Ascension sect, what is there that we cannot give up? Sun Shihua was overjoyed in his heart. In the depths of his heart, a tiny, imperceptible thought flashed. This kid is still green. This kid is still a bit too green. Once Hua Tiandu truly obtains the treasury of Tianwu, it will be the day you die. I still lack some essence energy to deal with the Tai sect. I have a full 100 million sky demons inside the 8-division pagoda and nearly 100,000 sky demon kings. They all need essence energy to level up. You all shall sacrifice your bodies to become demons, to boost the power of my heavenly demons. Of course, you can also let me fully convert you, to become a member of the 8-division pagoda and believe in me completely, providing pure yang pills for me to refine magic treasures. With the help of the 4 of you absorbing and exhaling the immortal realm's essence, I won't have to worry about feeding these heavenly demons and suffer from a lack of vital energy. What did you say? You vile creature, you truly have wild ambitions. Speaking so much earnest advice to you was all in vain. You are simply an absolute demon, without a single trace of the immortal Tao. Why didn't I kill you back then, allowing you to infiltrate our Ascension sect for so long?
Donghua did.
Let's fight to the death. You probably don't know that there is a life-risking secret technique in our Ascension Flight Sutra called Ascension in Broad Daylight. Today, I will show you what I'm capable of. Deng Ao's body began to swell as a destructive power circulated within his body. Too late. Do you take me for a fool? I, Feng Han, have roamed both the immortal and demon paths and only calculate against others. No one has ever been able to scheme against me. The reason I spoke so much nonsense with you just now is because, upon your bodies, I have secretly cast the Great Curse technique. The power of the curse is now fully unleashed. Instantly, these 4 supreme elders of the Ascension sect on their bodies, all flashed with disgusting, multicolored hues and auras. Their bodies seemed to have weakened significantly, not knowing how many curses had been placed upon their bodies. Upon their bodies, not knowing how many curses had been placed upon their bodies. The Great Conversion, Zen light shines. Fong Han clasped his hands together. The Great Conversion technique, with the help of the curse's power, shone upon the bodies of the five-sword gentleman and the blue-faced venerable. Deng Ao, Sun Shihua, the two of you aren't even qualified to be converted by me. I will use your essence, qi, and flesh to feed the heavenly demons and gather the fragments of the law of space, making the magic treasures on your bodies completely mine to use. Hand of Heaven, extract their soul imprints. It won't be that easy for the two of you to die. Hongyi, summon your Aladdin's magic lamp. Yes, Princess Hongyi summoned the Aladdin's magic lamp. Fong Han flicked his finger, and the soul imprints of the great demons slaying immortal Deng Ao and Sun Shihua were completely trapped upon the lamp's flame, struggling fiercely. But with every struggle, they were burned with a sizzling sound. Fong Han, what are you going to do to us? Deng Ao roared in agony. Nothing much, just letting you suffer the torment of the flames forever. For you to die just like this would be a real pity. You should be made to see clearly how Hua Tiandu dies, and how I will crush him to death with one hand. With his destiny and luck, he actually wants to obtain the treasury of Heavenly Marshal? It's simply a joke. Fong Han shattered the bodies of Deng Ao and Sun Shihua with a single palm strike. The great yin-yang technique flew out from within them, condensing into a talisman and entering Fong Han's body, completely merging with the great yin-yang technique he had already cultivated. Instantly, it rose to a terrifying level. After devouring the great yin-yang technique, Fong Han's yin-yang and 5 elements transformed once again, and his strength reached a full 30 billion horsepower. The 5-sword gentleman and the blue-faced venerable were instantly terrified. Originally, they were struggling to hold on, trying not to be converted by Fong Han, but at this moment, their minds wavered. 5-sword gentlemen, work for me, and you will receive endless benefits. If you do not let me convert you, Deng Ao and Sun Shihua's examples are right before your eyes. These two supreme elders immediately moved their bodies, opened up their minds, and began to let Fong Han convert them. In the blink of an eye, the two were influenced by billions of resentful forces, shining with golden light, and flew into the 8-division pagoda, becoming two of the most powerful guardian deities. These two guardian deities were experts of the cave heaven realm, and the immortal realm's essence they absorbed and exhaled was even more than 10 undying bodies combined. Let's go. A new turn of events has occurred. We must find the real treasury of Heavenly Marshal, kill Hua Tiandu, obtain the treasury's treasures, and then rescue Feng Baiyu and the 3 sages of Ascension. Fong Han quickly notified the Emperor Pen to break out of this fake treasury. The Emperor Pen wrote the character dismantle, and almost in an instant, the entire fake treasury was torn to pieces by the Emperor Pen. Fong Han, following behind, unleashed the great devouring technique, collecting all the broken materials of the fake treasury into the 8-division pagoda. Amidst the endless chaotic qi, a massive palace collapsed with a crash and was then swallowed by an immense force, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Adoptive father, is that the treasury of Heavenly Marshal ahead? Taodai, do you know where the real treasury of Heavenly Marshal is? The treasury ahead is a fake one. If I guess correctly, this fake treasury is extremely dangerous. A plump old man spoke amidst the chaotic qi. Indeed. Even if we divine beasts enter it, we would probably suffer immense harm. The middle-aged man, Taotai, said. Kunpeng, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you actually took in an adoptive son. Senior Taotai, I Meng Xiaobai, pay my respects. Please guide and support me, Senior. Meng Xiaobai hurriedly bowed. No problem, no problem. Since you are Kunpeng's adoptive son, I will naturally give you some benefits. That enemy of yours is called Fong Han, right? He will also come to seek the treasures of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal this time. That is nothing. I will capture him and let you kill him alive to cultivate your great slaughter technique. No need to fear. The middle-aged man Taotai laughed heartily. Just before these two extremely powerful divine beasts spoke, The treasury in their sight collapsed with a crash, turning into dust and smoke, devoured by an extremely strong force, and then disappeared. What is this? Such a powerful force? Both divine beasts were startled. That is. Meng Xiaobai suddenly narrowed his pupils. Let's go. Kunping moved his body, plunging into the depths of the chaotic qi. Feng Han, do you think the three sages of Ascension and Feng Baiyu will really meet with misfortune this time? Feng Qingxue frowned. If that's the case, then we might not be able to establish a foothold in the grand Xianhuang world anymore. Rest assured. Qingxue, I don't know about the three sages of Ascension, but I know Feng Baiyu very well. He won't fall for any tricks, nor will he be deceived by anyone. Only he would deceive others. For the Tai sect to try and trap him, that is simply impossible. Feng Yaoguang was not worried at all. Senior Sister Yaoguang, you have so much confidence in Feng Baiyu? Feng Han said in surprise. Indeed. No one in the world understands Feng Baiyu better than I do. Even my mother didn't understand him, but I have seen through his true face. Feng Han, although you are meticulous, resourceful, and deeply calculating compared to Feng Baiyu, you are probably still a notch below. Don't be deceived by him. Feng Yaoguang said. Is that so? When you do not deceive yourself, no one in the world can deceive you. Feng Han shook his head. Senior Sister Yaoguang, perhaps you still don't understand me. You can understand Feng Baiyu, but you cannot understand me. Is that so? When you do not deceive yourself, no one in the world can deceive you. Feng Yaoguang was startled, looking at Feng Han in shock, remaining silent for a long time. Good. Based on these words alone, Feng Han, your future realm will not be below mine. The Emperor Pen laughed heartily, whipping up a wild gale, carrying Feng Han as they constantly shuttled through the chaotic qi. Meanwhile, the seventh princess of Mount Qingqiu once again used her compass to locate the position of the real treasury of Heavenly Marshal. But this time, the compass seemed to have malfunctioned, unable to pinpoint the true direction no matter what. What's going on? The seventh princess's face changed drastically. My compass is used to locate via the seal of common people, but now I actually can't sense the seal of common people anymore. There is only one possibility. Someone has already beaten us to the treasury of Heavenly Marshal. Hua Tiandu has already entered the real treasury of Heavenly Marshal, Yan Shuitian said. He was taken away by the number one puppet of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal, the desolate God King. But that is nothing. Yan Shuitian and I have a special method of sensing each other. Since he can find the real treasury of Heavenly Marshal, I can find it too. Even if that doesn't work, we can have Senior Emperor Pen interrogate, and the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron will also be able to find it. Senior Emperor Pen, please perform your fastest teleportation technique, and follow the direction in which I sense Yan Shuitian to find the location of the real treasury. The Emperor Pen's body moved once again, cutting through the chaotic qi, and vanished. No one knew how much time had passed when suddenly the chaotic qi dispersed, actually revealing the high sky and layers of crystal walls of unknown thickness. That crystal wall barrier seemed to be a combination of a grand world. This is the world barrier. It is also the place closest to the immortal realm. Seeing those thick crystal walls, Feng Han felt a soul-shaking power. The crystal walls high up in the sky are no longer just a kind of power, but a kind of law. Unmatched by oceans, high mountains, or planets, it is formed by the power of the immortal realm and the power of the Xianhuang Great World, condensed over countless billions of years. Of course, even if one penetrates this layer of crystal wall, it is still impossible to reach the immortal realm. This crystal wall is merely condensed from a kind of power. At this very moment, right upon the crystal wall, are embedded magnificent palaces. There are thousands of these palaces, and it is impossible to tell which is real and which is fake, as they all look exactly the same. No matter, this is the One Origin Grand Formation. There are a total of 129,600 formation eyes, of which only one is real. It is the source of the opening of heaven and earth in the ancient secret method. However, I have also cultivated this grand formation. Although immortal Venerable Panwu is powerful, this little trick is useless.
Follow me.
I can find the real treasury of Tianwu, where the formation I is located. With a wave of the emperor's pen, it wrote the word wrap. Instantly, Fang Han and the others were all wrapped inside. Then, flashing like lightning through the clouds, the next moment they appeared in front of the steps of one of the thousands of treasuries. Arriving in front of the real treasury, they truly discovered the sheer size of this treasury. Looking as far as the eye could see, it stretched for thousands of miles and was incredibly profound. No one knew how many steps there were on the treasury's staircase. Behind the infinite steps was a tightly closed portal. On top of this portal was an ancient couplet, written in a strange, ancient script from the primordial era. Every single stroke was composed of something resembling a dragon or a snake. Only the horizontal scroll of the couplet could be recognized by Fang Han, which was a giant character, Wu, martial. Fang Han was startled and saw that the giant character, Wu, was actually written directly with the corpses of several primeval heavenly dragons. These dragon corpses constantly exuded an aura that could awe 10,000 divine beasts. Fang Han wanted to test it, so he unleashed the hand of heaven, striking fiercely toward the door. Upon striking this portal, he encountered a powerful counterforce. Thousands of needle-like rays of light burst from the door, and within that light, the shadow of a puppet appeared. This puppet wore armor completely covered in dragon shapes and also carried the aura of the Great Origin technique. A wild god. Fang Han looked and realized that this puppet was a powerful divine emperor, a divine emperor fully comparable to the creation realm. The hand of heaven was instantly defeated. This wild god puppet looked down upon the 8 wildernesses and gazed over the 4 seas, a confident smile appearing on its face. Clawing once again, its armor burst and crackled, vibrating continuously, releasing an even more powerful aura from its body. This armor seemed to be a high-grade Dao weapon of the creation realm, capable of unleashing the full power of a high-grade Dao weapon. This is the horned blind armor refined by immortal venerable Panwu, the 7th princess of Mount Qingqiu said with a trembling voice. A mere god race seeking death, the emperor's pen's face showed a disdainful smile. Raising its palm, it punched out, directly shattering this wild god's fist force to pieces. The wild god let out a roar, but did not attack. Instead, it merged directly into the gate, never to appear again, seemingly possessing extremely high intelligence. The gate of the treasury of Tianwu closed tightly, as if about to hide into the void. Although this treasury is powerful, it cannot stop me. On the gate of this treasury, the emperor's pen once again wrote a giant character, Chai, dismantle, rumble. On the gate of the treasury, a huge hole was instantly blasted open, revealing a pitch-black hall inside, deep and mysterious, with no telling what treasures were hidden within. Although the treasury gate was blasted open, a grave expression appeared on the face of the emperor's pen. Enter the treasury quickly. This hole I opened can only last for 10 breaths. His body flashed, and taking Fang Han and the others, he leaped into the treasury. What rich immortal realm qi! Upon entering the treasury, Fang Han felt the rich immortal realm qi rushing toward him. The air was filled with immortal realm qi everywhere. With a sweep of his arm, that immortal realm qi actually rippled like liquid, even making splashing sounds. With just a slight breath from Fang Han, the immortal realm qi kept pouring into his mouth and nose, making his breathing a bit difficult. Just how much immortal realm qi was needed to condense into this? Unfortunately, this is immortal realm qi, not pure yang qi. It still needs to be refined, but without a doubt, the cultivation speed here is countless times faster than in ordinary places. Fang Han secretly summoned the 8-division pagoda, devouring the immortal realm qi here, which was then refined into pure yang pills. Of course, there were also some impurities in the immortal realm qi. Besides the 9 types of pure yang qi, there were 2,991 other types of impurities, all of which were very useful. For example, the Qingning Qi could be refined into the mortal-grade peak Qingning pill. Taken by those in the physical realm, It could improve their constitution, enhance their cultivation, and purify their body and mind. All the other kinds of true qi could also be refined into corresponding pills. Feng Han, we have entered the real treasury of Tianwu. What should we do now? Feng Qingxue was also absorbing the immortal realm qi 100 times faster than usual, sending it into the City of Thunder to store it all up. All the experts were absorbing frantically. In an instant, within the entire void, a vortex spanning 10,000 miles was formed. This vortex swept all the qi in the treasury into it. However, the good times did not last. Before long, the immortal realm qi grew thin, having been completely absorbed. Feng Qingxue's expression changed. I can no longer sense the immortal realm, nor can I draw qi from it. In this treasury of Tianwu, there was actually a seal that could block the connection between an eternal giant and the immortal realm. Feng Yaoguang began to summon the eye of the Emperor of Heaven to inspect the surroundings. The surroundings were pitch black, filled with stone palaces. Everyone was in a long, narrow passage, with no idea where it led. Let's go! A solemnity never seen before appeared on the face of the Emperor's pen. He took the lead and flew deep into the passage. Feng Han began to circulate his power. That is all for today's commentary. What exciting battles will happen next? See you tomorrow. Immortality, Season 8, Episode 5. Continuing from last time. Good. Feng Han summoned his Great Origin technique. Instantly, an origin seed soared into the sky. In the corridor, as if sensing the aura of the Great Origin technique, a bright light appeared deep within the passage. The Great Origin technique can connect with a portion of the formations in the treasury of Tianwu to establish a connection, avoiding being trapped by the formations. The corridor just now was likely the Sima path, which can trap people to death. What is this place? Feng Han made a sudden dash and instantly reached the end of the corridor. Deep within the light, he saw beautiful scenery everywhere, with immortal mountains stretching for thousands of miles, floating in the void of the sea of clouds. Among those immortal mountains, cranes cried out everywhere, cheilants walked among them, and winged pegasi flew back and forth. However, upon closer look, Feng Han saw that these things were all illusions. These illusions were entirely formed by a kind of mist. Feng Han's gaze pierced through the illusion, and he saw a giant creature resembling a toad and a clamshell, crouching on the ground, exhaling mist to conjure up these scenes. The Heavenly Mist King? The strength of this divine beast is also extremely formidable, not inferior to the Kunpeng or Taotai. Good. This is very likely the Heavenly Mist King raised by immortal Venerable Panwu in the treasury of Tianwu back then, existing to guard the treasury. If I capture it and put it into the 8 Buddha Pagoda, it will be of great use. Feng Han thrust his hand of heaven downward, clawing toward that Heavenly Mist King which resembled a toad and a clamshell. The Heavenly Mist King suddenly sank into the ground, causing Feng Han's hand of heaven to grasp empty air. Pfft! A handful of yellow sand was caught in Feng Han's hand, and a dry, hot aura rushed over him. In the blink of an eye, the immortal mountains and sea of clouds turned into a scorching desert, with the blazing sun formation hanging high above. The Emperor's pen wrote a character in the air, and in the sky, a torrential rain instantly poured down. Back then, when the human emperor of the Xianhuang Great World wielded the Emperor's pen, wherever there was a drought, with a single stroke in the air, that place would immediately receive Dharma rain to dispel evil. The entire desert completely collapsed under the Dharma rain. As the desert collapsed, Feng Yaoguang flicked her finger, and a mirror appeared. Within the mirror, Hua Tiandu's shadow flashed by. Indeed, it is Hua Tiandu.
Feng Han also saw it clearly.
What appeared in Feng Yaoguang's bright mirror was indeed Hua Tiandu. So this guy really entered the treasury of Tianwu and even manipulated a portion of the treasury's formations. He hasn't obtained the true control of the treasury of Tianwu yet, nor has he received the recognition of the key of the wild god. Feng Yaoguang concentrated and calculated for a moment. I just cast a divination, and the hexagram shows signs of both good and bad fortune. For us, there is both luck and danger. If Hua Tiandu truly gains control of the treasury of Tianwu, that would be an omen of extreme disaster. Senior Sister Yaoguang, you are indeed amazing to be able to divine good and bad fortune in the future. Fang Han, Yan Shuitian has also entered the treasury of Tianwu. She has always had a mutual connection with you, which is why you are so calm. Have you already planned to plot against Hua Tiandu? Fang Qingxue suddenly sent a divine sense message over. That is indeed the case. However, after I entered the treasury of Tianwu, my connection with her has been intermittent, seemingly obscured by some force.
Fang Han frågade.
We cannot absorb any immortal realm qi right now, while Hua Tiandu, manipulating a portion of the formations, can definitely absorb a large amount of qi. If this drags on, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us. We must find this guy quickly, kill him in one blow, seize his great desolate ancient cauldron, and take control of the treasury's mechanism. Then let's break through the restrictions and find the seal of common people first. Fang Han moved his body, staying close to the Emperor's pen. The Emperor's pen took a step forward and wrote a giant character Pierce in the air. Its body instantly turned into a shadow that was between illusion and reality. With a flicker, the shadow vanished. Senior Wild God King, this is the Emperor's pen, the supreme treasure of the ancient human emperor. At this very moment, inside a giant hall made entirely of bronze, two people were standing. One of them was indeed Hua Tiandu, while the other had a wooden expression, looking like a human yet not a human, like a god yet not a god, wearing a suit of ancient bronze armor. This person stood tall with his hands behind his back. In front of him and Hua Tiandu was a giant bronze mirror. Within the mirror, the shadow of the Emperor's pen was faintly visible. No need for you to tell me. I already know. This is the Emperor's pen, the peerless immortal weapon that once awed the heavens and gathered the sharp edge of all living beings. Although its realm was degraded during the Great Tribulation to a supreme grade Tao weapon, it has comprehended the realm of unity of heaven and earth. Such a realm can only be possessed by the legendary, divine weapons of creation. Unless I control the entire treasury of Tianwu, I won't be able to trap him. Even then, killing him is out of the question. And right now, I can only control a portion of the restrictions in the Wild God Hall. This portion is less than 1/10 of the treasury of Tianwu, and I only gained this ability after obtaining your great desolate ancient cauldron. Originally, I was just a cold puppet. No matter what, Senior is now close to regaining your freedom. Moreover, Senior is the leader of the 81 Wild God Puppets. Can you take these Wild God Puppets out now? Hua Tiandu smiled, looking very pleased with himself. That won't do. Although I can usually command these Wild God Puppets, if I do anything harmful to the treasury of Tianwu, these Wild God Puppets will not obey my orders. The urgent matter now is for me to refine the great desolate ancient cauldron again, to open the passage deep within the core that leads to the key of the Wild God. If you can obtain the recognition of the key of the Wild God, you will truly control the entire treasury, and then obtain the many treasures left behind by immortal venerable Panwu, truly roaming freely between heaven and earth, becoming an existence like the ancient mighty beings. Then, are we just going to let the Emperor's pen shuttle through the treasury? What if he gains control of something in the treasury? What should we do then? This person is someone with great opportunities, Hua Tiandu said viciously. It's a pity that even when I unleashed the blazing sun formation just now, I failed to kill that Fang Han and let him escape. Don't worry, the treasury of Tianwu is divided among many forces. While I control the Wild God Hall to guard the center, the others include the Hall of Common People, where the Seal of Common People controls extremely powerful restrictions. There is also the Tianwu Hall. You can never imagine what dangers you will encounter in the treasury of Tianwu. There are some places even I dare not go. However, we have all engraved our soul imprints upon the key of the Wild God, so the extremely powerful restrictions will be suppressed. Fortunately, thousands of years ago, When someone calling himself Emperor Huangquan broke in and fought a great battle to obtain the key of the wild god, the key of the wild god fell into slumber, allowing us to be a bit more free. In this treasury of Tianwu, one cannot absorb any immortal realm qi at all. What a pity. Why did immortal Venerable Panwu set such a rule? Anyone who enters the treasury is allowed to absorb liquid immortal realm qi for 10 breaths to sustain their power. If not for this, their power would have been completely depleted sooner or later, Hua Tiandu said viciously. Even so, their power will still be completely depleted. In the treasury of Tianwu, magic power is consumed much faster than outside. With powerful restrictions everywhere, every time they activate their power, they must consume even greater strength. On the other hand, we, who bear the imprint of the treasury of Tianwu, can all rely on the power of the key of the wild god to absorb far more immortal realm qi than outside. Therefore, fighting in the treasury of Tianwu, victory is absolutely guaranteed. By now, you must be able to sense the power of the key of the wild god, right? Because your great desolate ancient cauldron was originally a treasure that flew out after breaking the barrier, when Emperor Huangquan broke in back then. Thousands of years later, not only did you happen to obtain it by chance, but you also inherited the legacy of immortal Venerable Panwu. So that's how it is. And here I thought I was destined to be the one to inherit the treasury of Tianwu. Hua Tiandu suddenly felt deep down a trace of unwillingness. As he moved casually, he felt that in the deep void, a giant key appeared. This key connected heaven and earth, and endless immortal realm qi was transmitted from it, which then resonated with the great desolate ancient cauldron on him, spewing out and pouring into his body. It was many times greater than the immortal realm qi he usually absorbed during cultivation, because what was spewed out was all liquid immortal realm qi, which only an expert of the 8th level of the longevity secret realm, the mixed whole realm, could absorb after surviving the lightning tribulation. It is actually this powerful.
Great.
My cultivation in the treasury of Tianwu is progressing by leaps and bounds, while that kid Fang Han is constantly exhausting himself in the treasury of Tianwu. Once he is completely depleted, I will kill him. Someone else has entered the treasury of Tianwu. The Wild God King said, right inside that bronze mirror, many powerful existences were seen entering in file. However, they did not enter through the main gate, but chose some secretive places instead, using various means to slip in through the gaps in the operation of the treasury of Tianwu. What powerful divine beasts! Meng Xiaobai. A scheming look once again appeared on Hua Tiandu's face. Fang Han, if this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to afford the consumption. Fang Qingxue suddenly sent a divine thought to Fang Han. Although I absorbed a huge amount of immortal realm qi just now, the consumption was also not small. The treasury of Tianwu is full of dangers. Every spell cast and every flight consumes energy. If we encounter powerful existences and fight, the consumed mana will be even greater. Your current reserve of pure yang pills is also not very. We must make long-term plans. Is that so? I have also thought of this. Back when I was in the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion, I also encountered such a situation. Fortunately, I have the world tree to communicate with. The immortal realm ignores all kinds of law restrictions. I will try the world tree again now to see if I can absorb the immortal realm qi. With a thought, Fang Han focused all his thoughts on the world tree. Suddenly, he felt that the world tree seemed to have completely connected with a powerful existence in the treasury of Tianwu. A stream of extremely surging liquid of immortal realm qi rushed down from above, flooding his grotto heaven. What is going on? In the treasury of Tianwu, it is impossible to absorb any qi at all, and the speed at which the world tree absorbs qi was originally too weak. But now it has increased by tens of millions of times. And what it absorbs is actually liquid immortal realm qi. Fang Han was startled. At this moment, the world tree in his grotto heaven shone with great brilliance. The highly condensed immortal realm qi on it flowed out like a torrent, turning the entire grotto heaven into a liquid ocean. In his perception, the sapling of the world tree had established a connection with some mysterious existence in the treasury of Tianwu. Feng Han tried his best to sense it, and saw that in a deep and vast time and space, there seemed to be a giant key opening the gate of the immortal realm. From within the gate, billowing liquid immortal realm qi poured down. Now, the liquid immortal realm qi transmitted from the world tree made Feng Han feel that it was over 100 times his own absorption capacity. The number of pure yang pills he could condense daily reached a terrifying 50 million. My world tree can actually communicate with the key of the wild god. It seems none of my speculations were wrong. Feng Han's heart shook. He had always suspected that the key of the wild god was probably a part of the world tree. Now, his thoughts were mostly confirmed. If that's the case, then when obtaining treasures in the treasury, or even the ultimate control over the entire treasury, I will have a huge advantage. Feng Han, how can you absorb immortal realm qi? And it's even liquid immortal realm qi. This is an ability only experts of the mixed whole realm possess. The Emperor's pen seemed to have noticed Feng Han's movement. That's right, Senior. You should be very familiar with the world tree. The key of the wild god, the central hub of the treasury of Tianwu, might also be the trunk of the world tree, refined into a magic treasure by immortal venerable Panwu, which is why it can absorb immortal realm qi, and even absorb the divine clan. Feng Han told the Emperor's pen about his feelings. Indeed, the key of the wild god is the world tree. It is the world tree. Indeed, the key of the wild god is the world tree. Back when the 3 emperors existed, the world tree still existed. I saw with my own eyes the ancestor Holy King of the divine clan take action, using a creation divine weapon, an unknown giant axe, to chop it down, causing it to lose all its spiritual energy and completely eliminating its threat to the divine clan. As for the massive main trunk of the tree, it was taken by the ancestor Holy King to construct the void divine realm. However, some fragments scattered across heaven and earth. The most core piece was a root fragment which was obtained by you. You washed it with the Azure Emperor with sovereign art of the Great 5 Elements technique, stimulating its vitality. If that is the case, then this treasury of Tianwu might indeed be destined for you. So, only my world tree is the unique one, and all other fragments of the world tree cannot be refined into saplings. Feng Han said with joy.
Correct.
The fragment you obtained is the root of the tree, the piece that contains vitality. No one knows why, under the giant axe of the divine clan's ancestor Holy King, this root fragment could still retain its vitality. However, this shows that you are someone with immense fortune. Right now, your qi absorption capacity is equivalent to the peak of the 6th level of longevity, the heavenly position realm. However, the quality of your qi is liquid, which is an ability only mixed whole realm experts possess. It is precisely because mixed whole realm experts absorb liquid immortal realm qi and have a massive absorption capacity that they can fully activate peerless Dao weapons. Unfortunately for your world tree, if you can find more fragments, let alone one peerless Dao weapon, you could easily activate even 5 or 6 of them. Is that so? I am planning to collect all the 5 elements peerless Dao weapons to refine my Great 5 Elements technique. While speaking, Feng Han vigorously sent qi to Feng Qingxue and into Feng Yaoguang's body, communicating with them. Senior Sister Qingxue, Senior Sister Yaoguang, I can absorb liquid immortal realm qi. I will send some to you now, so you don't have to worry about mana consumption. Hua Tiandu thinks we will consume too much, not knowing I have such a miraculous ability. This time, I will make sure he dies without a grave. The place of the seal of common people is just ahead. I wonder what kind of treasury it is. Suddenly, Princess Qi of the Fox clan of Mount Qingqiu said. Then, she also felt the pure liquid immortal realm qi descending and couldn't help but rejoice. Feng Han, you indeed possess great fortune. You can even get benefits here. It seems our Fox clan cooperating with you is a huge bargain. That is nothing. As long as you assist me in obtaining the key of the wild god, that will do. The aura of the seal of common people is inside this palace, seventh princess said, as the compass needle in her hand pointed firmly at the square palace. Emperor's pen, Senior. Let's go in together. The Emperor's pen did not move, only looking ahead. Sure enough, in that boundless chaotic chi, a white figure flew over and landed on the steps of the square palace. This white figure wore a scholar's robe, with an elegant temperament. But deep within his aura, there was a domineering demon lord aura that seemed to dominate heaven and earth. Emperor Xiantian. Xiantian, is that you? Feng Han, Feng Yaguang, Feng Qingxue and Emperor Xiantian also saw them. His gaze swept across Feng Han and the others one by one. People from the Feather Ascension sect are here too. Logically speaking, the one coming from the Feather Ascension sect should be Hua Tiandu. Why is it you? Feng Han. Indeed, your shadow is everywhere. This number one expert of the demon Dao suddenly stopped speaking because he saw the Emperor's pen. The successor of the Xiantian Great Dao. The cultivation technique of the ancient Xiantian sect master. To think the Xiantian sect master actually left behind a lineage. How rare. Back then, the Xiantian sect master disrupted the human path, almost shaking the foundation of the human emperor. After being executed by the human emperor, his lineage completely dispersed. To think you actually inherited it. The emperor's pen looked coldly at Xiantian. One with heaven and earth, the realm of the creation divine weapon. Xiantian looked coldly at the emperor's pen, his entire body emitting a cold aura. In an instant, he seemed to become a different person, his entire form becoming hazy. The Xiantian Great Dao is not one of the 3,000 Great Daos, but it might be an extremely powerful ancient divine ability that could actually contend with the human emperor. No wonder Emperor Xiantian is the number one person of the demon Dao. Feng Han suddenly said, "No. Emperor Xiantian, you actually came to the treasury of Tianwu to seek treasures this time. It seems you also know many secrets of the treasury, entering it by taking advantage of the weakened space-time tide. This way, I know about your challenge with Su Xiui. Su Xiui is my enemy. I want to kill him. I have a principle. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The past grudges between you and Senior Emperor's pen, let's put them aside for now. How about we cooperate?" Emperor Xiantian laughed out loud. I, Xiantian, have dominated the demon Dao for thousands of years. Ever since Emperor Huangquan died, I have been the number one person of the demon Dao. No one has ever challenged my majesty. Now, he actually wants to be friends with a junior of the righteous path and join forces with each other. I, Xiantian, have always been a loner. It is extremely dangerous inside this treasury of Tianwu. You and I, one immortal and one demon, both came here for our own interests. It's better to avoid mentioning things like being friends and joining forces, lest we get stabbed in the back. You junior, have you done any less backstabbing? Hearing Xiantian's words, Feng Qingxue's expression instantly turned cold. That Xiantian is supercilious, arrogant, and overbearing. Although this is the true nature of a demon emperor, his looking down on Feng Han greatly displeased her. Xiantian, are you looking down on Feng Han with those words? You run rampant in the demonic path, but that is only because when the tiger is away from the mountain, the monkey becomes king. How do your demonic techniques compare to the demon elder? How do they compare to the Emperor Huangquan? When I dominated the immortal realm back then, you didn't even exist yet. You probably wouldn't even be qualified to be a slave under my command. Feng Qingxue took a step forward. Feng Qingxue, the reincarnation of the Lightning Mother? Xiantian was not angry, but laughed instead. Your group is watching me like tigers. Do you really think you can do anything to me? However, Feng Qingxue, although you are the ancient Lightning Mother, all of your glory has already been shattered. Although you obtain the peerless Dao weapon, the City of Thunder, you are wasting a heavenly gift and cannot activate it at all. Your realm is far too low. Since you say this seat is a monkey claiming to be king when the tiger is away, then this seat will make a wager with you. How about it? What wager? It's nothing much. You said I'm not even worthy of being your slave, but I am not angry because my son's heart is set on you. Ing Xiantian suddenly took a step forward, and the entire space trembled. Your most powerful technique is the immortal ancient thunder cannon. Rumor has it that it can pierce through the ends of heaven and earth, and directly blast through the immortal realm. Of course, that was its power in ancient times before you reincarnated. However, you have now cultivated to the longevity secret realm, the third heavy, cave heaven realm. You can now unleash a fraction of this cannon's power. How about this? I will stand right here and take one strike from your immortal ancient thunder cannon. If you can injure me in the slightest, I will give you the Xiantian demon sect to be your slaves. Not only that, I will also become your servant. If you cannot injure me in the slightest, you only need to agree to be my son's wife. How about it? Ing Xiantian spoke in a slow and deliberate manner, yet he showed immense confidence, as well as an attitude of looking down on the world and dominating the universe. Feng Han's expression changed, and his heart instantly leaped into his throat. A figure like Ing Xiantian was difficult for Feng Han to see through. He felt this person was as unfathomable as Feng Baiyu. For him to suddenly propose this wager, he must indeed have some major scheme. What on earth is this old devil planning? He certainly wouldn't act without a target, putting himself in an embarrassing position. Feng Han guessed in his heart. Is what you say true? Is it really true? Feng Qingxue listened to Ing Xiantian's words and pondered. Of course it is true. When have I, Ing Xiantian, ever lied? I am the #1 emperor of the demon sect. If I were to lie, where would my dignity be? Moreover, in half a year, Su Xiui and I will have a life and death duel. If I back down, a mental demon will be left behind, and I will have lost this battle. How about it? For this wager, do you dare? If you don't dare, this seat will not keep you company. We will go our separate ways, and don't mention anything about being friends. Immortals and demons cannot coexist. Your little friend next to you, Feng Han, is deeply scheming. Even an old devil like me might suffer from his poison if he plots against me. To be friends with him, I do not have such good fortune. Ing Xiantian, do you think because you are skilled in the innate divine calculation, you can show off your power here? You are so confident in making this wager this time. Aren't you afraid of becoming a slave? Feng Yaoguang stepped forward, staring intently at Ing Xiantian. So it is Xiao Huang's daughter. Back then, I told Xiao Huang that Feng Baiyu is a hypocrite who seems loyal but is deeply treacherous and is not reliable. Unfortunately, Xiao Huang did not listen to me, so she was deceived and ended up with a miserable fate. Ing Xiantian sighed and said, Feng Baiyu is no good, but you are not much better either. To you, women are merely favored concubines in your harem. At least Feng Baiyu has always been consistent. Feng Yaoguang sneered repeatedly. Your innate divine calculation is not worth mentioning before me. I know that back then, Xiao Huang sealed the artifact spirit of the Emperor Mirror inside your body, making you the reincarnation of the Emperor Mirror's artifact spirit, allowing you to achieve great heights. Because of this, you also learned the Grand Primordial Heavenly Tao, the divine ability created by the Grand Primordial Taoist. But your realm is too low. Only after stepping into the heavenly position realm will you truly understand the secrets of heaven. Alright, let's not talk about the matters between Feng Baiyu, Xiao Huang, and me back then. It is all in the past now. It is merely a passing cloud. After my decisive battle with Su Xiui, I will completely kill him, obtain his book of the underworld, and all his divine abilities. After that, I will unify the demonic path. At that time, I will attack the Promised Star Palace and rescue Xiao Huang, to let her see who is truly more reliable. Cut the crap. Ing Xiantian, you will stand here, motionless and without flying, to take a direct hit from my immortal ancient thunder cannon. Feng Qingxue pressed her hand down. Feng Qingxue, rumor has it that you entered the gate of immortality and stole destiny. For a figure like you, do you still need to hesitate so much against me? It seems your stealing of destiny is fake. I find it hard to imagine that someone who stole destiny would still have no confidence at all. Ing Xiantian sighed. Ing Xiantian, do you think I don't know your wishful thinking? Feng Han suddenly said coldly. Your heavenly position realm has reached its peak, and you are just one step away from breaking through to the World King realm to cultivate your own world. You want to use Senior Sister Qingshua's immortal ancient thunder cannon to reach the World King realm, or to break through your realm. Your current grotto heaven definitely needs an extremely powerful force to undergo a transformation and derive the power of the world. A strange light flashed in Ing Xiantian's eyes, and then he smiled. Feng Han, you are indeed quite a character. If you weren't still a bit green, you would be qualified to shake the general trend of both the immortal and demonic paths. Ing Xiantian, you underestimate me too much. What does shaking the trend of the immortal and demonic paths amount to? To be honest, I don't even care about the immortal and demonic sects of the Xianhuang Great World. My goal is the 3,000 Great Thousand Worlds, and even the heavens and universes of the immortal realm. By targeting Senior Sister Qingxue, you are targeting me. However, inside this treasury of Tianwu, my goal is to obtain the treasures, and I do not wish to conflict with you. If you plot against us time and time again, then I will have no choice but to take ruthless measures, send you, the Xiantian Emperor, into the underworld map, and wipe out your entire Xiantian demon sect. Your son and those favored concubines will all be killed by me. Ing Xiantian was not angry at all after hearing this. Not bad, not bad. You have inherited the style of the Emperor Huangquan. However, if my calculations are correct, the Ascension sect is about to be wiped out, right? Is that so? Your innate divine calculation is indeed miraculous. But if Feng Baiyu were so easily wiped out, he wouldn't be called Feng Baiyu. If the Ascension sect is destroyed, that's just fine. It wouldn't be bad for me to establish a new Ascension sect. An immortal sect must be reborn from the ashes to break through decay and regain its vitality. Feng Han, there's no need to waste more words on him. I will make this wager with him. Feng Qingxue raised her hand to stop Feng Han. If we keep talking, Senior Sister, this Ing Xiantian is extremely difficult to deal with. I said so much to him just now precisely to find a single flaw in him, but it is impossible to find even a single flaw in this person. Feng Han immediately transmitted his voice. It is nothing. I am the one who stole destiny, and I rule over fate. What does a mere Ing Xiantian amount to? Since Senior Sister is so confident, then I will not stop you. Ing Xiantian, stand right there, and do not move. Take my immortal ancient thunder cannon, and let me see what kind of power you truly possess. Feng Qingxue took a step forward, and an indescribable aura manifested on her body. The City of Thunder slowly rose from above her head, and Chan Yinin's figure appeared in the center of the Thunder City, looking at Ing Xiantian with lifeless eyes. Your name is Ing Xiantian. To wager with my mother, you don't stand a single chance. However, with your cultivation, if you can step into the World King realm, to be my mother's slave would be barely acceptable. Feng Qingxue, unleash your technique. Ing Xiantian stood with his hands behind his back, completely motionless. Senior Human Emperor's pen, do you think Ing Xiantian can actually withstand it? This kid is a remnant of the ancient Xiantian sect leader who disrupted the human path. He is full of tricks, giving even the Emperor of Humanity a headache. We must be on guard. However, the ancient Lightning Mother's stealing of destiny is supreme. I would indeed like to see what kind of methods both sides can unleash. After Feng Qingxue summoned the City of Thunder, she did not strike immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath as a surge of magical power circulated within her body, and currents of destiny flowed over her body. Her clothes fluttered even without wind. On her white clothes, ancient thunder and lightning patterns manifested, forming many talisman arrays. Seeing Feng Qingxue like this, Ing Xiantian's expression changed slightly, becoming extremely solemn. His hands, which were originally behind his back, unclasped, and his 10 fingers trembled. White bone-like currents of air flowed over them, seemingly condensing a defensive grand array to withstand Feng Qingxue's strike. Ing Xiantian, it is useless. Everything of yours has already been seen through by me. Today, I will let you know what a true stealer of destiny is. Feng Qingxue's eyes closed tightly, and then suddenly snapped open. A vast and resonant voice burst forth from her mouth. "Oh, eternal destiny between heaven and earth. Your power flows through the long river of time, space, life, death, and reincarnation. Those who attempt to dominate you shall all be conquered by your power. The power of destiny is peerless, and the majesty of destiny controls the heavens. Even the gate of immortality cannot suppress your existence." Fang Qingxue was chanting some unknown scripture. With a rumble, an unknown power above her head actually penetrated the seals of time and space, and even the seal of the treasury of Tianwu, sensing a wondrous existence. Vaguely, Ing Xiantian saw that above Fang Qingxue's head, the phantom of a grand gate seemed to manifest. This gate was not the gate of the immortal realm, nor did it possess any power, but compared to the gate of the immortal realm, it possessed an unimaginably ancient and long-lasting and completely unimaginable aura. The shape of this gate was not clear to anyone, but on top of the gate, there seemed to be an ancient couplet, written in ancient characters somewhat similar to the characters on the treasury of Tianwu. "Heaven and earth decay, but I am the mortal. The sun and moon perish, but I am eternal." The horizontal scroll read the two large characters, "Eternal life." Seeing the phantom of this gate, Ing Xiantian's expression finally changed instantly. That's all for today's commentary. What exciting battles will happen next? See you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 6. The immortal ancient thunder cannon, bearing the phantom of the gate of eternal life, fired a shot. Even someone as powerful as Ing Xiantian, a 6th-level longevity expert of the heavenly position realm, could only break his promise and avoid its sharp edge. At that very moment, Su Xiui, the sect master of the underworld demon sect, unexpectedly joined the battle as well. How exciting would the coming chaotic battle among the powerhouses of all sides become? While Fang Han was seizing the great seal of common life, what sudden changes would occur? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you all for your continuous support through likes and coins. Today is the second day of the Lunar New Year. I wish all fellow Taoists good fortune and prosperity. Let us celebrate the festival together. Continuing from where we left off last time, the gate of eternal life surpasses the immortal realm. Even immortals cannot search for it or catch even a glimpse of its true form. Ing Xiantian let out a long roar. He knew that there was a gate of eternal life in the immortal realm, and that this gate of eternal life had sprayed out the 3,000 great Daos, making it the source of the Tao. However, the thing currently above Fang Qingxue's head was not the real gate of eternal life. It was only a tiny imprint left behind in the memories of her thousands of lifetimes. Yet even a memory left within a soul imprint possessed such power. If the real gate of eternal life were to appear before one's eyes, what would it be like? The gate of eternal life was something only existences who had comprehended creation, such as Taoist Hongmeng, the Buddha of freedom in the world, and the ancestral holy king of the divine clan, had the chance to see. After Ing Xiantian, this peerless old demon, saw the phantom of the gate of eternal life, he completely lost his confidence. Fang Qingxue declared, "Bear my will. Bear the will of the gate of eternal life and crush everything. No one can block your power. Heaven and earth may decay, but I am immortal. The sun and moon may perish, but I am imperishable. The will of eternal life allows no one to stand above it." The phantom of the gate of eternal life above Fang Qingxue's head suddenly plunged into the phantom of the immortal ancient thunder cannon. With a rumble, the immortal ancient thunder cannon instantly activated supreme powers from the primeval age, ancient age, primordial age, and even the immortal realm. An epic aura shot out from it. Ing Xiantian laughed and said, "Fang Qingxue, you are indeed the reincarnation of the heavenly lord of Electric Mother. But now is not the time for us to fight, because my rival, Su Xiui, is lurking nearby." Ing Xiantian's body suddenly moved, and he teleported away. Fang Qingxue shouted, "You broke your promise. What kind of demon emperor are you? Emperor Xiantian, illusions, dreams, and empty flowers. What kind of emperor are you? Seeing this, Fan Qingxue shifted her body and still locked the immortal ancient thunder cannon onto Xiantian. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A giant hand appeared behind Fan Qingxue, slicing through space as easily as cutting through mud. In the center of the palm, an evil eyeball flickered, releasing the power of reincarnation from within. It blasted toward the acupoints on Fan Qingxue's back, while the energy of reincarnation clawed toward her head. Su Xiui's evil voice echoed in the air. Xiantian, your innate divine calculation is indeed remarkable. You knew that Fan Qingxue would lose her ability to resist at this exact moment. When she is at her strongest, she is also least able to defend herself. If we take her soul imprint and obtain the mark of the gate of eternal life, perhaps we can break through our realms. Fan Qingxue, I failed to kill you last time and allowed you to recover. This time, you will die completely. At that moment, the Emperor's pen wrote the word stop in the air within a trillionth of an instant. Instantly, with him as the center, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles came to a standstill. But Su Xiui said, "It is useless." The Book of the Earth Emperor. A book appeared in Su Xiui's palm. The pages inside were blank, with nothing written on them. Yet with a slight shake, the word written by the Emperor's pen suddenly disappeared and appeared on the blank paper of this book. The power that froze time between heaven and earth immediately returned to normal. Although the Emperor's pen was the sharpest existence between heaven and earth, the characters written by a pen ultimately had to land in a book. This was an eternal and unchanging truth. Only the Book of the Earth Emperor could bear the characters of the Emperor's pen. The Emperor's pen said, "Great virtue carries all things." So this is the true entity of the Book of the Earth Emperor, one of the treasures of the three ancient sovereigns. Su Xiui, do you truly think you can sneak attack me? Fan Qingxue did not care at all. Her body shrank and disappeared. In the next instant, Su Xiui's palm grabbed onto the muzzle of a giant bronze cannon. With a rumble, the muzzle of the bronze cannon flashed with golden light and fired a shot. A light stretching 10,000 miles seemed as if it would shatter the entire treasury of Heavenly Marshal. Under the power of the immortal ancient thunder cannon, Su Xiui's palm was once again blown to pieces. The Emperor's pen said, "Evil creature, do you think that by obtaining the entity of the Book of the Earth Emperor, you can bear my characters?" Even when the Book of the Earth Emperor was at its peak, it would not dare to easily bear the characters I write now. I will let you know what true integration of heaven and earth means. The Emperor's pen stared into the depths of the void, where Su Xiui's true form was faintly appearing, and wrote two characters in succession: break delusion. A full 100 million layers of parallel space shattered, and Su Xiui's form was instantly revealed. Seeing how fierce the Emperor's pen was, Su Xiui still remained a master of the heavenly position realm. He put his hands together and suddenly unleashed the great reincarnation technique. Countless pure yang pills poured into the Book of the Earth Emperor. A shadow of the grand Xianhuang world appeared upon the entire Book of the Earth Emperor and slowly pressed down toward the Emperor's pen. Su Xiui invoked the great summoning technique, summoning the world, the power of Xianhuang, and heavenly astral qi. He had summoned the phantom of the grand Xianhuang world. The Emperor's pen smiled faintly. Instantly, that phantom shattered like an eggshell, and all its offensives vanished into nothingness. The Book of the Earth Emperor should not fall into the hands of the wicked. It had to be seized immediately. If it merged with Fang Han's Yellow Springs map, it could transform into immortal qi. Fang Han struck out with his palm, and the great poison technique flew forth, turning into a poison dragon. Sitting atop the poison dragon was a poison demon king. Palm shadows flew out, unexpectedly containing extremely powerful martial arts divine abilities. Su Xiui was startled that Fang Han had refined such a powerful poison. His body suddenly changed, and the Book of the Earth Emperor flipped open left and right. Page after page of articles and characters floated out of thin air, completely blocking the great poison technique. Then he unleashed his full strength and transformed his body. Rings of reincarnation power surrounded him, resisting the sharp edge of the Emperor's pen. Feng Qingxue moved. Under the protection of the City of Thunder, the great Chaos Thunder Sword in her hand unleashed 10,000 feet of brilliant light and slashed towards Su Xiui. Holding the Thunder Sword, Feng Qingxue looked majestic and awe-inspiring. She stabbed through the air, completely disregarding Su Xiui's reincarnation power. Feng Yaguang unleashed streaks of golden light that also encircled Su Xiui's true form. Feng Han even summoned the 8-division pagoda. On it were the 2 Grand Supreme Elders, the 5 Swords Gentlemen, experts of the great undying body, and numerous heavenly demons. All of them activated the powerful power of vows within. Various magic treasures gathered into a torrent, surging like a tide. Especially powerful were those vows, which further activated the talisman of the Buddha of freedom in the world. The phantom of the honored King Buddha appeared, facing Su Xiui with a benevolent smile. When Su Xiui saw the phantom of the Buddha of freedom in the world appear, he seemed to have met his nemesis. With a shriek, his entire body was illuminated by Buddhist light, and bursts of black smoke billowed out. Su Xiui said, "Very well, Feng Han. I cannot believe you actually refined the talisman of the Buddha of freedom in the world. Could it be that you have learned the great karma technique? This is the #1 divine ability between heaven and earth. The power of karma is not something your current realm can comprehend. Evil extreme true astral chi, 3 rotations of heavenly evasion." At that critical juncture, Su Xiui withdrew the Book of the Earth Emperor. After somehow spinning it twice, it disappeared into the void, turned into a streak of black smoke, shot far away toward the square palace, and plunged inside it. At that moment, the Emperor's pen only frowned and did not pursue. Feng Han, Feng Qingxue, and Feng Yaguang were also unable to catch up. The cultivation of the 3 of them was only at the cave heaven realm, while their opponent was 3 realms above them. That gap was simply impossible to bridge. Then Emperor Xiantian's voice rang out. "Su Xiui, you have also fallen into my trap." Just as Su Xiui, whose entire body was emitting black smoke, was about to escape, Emperor Xiantian in the sky made his move. A great mountain of white bones appeared above him, completely composed of ghastly skeletons. From among those ghastly skeletons, a demon god artifact spirit made entirely of white bones stretched out its pale bone hand and clawed at Su Xiui's body. Su Xiui's fleeing body was directly clawed through, leaving a large hole. Feng Han looked over and recognized it. Xiantian, White Bone Mountain. This massive white bone mountain was also a supreme gray Dao weapon, an existence similar to the Astral Sex primeval meteorite. It was an ancient magic treasure left behind by the Xiantian demon sect. Emperor Xiantian said to Su Xiui in a majestic voice, "Let us see how you'll fight me in half a year. You are destined to die by my hand. Moreover, you possess the body of an ancient evil god and were illuminated by the talisman of the Buddha of freedom in the world. The lingering harm is extremely deep. This time, you are destined to die. I will let you know that the Xiantian divine calculation will directly calculate your death." Feng Han said fiercely, "This person is truly full of schemes. He actually dared to use us as a blade to kill Su Xiui. I will remember today's debt. Sooner or later, I will make Emperor Xiantian a slave to senior sister Qingxue." Su Xiui, wrapped within the Earth Emperor book, said, "Ing Xiantian, do not get too ahead of yourself." His body sank into silence. Having suffered this sneak attack, his fierce might was greatly reduced. However, at the very moment he retreated, the shadow of a woman suddenly drifted into view behind Ing Xiantian. This woman was completely shrouded in black clothes. Only her full chest, shapely hips, and exquisite figure revealed her identity. Her magical power was extremely high. After appearing behind Emperor Xiantian, she tapped her fingers repeatedly, shooting out 5 streams of sword chi that bloomed into a lotus flower. As the lotus spun, it actually broke through Emperor Xiantian's protective astral qi. Pure world lotus. Xiantian seemed to have taken a hit. His body twisted, and he struck a palm toward the woman. But with a flash, the woman appeared beside Su Xiui. The two of them shrank and vanished. Meanwhile, Emperor Xiantian spun his body repeatedly, then shrank into dust and disappeared to who knew where. This instant of battle was incredibly swift and fierce, a dizzying sight. Fang Qingxue said, "Such immense power. Who is this woman?" The ultimate technique she performed could actually injure Xiantian. Fang Han said, "I have seen that technique once. It was performed by the Immortal Slaying Bandit. However, the Immortal Slaying Bandit is only at the 7th layer of divine ability, the Golden Core Realm. Compared to this woman, that bandit is like an ant. The Pure World Lotus is a Buddhist divine ability. It cleanses a world and purifies the world. It is no small matter." Feng Yaguang said, "I know who this woman is." "Who?" Feng Han was taken aback. Feng Yaguang did not speak. Instead, she unleashed a golden light that condensed into a mirror. Within the mirror appeared a green-haired, sickly beauty. It was none other than Tai Yentian, the supreme elder of the Tai sect. Feng Han exclaimed, "It is her." A supreme elder of the Tai sect is actually one of Su Xiui's people. He then asked Feng Yaguang, "Who is Tai Yentian? Do you have any information about her?" Feng Yaguang replied, "Every supreme elder of the Tai sect is a top secret. No one can investigate them. Just now, I felt that this woman's aura was identical to Tai Yentian's, so I used the great primordial heavenly Tao to calculate and guess her identity. With these figures sneaking into the treasury of Tianwu, it will be very disadvantageous for us to obtain the treasures." Feng Han saw the Emperor's pen pondering silently and asked, "Senior Emperor's pen, did you sense any danger?" The Emperor's pen said, "Just now, when I clashed with the Earth Emperor book, I discovered that its artifact spirit has not disappeared. Instead, it is sealed away in a certain place. If we can find the artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor book, it will be extremely useful for wresting control of the Earth Emperor book from Su Xiui's hands." He continued, "Right now, Su Xiui's realm could step into the World King realm at any moment. Once he steps into that realm, he can merge his soul, body, and the Earth Emperor book into one. At that time, he himself will become the artifact spirit, making him even harder to subdue. We absolutely cannot let this person obtain the treasures of the treasury of Tianwu." The Emperor's pen added, "Because the Earth Emperor book has the function of bearing all things, it can withstand my sharp edge. Although I have now cultivated to the realm of unity of heaven and earth, I am still not an immortal weapon, let alone a divine weapon of creation. My power still has deficiencies. I need a massive amount of pure yang qi to recover some of my strength. However, to completely restore my strength, I still need origin qi, which is a level higher than the pure yang qi of the immortal realm." Feng Han had never heard of this kind of vital qi. Even in the records of the Heavenly Dragon Secret Manual, there was no record of it. Feng Qingxue explained, "Origin qi is an extremely high-level vital qi that exists only in certain special places within the immortal realm. It carries the origin of the heavens and many truths. If one's cultivation reaches the realm of an immortal, then the vital qi of the immortal realm is basically useless. One must absorb origin qi to increase one's cultivation. Precisely because of this, many people who have cultivated to the true immortal realm must ascend to the immortal realm. Otherwise, they cannot increase their strength." She continued, "Of course, there are some primeval mighty figures who comprehend the operation of the heavenly Tao and creation. They can absorb origin qi without ascending to the immortal realm. That is a different matter altogether, like formidable characters such as Taoist Hongmeng." Feng Han gradually outlined some features of the immortal realm in his mind. He said, "So that is how it is." The 7th princess of Mount Qingqiu had been operating the compass and said, "All right, Feng Han, let us establish contact with the Great Seal of Common Life. Hopefully, We can borrow its power and once again understand everything within the treasury of Tianwu. Feng Han replied, "Good. Let us enter." Feng Han and the emperor's pen charged into the square palace. This palace was the place in the treasury of Tianwu where the Great Seal of Common Life was located, and it contained extremely powerful restrictions. As soon as Feng Han entered, he felt as if he had fallen into a kaleidoscopic world. Everything around him was bizarre and motley, full of vibrant colors. The emperor's pen smiled casually and said, "A mere universe inversion formation, and you think you can trap me?" It brandished its brush and wrote the character, upright in the air. Once the character appeared, all the bizarre and motley colors completely vanished, revealing a desolate hall. In the center of the hall was a stone platform that looked like a sacrificial altar used by ancient shamanic gods to worship heaven and earth. On top of this altar was a square Great Seal. This Great Seal was carved with dragon and phoenix patterns and ancient seal script, somewhat resembling an emperor's imperial jade seal. Feng Han looked at it and said, "What a fine seal." This Great Seal carried countless simple and desolate auras, as if it bore the hardships of the common people. This kind of intent could only be refined by extremely powerful experts of primeval times. Present-day figures, no matter how high their Taoist arts were, could not comprehend the hardships of the common people or the vast vicissitudes of heaven and earth. The emperor's pen said quietly, "This Great Seal is an extremely powerful supreme-grade Tao weapon. Unfortunately, its artifact spirit is no longer here. However, its power is still present, enough to invert heaven and earth and shake the universe." The seventh princess said, "This Great Seal is a treasure of my Fox clan. It is the imperial jade seal of the Emperor of the Ultimate Path, who ruled the human path of the Promised Great World back then. Later, when the Promised Great World and the Saha Great World went to war, this jade seal was obtained by a senior of my Fox clan, because that senior was the Emperor's imperial consort. After the Emperor of the Ultimate Path disappeared, the Promised Great World suffered a heavy blow. Only then did the Promised Star Palace manage to rise to prominence." She continued, "Even if the artifact spirit is no longer here, it is still a treasure of our Fox clan and must be taken back. The Imperial Mother will surely be able to condense a new artifact spirit for this Great Seal and unleash its power." As she spoke, the seventh princess flew out of the underworld map and clawed toward the jade seal like Great Seal of Common Life. Feng Han was startled and shouted, "Be careful." He immediately performed the Great Protection Technique to protect Princess Yinling. A sinister laugh echoed from the Great Seal of Common Life. Then a figure emerged from the seal. This figure wore bronze armor. His face was sharp and chiseled, and his physique was like a deity emerging from the primordial wilderness. It was a wild god, not the artifact spirit of the Seal of Common Life. This wild god exuded a kingly aura from head to toe. The wild god puppet struck a palm toward Princess Yinling's body. The seventh princess was extremely shocked. Strange. In the treasury of Heavenly Marshal, the Wild God King should be in the Hall of Wild Gods. It is impossible for him to come out. Moreover, this is the territory of the Seal of Common Life. How could he possibly enter? Where on earth did the artifact spirit of the Seal of Common Life go? This wild god puppet that flew out of the Seal of Common Life seemed to have resided in the seal for a long time, trying to refine the Great Seal. As soon as it rushed out, the Great Seal trembled and actually released a portion of its restrictions to shroud his body. His physical power became like the sea, like the tide, and like an abyss. With a single punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth split. As the punch struck toward Princess Yinling, a look of horror appeared on the princess's face, as if she saw her own end, in which she would be completely obliterated. This wild god king possessed the law of time, the law of space, the law of creation, and even the law of the world. Feng Han's Great Protection Technique arrived just in time to protect her and form a shield around her body. But under the full force of the blow, the shell of the Great Protection Technique still shattered piece by piece. The shattered pieces of the Great Protection Technique attempted to reorganize the defense once more, but in the end, they failed to form. Feng Han did not hesitate at all. With a slap of his palm, he unleashed the Great Poison Technique to attack the Wild God King. At the same time, the Yellow Springs map swept out, attempting to take the seal of common life. The Wild God King shouted, "Feng Han, you are courting death. How dare you disrupt my plans?" He seemed somewhat wary of the Great Poison Technique. Shrinking his body, he retreated deep into the seal of common life. Then, many dragon and phoenix patterns appeared upon the Great Seal, and the ancient heavenly book resisted the erosion of the Great Poison Technique. Feng Han thought, "He actually knows that my name is Feng Han. The only possibility is that this wild god has already established communication with Hua Tiandu and learned my name through him." A Buddhist eye manifested in the center of Feng Han's brow and shot the Great Salvation Technique toward this clone of the Wild God King. The seventh princess transmitted her divine sense to Feng Han. "Feng Han, this is the Wild God King. He should have remained in the Hall of Wild Gods, but he actually sent out a clone to come here and seize the seal of common life. If he gets the seal of common life, that would be terrible. His power will likely increase tremendously. But something is not right. The Wild God King is also a powerful puppet. How could he develop his own spiritual consciousness?" Feng Yaoguang suddenly said, "I know what is going on." Hua Tiandu entered the treasury of Heavenly Marshal and established communication with the Wild God King. Relying on the great desolate ancient cauldron, he helped the Wild God King break free to some extent. "Let us work together to suppress this seal of common life. Senior Emperor's pen, you do not need to step in to protect us, lest you be targeted by other treasure seekers." The Emperor's pen replied, "All right. This is merely a clone of the Wild God King. Although it controls a portion of the seal of common life's restrictions, it is nothing to fear. You are fully capable of suppressing him." The Emperor's pen then wrote several characters in succession in the air. Elsewhere, the Wild God King looked at Hua Tiandu beside him with a hint of killing intent in his eyes and said, "Just a little bit more, and this clone of mine can refine the seal of common life." To the Wild God King, Hua Tiandu was naturally only a tool to be used. He had absolutely no intention of truly assisting him. Hua Tiandu also thought to himself, "This Wild God King is definitely hiding many things from me and is certainly using me. But I am also using you. As long as you let me see the key of the Wild God, I can use an extremely powerful method to gain the recognition of this key. When that time comes, all the powerful existences in this treasury of Heavenly Marshal will have to obey my orders, and even you, the Wild God King, will be no exception." Hua Tiandu's expression shifted as his mind brewed a plan. Obtaining the treasures of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal this time could not fail. It was his most powerful means to counter Feng Han. He did not care about anything else, but Feng Han had to die this time. Just as Hua Tiandu shifted his gaze, a long howl suddenly echoed from outside the Hall of Wild Gods. The Wild God King's face filled with murderous intent, and he was about to strike. Hua Tiandu quickly stopped him and said, "Senior, wait. This is a friend of mine. He will surely have a chance to help you." This friend of mine also shares an irreconcilable hatred with Feng Han. He has inherited the Great Slaughter Technique, one of the 3,000 Grand Das. Hua Tiandu thought, "Now that Meng Xiaobai is here, I can execute the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf." He flew up and arrived outside the Hall of Wild Gods. There, he saw a burly man, a plump old man, and Meng Xiaobai. Hua Tiandu was startled. How did Meng Xiaobai find two such powerful existences? Looking at the burly man and the plump old man, he immediately realized that the strength of these two was as vast as the sea and as deep as an abyss, completely beyond his ability to contend with. As for Meng Xiaobai, his strength and murderous aura were actually not inferior to Hua Tiandu's own. Back then, Meng Xiaobai had been a minor figure not even worth Hua Tiandu's notice. Now Hua Tiandu felt as if he were being bitten by a venomous snake. His heart was extremely uncomfortable, and he wished he could kill Meng Xiaobai immediately. Hua Tiandu said, "Brother Xiaobai, you actually came to the treasury of Heavenly Marshal as well. And these two are?" Meng Xiaobai replied with a forced smile, "Of these two, one is my adoptive father, Kunpeng, and the other is my martial uncle, Tao Tai. These seniors possess boundless magical power and can suppress everything. They came to the treasury of Heavenly Marshal this time to obtain the key of the Wild God, as well as the entire treasure of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal. Brother Tiandu, you are the one who inherited the legacy of immortal, venerable Panwu. Let us join forces and share a piece of the pie." Kunpeng and Tao Tai, these two great divine beasts, paid no attention to Hua Tiandu. In their eyes, Hua Tiandu was nothing but a tiny ant. Both had cultivated to the 4th stage of the longevity secret realm, the cosmic light realm, and were divine beasts who had comprehended the law of time. Divine beasts could challenge across realms. A single cosmic light realm divine beast could even deal with a 6th stage heavenly realm expert. Their gazes instantly locked onto the Wild God King. At this moment, the Wild God King was pacing among the stars, unleashing profound Taoist arts in the air. With every strike he sent into the void, a shadow manifested in the air. Kunpeng and Tao Tai were startled. Manipulating puppets, the great puppet technique. Hua Tiandu quickly stepped forward and said to the two great divine beasts, "Seniors, this is Senior Wild God King. In the treasury of Heavenly Marshal, the Wild God Commander's prestige shakes the heavens. He is a supreme sovereign of 99, ruling over the world. He is currently controlling a puppet clone. If you two seniors can assist Senior Wild God King, we will truly be able to obtain the treasury of Heavenly Marshal." The two great divine beasts looked at each other and said, "Indeed, this fellow Taoist Wild God King is currently manipulating his own clone puppet. Let us assist him." Each of them released a stream of essence, shooting it from afar toward the Wild God King's body. Seeing these two divine beasts transmit pure yang essence over, the Wild God King did not resist. With a grasp of his hand, the two streams of pure yang essence turned into billowing flames and merged into his body. One of the divine beasts said, "Kunpeng, this person is incredibly powerful. Even if the two of us join forces, we might not be able to subdue him." The other replied, "Let alone subduing him, we will be lucky just to keep our lives. This person is likely an expert who has formed his own world. However, it would still be extremely difficult for him to kill us." Inside the Hall of Common Life, the Seal of Common Life became even more violent. Fang Han summoned the 8-division pagoda, the Yellow Springs map, and Fang Qingshua's City of Thunder. Yet even these peerless Tao artifacts could do nothing to the entity in which the Wild God King resided. Although it was only a small clone, the Wild God King's power contained a massive amount of essence and even a small fragment of the law of the world. The power of the law of the world could completely merge with a peerless Tao artifact, allowing the two to combine and unleash immense power. The 7th stage of the longevity secret realm, the World King realm, could refine peerless Tao artifacts, while the 8th stage, the mixed whole realm, could fully activate them. After reaching the 7th stage and possessing the law of the world, one could unleash the full power of a peerless Tao artifact. Although the Seal of Common Life, in which the Wild God King's clone resided, was surrounded, the Wild God King let out continuous long howls and charged left and right. Fang Han and the others could do absolutely nothing to him. A mere clone was already so difficult to deal with. That is all for today's commentary. What exciting battles will unfold next? See you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 7. That's right. In the process of fighting for the Tsangsheng Seal, this peerless Tao weapon, a shocking, chaotic battle broke out among many top experts. Su Xiui, Tai Yantian, Ing Xiantian, King Tianwu, Emperor Jidao, the experts of the Dark Great World, and many mighty figures like the Emperor's Pen were all drawn into the struggle. However, Feng Han played the role of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waited behind. He directly threw out the virtual immortal talisman, instantly turning the tide and overpowering everyone. Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous likes, coins, and support. Today is the third day of the Lunar New Year. I wish all fellow Taoists continuous good luck, and may all your wishes come true. Continuing from last time. Kill. You actually dared to ruin my plans. I will use the great puppet technique to refine you into puppets, keeping you imprisoned for all eternity. The wild god king on the Tsongxing seal roared violently. Above his head, streams of pure yang essence broke through the void and poured down upon him. The Tsongxing seal instantly unleashed its power. Illusory dreams and empty flowers, becoming an immortal and a sage. Emperor Jidao, the primordial spirit manifests. On that Tsongxing seal, a phantom of an emperor appeared. This emperor wore a Pingtian crown and a Wufang robe. Countless heavenly dragons were embroidered on the Wufang robe. With a slight movement, it looked like 10,000 dragons paying homage. This was Emperor Jidao, the being who refined the Tsongxing seal. This phantom of Emperor Jidao was an emperor who existed in the Promised Great World back then, even earlier than the Promised Star Palace. He was the figure who unified the Promised Great World. Sun Moon Heavenly Gang. As Emperor Jidao opened his palm, it instantly blotted out the sky and the sun, enveloping Feng Han, Feng Qingxue, and Feng Yaoguang completely. What powerful strength! This Emperor Jidao is almost comparable to the three sovereigns of antiquity. The emperor's pen was suddenly startled. The phantom of Emperor Jidao on the Tsongxing seal was simply overpowering in all directions. Even he had to take action. But within his perception, inside the Hall of Common People, there were also many extremely powerful existences watching, waiting for him to make a move so they could seize the opportunity to snatch it. Why hasn't the Emperor's pen made a move yet? Deep within the Hall of Common People, an existence resembling a toad and a clamshell suddenly transformed into a human. It was indeed the divine beast Tianwu. He was afraid of the Emperor's pen and did not dare to act to snatch the Tsongxing seal. Chenyu, has Tehuangshan and the others really trapped the three sages of Ascension, intending to wipe out the entire Ascension sect? In another hidden place, a man and a woman stood, watching the battle in the Hall of Common People. Indeed, that is the case. However, Feng Baiyu seems to have employed some methods. I have not yet received news of the Ascension sect being completely wiped out. If the Ascension sect were completely wiped out, Tehuangshan and the others would completely descend upon the treasury of Tianwu, Tai Yantian said coldly. So, there are still variables in this matter? With the methods of Tehuangshan and the various supreme elders, they actually failed to plot against Feng Baiyu. Su Xiui's voice entered Tai Yantian's ears. You must never underestimate Feng Baiyu. This person's calculations are even above the innate emperor, Ing Xiantian. Yan Chenyu said calmly. This can be seen from back then, when he captured the heart and soul of Xiao Huang, the holy maiden of the Promised Star Palace. That alone shows it. Ing Xiantian is known as the innate divine calculator, yet even he could not outcalculate him. This person's insidiousness must absolutely not be underestimated, and he hides himself very deeply. No one knows what powerful strength he possesses. The reason why the Tai sect only dealt with the Ascension sect now is because they were wary of Feng Baiyu, not the three sages of Ascension. Do you know? Our Tai sect once had a supreme elder named Tai Shirtian, who had cultivated his own world and reached the 7th level of the Longevity Secret Realm. At that time, Feng Baiyu had only just broken through to the Undying Body. He offended Tai Shirtian, and Tai Shirtian hunted him down. But in a perilous place, he fell into Feng Baiyu's trap. His whereabouts remain unknown to this day, and he has likely fallen. Precisely because of this, we know that Feng Baiyu has aligned himself with a powerful force. There is a mysterious power behind him. Our Tai sect's supreme elder, Tai Mengtian, met with disaster simply because he tried to forcibly calculate Feng Baiyu's affairs, suffering a backlash. He was driven into qi deviation by a mysterious force in the dark and was directly reduced to ashes. What? Su Xiui was thoroughly shaken. To think such a thing happened. Just what is Feng Baiyu's background to be so mysterious? Our Tai sect has investigated this for a long time, but we have not obtained any definitive intelligence. This is the most mysterious thing about Feng Baiyu. However, this time, Tehuangshan of the Tai sect has already set up an absolute killing array. Surely, it will force out Feng Baiyu's ultimate secrets. The Tai sect has already received the decree of the immortal realm to unify the entire Xianhuang Great World before the Great Tribulation of the Divine Clan arrives. The underworld demons sect will bear the brunt of it. You must plan carefully for this matter. It is highly likely we won't be able to escape this Great Tribulation. Is that so? The Tai sect has such ambition, actually wanting to unify the Xianhuang Great World. And it's even a decree from the immortal realm. The will of the immortal realm's decree. That is indeed a bit troublesome.
Su Yui's brow furrowed deeply.
Indeed. Therefore, we must obtain the treasures of the Tianwu treasury, and we must also kill this Feng Han. Once you obtain the Underworld Chart and the Earth Emperor Book, they can be promoted to immortal artifacts. Once you obtain the Key of the Wild God, you can fully activate the Earth Emperor Book. By then, even those in the virtual immortal realm won't be able to kill you. You will be able to contend with them and truly unify the Demon Tao. In the Xianhuang Great World, and even across the 3,000 Great Thousand Worlds, you can achieve a monumental undertaking, fulfilling your dream of establishing the demon realm and unifying heaven and earth. Chenyu, when the time comes, I will truly marry you, making you an existence like the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden, enjoying the supreme glory of heaven and earth, Su Xiui said solemnly. Is that so? Then I shall wait and see, looking forward to the day you achieve your success. Good. The Emperor's pen has finally made a move. The moment for you to seize the Tsang Sheng seal has arrived. Rumble. Just as the phantom of Emperor Jidao manifested on the Tsang Sheng seal, the power of the entire seal surged dozens of times over. The entire seal expanded boundlessly. This clone of the Wild God King, under the phantom of Emperor Jidao on the Tsang Sheng seal, had his strength boosted to a terrifying degree. With a grasp of his giant hand, pale white halos appeared one after another, with infinite power. Within each halo, there was a shocking aura of the 3,000 Great Daos. This is the Great Puppet Technique. Anyone struck by this puppet technique will surely be imprisoned, turning into a walking corpse-like puppet. Instantly, it suppressed Feng Han, Feng Yaoguang, and Feng Qingxue completely. Right at this moment, the Emperor's pen moved slightly, writing the character, attack, in the air. Once this character, attack, was written, a force of attack instantly manifested in the air, shooting towards the phantom of Emperor Jidao. Light of primordial beginning, destroying the heavens, unifying the universe.
Kill.
The eyes of Emperor Jidao's phantom suddenly snapped open. What kind of gaze was that? Looking down on heaven and earth, disdaining the universe. Even these were not enough to describe it. Within those eyes lay the thoughts of the common people, the bearing of the common people's will. A single thought of the common people, rumble. The phantom of Emperor Jidao and the attack of the Emperor's pen completely collided. Countless parallel spaces, restrictions, and magic powers were blown to pieces in the impact. Feng Han slashed with the underworld chart, enveloping everyone inside. A wave of attack struck fiercely. Around the Tsang Sheng seal, the shadow of the innate emperor appeared. The innate emperor had actually been hiding in the hall of common people all along, waiting for an opportunity to snatch it. Snatching the Tsang Sheng seal would multiply one's strength, especially for this kind of peerless Tao weapon that had lost its artifact spirit, which was easier to refine and entrust with one's own primordial spirit and soul, than refining it into an external incarnation or a second primordial spirit. Furthermore, by obtaining the shell of a peerless Tao weapon, one could comprehend the formations within the weapon, and from those formations, comprehend fragments of the world laws. This held an immense temptation for someone like Ing Xiantian. Just as the innate emperor, Ing Xiantian, appeared, Su Xiui and Tai Yantian also appeared in the air. Taking advantage of the chaos, they suddenly grabbed towards the Tsangsheng seal together. The power of the two merged into one, becoming extremely formidable. Especially Su Xiui, who even unleashed the Earth Emperor Book Scroll, targeting the phantom of the Wild God King within the Tsangsheng seal. At that moment, the phantom of the Wild God King had already been shaken by the attack character of the Emperor's pen, causing his entire body to boil. As the shadow of Emperor Jidao dissipated, he suffered severe injuries. Once seized by the Earth Emperor book, he was immediately unable to hold on and was pulled toward the book. The power of the Earth Emperor book was even above the Great Seal of Common Life in its prime. Seeing that the Great Seal of Common Life was about to fall into Su Xiui's hands, a figure resembling a toad and a clamshell appeared in the air, transformed into a person, and opened its mouth to spit out endless wu mist. Wherever the wu mist sprayed, wind blades and rain swords manifested with a chilling, menacing aura. It actually bypassed the entanglement of the Earth Emperor book, and the wu mist also wrapped around the Great Seal of Common Life. Heavenly Wu King, you are courting death. Once again, the phantom image of the Xianhuang Great World appeared. Rotating slightly, it shattered the mirage mist and then completely grabbed the Great Seal of Common Life. Just as the Great Seal of Common Life was about to fall into Su Xiui's hands, a sudden change occurred. A stream of black energy emerged from the void again, silently and soundlessly attempting to grab the Great Seal of Common Life with a single claw. Su Xiui was startled and saw several shadows appear in the depths of the Hall of Common Life. These black figures were just pure shadows. Great Darkness Technique. Experts of the Dark Great World. Among the 3,000 Great Daos, there is the Great Light Technique, so there must also be a corresponding Great Darkness Technique. There is also a Dark Great World where the people all hide in darkness, never showing their true faces. To think that this time, the people of the Dark Great World have also come to the treasury of Tianwu to obtain the treasures. The situation changed rapidly in an instant. It was impossible to tell how many factions and how many experts were trying to snatch this Great Seal, a peerless Dao weapon that had lost its artifact spirit. Sect Master Xiantian, protect us. Primordial Spirit, flourish. Great Sect, may you live long and prosper. Xiantian suddenly activated the Xiantian White Bone Mountain, his face turning blood red. He actually used his own law fragments and lifespan to activate the power of this peerless Dao weapon. Instantly, atop that White Bone Mountain, a giant white hand appeared. This giant white hand was bony and rugged, yet in the center of the hand was a sect master of immortal demeanor. This sect master was the imprint of Sect Master Xiantian, and with one grab of his aura, he unexpectedly seized the Great Seal of Common Life. Wanting to snatch my supreme treasure? How could that be possible? It is completely out of your reach. All of you must bear the wrath of a virtual immortal. Feng Han suddenly waved his hand and threw out a talisman. As soon as this talisman was thrown out, 10,000 feet of light instantly rose from the ground. Within that light, a figure appeared. It was precisely the avatar of the virtual immortal, refined by the experts of the Xian family from the sacred light great world. It instantly overpowered the scene. Xiantian's white bone hand was the first to shatter. Whether it was Xiantian, Su Xiui, Tai Yantian, Yan Qinyu, the shadows in the darkness, or that heavenly Wu King, they were all startled when they saw the great light technique bursting from this talisman and the avatar of the virtual immortal. A virtual immortal is an existence that has crossed the 9th level of the longevity secret realm, survived the immortal realm's lightning tribulation, and can be called an immortal. Even an avatar of a virtual immortal possesses unparalleled majesty, striking with power equivalent to the World King realm. It was even more powerful than a full-strength blow from the peak of the heavenly position realm. Even experts who had cultivated their own worlds had to temporarily avoid its sharp edge. Feng Han had obtained this talisman from Xian Ying and Xian Xia, two people from the sacred light great world, and had been suppressing it ever since for his own use. Releasing it now in the midst of the chaotic battle was precisely his calculated move. Once this virtual immortal avatar was summoned, it was met with numerous attacks as soon as it emerged, and it was instantly enraged. You actually dare to challenge the majesty of a virtual immortal? How foolish and ignorant you are. I will let you know that the wrath of a virtual immortal is not something anyone can bear. The angry voice of the virtual immortal resounded. Upon the body of the virtual immortal, pure lightning appeared, along with surging immortal energy and even a trace of the immortal Tao's laws. The giant hand of the virtual immortal destroyed everything. With a palm that encompassed all directions and struck fear into the heart, he fiercely slapped down at everyone who had attacked him. Rumble. Each palm of the virtual immortal carried several trillion horsepower of surging force, a power capable of directly crushing and playing with planets as it pressed downward. Before this power, any magic treasure or sealing Tao technique appeared utterly laughable. Ing Xiantian and Su Xiui's attacks were as laughable as child's play. All the enemies were forced back. Ing Xiantian even opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. The power and will of a virtual immortal were truly too terrifying. Su Xiui was also shaken, his vital energy scattered. But he was extremely furious. Seeing that the Great Seal of Common Life had almost been obtained, only for a virtual immortal avatar to interfere, he activated the Earth Emperor Book, once again manifested the phantom image of the Xianhuang Great World, and collided like a meteor with the virtual immortal avatar. With both hands, the virtual immortal avatar crushed the Xianhuang Great World and then grabbed toward the Great Seal of Common Life. The Emperor's pen was quietly observing everything at this moment and wrote a massive character for death in the air. The air instantly resounded with the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. A rain of blood began to fall from the sky, and this blood rain actually carried a holy aura, as if manifesting death itself. Death is the final destination of all things in heaven and earth, the destination of immortals. No matter how powerful an immortal is, they must die. No one in heaven and earth lives forever. Under the shroud of this aura of death, whether it was Su Xiui, Ing Xiantian, or many other powerful existences, they were all affected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Han repeatedly cast the Great Teleportation Technique, teleported onto the Great Seal of Common Life, grabbed the physical body of this Great Seal, and put it into the Yellow Springs map. The wild god king inside the Great Seal of Common Life roared repeatedly, but his body was also tainted by the Emperor's pen's power of death. Unable to extricate himself, he struggled bitterly to hold on. The talisman of the virtual immortal avatar also began to tremble, tainted by the power of death and struggling bitterly. This talisman of the virtual immortal avatar could originally only be used once. After being used once, its effect would be greatly reduced. However, the power currently displayed by the Emperor's pen regathered the gradually dissipating power within it. Then it wrote the character for loss once again, and also wrote the character for memory. The virtual immortal avatar instantly quieted down, was grabbed by the Emperor's pen, and was thrown into the 8 Divisions Pagoda. Then, the Emperor's pen wrote like flying dragons and dancing snakes upon the physical body of the 8 Divisions Pagoda, writing many characters of the dragon race. Those characters, one after another, were precisely the artifact refining techniques from the Heavenly Dragon Secret Manual, utilized by the Emperor's pen to absolute perfection. The remaining talisman of the virtual immortal avatar completely merged into the 8 Divisions Pagoda. Together with some materials collected from the fake treasury shattered by Fang Han, it was decomposed by these talismans and integrated into the various magic treasures of the 8 Divisions Pagoda. The vital energy of the 8 Divisions Pagoda completely accumulated to its peak. These materials were also fully forged into form, and a powerful explosion resounded within it. One by one, the Tao weapons began to upgrade. The first to upgrade was the 8 Divisions Crucible, followed by the Saha Prayer Beads, the Underworld King Axe, and so on. All of them began to upgrade, transforming into middle-grade Tao weapons. After 9 loud explosions, everything in the 8 divisions pagoda had turned into middle-grade Dao weapons. In its depths, a vortex appeared, and within the depths of that vortex was actually the real dragon realm. The 8 divisions' true dragon chi rolled down, already appearing in liquid form. Through this vortex of the dragon realm, Fang Han even felt that he could enter the dragon realm himself. And when his divine sense entered the dragon realm, he could even sense some powerful existences of the dragon realm.
Crash.
Liquid dragon realm vital energy rushed into the 8 divisions pagoda and entered the bodies of those sky demons. Instantly, the sky demons within the 8 divisions pagoda developed scales on their bodies one by one, carrying the aura of the dragon race. Their claws also manifested, and it seemed the sky demons had turned into dragon demons. The power of vow they generated nearly doubled in strength. This caused the power of the entire 8 divisions pagoda to increase by 10 times, or even 100 times. The pagoda suspended in the void, and billions of dragon-shaped sky demons roared, while the power of vow also roared. This 8 divisions pagoda also vaguely showed a tendency to dragonize, and scales grew across the entire pagoda. At the top of that pagoda, all the power and vital energy seemed to be faintly condensing into a precious pearl, the phantom of the dragon emperor Saraira. Long Xian let out a long roar. The promotion of the 8 divisions pagoda and the infusion of the dragon realm's vital chi made her suddenly comprehend the law of longevity. Above her head, the gate of the immortal realm suddenly cracked open with a boom. She actually stepped into the longevity, mysterious realm. With Fang Han's help, she painstakingly cultivated for 120 years on the path of the underworld, taking pure yang pills every day, while the human emperor's pen also frequently taught and explained the laws of the great Tao. She had long cultivated to the 10th fold of divine abilities, the realm of defying heaven and changing fate. Now that the 8 divisions pagoda had fully advanced to middle grade, this Tao weapon had the greatest impact on her. She was originally a human dragon. I never expected that I would also have a day when I could step into the longevity mysterious realm. This is simply impossible. I can actually step into the longevity mysterious realm and become an eternal giant. Good. Myriad return Immortal Island. I will definitely wipe out your entire sect to avenge my clansmen. Long Xian growled.
Good.
Once I obtain the treasures of the heavenly martial treasury and cultivate to an extremely high realm, I will unify the Xianhuang Great World and take all the magical treasures for myself. At that time, I will destroy the Myriad Return Immortal Island. In any case, Wan Lianshan of the Myriad Return Immortal Island is already my enemy. Seeing Long Xian step into the longevity mysterious realm, Fang Han was also delighted within the 8 divisions pagoda. Desolate God King, do you still dare to resist? At this very moment, Fang Han took the Great Seal of Common People into the Yellow Springs chart. Fang Han immediately withdrew all his power to completely suppress this peerless Tao weapon. Fang Qingxue also flew into the Yellow Springs chart, unleashing the city of violent thunder to slowly crush down. Under the crushing force, that clone of the desolate God King roared incessantly. Unfortunately, he had consumed too much vital chi in the battle and could not resist at all. Amidst wild roars, he began to dissipate. Fang Han, you are dead meat. Do you know who I am? I am the desolate God King of the Heavenly Martial Treasury. To obtain the treasures of the Heavenly Martial Treasury, you must obtain my recognition. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a single shred of benefit. Release me quickly. Otherwise, when my true body arrives, you will die without a grave. Presumptuous. You still dare to deceive me even now. You are merely a puppet in the Heavenly Martial Treasury. The true hub of this treasury is the desolate God Key. Fang Han sneered repeatedly and exerted his magical power to suppress this powerful existence. Finally, the desolate God King's clone collapsed, and many scattered law fragments emerged, which were collected by Fang Han into his palm. Unfortunately, these law fragments are far too few for me to raise my realm. Of course, if I integrate these law fragments into my body, my strength will undoubtedly increase further. After Fong Han killed this clone of the desolate God King, he integrated those remaining law fragments into his own body. Instantly, his body underwent changes once again. Every inch of his flesh glowed with a hazy luster. Fong Han's entire will merged with heaven and earth, communicating his own status, seemingly rising gradually to a level equal to the heavens. However, this feeling did not last long before dissipating. Fong Han was still an expert of the cave heaven realm. It was just that his power had grown to a terrifying level of 35 billion, and his lifespan had also increased to over 200,000 years. However, this increase in power and growth in lifespan could no longer bring him much excitement. Right now, he only had a strong anticipation for raising his cultivation realm. Senior Human Emperor's Pen. Let's not linger here. From the fragments of the Desolate God King, I have found information about the Desolate God Hall. In the Desolate God Hall, there is a grand formation. Deep within the formation is the Desolate God Pool. Fong Han had obtained the Great Seal of Common People and had also refined some of the Desolate God King's law fragments. Some of these law fragments could be refined, while others, like some fragments of the Law of Time, Law of Creation, Law of Heaven's Position, and Law of the World, could only exist within his body. However, this indeed increased his lifespan and power by a lot. More importantly, some memory fragments, as well as some sensory connection to the Desolate God Hall, also entered Fong Han's memory. Thus, he immediately knew that the Desolate God King was in the Desolate God Hall, and deep within the hall lay information about the sealed Desolate God Key. Fong Han transmitted his thoughts to the Human Emperor's pen. The Human Emperor's pen vibrated instantly, wrapping around Fong Han once again. It wrote the word escape in the air and fiercely shuttled toward the mysterious Desolate God Hall. To catch the bandits, catch their leader first. Once we get the Desolate God Key, everything in the heavenly martial treasury will be ours. There's no need for so much trouble. It's a pity that although we got the Great Seal of Common People, it has lost its artifact spirit, so it cannot unleash its power for now. Once I reach the World King realm, I can help this Great Seal of Common People restore all of its power. Fong Han looked at the Great Seal of Common People. Fong Han, the quality of this Great Seal of Common People is very unique. Even I cannot fathom the mysteries within it. Moreover, many powerful formations and various Taoist arts are engraved inside, along with the brand of the ultimate Tao Emperor. Even though it has lost its artifact spirit, its value is still immeasurable. However, this item is a supreme treasure of the Fox clan. Do you plan to give it to the Fox clan? Fong Qingxue and Feng Yaguang stood around the Great Seal of Common People, carefully observing this miraculous imperial seal, clicking their tongues in admiration. Every single flowing cloud pattern on it revealed the profound meaning of the ultimate Tao. Since such a treasure has fallen into my hands, it is naturally impossible for me to spit it back out. A peerless Tao weapon, how could it be allowed to fall into someone else's hands? It's a pity that our cultivation realm is too low. Of course, if the Fox clan offers me enough benefits to tempt me, it is not impossible for me to part with it. But the urgent matter at hand is to go to the Desolate God Hall, defeat the Desolate God King, control the hub of the entire hall, find a way to break the restrictions of the Desolate God Hall, open the treasury, and see the legendary Desolate God Key. My Great World technique has a strong resonance with the Desolate God Key. If I obtain the recognition of this magical treasure, there is a great chance I can take control of the heavenly martial treasury. Then those guys like Su Xiui and Ing Xiantian will all be destroyed.
Bang!
Inside the Desolate God Hall, the Desolate God King suddenly shuddered, his entire body seemingly cracking open. Blood appeared on his face, looking extremely ferocious. Damn it! You ruined my plans. Fong Han, you deserve to die. I will tear you into 10,000 pieces and kill you completely. I was about to collect the Great Seal of Common People and plot to seize control of the heavenly martial treasury. But now you have stolen my Great Seal of Common People. I will kill you. In the bronze mirror at the center of the Desolate God Hall, the shadow of the Human Emperor's pen suddenly appeared. Fong Han is so powerful. How could he possibly be powerful to such an extent? I went through so much trouble to cultivate the undying body, but Feng Han has actually cultivated to the cave heaven realm and even recruited the human emperor's pen. Could it be that the treasures obtained from the heavenly martial treasury this time will also go to him? No, I am the one who concentrates the great destiny of heaven and earth. This time, I will slaughter the world, kill Feng Han completely, and the human emperor's pen must also be killed. Only then will my great slaughter technique rise to an extremely high realm. Meng Xiaobai's face first changed, and then gradually calmed down, reaching a state of no joy and no sorrow, with only a chilling intent to kill. Ahead is the Desolate God Hall, the place where the Desolate God King resides. Once we breach the Desolate God Hall and break open the core of the formation, we can obtain the Desolate God Key inside. Now, like wolves and tigers, they pounced straight toward the Desolate God Hall. A pitch-black hall faintly appeared, with many gods of war carved upon it. Each god of war emitted powerful astral chi and practiced all kinds of moves. Each move presented an extremely strong martial arts profound meaning. The Desolate God Hall appeared before everyone. That's all for today's commentary. What exciting battles will happen next? We'll see you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality, Season 8, Episode 8. Feng Han and the others finally entered the Desolate Deity Temple. However, waiting for them inside were the Desolate Deity King, Meng Xiaobai, the two primeval divine beasts Tao Tai and Kunpeng, as well as the attacks of Hua Tiandu and his group. A new chaotic battle had begun. Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous likes, coins, and support. Continuing from last time, the Desolate Deity Temple appeared before everyone. The aura of the Desolate Deity King was inside this temple. Feng Han and the others decided to attack the temple with all their might. Feng Han channeled the vital energy in his body and unleashed several of the most powerful divine abilities among the 3,000 great Taos. With yin, yang, and the 5 elements in motion, he struck fiercely toward the gates of the War Deity Temple. A majestic force clawed toward the gates of the Desolate Deity Temple. Upon the Desolate Deity Temple, many phantoms of the War Deity suddenly came to life. Before their eyes, the phantoms actually condensed into solid forms. Then the space around Feng Han distorted, and an ancient battlefield faintly materialized. The thunderous sound of drums, boiling hot blood, clashing weapons, armor horses, and a spirit that could swallow 10,000 enemies filled the battlefield. On the battlefield, those war deity figures rode dragon horses and brandished various weapons. They charged like a torrent of martial arts toward Feng Han and the Emperor's pen. Feng Han, this is an ancient battlefield, the war deity world. It is extremely powerful. These war deity figures riding dragon horses may look like phantoms, but they are actually real. You must be extremely careful. Defend with all your might. We have now fallen into a world. Fang Qingxue immediately summoned the city of Tempest Thunder. This is nothing. Back then, the war between the Divine Clan and the Immortal Tao in the Grand Xianhuang world was truly grand. His war world cannot compare to mine at all. Watch me break war with war. As he spoke, the Emperor's pen forcefully wrote the character war in the air. The moment this character was written, an even more massive world immediately expanded outward from the war deity world. Instantly, Feng Han saw countless members of the Divine Clan descending from the sky. On the earth, thousands of immortals, virtual immortals, and true immortals flew into the sky to battle with the divine emperors of the Divine Clan. In an instant, countless experts fell and exploded. Countless high-grade Tao vessels collided and were destroyed. The power of peerless Tao vessels flew through the air, their might unleashed to the absolute limit, and planets in the void exploded one by one. This aura of war simply surpassed the limits of all imagination. As soon as it expanded, it shattered the war deity world. The Emperor's pen wrote the character, open once again. The gates of the desolate deity temple swung open, revealing a pitch-black and deep space inside, along with several pairs of powerful eyes hidden in the darkness. Facing the darkness, the Emperor's pen wrote the character Light once again. Beams of light immediately burst forth in the void, illuminating the interior of the desolate deity temple. However, the interior of the desolate deity temple was completely empty. Standing tall inside the temple, the Emperor's pen proudly waved his hand and wrote the character Reveal. With an explosion, several sturdy spatial barriers completely collapsed. Within them, not only did the form of the desolate deity king appear, but also Taotai, Kunpeng, Meng Xiaobai, and Hua Tiandu. All of them were fully revealed, unable to escape the senses of the Emperor's pen. Feng Han was slightly surprised. He did not expect Meng Xiaobai to be in the treasury as well. But as Feng Han's gaze swept across the scene, he saw the burly man next to Meng Xiaobai and the obese old man. These two were the truly formidable characters, the two primeval divine beasts, Taotai and Kunpeng. Feng Han, there is a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There is no gate to hell, yet you barge in. This person is Feng Han. Kill him. Kill me? You are dreaming. The two divine beasts beside you are nothing but vile beasts. I am refining a magic treasure, and I happen to need the souls, essence, and law fragments of two divine beasts. Today, neither of you will be able to escape. All of you must die, completely and utterly. Feng Han took a step forward. The smile on his face froze, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even thicker. However, although Feng Han appeared to be dripping with killing intent and seemed ready to strike immediately, deep down, he was extremely calm. Inside the desolate deity temple, dangers lurked everywhere. Moreover, Kunpeng and Taotai were divine beasts a realm higher than him. What's more, both Kunpeng and Taotai were genuine divine beasts. So it was you, kid, who used the great poison technique to sever one of my arms. The divine beast Taotai stared at Feng Han like a hungry wolf. He recognized him. Feng Han was the one who, during the space-time tide, had used the great poison technique to destroy one of his arms. The divine beast Taotai was extremely brutal and highly vengeful, second only to Yazi among the divine beasts. This kid's cultivation may have reached the cave heaven realm, but it is nothing more than that. He is no match for us at all. Kunpeng, was your arm severed by the Emperor's pen? Kunpeng, the obese old man, said, No. This kid has mastered an extremely formidable divine ability, the great poison technique. I do not know what kind of poison he fused with it, but even my law of time could not withstand it. When we capture and kill this kid later, we must be extremely careful to avoid his great poison technique. That is nothing. We have cultivated for many years and refined countless treasures. We are far more powerful than ordinary cultivators. Even if we have to sacrifice several magic treasures, trapping this kid's divine ability will not be difficult.
Good.
The desolate deity king and the Emperor's pen have started fighting. Let us go as well and capture and kill him. Kunpeng's obese body moved, conjuring a series of afterimages in space-time. His speed was unimaginably fast as he struck a palm toward Feng Han. This palm carried the force of 100 billion galloping horses. Feng Han's current power, even at its peak, was only 35 billion. Facing the speed and overwhelming pressure of the attack, everything before Feng Han's eyes lost its luster. He unleashed the Great Poison Technique. This time, the Great Poison Technique was not launched directly. Instead, it was mixed into the Minor Destiny Technique, invisibly and formlessly permeating the void. Tiny dark specks of light, like flying insects, rushed toward Kunpeng's palm force. What is that? Kunpeng, the obese old man, had just struck with his palm, intending to crush Feng Han into fine powder. But then he saw the dust released by Feng Han, which seemed to be attacking covertly. He could not see the slightest trace of poison gas, so he naturally did not recognize it as the Great Poison Technique. Thus, he paid it no mind and flicked his fingers repeatedly. A bag-like magic treasure emerged from the center of his palm, intending to absorb all of Fong Han's true qi. This bag-like magic treasure was also a mid-grade Dao vessel. However, just as the bag absorbed the dark light and dust, the vessel's spirit inside let out a scream and was instantly poisoned to death. Then the sea-absorbing bag began to melt, transforming into billowing poison gas and further enhancing the power of the Great Poison Technique. What is going on? Is this the Great Poison Technique? Why did I not feel the presence of any poison gas at all? Kunpeng was greatly shocked and deeply pained by the corrosion of a sea-absorbing bag. This mid-grade Dao vessel had cost him a great deal of effort to refine. Having succeeded with his first move, Fong Han melted the sea-absorbing bag and poisoned its spirit to death, integrating them into the Great Poison Technique. He felt his poisonous true qi grow even more robust. Reacting extremely fast, he waved his palms repeatedly and gathered the poisonous true qi once again into covertly attacking dust that enveloped Kunpeng. Kunpeng knew its power and did not dare take it head-on. He dodged repeatedly, and for a moment he was actually forced to retreat by Fong Han, falling into a disadvantage. Damn it! Kunpeng, the obese old man, was so anxious that he stamped with rage. His power was far superior to Fong Han's, and his realm was also higher than his enemies. Yet he was forced into a disadvantage by a bizarre technique, dodging all over the place like an ant and losing all face. Tao He's expression also changed. His body shifted repeatedly, first protecting Meng Xiaobai and then opening his mouth. He spat out 18 medicinal pills. No one knew who had refined these immortal pills, but medicinal spirits actually appeared on them. Each spirit wore a high crown and strange robes within the pills. Some drank and chatted, some played chess and drank tea, and others recited Taoist scriptures. Each was as carefree as a celestial immortal. High-grade immortal pill, Wangyu pill formation, trap the poison. Driven by the power of the burly man Taotai, the pills crashed toward Fong Han's poisonous dust. Fellow Taoists, do not do this. This poison gas is extremely formidable. If we are contaminated by it, our bodies will perish and our Tao will vanish. We can only block this poisonous true qi. Fellow Taoist, it is not worth sacrificing us. This divine beast is extremely brutal. We might as well seek refuge with a wise master. In an instant, the Taoist robed immortals upon those medicinal pills, who had been playing chess, reading, drinking tea, and chatting, all began to scream in panic, shouting and crying out repeatedly as if they were extremely terrified. They actually possessed incredibly strong spirituality, far more miraculous than any immortal pills Fong Han had ever seen. The creation pill of life, the 10-heart heavenly king treasure pill, and other immortal pills were also of immortal grade, but compared to these 18 pills, they paled in comparison and fell into a lower tier. You still want to seek refuge with a wise master? After I obtained you, I gathered countless herbs to feed and nurture you. I have also placed countless powerful restrictions upon your bodies. You have absolutely no chance of betraying me. Do you understand? Explode. Lian Fengyue. The 18 pills suddenly expanded and exploded one after another, forming a grand formation that trapped Fong Han's great poison true qi within. The dense medicinal aroma formed a fragrant medicinal world. Fong Han immediately felt that his great poison technique was being obstructed. Although it could slowly corrode that fragrant medicinal world and even convert the power within into his own essence, it would take a considerable amount of time. Fong Han, you little beast. The only formidable thing you have is nothing more than the Great Poison Technique. Now I have sacrificed 18 high-grade immortal pills to trap your Great Poison Technique. You are dead meat. Do you know? These 18 high-grade immortal pills were refined by the upper realm's mysterious immortal Wangyu. I obtained them by chance, and now I have sacrificed them just like this. This sin of yours cannot be washed away, even if you used all the water in heaven and earth. Taotai leaped up and stood as if he had consumed a berserk pill. He completely launched an attack at Fong Han, Fong Qingxue, and Feng Yaoguang. Kunpeng also moved his body, and with a whoosh, a pair of wings appeared on his back. These wings blotted out the sky and the sun, penetrating into the void. With every slight movement, spatial power was turned upside down, shattering and reorganizing, collapsing and spinning, whipping up a space-time storm that could blow away planets. Then the 3-foot-long claws on his fingers extended like flying swords, tearing through space. The power of the two divine beasts, striking with all their might, reached a terrifying level of 500 billion horsepower. Fong Han suddenly found it difficult even to breathe. Underworld map. City of Thunder. Fong Han and Fong Qingxue roared furiously at the same time. Moving their bodies, they caused the two peerless Tao items to combine, guarding around them. Only then did they block the fatal strike of the two divine beasts. Do you think that by deploying these two treasures, you can protect yourselves? I will let you know what true power is. The two divine beasts fully revealed their strength. With a shake of their bodies, they each transformed into their true forms, and their power rose endlessly. With every palm strike, nearly 1 trillion palm shadows manifested and bombarded the two peerless Tao items, causing the underworld map and the City of Thunder to spin repeatedly and sway unstably in the air. Brilliance splashed and scattered in all directions. Kunpeng was still not satisfied. His body condensed, transforming into a human-sized Kunpeng true form, and he forced his way toward the entrance of the underworld map. With one punch, he blew up the formations at the entrance and was about to descend into the interior of the underworld map. Although venturing deep into an enemy's peerless Tao item is extremely dangerous, even when one's realm is higher and one's power is stronger, entering the interior of an enemy's Tao item is a suicidal act. There is a high probability of being suppressed. But Kunpeng was not afraid. He knew that from the outside, breaking the restrictions of the underworld map and the City of Thunder was impossible. He had to descend into the depths of the underworld map, kill its master Fong Han, and then suppress the item's spirit. Only then could this peerless Tao item truly belong to him. Kunpeng descended. Heaven and earth trembled, stars were destroyed, and he was free and unfettered. He actually tore through the various grand formations at the entrance of the underworld map and instantly rushed into the air filled with yellow mist. Opening his eyes, he saw, in the deep recesses of distant space-time, the planet-sized Samsara disk, the bridge of helplessness spanning across the sky, and even the hellish gate of Avicii hidden deep within the darkness. What a fine treasure! A treasure like this is simply not something a minor vile creature like you, Fong Han, can hope to possess. It must belong to me in order to unleash its full power. With a wave of his hand, Kunpeng clawed toward a patch of yellow clouds. Instantly, spatial divine lightning exploded everywhere, and one spatial crystal after another flew out from his fingertips, turning into divine lightning. The yellow clouds blasted open, and immediately, Fong Han and the body of a long dragon were revealed. This fellow actually dares to break into the underworld map. Fong Han's mind shuddered. Yen had already transformed into the appearance of a young man, wearing the genuine high-grade Tao item, the demon robe of unjust death. As his body moved at will, dark light shot out from him. The dark light condensed around his body into a grotto heaven city. It was the city of unjust death, causing his power to rise once again. The bridge of helplessness carries the spirit, evades disasters, spans the sea of bitterness, and reaches the other shore. With a shift of their bodies, Yen and Fong Han flew onto the bridge of helplessness to hide. A massive power rumbled as Yen activated the 3,000 zhang tall gate of Avicii, pressing it down toward Kunpeng. Kunpeng's body was instantly tainted by the Avicii devil chi. It is useless. This level of damage is completely useless against me. Kunpeng clawed with his giant hand, blotting out the sky. He instantly grabbed the gate of Avicii in his bare grip and attempted to crush it. Like a python being squeezed, the gate of Avicii trembled violently, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Kunpeng freed his other hand and clawed violently at the air. Heavenly rifts. With every violent claw, a screech rang out, and a rift was left behind in the underworld map. These rifts persisted for a long time. Even with the recovery function of the underworld map, they could not be repaired. The bridge of helplessness shuttled around, evading the attacks of the heavenly rifts. But as Kunpeng clawed more and more times, the heavenly rifts became densely packed, as if the entire underworld map was about to shatter and tear apart. What should we do? I wonder how senior sister Qingxue is doing. That Taotai has clearly entered the City of Thunder as well. Unfortunately, I do not have a large amount of pure yang pills left. If I had 100 billion pure yang pills to activate the phantom of the samsara disk, I could have expelled Kunpeng. Fong Han and Yen dodged everywhere on the Bridge of Helplessness, while simultaneously activating various grand formations of the underworld map, but none of them could do anything to Kunpeng. If this continues, we might really meet our end. It does not matter. The item spirit of Fong Qingshue's City of Thunder is extremely powerful, unlike the underworld map, which has suffered damage. Taotai will not gain any advantage by going in. But the scary thing is that our Gate of Avicii has been grabbed. This Kunpeng is just too powerful. Right now, we can only hold on and wait for his power to deplete. Inside the treasury of Tianwu, no one can absorb the immortal realm's essence. Yet I can communicate with the key of the wild god to absorb liquid immortal realm essence. No one can outlast me in a war of attrition. My only fear is that I will not hold out until Kunpeng's power is depleted. Looking at him, he would not tire even if he attacked for hundreds of years. Yen was extremely pessimistic. Our only hope is for the Emperor's pen to defeat the Wild God King. Just how much pure yang essence does this kid have to actually be able to keep holding on? At the same time, Kunpeng attacked with all his might inside the underworld map, fierce as a wolf or tiger, but he was also extremely puzzled in his heart. Just as Kunpeng entered the underworld map to kill Fong Han and suppress the item spirit, the Emperor's pen and the Wild God King were also locked in an inseparable battle. The entire Wild God Hall shrank one moment and expanded the next. Inside the treasury of Tianwu, no one knew how massive a disturbance had been whipped up. It drew the attention of many powerful existences. However, the divine senses of those powerful existences could not enter the Wild God Hall. This was because the Wild God King had already activated the ultimate power of this grand formation. 9-9 returned to 1. Wild God Combat Body. Immortal Venerable Panwu had captured a total of 81 powerful divine emperors and refined them into puppets using the Great Puppet technique. The most powerful among them was the Wild God King, a divine emperor who had cultivated a world and was on par with the Dumu divine emperor. Now, as the Wild God King activated it, the other 80 shadows instantly rushed out from the depths of the Wild God Hall and entered his world. One dark gold throne after another rose up. These were the seats of the wild gods. As the wild gods took their places, combining the power of all the wild gods, a sinister grin appeared on the Wild God King's face. He threw a punch. Even if you have cultivated to the realm of the unity of heaven and earth, you will still be shattered by the vast power of the world. All the power of the wild gods struck toward the Emperor's pen. If this power were launched from the grand Xianhuang world, it could directly blast away half of the sun in the sky, split the entire ocean apart, and blast open a Guishu passage once again. I do not know how many members of the divine race I have killed. Although you have fallen under the Great Puppet technique and become a wild god, I can still restrain you. The tip of the Emperor's pen grew immensely heavy, as immovable as mountains and the moon. Stroke by stroke, he wrote the character block in the air. All the power of the Wild God King bombarded this character, and then both forces exploded. Without stopping, the Emperor's pen wrote the character dispel in succession. All of those explosive powers dissipated. But as soon as the power dissipated, the towering figure of the Wild God King actually appeared on the right side of the Emperor's pen, striking with a force capable of exploding planets. Furthermore, ripples of black chaos appeared on his fist, howling wildly, pervading interstellar space and transcending myriad worlds. The way of the divine race, myriad tribulations obliteration fist. Wild God King, You are seeking your own death. The Emperor's pen's expression suddenly changed. The character, No, appeared on the left side of his body, blocking the myriad tribulations obliteration fist. Then he opened his mouth and spat. A fire dragon spewed out from his mouth, and within the fire dragon, a great cauldron appeared. This great cauldron was actually also a peerless Tao weapon, the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron. It had originally been suppressed within the body of the Emperor's pen, but now it actually seemed to have been subdued, becoming a magic treasure of the Emperor's pen. Senior, this one is the Wild God King. He has now gathered the powers of all 81 wild gods and returned them to the source. His magical power is boundless and cannot be restrained at all. We should open the bronze mirror in the center of the Wild God Hall so we can enter the true treasury where the central Wild God's key exists. Once we obtain the Wild God's key, we will not have to worry about being unable to subdue him. As soon as the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron flew out, it immediately flew about, spewing countless pure flames of the heavenly realm and forming a great flame dragon array. Good. The Emperor's pen immediately wrote the character, Open, in the air, directly facing the bronze mirror in the center of the Wild God Hall. But as soon as the character entered the mirror and flowed for a moment, it disappeared without a trace. The mirror did not open at all. Even the Emperor's pen could do nothing to that bronze mirror. What kind of mirror is this? How can it actually be as indestructible as the Emperor of Heaven mirror? The Emperor's pen was taken aback. Emperor's pen, you actually subdued the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron. But with your power, unless you possess a true divine instrument of creation, how could you break this ancestral witch mirror? This is the world-suppressing treasure of the shamanic great world. I have studied it here for 10,000 years and still cannot comprehend the secrets of this ancestral witch mirror. For you to open it is simply a joke. The Wild God King could not help but mock him. But although he mocked, he was also extremely nervous. The Emperor's pen had subdued the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron, and his strength was simply unimaginable. Now, the Wild God King had no confidence at all.
What?
The world-suppressing treasure of the shamanic great world. The Emperor's pen moved with agility and once again wrote a large character, which it instantly flew into that ancient bronze mirror. In that instant, the bronze mirror was no longer a dead object. A gray light burst forth from it, heavy with mist, like the ancient primeval wilderness. With a crack, something seemed to make a sound within the mirror. Within the gray light on the mirror, a massive key manifested. One end of this key plunged into the void, seemingly entering the immortal realm and extending for an unknown number of millions of miles. Countless streams of immortal realm qi and pure yang power all entered into this key. The key of the wild god manifested within the ancestral witch mirror. This mirror is actually a treasure of the shamanic great world, a world-suppressing treasure. But why can I not perceive its various functions? The Emperor's pen frowned deeply. He felt that not only did this mirror have no artifact spirit, but it also seemed to have lost something. It was used only to house a massive key and to store immortal qi and pure yang qi. Although the character which he wrote caused the mirror to reveal the shadow of the key of the wild god, it still did not open a passage to let him enter. The Emperor's pen did not give up. He had already seen that this key of the wild god was indeed the trunk of the world tree. It had been refined by immortal Venerable Panwu with some strange refining method, combining it with the ancestral witch mirror to derive an even stranger transformation. He wrote several more witch characters and cast them into the ancestral witch mirror, but there was no reaction at all. He only saw that the appearance of the key of the wild god within the mirror became clearer. Other than that, it had no effect whatsoever. Emperor's pen, do you think that because you have some shamanic arts of the shamanic great world and the great curse technique of the 3,000 great Taos, you can open this ancestral witch mirror? However, I must thank you for truly activating the power of this mirror. Now I can cast the Great Desolation Ancient Cauldron into the mirror. Only the core within the Great Desolation Ancient Cauldron can enable me to master this mirror and the key of the wild god within it. The wild god king reached out his hand, and an ancient cauldron appeared in his palm. It was precisely Hua Tiandu's Great Desolation Ancient Cauldron. He instantly cast the Great Desolation Ancient Cauldron into the ancestral witch mirror. This time, a ripple appeared on the surface of the ancestral witch mirror, and it swallowed the Great Desolation Ancient Cauldron. Subsequently, a violent trembling was transmitted from the ancestral witch mirror.
Death.
Although the Emperor's pen did not know what consequences would follow after the Great Desolation Ancient Cauldron was cast in, he knew it would definitely be very bad. So he spread his hand and wrote several death characters once again, shooting them toward the Wild God King. The Wild God King immediately shifted his body, resisting the death characters with all his might. At the same time, he reached out his hand and grabbed toward the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron. These two primeval powerhouses began to fight fiercely once again. Heaven and earth cracked, the sun and moon lost their light, and a state of great destruction manifested everywhere. Meanwhile, within the underworld map, Kunpeng dominated the battlefield. He carved cracks in the sky everywhere, ignored the various arrays and restrictions within the underworld map, and chased the bridge of helplessness. Feng Han was in extreme danger. Having no other choice, Feng Han struck out with the 8 Buddhas pagoda once again. This pagoda pressed down with immense pressure, striking toward Kunpeng. What a fine treasure! The Dragon Clan's supreme treasure, the 8 Buddhas pagoda. You actually refined all of it into a mid-grade Dao weapon. How much effort must that have taken? Kunpeng's eyes instantly beamed with light, as if he wished he could swallow it in one gulp. But seeing within the pagoda over 100 million heavenly demons, various heavenly demon kings, many powerful magic treasures, 10 undying bodies, and 2 experts of the cave heaven realm, he did not dare let his guard down. After all, his power was currently suppressing the gate of Avicii, which drew away a portion of it. Feng Han, you little beast, you are simply not worthy of possessing such a magic treasure. You had better give it to me. Once I step into the creation realm, the 5th stage of longevity, I can refine the entire 8 Buddhas pagoda into a high-grade Dao weapon. By then, its power will be far greater than you can possibly imagine. That is all for today's commentary. Fellow Taoists, if you like it, please give us a thumbs up to support us. See you tomorrow. Immortality, Season 8, Episode 9. Just when Feng Han was suppressed by the Kunpeng and forced to retreat step by step, Feng Han's world tree actually established a connection with the key of the wild god. Pure yang vital qi was continuously channeled into Feng Han's body. Supported by this vital qi, Feng Han first severely injured the Kunpeng, forcing it to flee for its life, and snatched its 33 heavens treasures. After that, he devoured 18 forget-worry pills, successively helping Baby Xingyun, Crane Fairy, Feng Xiaolin, and 9 others in total successfully advance to the longevity, mysterious realm. Finally, facing Hua Tiandu's attempt to control the key of the wild god, he directly burned 36,000 years of his lifespan to fight against him. Just how exciting will the upcoming battle be? And who will ultimately obtain the Panwu True Blood? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous likes, coins, and support. Your support is the driving force for Taoist Fuxing to keep updating. Continuing from where we left off, instantly, the wings on the Kunpeng's back turned into 2 giant hands, grabbing the 8 division pagoda into them. Then it was about to use brute force to refine it using one of the 3,000 great Daos, the Great Treasure Refining Technique. The Great Treasure Refining Technique is the root Taoist technique for refining all treasures. Although it has no offensive power, when it comes to refining magic treasures, it can break through all treasure restrictions. But just as he unleashed the Great Treasure Refining Technique from within the 8 division pagoda, even more magic treasures surged out. The Iron Blood Battle Flag, the Tualuo Sutra Pillar, the Star Emperor Dragon Bed, the Chakra Scepter, and the Aladdin Magic Lamp. There were a total of 5 high-grade Dao weapons. Driven by Long Xian, Jia Lan, Baby Xingyun, the Witch, and Princess Hongyi, they floated out. Each high-grade Dao weapon consumed 30 million pure yang pills, becoming completely berserk, and struck out towards the Kunpeng. For a moment, the giant hands transformed from the Kunpeng's wings began to melt. Damn it! How can there be so many high-grade Dao weapons? You are simply wasting heavenly treasures. For ants like you to actually possess them, I must kill you all to manifest the heavenly Dao. The power on his body surged wave after wave, instantly suppressing the power of the 5 high-grade Dao weapons and the 8-division pagoda once again. Traversing the starry sky, the path that covers the heavens. Although your treasures are of high quality, they cannot match the sheer number of my treasures. I will let you witness my 33 heavens treasures. The heaven-suppressing ring, the heaven-covering wheel, the heaven-destroying sword, the heaven-dominating saber. The moment he waved his hand, from his palm, 33 extremely intense treasure lights were pushed out. These 33 treasure lights transformed into 33 layers of grotto heavens, layered upon layer, each layer tighter than the last. This was a bizarre magic treasure composed of 33 medium-grade Dao weapons. Its fluctuating power was countless times greater than that of the 8-division pagoda. This divine beast can actually refine the 33 heavens treasures? Where did he obtain the refining method for the 33 heavens treasures? Back then, Emperor Huangquan died under these very 33 heavens treasures. Yan suddenly roared. Feng Han was also shocked at this moment. He felt that although these 33 heavens treasures were each only medium-grade Dao weapons, when combined, they were actually far more powerful than the 5 high-grade Dao weapons and the entire 8-division pagoda. The 33 heavens treasures are a treasure of the legendary Lord of the Immortal Realm, the Immortal King of Creation. It is composed of 33 immortal weapons, connecting with the power of creation. Back then, Emperor Huangquan tore open the immortal realm and was besieged by immortals. He killed many true immortals and heaven immortals, but just at that moment, the 33 heavens treasures suddenly appeared. With just one strike, they completely killed Emperor Huangquan and knocked me down to the mortal realm, causing me to fall into a deep sleep. The 33 heavens treasures are respectively heaven-covering, heaven-suppressing, heaven-destroying, heaven-dominating, heaven-burning, heaven-connecting, heaven-fighting, and so on, composed of 33 immeasurable treasures. The refining method is far more terrifying than that of the 8-division pagoda, and when combined, they are countless times more powerful. Furthermore, refining them consumes an unimaginable amount of ancient materials. Some materials even have to be searched for within the immortal realm. This Kunpeng must have obtained some miraculous encounter and spent his entire life refining this set of 33 heavens medium-grade Dao weapon treasures. Yan's divine thought was transmitted. A ferocious smile appeared on the Kunpeng's face, and he spat out a mouthful of pure yang qi. As these 33 layers of grotto heavens rotated slightly, they sucked the 8-division pagoda inside. Feng Han could even feel the power of the 8-division pagoda gradually weakening. If all else fails, I'll risk it all. Feng Han was just about to cast the lesser fate technique to burn 100,000 years of his lifespan to completely kill the Kunpeng. But just at this moment, a sudden jolt went through his mind. Within the bronze mirror, the massive key of the wild god became clear. With a slight movement of the key of the wild god, endless pure yang vital qi suddenly entered the world tree and was then spewed into his own grotto heaven. This pure yang vital qi actually manifested in a liquid state, each drop extremely condensed, so dense that it could not be dissolved at all. Each drop weighed 1,000 catties, transforming into an ocean of heavy water in an instant. The amount of pure yang vital qi channeled in this single instant was equivalent to a whopping 30 billion pills. Feng Han was instantly ecstatic. Although he didn't know what went wrong with the key of the wild god, he naturally would not let this sudden change go to waste. In an instant, he activated his divine ability, completely burning this pure yang vital qi equivalent to 30 billion pills. Pure yang flames filled the entire underworld map. Deep within, The samsara disk spun violently, and the 72 demon gods roared at each other. A samsara disk as massive as a star flew out from within, slamming heavily into the Kunpeng's body. The Kunpeng's face changed color. He immediately gave up on grabbing the gate of Avicii and suppressing the 8-division pagoda, and instead manifested a grotto heaven, attempting to swallow the phantom of the samsara disk. He actually dares to swallow the samsara disk? Just how foolish must his brain be? Yen closed his eyes. Sure enough, the shadow of the samsara disk crashed into the Kunpeng's grotto heaven. Within this divine beast's grotto heaven, the laws of space and the laws of time operated violently, attempting to dismantle the phantom, but it was all in vain. The phantom spun and rotated, bursting with continuous explosions. The grotto heaven collapsed wave after wave, and cracks began to appear on the Kunpeng's body. These cracks were like the cracks of his heaven, impossible to mend. Power leaked out, like a ball punctured by a needle. Swallow for me. The Kunpeng unleashed his ultimate skill, activating one of the 3,000 great Daos within his body, the Great Devouring Technique. A black hole surged, spinning repeatedly, and ultimately reduced the phantom of the samsara disk to nothingness, actually resisting Fong Han's suppressing blow. Where did this Kunpeng learn the Great Devouring Technique from? Fong Han's mind stirred, and he was startled. But he perceived that this Kunpeng's power had weakened severely, and he was gravely injured. The grotto heaven inside his body began to shatter, and he probably couldn't even exert 30% of his usual power. Moreover, those 33 heavens treasures were also scattered, uncontrollable, and flying all over the place. The 33 layers of grotto heavens also collapsed, and the treasures composed of 33 medium-grade Dao weapons completely fell apart, falling into the depths of the underworld map, sucked in by the gate of Avicii, never to come out again. Damn it, these are my life-bound magic treasures. I cultivated them for a full 27,000 years. I don't know how much hard work I spent, or how many miraculous encounters I had, to finally refine them. Once, for the heaven-shaking wood material that only grows in the immortal realm, I used a hard-earned high-grade Dao weapon in the market of the Saha Great World to exchange for it and refine the heavens-suppressing ring. Now, everything is gone. I will eat you all. The Kunpeng screamed hysterically. However, within the Kunpeng's mind, a trace of clarity still remained. Seeing the samsara disk deep within the underworld map spinning once again, he could not help but abandon his treasures and flee from the underworld map. Fong Han now only felt the radiance of the world tree surging with light, as liquid pure yang qi continuously spewed out, surging like a tide. He had just burned 30 billion pills worth of pure yang liquid, leaving his grotto heaven completely empty. But in the next moment, the pure yang liquid spewed out by the world tree flooded his grotto heaven, even threatening to burst the grotto heaven and overflow. With a wave of his hand, the 8-division pagoda flew into his hand, and he then placed it into his grotto heaven, also absorbing the liquid pure yang heavy water to convert it into pills. 33 heavens treasures, refined for me. Now, with a wave of his hand, a river composed of pure yang heavy water in his grotto heaven shot out and burned. Another 10 billion pills burned, and on that samsara disk, a surge of samsara power shot out, cleansing the 33 heavens treasures. The 33 medium-grade Dao weapons, with a slight wipe of Fong Han's samsara power, all had their weapon spirits lose their memories, becoming like an idiot. Then Fong Han instantly transferred his own memory onto it. Instantly, the 33 middle-grade Dao weapons turned into 33 layers of space and flew into his own grotto heaven, turning into a peculiar existence. The various formations within that magic treasure and all kinds of profound methods all entered Fong Han's mind. Having comprehended some of the formations within, with a slight movement from Fong Han, his own space also began to warp. Every 33 flicks would derive a strange and peculiar power, making his comprehension of the law of space even deeper. What a great treasure! If this set of treasures is fully refined, it will possess inconceivable power. Unfortunately, I do not know the subsequent refining methods. However, as long as I capture the Kunpeng, he must have a secret treasure refining formula on him. Fong Han rushed out of the Yellow Springs map. Even more pure yang heavy water rushed out from the World Tree, almost breaking his entire body apart. But once out of the Yellow Springs map, he saw an unbelievable scene. Within the bronze mirror in the center of the Wild God Hall, the key of the Wild God appeared. This key of the Wild God seemed to have a close connection of flesh and blood with him. Even with a slight touch from him, he could feel the key of the Wild God inside the mirror. There is no longer any doubt. The key of the Wild God is indeed made from a section of the trunk of the World Tree. It shares a flesh and blood connection with my World Tree. It has accumulated too much pure yang vital qi and immortal realm vital qi, so it wants to vent them toward my World Tree. Fong Han completely understood in his heart. Senior sister, I have already repelled the Kunpeng. Now I will help you repel the Taotai. With a movement of his body, he entered the center of the city of violent thunder. Opening his mouth, billowing pure yang vital qi spewed out from his mouth, filling the entire city. Fong Han, what is going on? Weren't your pure yang pills completely exhausted? Fong Qingxue and Feng Yaguang were both filled with shock and doubt. I have already established communication with the key of the Wild God. I don't know who completely unlocked the key of the Wild God, but it has begun to pour out pure yang vital qi. Once we repel the Taotai, I will use my magic power to obtain this key and take control of the entire heavenly martial treasury. I am the truly destined one. This heavenly martial treasury was left to me by immortal, venerable Panwu. Right now, my grotto heaven, my body, are both about to explode from being stuffed with pure yang heavy water. Pure yang heavy water equivalent to a full 100 billion pills is constantly pouring into my body. As Fong Han spoke, even more surging rivers spewed out from his grotto heaven. The rumbling sound of water drowned out the explosions in the city. Chan Nan and cried out happily. With a slight movement of her magic power, all of this pure yang heavy water was absorbed inside. A giant bronze cannon manifested, which was indeed the immortal ancient thunder cannon. It fired a shot right at the Taotai. The thick pillar of light constantly tore his body apart, causing this divine beast to scream in pain. How could it be? Even the Kunpeng actually couldn't deal with this kid. The Taotai was, after all, a divine beast. Although the immortal ancient thunder cannon could wound him, it could not kill him. It soared up amidst its screams and left the city of violent thunder in fear. Fong Han and Fong Qingxue came out at the same time, sharing the surging and roaring pure yang heavy water from his grotto heaven with her. At this very moment, within his grotto heaven, the World Tree seemed to be taking root and sprouting. Leaves grew out one by one, and its roots pierced into the void. Then Fong Han saw that those roots seemed to appear inside the bronze mirror, on top of the key of the Wild God, merging with the key of the Wild God. What is going on with this kid? The Wild God King was in a fierce battle with the Emperor's pen. He summoned another 80 powerful wild gods, all of whom entered his world, connecting their powers as one. Yet, he still could not compare to the Emperor's pen and was beaten back repeatedly. You actually possess the World Tree. Back then, our race's ancestral Holy King used the giant axe of the creation divine weapon to completely extinguish all life in the tree's fragments. Even if you obtained a fragment of the World Tree, it should be impossible to make it rejuvenate. The two divine beasts, Kunpeng and Taotai, now looked as pale as ash. Hearing the Wild God King's roar, they understood what was happening. Inside the Taotia's body, Meng Xiaobai had turned into a demonic fetus. Dwelling inside, he also heard this roar, and his face instantly turned pale. Hua Tiandu, however, had disappeared at this moment. It turned out he was sent into the great wild ancient furnace by the Wild God King, entering the world of the ancestral witch mirror. Fong Han, that mirror is called the ancestral witch mirror. It is the sacred treasure of the shaman Dao Great World. However, it has lost a certain function, and is now used to carry the key of the Wild God. You share a destiny with the key of the Wild God. Quickly take this ancestral witch mirror, lest Hua Tiandu inside controls the hub. The Emperor's pen transmitted its divine thought. Is that so? Then I shall take this ancestral witch mirror. Fong Han hastily activated the disc of Samsara to bombard the wild god king. At the same time, he made a grasping motion with his hand. The great poison technique talisman suddenly leaped, actually completely corroding the medicine world formed by the 18 Wanyu pills. Then, the billowing medicinal qi entered his body. These 18 immortal pills were high-grade immortal pills refined by immortals. Every single one of them was incredibly powerful. Now, as soon as they entered Fong Han's body, they transformed into power, almost causing Fong Han's body to explode once again. Every drop of Fong Han's blood was filled with the powerful aura of the immortal pills. In the end, this immortal pill aura even leaked out, entering the 8-division pagoda. Xingyun Baby, Crane Fairy, Demonic Girl, County Princess Hongyi, Su Yuer, Yiyu, channel your techniques immediately to receive my Wanyu Immortal Pill Vital Qi and the pure Yang Heavy Water. This pure Yang Heavy Water flows out from the key of the Wild God and contains the law of longevity. At this very moment, it is the perfect opportunity for you to break through to the longevity secret realm. Within the 8-division pagoda, Long Xian and Jia Lan had already broken through to the longevity secret realm, greatly increasing their strength. However, Xingyun Baby, Crane Fairy, Demonic Girl, County Princess Hongyi, Su Yuer, Yiyu, and other minor giants of the Jia Lan Association had long remained stuck at the 10th level of supernatural powers, the peak of defying heaven and changing fate. Xingyun Baby and the others were completely soaked in the pure Yang Heavy Water. Many heavenly demons and heavenly demon kings were also soaked in it. The pure Yang Heavy Water completely filled their bodies, converting every drop of blood into pure Yang and completely refining any dregs within their bodies. Then, Fong Han's Wanyu Immortal Pill aura sprayed in. First, it sprayed into Xingyun Baby's body. The various star supernatural powers on Xingyun Baby's body flowed in reverse, with bursts of starlight. His body became even more fair and chubby, and a gate of the immortal realm manifested above his head. With a casual touch, the gate of the immortal realm opened, and all kinds of immortal Tao laws flowed down. Originally, it was impossible to sense the immortal realm within the heavenly martial treasury, but Fong Han suddenly sensed the key of the wild god, and was actually able to sense the immortal realm again through the key of the wild god, and even sensed it even more. There was a sensation of ascending to the immortal realm. And within his grotto heaven, everyone was able to sense the immortal realm once again. Xingyun Baby broke through to the longevity secret realm, becoming an eternal giant. His magic power also grew to a full 100 million, reaching the terrifying level of galloping wild horses. Fong Han spewed out the vital qi of the 18 Wanyu immortal pills. Crane Fairy, Demonic Girl Fong Xiaolin, and County Princess Hongyi, the three of them broke through once again, also becoming eternal giants.
Boom!
Su Yuer and Yiyu also stood up, opening the gate of the immortal realm. For a moment, the immortal Tao laws fell like raindrops, mixing into the pure Yang Heavy Water, making their respective magic powers even more pure and their cultivation even more profound. Within the rest of the 8-division pagoda, the number of heavenly demons also began to skyrocket, skyrocketing to as many as 200 million. Even more heavenly demons cultivated into the supernatural power secret realm, becoming heavenly demon kings. As for some highly cultivated heavenly demon kings, they leaped directly from talismans to the 7th level of supernatural powers, the Golden Core. Instantly, 3,000 heavenly demon kings cultivated golden cores. They flew their golden cores out, forming a giant vortex to absorb the pure Yang Heavy Water. Instantly, the level of the pure Yang Heavy Water dropped by a layer, and their golden cores became even more dazzling. The power of the 8-division pagoda rose once again, and its main body became even more refined. 7 of them promoted to eternal giants within the pagoda. If this were placed in the Xianhuang Great World, within any sect, it would be an earth-shattering event. They would surely hold grand banquets for countless days to publicize the glory of the sect. Yet now, within the 8-division pagoda, it happens silently. Good. The key of the wild god is indeed a peerless Tao weapon capable of enlightening the longevity secret realm. Ancestral witch mirror, come to my hand. You are naturally mine, and the heavenly martial treasury is also mine. At this moment, Feng Han's power reached an all-time peak. Feeling that within his own cave, Heaven 8-division pagoda, another 100 billion pills worth of pure yang heavy water had been stored. However, at this moment, the pure yang heavy water being channeled from the key of the wild god suddenly stopped. From the ancestral witch mirror, Feng Han saw the shadow of Hua Tiandu. Compared to the key of the wild god, Hua Tiandu was like an ant crawling on a tree, extremely inconspicuous. But Feng Han could see that the ant, Hua Tiandu, on the key of the wild god, seemed to be sitting cross-legged, absorbing all the ancient primordial qi into his body. There was another aura on the key of the wild god, which seemed to be combining with him, wanting to completely merge with him. Relying on instinct, Feng Han felt that if Hua Tiandu mastered this power, he would be able to control a part of the key of the wild god, and then it would be difficult for him to refine it. My will descends into the ancestral witch mirror. The world tree and I are one. Suddenly, Feng Han's massive will, through the roots of the world tree, arrived in a mysterious space. This space seemed like a scene before heaven and earth were split, when the clear and turbid were not yet separated. In this hazy, gray aura, there appeared a key that pierced through heaven and earth. This key was the key of the wild god. Now, many roots were wrapped around it. Feng Han's power, carrying his will, descended through the world tree, quickly locking onto Hua Tiandu. A look of disdain appeared on his face. With a casual palm strike, he also activated the power of the Great Origin technique, bringing forth a vortex, striking out to kill Hua Tiandu. Feng Han, I'm afraid you've miscalculated this time. I am the heir designated by immortal, venerable Panwu. Hua Tiandu suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly and faintly combining with the ancient primordial qi on the key of the wild god. Above his head, a cave heaven appeared. In the center of the cave heaven, there was a deity of great strength. My Great Origin technique has refined the key of the wild god before you. Now, this peerless Tao weapon is already in my grasp. Today, not only will you die, but Feng Qingxue, Feng Yaoguang, and even the Emperor's pen must all die. While speaking, Hua Tiandu struck out with his palm, blocking Feng Han's deadly move. You call this refining the key of the wild god? Feng Han laughed out loud. Although we have a 10-year pact, I will completely destroy you right now, lest you harbor any lingering hopes. Feng Baiyu used you, solely to obtain the heavenly martial treasury. You have now completely lost your value of being used. It is only natural for me to kill you. Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. Your backers, Deng Ao and Sun Shihua, have both been refined by me, their soul imprints extracted, imprisoned within the Aladdin's magic lamp, suffering eternal torment. You will be the same. You too. You will be the same. I won't let you die. I want you to see what true torment is. Right now, you have merely used the primordial qi on the key of the wild god to break through to the cave heaven realm. I will make you understand what true power is. While speaking, Feng Han did not stop. He struck out with the great poison technique, turning into specks of black light that shone toward Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu gave a sharp shout. With him as the center, some patterns on the key of the wild god leaped up, unexpectedly resisting the erosion of the great poison technique in an instant. Indeed you can mobilize some formations, but your power is limited. Seeing this, Feng Han felt completely reassured. Feng Han could see that Hua Tiandu was putting on a show. In truth, it was impossible for him to refine the key of the wild god. It was only because his own Great Origin technique combined with a portion of the primordial qi, allowing him to activate a very tiny portion of the formations on the key of the wild god. This was equivalent to a disciple of the Tai sect within the Tai sect's cave heaven, exerting a combat power far greater than outside. Similar to Hua Tiandu, I will let you know what true despair is. World Tree, completely merge with the origin of the Key of the Wild God. Great Origin Technique, refine the Key of the Wild God for me. Fong Han activated his Great Origin Technique, sending it into the patterns of the Key of the Wild God. Sure enough, the patterns of the Key of the Wild God also became active, with a portion of the patterns falling under his control. And the roots of the World Tree completely merged with the Key of the Wild God. At this moment, Fong Han even felt that inside the Key of the Wild God, the pure and vast pure yang power had already condensed into a kind of crystal similar to heavenly crystal. These crystals were pure yang crystals condensed to the extreme, countless times more concentrated than pills. If converted into pills, Fong Han knew they could probably only be calculated in trillions. Having mastered the Key of the Wild God, he would never lack pure yang again. With the pills, he could fully activate peerless Dao weapons, and even experts several realms higher than him could be held at bay. This time, Fong Han took a three-pronged approach, merging with the origin of the Key of the Wild God, while also executing the Great Origin Technique to completely combine with the ancient primordial Qi on the Key of the Wild God, and finally executing Dao techniques to kill Hua Tiandu. Sure enough, this three-pronged approach yielded results. Fong Han felt that Hua Tiandu was gradually being squeezed out of the Key of the Wild God, while the vitality of the World Tree and the Key of the Wild God began to blend like milk and water, with a feeling of intimate closeness. The Key of the Wild God was like a long parched desert, receiving the vitality of the World Tree. Fong Han even faintly felt that inside the Key of the Wild God, some subtle vitality was also stimulated. On this massive key, there were also faint traces of taking root and sprouting. Not good. Hua Tiandu's face changed abruptly. With a movement of his body, he was about to drill into the interior of the Key of the Wild God. Fong Han slightly swirled his Great Poison Technique, stopping his deep entry. With a slight entanglement, it instantly corroded the protective astral qi around Hua Tiandu's body, threatening to turn him into a lump of rotten flesh. Hua Tiandu suddenly opened his mouth and spat out, shooting out several pills. They were actually heavenly fragrance pills personally refined by Te Huangshan, which blocked the Great Poison Technique. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out fresh blood. The blood sprayed across, shooting like an arrow onto the Key of the Wild God, instantly merging into it. True blood of Panwu. Supreme truth. Heavenly martial mystery. Supreme martial Dao. Amidst this roar, the blood actually spread out. Fong Han felt Hua Tiandu's power beginning to seize control. Within that blood, there seemed to be the aura of the creator of the Key of the Wild God, immortal, venerable Panwu. Fong Han, you would never have guessed. When I obtained the great desolate ancient furnace, I obtained a drop of blood deep within its furnace fire. It is the blood of immortal, venerable Panwu. I will bring it out now, to let you know what the legacy of immortal venerable Panwu truly is. Even immortal venerable Panwu cannot escape fate. The long river of fate runs through from beginning to end. The hope of eternal life contains the origin of cause, effect, and reincarnation, manipulated by fate. Completely ignoring Hua Tiandu's words, Fong Han's grand and resonant voice resounded. At this very moment, he burned a full 36,000 years of his lifespan, executing the minor destiny technique, completely transcending the barriers of time and space. Even a peerless Dao weapon could not block it. Fong Han was equivalent to directly burning away all the lifespan of an undying body cultivator. The power of destiny penetrated into the Key of the Wild God. The blood sprayed by Hua Tiandu was actually completely forced out, condensing into a fist-sized, golden glowing lump of blood containing countless runes. Now, this lump of Panwu true blood had fallen into Fong Han's hands. That's all for today's commentary. Creating this isn't easy, fellow Taoists. If you like it, please give us plenty of likes and support. We'll see you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 10. Fong Han has really struck it rich this time. After refining the true blood of Panwu, Fong Han finally succeeded in entering the space of the Key of the Wild God. 3,000 rivers of pure yang, 3,000 mountain ranges of pure yang crystal, and at least 1,000 kinds of immortal pills. Low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and even supreme-grade immortal pills fill the entire space. Not only that, when Fong Han's grotto heaven merged with the space, he even comprehended the true essence of the law of time, successfully promoting to the fourth fold of longevity, the cosmic light realm. Next, how exciting will the battle be between Fong Han's group and Tai Huang Tian's true immortal avatar? And what will be the end of Hua Tiandu? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Your support is the motivation for Taoist Fusheng to keep updating. Continuing from last time, Immortal Venerable Panwu, I shall inherit your will. Let me refine it. Great Blood Soul Technique. Fong Han burned a full 36,000 years of lifespan to refine the true blood of Panwu. However, the true blood of Panwu is not so easily refined. Immortal Venerable Panwu had already reached the cultivation of a heavenly monarch. Back then, the heavenly monarch of chaos killed countless dragons, demons, Buddhas, immortals, fierce beasts, and divine beasts to forge the chaos primal fetus, yet none of them were experts at the heavenly monarch level. A heavenly monarch is a monarch of heaven, only one step away from comprehending creation. Such a status makes them an overlord even in the immortal realm. However, under the activation of the lesser fate technique, this true blood of Panwu seemed to sense a trace of the aura of fate and also seemed to feel the vitality of the world tree. Suddenly, with a tremor, it actually entered Fong Han's body, lodging itself between Fong Han's eyebrows, hovering and radiating 10,000 rays of golden light. Great! I have actually subdued this blood. Once I completely refine this blood, I can raise my realm. The lost lifespan is nothing at all. Fong Han was overjoyed. He felt that from within that blood, there was a faint, vague aura of ownership being emitted. It was as if he himself was the master of the entire treasury of Heavenly Marshal, and the key of the Wild God was the key to his own front door. Fong Han, you are forcing my hand. I originally didn't want Tai sect to enter this key of the Wild God inside the ancestral witch mirror, but you have driven me to a dead end. I will fight you to the death. What I, Hua Tiandu, cannot obtain, you can forget about getting either. I would rather let Tai sect benefit than you. True immortal avatar, Tai Huang Tian Talisman. Patriarch Tai Huang Tian, let your clone descend here. As he spoke, Hua Tiandu ripped open his clothes with a whoosh, revealing his chest. Upon his chest, a long talisman was actually drawn. This talisman was filled with the pressure of an immortal, which was actually a power even stronger than the virtual immortal talisman of the sacred light great world. It was an avatar of Tai Huang Tian, a true immortal talisman. The ninth fold of longevity, having crossed the lightning tribulation of the immortal realm, is called a virtual immortal. And the 10th fold of longevity, having comprehended the law of the impermanence of life and death, is called a true immortal, meaning a real immortal, no longer a virtual one. A real immortal, no longer a virtual one. Tai Huang Tian is at this realm. Tai Huang Tian is at this realm. One step further is a heavenly immortal. What is a heavenly immortal? Heaven, in the hearts of all cultivators, is not the starry universe, but the immortal realm. The immortal realm is heaven. A heavenly immortal is a true immortal who, after ascending to heaven, undergoes another transformation upon entering the immortal realm. That is a heavenly immortal. A 10th fold longevity true immortal. The terror of their power goes without saying. Standing at the peak of the entire heaven, earth, and universe, traversing several great worlds through interstellar space is like taking a leisurely stroll. Refining supreme-grade Tao weapons and activating them is as easy as turning a hand. Fong Han immediately felt that the magic power on this talisman on Hua Tiandu's body was above 1 trillion, far exceeding 1 trillion. His expression suddenly changed. Tai Huangtian's calculations were actually so deep, refining one of his clones into a talisman to enter the treasury of Heavenly Marshal, merging with Hua Tiandu's soul to avoid the rejection of the ancestral witch mirror. Tai Huangtian's shadow emerged from the talisman, descending upon the key of the wild god, his eyes like the sun and moon. The gray space inside the ancestral witch mirror was eternally unformed, but as soon as Tai Huangtian appeared, he was like a giant god splitting heaven and earth, separating the clear from the turbid, creating the sun and moon. Even the key of the wild god began to tremble, and the various formations upon it began to operate. This supreme-grade Tao weapon, the trunk of the world tree, also faced a major threat. Feng Han, I did not expect you to have such a great opportunity to obtain the only fragment of the world tree that still contains vitality. Back then, the ancestor Holy King of the Divine Clan severed the world tree, completely wiping out all of its vitality. Yet, there is always a silver lining in the heavenly Tao, so there must be a fragment that still holds vitality, waiting for the destined one. And you actually happen to be that destined person. I had calculated this long ago. Unfortunately, the demon Venerable Qiyuan was protecting you, and that traitor Linglong was also using you. But now your luck ends here. Tai Huangtian's true immortal avatar locked his eyes onto Feng Han. A powerful divine sense swept over. With a thought, Feng Han flew out from the root system of the world tree, and his many magic treasures descended upon his body. Meanwhile, even more pure yang heavy water, and even crystals from the key of the wild god, all flew into the Yellow Springs map, burning. Hua Tiandu, you useless trash. You even lost the true blood of Panwu, letting this little bastard obtain it. If you had spoken earlier about having the true blood of Panwu, our Tai sect would not be in such a passive position. A drop of a heavenly monarch's immortal blood, blood of a heavenly monarch who surpasses heavenly immortals, divine immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, and many other immortals. How could you possibly refine it? If I had obtained it, I could have directly torn open the gate of the immortal realm and descended into the immortal realm. No need for the edicts of the immortal realm, truly free and unfettered. Tai Huangtian suddenly waved his large hand, reaching out to cover Hua Tiandu. It is not like that. Patriarch, spare my life. Hua Tiandu cried out in terror, watching helplessly as the giant hand enveloped him, and then his body vanished into thin air. You killed Hua Tiandu? Feng Han was stunned. I will not kill him. To me, he still has great utility value. To you, he is your destined enemy, bound to be entangled with you. I will send him to the immortal realm to pave the way for me, to let me know what the immortal realm is really like, and what the distribution of power is right now. After he goes to the immortal realm to cultivate, his magic power will advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, he will smuggle himself back down to completely kill you. Haha, now that you put it that way, I am relieved. Suddenly, all of Feng Han's surprise vanished, and the pressure from Tai Huangtian's clone also dissipated. Tai Huangtian was taken aback. You say you want to send Hua Tiandu to the immortal realm, and then, after he achieves success in his cultivation, have him smuggle himself back down. Then what you mean is, with only this clone coming here now, you are far from being able to do anything to me. You have absolutely no confidence in killing me. In your subconscious, you know you cannot do anything to me right now. Therefore, I have nothing to worry about at all. All the treasures of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal this time are mine. Disc of Samsara, completely obliterate. Feng Han's voice was filled with composure. He had seen through the flaw in Tai Huangtian's words. Within the Yellow Springs map, a massive amount of pure yang heavy water burned, and the phantom of the disc of Samsara flew out completely, pressing down toward Tai Huangtian. This clone of mine indeed cannot kill you, but I can severely wound you, ruining your countless years of bitter cultivation and turning you into a cripple. Tai Huangtian took a fierce step forward. I will let you know just how terrifying and irresistible the cultivation of a true immortal is. At the same time as he stepped forward, Tai Huang Tian extended his large hand, actually grabbing the phantom of the disc of samsara in one go. The phantom struggled within his hand, as if it had fallen into another world, unable to break free no matter what. Seeing this scene, Feng Han was almost choked to death by his own saliva. He had never seen anyone deal with the phantom of the disc of samsara like this, squeezing it in the palm of his hand, letting it spin as it pleased. Is this the power of a true immortal? Just a single clone is already this terrifying. Feng Han, so this is the power of the disc of samsara?
It really disappoints me.
Back then, in the hands of the great emperor of the Yellow Spring, it was not of this caliber. It seems you are still far too weak. Even if you are given countless pure yang pills, it would be of no use at all. Tai Huang Tian squeezed his palm violently. Crack! The phantom of the disc of samsara exploded completely within his palm, turning into countless fragments and then vanishing. Senior sister, Emperor's Pen, quickly enter the ancestral witch mirror to slay Tai Huang Tian together. The true immortal avatar Feng Han summoned violently, the Panwu true blood between his brows slowly circulating through his body, once again connecting with that ancient power on the key of the wild god. Outside, Feng Qingxue and Feng Yaoguang, and even the Emperor's Pen, who was in a fierce battle with the wild god king, were startled. They saw a hazy gray light emanating from the ancestral witch mirror, shining upon them and pulling them into the mirror. The Emperor's Pen knew what was happening and did not resist. Instead, it wrote a character and instantly vanished, also descending into the ancestral witch mirror, seeing the key of the wild god. Feng Qingxue and Feng Yaoguang also heard Feng Han summon. At this moment, only the wild god king, the Kunpeng, the Taotai, and Meng Xiaobai were left in the wild god temple. Kunpeng, Taotai, Meng Xiaobai. Damn it, my losses are too great. My 33 heavens treasures. I also lost 18 forget worry immortal pills. Fellow Taoist wild god king, what do we do now? Shall we also enter the ancestral witch mirror? The Kunpeng and Taotai looked at the wild god king. As they spoke, the gazes of the three shifted to the ancestral witch mirror. We cannot enter it. Feng Han was only able to enter because of the world tree. That is how he got inside. The only thing we can do now is to refine the ancestral witch mirror, to refine this mirror. You two are divine beasts with surging magical power. Join forces with me. With a roar, the wild god king spat out a beam of light, striking the ancestral witch mirror, attempting to penetrate his magical power into it. The Kunpeng and Taotai also looked at each other. Indeed, right now, a world-shaking battle is raging inside the ancestral witch mirror. We can take advantage of them when both sides are exhausted. This ancestral witch mirror is rumored to be a supreme treasure of the great witch world. It is neither a precious tool nor a Tao weapon, and certainly not an immortal weapon. Rather, it belongs to some unknown class of treasure. It once shone brilliantly in ancient times. The people of the great witch world even wanted to use it to establish the witch realm, to stand alongside the immortal realm. But they were destroyed by the punishment of the immortal realm. Let's be careful. If there is a chance later, plotting against the wild god king is not out of the question. The two divine beasts, each with their own hidden motives, also spat out a mouthful of vital energy, spraying it onto the ancestral witch mirror. At this time, Feng Qingxue, Feng Yaoguang, and the Emperor's Pen had all entered the ancestral witch mirror. They saw the key of the wild god, and also saw Tai Huang Tian. Seeing that Feng Han had summoned so many people, Tai Huang Tian could not help but laugh out loud. Yet his eyes turned toward the Emperor's Pen. Excellent, Emperor's Pen, the sharpest weapon of antiquity. To think that during the Great Tribulation, you actually comprehended the realm of unity of heaven and earth. I have already cultivated to the true immortal realm. If you submit to me, I will take you to the immortal realm to cultivate together. For you to eventually promote to an immortal weapon, or even a creation divine weapon, is not beyond hope. What does a true immortal amount to? It is merely the lowest grade of immortal, and cannot even be considered a true immortal. Only a heaven immortal can be considered an immortal. But even a heaven immortal is nothing in my eyes. Even the 9 realms above you, origin immortal, sacred immortal, ancestral immortal, zenith immortal, I do not care about any of them. Only a heavenly monarch is qualified for me to align with. But to make me submit is impossible. Do you think you are of the level of the creation immortal king or Taoist Hongmeng, existences who have comprehended creation? Existences who are only a step away from eternal life and immortality. Only a step away from eternal life and immortality. Only a step away from eternal life. Existences who are only a step away from eternal life and immortality? Compared to them, you're still just an ant. You're still just an ant. Tai Huang Tian, do you know? And this tiny avatar of yours is even worse than an ant. The Emperor's pen struck out boldly, writing the characters small. Fong Han, focus wholeheartedly on driving the Panwu true blood and the world tree to completely control this key of the wild god. Do not be distracted. I will deal with this true immortal avatar. Fong Han, give me the pure yang heavy water. I will use the immortal ancient thunder cannon to blast Tai Huang Tian's true immortal avatar. All right. Fong Han connected the Yellow Springs map and the city of tempestuous thunder, and then the surging pure yang heavy water flowed like a great river, entering the city of tempestuous thunder, completely absorbed by the immortal ancient thunder cannon. Chan Nan also lined her own pockets, devouring it in huge gulps. The spirit of a supreme Tao weapon had it so rough. Although she could absorb the origin chi of the immortal realm herself, but her main body was too massive, and the origin chi required to sustain it was thousands of times that of an ordinary cultivator. Normally, she could not even move. Moving would cause the weapon's spirit to wither. Furthermore, the weapon's spirit could not leave the main body to roam outside. Otherwise, it would end up like the seal of common people, whose spirit went out on its own, while its main body was immediately occupied by the wild god king's avatar, becoming a homeless existence. Therefore, the spirits of supreme Tao weapons all hope for a master to infuse them with pure yang origin power, allowing them to unleash their power to their heart's content and roam the world, and elevate their realm. As a massive amount of pure yang heavy water poured into the city of tempestuous thunder, Fang Qingshue's expression remained unchanged. She directly rotated the city of tempestuous thunder, and the immortal ancient thunder cannon flashed with golden light. A thick pillar of light pierced through, a thick pillar of light, a thick pillar of light pierced through, locking onto Tai Huang Tian's immortal avatar. Tai Huang Tian's true immortal avatar, seeing the immortal ancient thunder cannon blasting toward him, grew much more solemn in expression. His expression grew much more solemn. Opening his mouth, he spat, spitting out an equally pitch-black pillar of light, colliding with the immortal ancient thunder cannon. The two forces clashed fiercely. This pitch-black pillar of light spat from his mouth was filled with the aura of disaster, clearly the aura of the great disaster technique. The Emperor's pen, facing Tai Huang Tian, wrote once again. After writing the character small, it wrote the character weak. The two characters revolved around Tai Huang Tian and suddenly shot into Tai Huang Tian's body. I am incomparably powerful. You, Emperor's pen, can do nothing to me. This avatar of Tai Huang Tian shook once more, actually forcing the two characters of the Emperor's pen out of his body. With a tremor, they shattered into fragments. Then his eyes locked onto Fong Han. Light of destruction. The Emperor's pen immediately shifted its body, its towering figure blocking in front of Fong Han, warding off the light of destruction shot from Tai Huang Tian's eyes. In the air, it wrote another ancient character, kill. Instantly, killing intent surged, and a slaughterous aura permeated everywhere. Tai Huang Tian's entire body vibrated. Reaching out, he crushed the character kill once again. Then, he took a violent step forward, a giant hand clawing toward the key of the wild god, shaking it violently, seemingly trying to seize this key. However, how heavy and massive was the key of the wild god? Even with the power of his true immortal avatar, he could not budge it. If it were not contained within the ancestral witch mirror, even a supreme Dao weapon probably could not hold this key. Feng Han was now sitting cross-legged atop the key of the wild god, using the world tree in an attempt to fully establish a connection with the key of the wild god. He had already noticed that this key of the wild god was incredibly mysterious, as he actually could not sense its weapon spirit. Yet it was not like the seal of common people, whose spirit had departed. Right now, he also could not sense this key, or what kind of state it existed in. Thus, he could only silently probe with his divine sense to refine it and to merge with the ancient source aura upon it. To master this key, even if he could not fully control it, controlling a portion of it would still be excellent.
Crack.
His divine sense continuously penetrated deep into the key of the wild god. First, he saw that within some spaces, massive amounts of pure yang crystals were stored. In the mountain ranges, pure yang heavy water continuously flowed in, and then gathered together, heavily compressed, and finally turned into crystals, rather than existing in the form of pills. As Feng Han's divine sense probed further upward, he felt that this key seemed to be truly communicating with the immortal realm, plundering it. Every single moment, liquid immortal realm origin qi gushed down, gathering into an ocean. And beneath the ocean, there was a massive formation that purified the liquid, leaving only the pure yang origin qi, while all other impurities were expelled, sent to some unknown space. Previously, Feng Han could only absorb liquid immortal qi that had not been purified. And now, it can directly connect to the pure yang heavy water. It is truly spectacular. The place where Feng Han's divine sense is currently standing is the first layer inside the key of the wild god. One can see that within the vast space, 3,000 great rivers of pure yang are surging and flowing. At the end of the 3,000 great rivers of pure yang is a towering mountain of pure yang crystals. If each crystal mountain were converted into medicinal pills, they could only be calculated in trillions. And now, Feng Han can take from them at will. This single pure yang crystal mountain, if converted into pure yang pills, could be tens of trillions or even hundreds of trillions. And there are 3,000 mountains and 3,000 great rivers. Just how many pills would that be? I have truly struck it rich. I am afraid I can now rival the promised Star Palace. Moreover, the key of the wild god is still continuously absorbing liquid immortal qi to condense origin qi. With the key of the wild god, one wins the world. Now that I have so much pure yang qi, how many experts can I cultivate? Seeing the 3,000 great rivers of pure yang and the 3,000 pure yang crystal mountain ranges, Feng Han's heart surged with excitement. He seemed to already see the scene of himself cultivating countless experts, utterly routing the divine clan, and unifying the grand Xianhuang world. However, unfortunately, he cannot move the key of the wild god away right now. Walking to the end of the first layer of the key of the wild god, Feng Han saw a space-time barrier appear. A large number of crystal walls blocked him, making it impossible to go deeper or peer into its origin. Feng Han performed the Great Origin technique, attempting to merge with the crystal wall and go deeper inside, but there was still no reaction. A thought completely devoid of emotion was transmitted into Feng Han's divine sense. Possesses the true blood of Panwu, designated successor, but has not comprehended the law of time. Unable to enter the second layer of the key of the wild god. Where did this thought come from? Without comprehending the law of time, one cannot enter. Could it be that the key of the wild god has many layers, and entering each layer requires the corresponding law to obtain the treasures within? What did Feng Han realize at this moment? He carefully spread his divine sense across the entire space, and immediately detected that this first layer of the key of the wild god was about the size of a planet. Its function is to absorb liquid immortal qi from the immortal realm, purify into pure yang heavy water, and then condense it into crystal mountains. The wealth accumulated over time is immeasurable. Currently, he can only control this first layer of space, and the root system of the world tree can also only take root within this first layer of space to absorb the power of pure yang and liquid immortal qi, unable to go any deeper. After thinking for a moment, Fong Han suddenly shouted, "True blood of Panwu." From between his brows, a fist-sized clump of the true blood of Panwu flew out. With a slight spin, the aura of immortal venerable Panwu began to merge with the entire first layer of space. Suddenly, Fong Han felt the space and the grotto heaven he had cultivated connect into one. His own space could manipulate the power of this space at any time, and when necessary, he could even ignite the pure Yang crystal mountains to unleash the power of a supreme Tao weapon. Just as his grotto heaven merged with this first layer of space, the magic power in his body surged wildly once again. One by one, the laws of space flowed through his heart. In his body, more fragments of the law of space condensed and took shape. A total of 3,000 fragments of the law of space were circulating within his body. The magic power inside his body expanded, and a small portion of the true blood of Panwu melted into his body, being refined by him and merging with his bloodline. Both his strength and magic power were growing. At this moment, his law of space reached great perfection. 3,000 fragments of the law of space formed a complete crystal of the law of space. This crystal of the law of space, like a six-sided prism gemstone, represented the true meaning of the heavens, earth, and the four directions. At this moment, he faintly sensed a power of time and was only a single step away from comprehending the law of time and reaching the cosmic light realm. Break the barrier. Seek the truth. A single step away cannot block my mind. At this very moment, the cosmic light realm of the law of time cannot stop my impact and grasp. At this moment, with the law of space at great perfection, Fong Han did not hesitate at all and began to charge at the law of time, aiming to reach the fourth level of the longevity secret realm, the cosmic light realm. He had experience in comprehending the law of time, having comprehended it multiple times within the Yellow Springs map. Furthermore, inside his body, there was still a tiny fragment of the law of time left behind by a clone of the Wild God King. Now, based on this tiny fragment of the law of time, Fong Han's eyes broke through the barrier and his fist blasted into the void.
Bang!
After the punch echoed, Fong Han's grotto heaven and his body both began to undergo a transformation. A powerful aura was brewing. At this moment, neither time nor space seemed able to obstruct his existence. Within his natal grotto heaven, a tiny fragment emerged. A faint power of time radiated from it. Within his grotto heaven, the rate of time flow became slightly different from the outside world. Although this rate of flow was very weak, it was a fundamental change. At this moment, he stepped into the cosmic light realm with one stride. Having comprehended the law of time, he had once again ascended to a new realm. At the moment of his promotion, his lifespan increased boundlessly. A large amount of pure yang heavy water and even some of the crystal mountains disintegrated, entering his body and beginning to transform into magic power. This caused his strength to rise as well. In an instant, his internal capacity expanded and his magic power boiled. Originally, it was the power of 30 billion surging wild horses, but now it had risen to a full 80 billion. Right now, Fong Han's strength was not much different from divine beasts like the Kunpeng and Taotai that had stepped into the cosmic light realm. Moreover, as long as he continues to cultivate, accumulating more fragments of the law of time to finally bring the law of time to great perfection, his magic power will continue to rise, eventually standing shoulder to shoulder with divine beasts, or even surpassing them. For no other reason than because he has the true blood of Panwu and the great origin technique inside his body. With every realm he ascends, his magic power is several times, or even 10 times that of other cultivators, and his magic power is incredibly long-lasting. That fragment of the law of time slowly rotated within Fong Han's grotto heaven and then entered his body, ultimately bringing the magic power in his body close to saturation. Not only was it fully replenished, but his lifespan also increased to a terrifying 240,000 years, conforming to the art of the heavens and 6 directions. What was even more overbearing was that once Fong Han made this breakthrough, The crystal wall barrier of the second layer of the key of the wild god seemed to no longer pose any obstacle to him. Stepping inside, all of a sudden, the fragrance of medicine rushed over him. It turned out to be a place where medicinal pills were stored. Fong Han saw a vast amount of earth-grade pills, such as the Dharma Sage Relic, piled up like garbage in hall after hall. There were also heaven-grade pills, such as the rare Nirvana pill, the 7-life Mysterious Gate pill, and even the 9 Revolutions Soul Returning pill. The Great Taiching Jade liquid pill was also piled up inside, stored in one giant gourd after another. There were also many, many rare pills that Fong Han could not even name, and the quantity was extremely massive. Heaven-grade pills were stored as if they were just common rice. There were even immortal pills. The 10-heart Heavenly King treasure pill that Fong Han recognized, the pill of creation, and so on, were also stored in the gourds above, suppressed by spiritual talismans. There were at least 1,000 kinds of immortal pills. There were low-grade immortal pills, mid-grade immortal pills, and even high up in the sky, peerless immortal pills suppressed in powerful crystal bottles. Those immortal pills, Fong Han could not even name them. There was not even any record of them in the Heavenly Dragon Secret Manual. They seemed to be pills refined by extremely brilliant immortals from the immortal realm. Fong Han even felt that he had no way to consume them. If he consumed them, his body would definitely explode, causing his death. This is a true fortuitous encounter. I, Fong Han, have never been this wealthy. What Ascension sect, what Tai sect, probably do not even have this many immortal pills. Fong Han was trembling all over with excitement. But for now, I should destroy Tai Huang Tian's avatar outside first. With a shift of his body, he flew out of the space of the key of the wild god. Emperor's Pen, although your realm is high, you cannot deal with me. You cannot contend with a true immortal either. What is a true immortal? A true immortal. Even if it is only an avatar, it is enough to suppress you. That is all for today's commentary. Production is not easy. Fellow Taoists, if you like it, please give us a thumbs up to support us. See you tomorrow. Immortality Season 8 Episode 11. When I attain eternal life, all living beings in the heavens, of every kind, shall all attain eternal life. In the last episode, we talked about Fong Han advancing to the 4th level of the longevity realm, the cosmic light realm, and immediately flying out of the space of the key of the wild god, joining forces to suppress Tai Huang Tian's true immortal clone. How will Fong Han, the Emperor's Pen, and the others defeat the true immortal clone? The Promised Star Palace, the Zuma Sacred Sect, and the gathering of many experts from the Buddhist realm and other places. What kind of chaotic battle will they trigger? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Your support is the driving force for Taoist Fusheng to keep updating. Continuing from where we left off, Tai Huang Tian's clone has an imposing aura like a rainbow. With every step he takes, thousands of voids explode one after another. With a casual grab, the golden light of Feng Qingshue's immortal ancient thunder cannon disperses, and Feng Yaguang's face turns even paler, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Only the Emperor's Pen is not at a disadvantage, continuously writing one character after another. What utter arrogance! Even if your true body were to come, you could do nothing to me. A mere true immortal dares to be so arrogant before me? Do you think you are a heavenly monarch? The Emperor's Pen let out a long roar. It seems if I don't show my true strength, a mere true immortal, like you won't know the meaning of terror. In the air, the Emperor's Pen literally wrote the 2 characters terror. As soon as these 2 characters appeared, space everywhere solidified, turning into a domain of absolute death. Countless hellish scenes manifested, and this absolute domain enclosed Tai Huang Tian's form within, squeezing toward the center. Yet, Tai Huang Tian was completely unafraid. Stomping his foot, tearing the space around him, he threw a succession of outward punches. Each punch contained infinite, immense power, instantly shattering this absolute domain to pieces. Holding heaven and earth in hand, rotating the sun and moon, treading upon all directions, Imperial Heaven's 100 Transformations. Take this, Imperial Heaven Divine Fist. I am the Imperial Heaven and Sovereign Earth. I represent Heaven and Earth, the Overlord.
D.
A solemn expression appeared on the Emperor's pen's face once more. If my strength weren't less than 1% of what it used to be, would I even need to worry about a mere true immortal clone? Even ancestral immortals or zenith immortals, I could withstand them all. Right during this stalemate, the entire key of the wild god suddenly shook violently, and then a majestic and vast aura emerged from the key of the wild god. Feng Han's body materialized in front of Feng Qingxue. With a gentle push of his palm, the massive samsara disk manifested once again. This time, the shadow of the samsara disk was larger than before and much clearer. On it, the 8 levels of hell were actually carved, along with the shadows of many great worlds and even infinite alien dimensions and demon spaces, appearing just like a real, physical entity. Feng Han has now cultivated to the longevity realm, the 4th level, the cosmic light realm. His utilization of the Yellow Springs map has also become much more refined, and many of its subtle functions can now be brought into play. Time flies like a shuttle, years slip away, the past is like a poem, a surging great river, the dust of history is all within time. While activating the samsara disk, Feng Han also unleashed the Minor Destiny technique. Minor Destiny, come forth. He pointed directly at Tai Huang Tian's weak spot. Especially as Feng Han was channeling his Taoist techniques, the key of the wild god resonated with him, its majestic and ancient power surrounding his body, making it so that with every breath he took, the samsara disk crushed forward. This time, Tai Huang Tian knew how formidable it was and no longer dared to grab it casually with his hands. Instead, he let out a shout, striking with both fists, spinning endlessly on the disk, and only then finally neutralizing the power of this disk. After neutralizing it, his body dimmed significantly, seemingly having consumed too much of his vitality. Imperial Heaven Divine Fist, kill. Within Tai Huang Tian's eyes, a fierce light flashed once again. He threw a punch toward Feng Han. Feng Han, you actually comprehended the cosmic light realm and grasped the law of time. Today, I will shatter all of your laws to pieces. Even if I must sacrifice this avatar, I will make your cultivation drop drastically once more. Not good. Seeing the frenzied avatar of Tai Huang Tian, Feng Han felt a chill in his heart. He felt that all of Tai Huang Tian's divine thoughts were focused entirely on him, especially on his own fully completed law of space and the newly condensed law of time. Fragments, rumble. Tai Huang Tian suddenly abandoned all defense, allowing the Emperor's pen's attacks to land on his body, while he concentrated all his power to strike at Feng Han with a single punch. Samsara disk, go wild. Nearly 100 billion pills worth of pure yang heavy water surged from the key of the wild god into the Yellow Springs map. The burning of that pure yang true fire seemed to directly evaporate all the Yellow Springs holy water into yellow clouds, which then fell down as rain once again. Rain fell down, falling down as rain once again. At this moment, the samsara disk was not a mere phantom, but a real, physical form descending from the Yellow Springs map to the outside, appearing right in front of Tai Huang Tian. Upon the samsara disk, there were also 72 demon shadows. Each of these 72 demon shadows possessed an aura no weaker than the wild god king, seemingly imprisoned upon the samsara disk. As they flew about, they drove the samsara disk to rotate and crush forward, as if they could pierce through an entire great world. A power that no one could describe descended upon this world. Upon the samsara disk, countless paths of reincarnation were opened. There was the heavenly path, the human path, the hungry ghost path, the animal path, the demon path, the Buddhist path, and so on. Various paths of reincarnation appeared before their eyes, each releasing a pulling force that shattered one's soul, eventually obliterating it and causing them to lose themselves. The true samsara disk of the 72 demon gods. Feng Han, you are actually willing to consume so many pure yang pills. Is this the wealth you obtained after getting the key of the wild god? The amount of pure yang qi stored in the key of the wild god is astronomical. If my Tai sect obtained it, we could create millions of golden core experts, enough to cover the Xianhuang Great World. The key of the wild god falling into your hands is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. Taihuang Tian saw the physical body of the samsara disc fly out, blocking his sure kill punch. The physical body of the samsara disc continued to emerge, crushing his body and thinning his body's vitality, about to destroy him. Suddenly, with a leap of his body, he performed some unknown Taoist technique, actually leaping out and vanishing into the void. Fong Han, next time I will strike with all my might to kill you. Even the Emperor's pen will be killed by me, because I will bring the eternal divine furnace to slay you all. The Emperor's pen shouted furiously at this moment, Taihuang Tian, you think you can escape before me? Fong Han lost 100 billion pure yang pills. You must leave this avatar behind. A true immortal avatar contains many laws. It must be left behind to make up for the loss. While speaking, the Emperor's pen fiercely wrote another character, imprison. Instantly, a world was created, imprisoning Taihuang Tian's avatar within it. And Fong Han did not linger either. Once again, tens of billions of pills worth of vitality blasted into the physical body of the Emperor's pen. The character imprison of the Emperor's pen shone even more brilliantly, and Fong Han's physical samsara disc also finally blasted into the character imprison, suppressing Taihuang Tian's avatar. Gradually, Taihuang Tian's entity completely dissipated. Emperor's pen, next time you won't be so lucky. You have angered me. Your end will be extremely miserable. Moreover, you are obstructing the will of the immortal realm. It wants the Tai sect to unify the Xianhuang Great World. For you to block this process is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I do know about the will of the immortal realm. There are many factions in the immortal realm, and I don't know which factions will your Tai sect is adhering to. The Emperor's pen laughed. The Emperor's pen chuckled. Back then, the three ancient sovereigns were also big shots in the immortal realm. Which side's faction has your Tai sect sided with? Emperor's pen, the faction behind our Tai sect is something even you cannot imagine. Taihuang Tian's final voice echoed from the void. This clone has only 1% of my power. When my true body fully descends, then, the voice fell completely silent. Taihuang Tian's clone completely turned into a talisman, devoid of any life. Yet, with a lift from the Emperor's pen, it was integrated into his own body. Subsequently, the Emperor's pen's body sparkled translucently, seemingly having increased in power significantly, undergoing a qualitative change. What a pity this is only a clone. It contains a trace of the laws of the immortal path. I want to devour this true body of Taihuang Tian and obtain all of his laws of the immortal path. It is possible that I will then be promoted to an immortal weapon. Congratulations, Senior Emperor's pen, on obtaining a trace of the laws of the immortal path. I have also obtained the treasury of Tianwu, the key of the wild god, and I have even promoted to the realm of the cosmic light realm. Once I obtain the treasures of the treasury of Tianwu, we can go and destroy the Tai sect, kill Taihuang Tian, obtain the laws of the immortal path, and allow Senior to restore to the realm of an immortal weapon. The laws of the immortal path inside Taihuang Tian are incomplete. Even if I kill him, I'm afraid I still won't be able to be promoted to an immortal weapon. I must kill an expert of the heavenly immortal level and obtain the true laws of the heavenly immortal before I can be promoted to an immortal weapon. Of course, the more true immortals I kill, the more laws of the immortal path I get, and the more powerful my strength will become. Senior, it is still better to be cautious. An expert of the true immortal level, just a single avatar of theirs, is already this terrifying. If their true body were to come, I'm afraid we would all be killed. Feng Yaoguang said. No matter, Fong Han has now obtained the key of the wild god. It contains all the treasures of immortal venerable Panwu, as well as powerful pills and various magic treasures. This will allow us to use endless pure yang pills to cultivate. We can directly accelerate time. It is not impossible to make 1 year inside equal to an instant outside. If we cultivate rapidly for tens of thousands of years, would we still need to fear not raising our realms? Fang Qingxue said unhurriedly. What's more, in the treasury of the key of the wild god, there might even be longevity fruits. That is indeed the case. Unfortunately, I can currently only open the second layer of the crystal wall to obtain some pills. Fang Han quickly explained what he had encountered. So that's how it is. According to rumors, the key of the wild god indeed has 7 layers. Only by cultivating to the true immortal realm can one completely open the core treasures and fully unleash the power of this key. Entering the immortal realm would then be effortless. Do not be fooled by Taihuang Tian's power reaching the true immortal level, allowing him to ascend to the immortal realm. Once he enters the immortal realm, he can never descend to the lower realm again. The 7 princesses deep within the Yellow Springs map spoke. Seeing that Fang Han had actually successfully claimed the key of the wild god, the 7 Fox Clan princesses were deeply shocked. They knew what the key of the wild god represented. It meant the entire treasury of Tianwu was now in his possession. It contained countless magic treasures and inexhaustible pure yang vital qi. So there is such a secret. Very good, Fang Han nodded. Fang Han, go ahead and completely claim the key of the wild god. Hurry and take control of the treasury of Tianwu, Emperor's pen said solemnly. This key of the wild god, you cannot yet unleash its offensive power. It can only be used as a treasury. What houses the key of the wild god is the ancestral witch mirror, which is also a mysterious treasure, definitely not inferior to the Emperor mirror. You must claim this mirror along with it, and use it to house the key of the wild god. Otherwise, it is impossible to claim it. Fang Han began to fully activate the true blood of Panwu deep within his forehead. That true blood of Panwu seemed to even activate the power of the world tree. The key of the wild god shook violently, and the surrounding gray mist began to merge with Fang Han's vital qi. Let me lend you a hand. Seeing this, Emperor's pen pointed a finger directly at Fang Han's body. A surge of mysterious, immense power blasted in, and Fang Han's body instantly expanded 1,000 times. His head was like a mountain, and the veins on his body rumbled like surging rivers. Everyone saw the entire space being peeled away, and the key of the wild god disappeared. Everyone returned to the hall of the wild god. In Fang Han's hand was a bronze mirror. Fang Han had finally refined the key of the wild god and held the ancestral witch mirror in his hand. Meanwhile, outside, the wild god king, the Kunpeng, the Taotai, and Meng Xiaobai, who had attempted to refine the ancestral witch mirror, the Taotai and Meng Xiaobai, however, with this key of the wild god and the ancestral witch mirror, Fang Han could not unleash any offensive power. They could only be used as a vital qi warehouse to power magic treasures. For now, Fang Han had not counted exactly how many pure yang pills were inside the key of the wild god, but there were definitely over 1,000 trillion of them, perhaps even tens of thousands of trillion, reaching a terrifying number. This kind of power could definitely fully restore the Yellow Springs map, and then unleash the Samsara Disk to carry out endless bombardment on the enemies. As soon as the ancestral witch mirror was in Fang Han's hand, he shook it casually, and within the Yellow Springs map, there were instantly over 100 billion more pure yang pills, burning to power the massive Samsara Disk, crushing down toward the Wild God King, the Taotai, the Kunpeng, and Meng Xiaobai. Oh no, he has refined the key of the Wild God, the Wild God King said in shock. Fortunately, this kid has not yet cultivated to the 5th level of longevity, the creation realm. Otherwise, he could open the 3rd layer of the key of the Wild God and obtain all the soul imprints of us wild gods, completely controlling all 81 of us wild gods. Even I would fall under his control. There is still a chance to kill this Fang Han now. Seize the ancestral witch mirror in his hand, and let me refine this key of the Wild God instead. The Wild God King knew that this was his best chance to escape being a puppet and regain his freedom. This Wild God King was originally an existence similar to a beast god emperor. After being refined into a wild god, his power became even more tyrannical, and he could control the other 80 powerful wild gods. Many gates of the entire Hall of the Wild God opened completely. This sudden change immediately caused many experts who had broken into the treasury of Tianwu to be startled. At this moment, the Wild God King let out a long roar. Yuhua Sek's Feng Han has already seized the key of the Wild God. He has already seized the key of the Wild God. However, right now, he cannot fully activate the power of the key of the Wild God at all. He has only obtained the treasures within. Let us join forces to kill this person. By seizing the treasure in his hand, we can obtain endless treasures and divide them among ourselves. This shout utilized all of his power, waves of energy traversing the barriers of time and space, spreading to who knows how far. This move of killing with a borrowed knife was truly formidable. Within the treasury of Tianwu, there were at least several powerful forces, such as Ying Xiantian, such as Su Xiui, who possessed the Earth Emperor Book, and also the mysterious Dark Grand World, and experts from the Sacred Light Grand World. Furthermore, there were many experts whom Feng Han had never even encountered. Damn this Wild God King! Damn it! As soon as Feng Han came out, he heard the roar of the Wild God King. Although the Samsara disc was crushing toward the opponent, however, the Wild God King cast some unknown Taoist technique, shifting slightly, and vanished from the Hall of the Wild God, causing Feng Han's Samsara disc to blast into a corner of the Hall of the Wild God. Nearly half of the entire, sturdy Hall of the Wild God was instantly blown away, showing the ferocity of the Samsara disc. The two divine beasts, the Taotai and the Kunpeng, broke out in a cold sweat. If this kid truly obtains the key of the Wild God and stabilizes his power, fully unleashing the power of the Yellow Springs map, that would be disastrous. Moreover, he has more than one Peerless Tao weapon on him. If he activates 2 Peerless Tao weapons in succession, we won't even have a place to be buried. The Kunpeng and the Taotai looked at each other. If they hadn't run fast with the Wild God King just now, they would not have escaped his deadly hands either. Rumble. This scheme of the Wild God King to kill with a borrowed knife indeed achieved its effect. Several powerful forces surged into the Hall of the Wild God in an instant, surrounding the entire hall so tightly that not even water could leak through. Meanwhile, the Wild God King let out a long roar and flew, forming a siege around the Hall of the Wild God with many others. Feng Han held the ancestral witch mirror in his hand, which some of those present saw. Inside the ancestral witch mirror, a massive key of the Wild God was providing him with majestic pure yang vital qi. Those who understood the value of this key of the Wild God all showed expressions of extreme greed. This is bad, Feng Han. I didn't expect that this time, entering the treasury of Tianwu, the powerful existences who came to obtain treasures would actually be so numerous. Feng Yaguang looked around, and her expression suddenly changed. She realized that she, Feng Han, and Feng Qingxue and Emperor's Pen were all completely surrounded. Various forces appeared all around them. Among them, Ying Xiantian and Su Xiui were impressively present. However, Tianxian and Yan Chenyu were not by Su Xiui's side, seemingly having already departed. Aside from them, several powerful dark shadows hovered around. In addition, there were some extremely profound cultivators. Some carried precious swords on their backs, some were completely shrouded within their grotto heavens, and some had even summoned various Tao weapons to protect themselves. Feng Han even saw that within a patch of starlight, there were clearly experts from the Promised Star Palace. In addition, Feng Han even saw several powerful Buddhist cultivators, each of whom was above Bodhisattva Baozhen. However, Feng Han had no fear. With the key of the Wild God and the treasury in his hands, along with an infinite supply of pure yang pills, all the peerless Tao weapons, including the Emperor's Pen, could boost his combat power by several or even dozens of times. If it came to a fight, Feng Han was not afraid. If he wanted to leave, he could do so at any time. Feng Han, it's actually you. From amidst a burst of starlight, an old man stepped out. Fong Han's eyes froze. This person was the Star Emperor, a supreme elder of the Promised Star Palace, and the father of young Master Chunan. The high-grade Dao weapon he had obtained, the Star Emperor Dragon Bed, was crafted by this very person. Inside this Star Emperor's body, a powerful cave heaven was constantly operating. Within that cave heaven, at every single moment, there was brewing an earth-shaking transformation, as if altering matter itself, making his own body transform into an immortality similar to that of an ancient demon god. The fifth level of longevity, the creation realm, is not simply about changing material structures, turning stone into gold, or turning water into oil. Most importantly, after reaching the creation realm, the chi of creation will be generated within the cave heaven, constantly transforming and reconstructing one's body, changing according to various specific ways, completely breaking away from humanity and the essence of various living beings, thereby refining immortal matter. Comprehending immortality from creation. Of course, another formidable aspect is that experts of the creation realm can use the chi of creation to manufacture high-grade Dao weapons and fully activate them to push high-grade Dao weapons to their limits. Fong Han, you are indeed no simple character. You killed my son, wreaked havoc in the Promised Star Palace, plundered countless Pure Yang pills, and caused the master of the Pure Yang Hall to be imprisoned now. Today, your doom is sealed. However, as long as you hand over the mirror in your hand, our Promised Star Palace can shelter you and help you escape this disaster.
What do you say? Ha ha.
Promised Star Palace, when did you become weak to such an extent? From the sound of it, this person broke into the Pure Yang Hall of the Promised Star Palace and stole the Pure Yang vital chi. Not only do you turn a blind eye, but you also want to turn weapons into shields. This is simply unbelievable. Just then, a bizarre, mocking voice rang out. It was uttered by a figure hidden within a strange cloud. This strange cloud was filled with the aura of ancient gods, possessing immense power. It was hard to tell where they came from. Yuan Wuzue of the Zuma Sacred Sect, you actually entered the treasury of Tianwu as well. It just so happens I heard your son, Yuan Xiao, pursued the eldest princess of the Fox clan of Mount Qingqiu, but was killed by someone. Right now, I will tell you that the person who killed your son, Yuan Xiao, is this very Fong Han. Elder Star Emperor suddenly took a step back. What? Is this true? Within that ancient god's vital energy, Yuan Wuzue, the Supreme Elder, suddenly spoke in a sharp tone. A chilling, killing intent seeped out from his body, as if he was activating a powerful magic treasure. Your son was killed on Mount Qingqiu. This Fong Han is closely related to Mount Qingqiu. His coming to the treasury of Tianwu to obtain treasures is very likely guided by the Fox clan of Mount Qingqiu. You must know, a certain enchantress of the Fox clan of Mount Qingqiu back then was husband and wife with the eldest disciple of immortal, venerable Panwu. Regarding everything in the treasury of Tianwu, they are more familiar with it than anyone else, Elder Star Emperor said. Furthermore, our Promised Star Palace has received definite news that it was because your son and Fong Han were jealous rivals that he was killed by Fong Han. Is that so? In that case, Fong Han, no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Yuan Wuzue suddenly leaped up, striking a palm toward Fong Han to kill him. The shadow of an ancient god immediately appeared in the air. This ancient god was covered in a kind of ancient armor, with horns on its head, fierce and terrifying. A powerful aura of great strength surrounded its body. Surrounded by a force of around the ancient god, time and space were constantly shifting, as if roaring and shouting violently. This ancient god struck with a palm, tearing through the air, actually breaking through limits to slash toward Fong Han's head. You have simply lost your mind. With so many experts present who dare not make a move against me, you actually dare to attack me like this. You are truly seeking death. It seems I must kill you to serve as a deterrent. Fong Han saw that with just a few words, Elder Star Emperor had incited an expert of the Zuma Sacred Sect to fight him to the death, and could not help but be secretly alarmed by this elder's ability to instigate. The current situation was extremely delicate. Any move could trigger an unprecedented battle, and the person who made the first move would very likely face the fate of falling. Since this delicate situation was broken by Yuan Wuzue, he had to kill this person with lightning speed to establish his authority in one fell swoop, or find an opportunity to leave this place. Or find an opportunity. Senior Emperor's Pen, Senior Sister Qingxue, Senior Sister Yaoguang. Let's merge our powers together. I will now supply the pure yang vital qi. We must break out of this treasury. By then, the sky will be high enough for birds to fly, and the sea wide enough for fish to leap. Feng Han moved his body, secretly mobilizing the pure yang vital qi within the key of the wild god. Suddenly, he let out a long roar, Zuma ancient god qi. At this moment, Feng Han unleashed the same Zuma ancient god qi as Yuan Wuzue. A giant ancient god as massive as Yuan Wuzue's spun out, violently crashing into Yuan Wuzue's ancient god. You have only just comprehended the law of time. With Zuma ancient god qi stolen from who knows where, you dare to contend with me? I will let you, a junior, know what the true Zuma ancient god qi is. Yuan Wuzue smiled coldly, and another ray of brilliance emerged from his body. Another ray of brilliance emerged from his body. Although Yuan Wuzue was not a creation realm expert, he was someone who had deeply comprehended the law of time. Within his body, there were numerous fragments of the law of time, even on the verge of condensing into a crystal representing time, to reach ultimate great completion. Ultimate great completion. The law of space has 3,000 fragments. Each fragment is either comprehended or plundered from enemies, refined into one's own, and then comprehended further. Feng Han had only just comprehended a tiny sliver of a fragment, whereas Yuan Wuzue had condensed over 1,000. The difference in their comprehension of the law of time was too vast, so Yuan Wuzue did not put Feng Han in his eyes at all. As for the Emperor's Pen, Feng Qingxue and Feng Yaoguang, they had all entered the Yellow Springs map when they came out. On the surface, Feng Han appeared to be alone. Only those who knew the inside story knew how terrifying Feng Han's methods were. That's all for today's commentary. Production is not easy. Fellow Taoists who like this, please give us a thumbs up to support us. See you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 12. When I attain eternal life, all living beings in the heavens and all things shall all attain eternal life. In the last episode, we saw the Wild God King trying to detain Feng Han, even taking the initiative to break the restriction, causing many experts to rush over. Facing the fierce attack of Yuan Wuzue, how will Feng Han respond? What will be the fate of the two ancient divine beasts, Kunpeng and Taotai? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Your support is the motivation for fellow Taoist Fu Sheng to keep updating. Continuing from last time, how could Yuan Wuzue have known that Feng Han's first move was merely a trick to lure the enemy, while the second move was the real killer blow? An untold amount of pure yang vital qi burned on his body, and the Wheel of Samsara from the underworld map blasted out. Accompanying the Wheel of Samsara was a powerful golden light, the immortal ancient thunder cannon. Of course, what made the heavens tremble the most was the large character written in the air by the Emperor's pen, Freeze. As soon as the character Freeze appeared, heaven and earth instantly stopped functioning. The void solidified. What? Why can't I move? I have comprehended the law of time. Even if an enemy enveloped me with the power of time freeze, it would have no effect. But now, this is no longer the power of time, but the power of the world. Yuan Wuzue was shocked. Then, he could only watch helplessly as he was unable to move, while Feng Han flew over. A terrifying palm, carrying the force of 80 billion galloping wild horses, grabbed his neck. Then, with a squeeze, the cave heaven inside his body was flooded with a terrifying power, swelling and rupturing. The grand completion space law crystal within that cave heaven, as well as another unformed crystal which, however, contained over 1,000 fragments of the time law crystal, were brutally ripped out by Fong Han's terrifying hand. Then, some protective magical treasures on his body, middle-grade Dao weapons, and the treasures in his storage bag, and even his clothes were all taken away by Fong Han and stuffed into a glittering golden pagoda. That glittering golden pagoda instantly melted the middle-grade Dao weapons on his body, and the essence within his body also continuously surged into the pagoda's body. Even more terrifyingly, the various divine abilities on his body poured into Fong Han's body like a tide, seemingly devoured by something terrifying. His mind developed a sense of powerlessness, a feeling of being unable to resist. He didn't even have the strength to muster his last bit of power to look at what was before him, let alone use the Zuma cult's methods of mutual destruction. The power carried a flavor of surrendering to fate.
Haha.
This Yuan Wuzue's time crystal actually contains over 1,000 types of law fragments. After I devour it, my law of time will be much closer to completion, saving me a lot of cultivation time. Fong Han immediately swallowed the time law crystal into his body, merging it into his own cave heaven. In an instant, the time magic power within his natal cave heaven instantly increased significantly. A surge of time power began to circulate. Now he could hide inside his own cave heaven, adjusting the time to cultivate, even without the underworld map. This is the power of the cosmic light realm. The time fragments you plundered like this might not be stable. A Dao foundation comprehended by oneself is more stable, the Emperor's pen could not help but warn. Senior, I do not agree. I have my own path of cultivation. Whether the Dao foundation is stable or not depends on the mind. It is like earning a tael of silver through hard work versus casually robbing a tael of silver on the street. The purchasing power is exactly the same. It is just that in your heart, you feel the hard-earned silver is more reassuring to spend, while plundered silver brings a sense of guilt when spent. But in reality, it is still the same tael of silver, equal in value. All things follow the mind. Cultivating the Dao is cultivating the mind. As long as you master the mind, you can adapt dynamically and attain great freedom. The so-called he who transforms others' freedom is also like this. If we cannot let go of this, we will have inner demons. There are two kinds of inner demons. First is the evil inner demon, second is the good inner demon. Both good and evil are inner demons. If you harbor the thought that plundering the enemy's power will make your own cultivation unstable, that is the good demon. In your future cultivation, it will likely become a huge obstacle. My philosophy of Dao cultivation is, neither good nor evil demons shall exist within. Do not weary the mind with good, do not burden the mind with evil, and do not dwell between immortals and demons. Fong Han's thoughts roared, yet his methods were endless. Unleashing the great devouring technique, with a single palm strike, he funneled all of Yuan Wuzue's essence into the 8-division pagoda, and then refined his entire soul using the underworld map. From then on, this supreme elder of the Zuma cult, an expert who had cultivated to the longevity secret realm's 4th level, the cosmic light realm, left not a single trace of his existence in this world. In all of this, there was not the slightest hint of good or evil, just like the heavenly Dao destroying the world, without showing the slightest pity for the people, nor harboring any hatred for the sins of the world. To destroy the world without being bound by karma. In a daze, Fong Han felt that he had found his own Dao, and seemed to understand a sliver of karma, which is the most mysterious thing besides fate itself. Unfortunately, this man only had middle-grade Dao weapons on him, and indeed no high-grade Dao weapons. And his elixirs and magical treasures were far inferior in quality to those in the key of the wild god. This was not surprising. Compared to immortal venerable Panwu, one was an ant and the other was a divine dragon. They could not be compared. Fong Han killing Yuan Wuzue happened in the blink of an eye. In a flash, he broke through the encirclement in an instant and swept toward the outside of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal. We absolutely cannot let him escape. If he escapes, we won't get a single bit of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal's treasures. The experts roared, simultaneously channeling the magic power in their bodies. All kinds of magical treasures converged into a torrent, blasting toward Fong Han. And the Emperor's pen. Although the character Freeze written by the Emperor's pen was powerful, even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Moreover, among these experts, there were some unfathomable figures. For example, Su Xiui's Emperor technique could remain unaffected by the Emperor's pen. Some experts also carried protective talismans on them, and the Wild God King, with his formidable strength, could also fight the Emperor's pen to the death. The combined power of all these people was enough to blast a massive hole in heaven and earth. Fong Han's momentum in breaking out was instantly hindered. A dense radiance of magical treasure shot toward him, blotting out the sky, enveloping his entire body. Among them were countless Dao weapons and even thunderous explosions of the level of the Nine-Mother Heavenly Fiend Divine Thunder. Fong Han even saw a young man, tall and thin, with lifeless eyes, belonging to some unknown faction, attacking him. With one move, he released a flying sword array composed of 13 low-grade Dao weapons. The item spirits on each of these flying swords all exhibited a violent aura. Multiplying from 10 to 100 and 100 to 1,000, they enveloped him while locking onto his aura. And then, these item spirits activated some unknown secret technique. This young man's cultivation was only at the cave Heaven Realm. Although he was a legendary figure, he was not worth mentioning in Fong Han's eyes. However, on this young man's body, there was some powerful magical treasure that allowed him to move with ease, such that no one could harm him. Indeed, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even with the underworld map, it is hard for me to hold on. Countless divine abilities blasted light onto the Wheel of Samsara, actually shattering the Wheel of Samsara, and Fang Qingshue's immortal ancient thunder cannon was also blocked. The Emperor's pen, flashing with treasure light all over, wrote the character Kill once again, and then wrote the character Death, and also wrote characters full of killing intent like Solitary and Ruined. Surges of vast power emanated, and the pure yang vital qi that Fong Han funneled into the Emperor's pen was consumed at an incredible speed. With every stroke the Emperor's pen made, Fong Han felt hundreds of millions, even a billion, or billions of pills worth of pure yang vital qi being consumed. Elder Star Emperor was greatly shocked and retreated first. As for Su Xiui and Ing Xiantian, seeing the Emperor's pen unleash its might, their expressions turned grim, not daring to face its sharp edge. They are also afraid of getting injured and leaving themselves vulnerable to others. The remaining dark figures also dispersed one after another. Many experts, knowing how formidable it was, even withdrew their magic treasures. Great opportunity. Fong Han turned the ancestral witch mirror in his hand. The key of the wild god spun continuously, and his body vibrated. The pure yang vital qi on it blasted the samsara disc once again. The immortal ancient thunder cannon bombarded forward repeatedly, directly blasting open a path. The Emperor's pen did not hesitate either. Wrapping up Fong Han, it let out continuous long roars. It wrote the character Void in the air, rode in the air, and then his entire body instantly disappeared. Shuttling rapidly, they touched the edge of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal. They felt the barrier of the treasury. Normally, entering a treasury is easy, but leaving is difficult, and one would be trapped to death inside. But now, having obtained the key of the wild god, the numerous formations of the treasury allowed Fong Han to pass without hindrance, as if he were the master of this treasury. Wanna run? How is that possible? Just then, a massive fist appeared in front of the Emperor's pen. Unexpectedly, the wild god king flashed out from the darkness once again. His body expanded to a full 3,000 zhong in height. A single punch unleashed all of his power. This punch actually unleashed a supreme Dao technique of the Divine Clan. It was created by the ancestral Holy King of the Divine Clan in an attempt to rival the Great Destiny technique, known as the creation of the gods. The gods create the world. What the gods speak is the truth. What the gods deem immortal shall exist for eternity. An ancient, resonant voice, accompanied by the scriptures of Genesis, resounded from the sky. Accompanying it was a punch that suppressed the heavens. This punch was practically destroying the heavenly emperor and creating the world. This wild god king truly displayed his power, intending to completely block Feng Han. And beside the wild god king, the two divine beasts, Kunpeng and Taotai, also had crimson eyes. Power condensed on their bodies as they each unleashed their most powerful attack methods, devouring heaven and earth, dominating the universe. These two divine beasts roared. A portion of the lifespan on each of their bodies was burning. The two of them had a full 200 billion horsepower of galloping wild horses. This was several times stronger than Feng Han's 80 billion. Kunpeng and Taoye's attacks were extremely subtle. Their target was not to kill Feng Han, but the ancestral witch mirror in Feng Han's hand and the key of the wild god. Once the move creation of the gods was unleashed, it caused the vital chi of heaven and earth to collapse frantically, as if a single punch had shattered the pillars supporting the sky. With no support, the sky collapsed. Even the emperor's pen was also instantly swept into the scriptures of the creation of the gods, seemingly trapped for a moment, sealed in another world. In an instant, Feng Han felt that the ancestral witch mirror in his hand was about to fly out of his grasp and fall into the hands of the two divine beasts. The timing chosen by these two divine beasts was absolutely perfect. Not good. Feng Han was instantly shocked. Were the fruits of victory about to be snatched away by these two beasts? The power of destiny is immortal. The long river of destiny runs through past and present. Subsequently, an even more resonant voice rang out. It was Feng Qingxue beside him, on one hand activating the City of Violent Thunder, and on the other hand activating the Lesser Destiny technique. The power of destiny operates through the heavens. The Dharma wheel of destiny rotates the universe. Without a second thought, Feng Han burned his lifespan once again to activate the Lesser Destiny technique. This time, he was risking his life. Having just promoted to the Cosmic Light Realm, with a lifespan of 240,000 years, Feng Han burned 100,000 years in an instant. A full 100,000 years. A force sufficient to make heaven and earth submit transformed and emerged from Feng Han's body. Cracks opened up everywhere in the void. From within those cracks flowed streams of liquid of unknown color and unknown scent. No one could name this liquid. It seemed as if heaven and earth were bleeding. Blood of heaven. The destiny of heaven and earth changed because of it. The power within Feng Han's body surged frantically, and his body continuously grew massive. His palms could grasp cold mountains and pierce rivers and moons, and his eyes contained the sun, moon, and stars. The attacks of the two divine beasts actually froze in midair. The bodies of these two divine beasts were completely unable to move, as if half-sealed by an invisible force. How is this possible? What kind of secret technique is this? To actually be this powerful, we can't move at all. Taotai and Kunpeng roared. But Feng Han's body, at this very moment, had an aura like a true immortal. Moreover, a terrifying inner chill was far more terrifying than the avatar of Tehuangshan, making it impossible for anyone to harbor any thought of resistance. The wheel of destiny rolls forward, irreversible. My destiny is controlled by me. Your destiny is also controlled by me. Feng Han's palm surpassed the limits of time and space, and its speed even surpassed the light beam of the immortal ancient thunder cannon, heavily striking Kunpeng's body. Kunpeng's body instantly exploded into countless particles. Those particles squirmed in clumps, turning into many tiny kunpengs flying everywhere, attempting to shuttle through the void. But Feng Han made another grab. All of the void shattered layer by layer, and all of Kunpeng's flesh and blood particles stopped flapping their wings, condensing back into a fat old man, shooting toward the center of Feng Han's palm. Fear filled his heart.
No.
Taodai, quickly make a move to save me. Kunpeng used all of his strength, trying to escape from Feng Han's palm, even wanting to transform into his true Kunpeng form, but none of this was possible. It was all in vain. Feng Han had burned a full 100,000 years of lifespan to unleash the Lesser Destiny technique. It was practically killing gods if gods stood in the way, and killing Buddhas if Buddhas stood in the way. Truly an invincible existence. At this moment, Tao Tai could not even hear Kunpeng's cries, because he was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to even save himself. Feng Han's other hand had already loomed over him, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, leaving the sun and moon without light, completely shattering heaven and earth, and recreating samsara. Tao Tai roared furiously, burning his lifespan once again. Waves of true qi surged out from his body. Sharp fangs actually grew out of his body, protruding from every single pore, turning him into a monster covered in fangs. With a shudder of his body, all of these fangs shot out. Stubborn and foolish. The power I obtained by burning 100,000 years of lifespan is practically invincible at this moment. You cannot resist it at all. If your realm were one level higher, perhaps you could have escaped with your life. But now your realm is the same as mine, both in the cosmic light realm, comprehending the laws of time. It is absolutely impossible to escape my control. Feng Han turned his body, grabbing Kunpeng with one hand, while a kind of flame burned on his body. This flame was invisible and colorless. Only faint spatial ripples could be seen. With a single burn, those teeth of Tao Tai were all turned to ashes, merging into the flames. This was the fire of destiny. Yin-yang and 5 elements, great capture. 5 element suppression. Great yin-yang and great 5 elements shaped the world. Feng Han struck with a backhand palm. Instantly, in the sky, there appeared a mountain of yin-yang qi entwined with the original force of the 5 elements. That mountain composed of 5 elements vital qi shook the surrounding space, causing it to explode repeatedly, manifesting a scene of great destruction everywhere. Tao Tai resisted with all his might, but all the power in his body was suppressed by Feng Han's Lesser Destiny technique. He could only, amidst painful wails, be completely suppressed by the mountain. Then, his entire body was continuously squeezed and shrunk, condensed and sealed within the mountain. The 2 divine beasts were instantly defeated by Feng Han, suppressed, condensed, and sealed away. Feng Han grabbed the 2 divine beasts and threw them into his own cave heaven. The 8-division pagoda in the cave heaven immediately pressed down, keeping the 2 divine beasts suppressed. Destiny rotates, reversing. Time, returning to the origin. The Tao of divine beasts, the cycle of sun and moon. Yin-yang supreme. Feng Han did not stop. The power of destiny roared, vibrating to completely refine the 2 divine beasts, plundering their memories, power, and even their laws of time, completely into his own hands, reducing them entirely to nothingness. Kunpeng held miserably, as rings of vital qi within his body were completely stripped away. No matter how he howled, it was of no use. The cave heaven shattered, his own flesh and blood turned into essence, qi, and began to be destroyed, decomposed. He even felt his own time law crystal and space law crystal also starting to stir, about to be sucked away by Feng Han. The Tao Tai was the same. Where did Meng Xiaobai go? Wasn't he hidden inside your bodies? Fragment of creation. As Feng Han spoke, a jade fragment suddenly flew out of the Kunpeng's body. This jade fragment was very inconspicuous and extremely small, only the size of a fingernail. But on this fragment, there was a strange power. With a slight spin, it sent out ripples, forcing away Feng Han's power of destiny. What is this? To actually be able to force away my power of destiny. The power of destiny I burned 100,000 years of longevity for. No one can resist. Not even the gods and Buddhas of the heavens can resist it. Destiny, the destiny of heaven and earth, shall be controlled by me. Feng Han roared and bellowed, striking out swiftly with a palm and pointing his finger. In an instant he tapped and struck upon that fragment. This fragment seemed to be stimulated, suddenly erupting, violently surging and actually stabbing directly towards the space between Fong Han's eyebrows. The true blood of Panwu. Violently activating it, the true blood of Panwu between his eyebrows was stimulated by the power of the Lesser Destiny technique, clashing together with this fragment. Rumble. The fragment spun rapidly, as if its power was completely exhausted. Fong Han felt within this fragment a formula for refining treasures emerging in his mind. And after the true blood of Panwu also seemed to begin disintegrating, refining it became much easier. From within that fragment, the treasure refining formula that flowed out was actually the refining method for the 33 Heavens treasures. This formula was even more vast than the entire Heavenly Dragon's secret manual. A majestic tide of information was transmitted, absorbed by Fong Han, which he couldn't comprehend or analyze for the time being. It seems, Kunpeng, your acquisition of the 33 Heavens treasures was comprehended from this fragment. Just the size of a fingernail, yet actually so powerful. What kind of magic treasure is this? Fong Han's thoughts raced, but he continued to activate the power of the Lesser Destiny technique, refining these two divine beasts on one hand, while striking towards the Wild God King on the other. The Lesser Destiny technique unleashed by burning 100,000 years of longevity, its power was simply too immense. Moreover, that power of destiny grew larger and larger, to the point where Fong Han almost felt unable to control it. He had to find a channel to vent it. Rumble. A world-shattering punch smashed towards the back of the Wild God King. The Wild God King hurriedly turned around, throwing a backhand punch to block Fong Han. As the two fists collided, countless tangible and intangible existences were destroyed. You actually killed the Kunpeng and Tao Tai. How did you suddenly rise to such a level? What kind of power is this? The Wild God King said in shock. Wild God King, you actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. A furious roar echoed from space. The Emperor's pen tore through the seal of the Kingdom of Gods and appeared, striking directly at the Wild God King's chest with a single stroke.
Crack.
The ancient bronze armor on the Wild God King's chest was actually torn apart. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fong Han could faintly see inside his body, a fully formed world undergoing earth-shattering changes and shattering. Wild God escape. 8 extremes roam. At this moment, the Wild God King was finally terrified. Within his world, there were still 80 wild gods under his control. The power of these wild gods merged together for him to use, which was equivalent to the 3 sages of the Ascension sect linking the power of all the grand elders of the Ascension sect into a single entity. Right now, killing the Wild God King was not much easier than wiping out the entire Ascension sect. No matter what, the Wild God King had the strength to escape. The Wild God King's body moved, spraying out countless streams of blood. That blood transformed into figures identical to himself, charging to attack Fong Han and the Emperor's pen. The Emperor's pen and Fong Han both moved, shattering these shadows, only to see that the Wild God King had vanished without a trace. He ran so fast. Fong Han's eyes were crimson, seemingly blood-crazed from the slaughter, still unsatisfied. The powerful power of destiny roared and surged around his body, persisting for a long time, unable to calm down. Good, Fong Han. Is this the power of destiny? Unfortunately, your longevity has been burned too severely.
What is that?
That fragment. The Emperor's pen's gaze fell upon the fragment that Fong Han had collected. This is a fragment of a creation divine artifact. It really is a fragment of a creation divine artifact. How could it be shattered? Even in the immortal realm, a creation divine artifact reigns supreme above all immortals, an existence that even heavenly monarchs cannot forge. Nothing can destroy a creation divine artifact. A single creation divine artifact is even more ancient and profound than a great world. Before a creation divine artifact, immortals can only tremble. The Emperor's pen's body shuddered. Suddenly, with a movement of his hand, he took the fragment from Fong Han's hand, looking it up, down, left, and right. His expression sometimes sighed, sometimes lost in thought, and sometimes nodded. Such emotions, appearing on a mighty figure like the Emperor's pen, was extremely abnormal. Suddenly, the Emperor's pen gritted his teeth, and with a movement of his body, he swallowed the fragment directly. Within his body, bursts of golden light began to flash, seemingly refining this fragment. However, after flashing for a moment, the fragment remained completely still. The Emperor's pen moved his body and entered directly into Feng Han's yellow spring map. Feng Han, you and the heavenly monarch of Mother Lightning are both people who have comprehended destiny. Use the destiny you have comprehended to infuse into my body. If we can refine this fragment, we will all receive unimaginable benefits. The Emperor's pen seemed to go all out to refine it. Good. But for now, we should leave this treasury of heavenly martial first. Besides, Feng Han's power of the lesser destiny technique was still active. He suddenly punched the barrier of the treasury of heavenly martial, and the barrier immediately split open. His body projected outward, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to escape the treasury of heavenly martial and reach the outside. It could be said that the sky is high for birds to fly, and the ocean is wide for fish to leap. But just at this moment, in the endless time and space, starlight flashed, and then a planet expanded from small to large in the blink of an eye, finally filling the heaven and earth as it crashed towards him. Feng Han had a vivid memory of this planet because this was the Donghua Xianming star, one of the 24 heavens of the Divine Clan, a supreme grade Dao artifact refined by the Donghua Divine Emperor, taking 36,000 years to make. That's all for today's commentary. Production is not easy. Fellow Taoists who like this, please give us lots of likes and support. See you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 13. When I attain eternal life, all living beings in the heavens and all kinds of things shall all obtain eternal life. In the last episode, we mentioned that just as Feng Han was about to escape from the treasury of Tianwu, the supreme Dao weapon of the divine Emperor Donghua flew straight at him, the Donghua Xianming star. Facing the full force strike of a supreme Dao weapon, Feng Han actually used the minor destiny technique to summon the brand of the Gate of Eternal Life, severely wounding the divine Emperor Donghua of the World King realm. Who exactly is the crown prince of the ancestral Saint King of the Divine Clan who appears next, who can make even the wild God King of the World King realm tremble with fear? After Feng Han goes into seclusion to completely refine the Kunpeng and Taotai, what benefits will he obtain? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Your support is the motivation for Taoist Fu Sheng to keep updating. Picking up from where we left off, Feng Han and Feng Qingxue knew how powerful this planet was and unleashed two ultimate moves at the same time. Among them, the artifact spirit of the city of tempestuous thunder suddenly flew up, with countless thunder dragons coiled around its body. An ancient chant came out of its mouth. It was the mysterious heavenly thunder incantation of the primordial era. At this moment, the immortal ancient thunder cannon surged forth once again. The muzzle of this cannon was more than twice as large as usual. At that moment, the flashing golden light of the immortal ancient thunder cannon finally turned into a transparent color similar to the thunder punishment of the immortal realm. Meanwhile, Yen also flew out, transforming into that young man wearing the death fiend robe, with a solemn face. It reached a terrifying level of a full 50 billion. The city of tempestuous thunder and the underworld map, the peaks of the two supreme Dao weapons, went wild at the same time. A light beam, also as massive as a planet, crashed into the Donghua Xianming star. The two collided in midair. The Donghua Xianming star spun, bursting with billions of sparks. A large amount of Xianming divine iron began to melt and evaporate, turning into sparks. In this collision, the Donghua Xianming star was immediately damaged, and many formations on it completely shattered. Inside the Donghua Xianming star, the figure of the divine Emperor Donghua appeared. This divine emperor's eyes instantly locked onto Feng Han, and at the same time locked onto the ancestral witch mirror in his hand. Then, the planet suddenly shrank, turning into a pitch-black giant hand. Its power condensed thousands of times over, pressing down toward Feng Han. The giant hand broke through the limits of time and space, reaching out to seize him. It was a long premeditated strike, even more terrifying than the wild God King. As the divine Emperor Donghwa's giant hand clawed down, the ancestral witch mirror in Feng Han's hand immediately flew out of his grasp, about to fall into the enemy's hands.
Feng Han.
Just as the divine Emperor Donghwa's giant hand was about to grab it, a long-suppressed power of destiny completely erupted. This power of destiny was no longer invisible and formless this time, but instead transformed into a portal. This portal, carrying a supreme realm higher than even the immortal realm, pursued by all living beings and powerful existences, spun above the Donghua Xianming star. This is... The divine Emperor Donghua almost screamed. There is actually the conceptual brand of the Gate of Eternal Life. Could this really be the physical form of the legendary Gate of Eternal Life? This Gate of Eternal Life, condensed from the power of destiny, could not be blocked by any spell, exploding continuously inside the Donghua Xianming star. That giant hand suddenly dispersed. Immediately after, the Emperor's pen swept out from the underworld map, writing the word / in the air. Instantly, a massive chunk of Xianming divine iron was sliced off. Meanwhile, the divine Emperor Donghua twisted, performing some unknown Taoist technique. Rumble. A piece of Xianming divine iron as tall as a full 1,000 samsara peaks fell into the underworld map, forming an iron mountain. Xianming divine iron is an extremely sturdy material, the crown of all metals. Moreover, this Xianming divine iron had been refined by the divine Emperor Donghua using the power of the world. Now that the Emperor's pen had sliced off such a massive piece, who knows how many flying swords could be refined from it. Great. I was just worrying about refining the 8-division pagoda and the 33 heavens treasures. Feng Han defeated the divine Emperor Donghua in one blow, and the aura in his body suddenly receded like an ebbing tide. It receded completely. The ancestral witch mirror returned to his hand once again, and was stored deep within the underworld map. Having completely consumed the 100,000 years of burned lifespan, he was instantly weakened to the extreme. Feng Qingxue immediately withdrew her palm from Feng Han's back. It turned out that just now, she had infused her own memory brand of the Gate of Eternal Life into Feng Han's body, and then the two of them joined forces to perform the minor destiny technique. How is it? Was that the concept of the Gate of Eternal Life just now? Feng Han's skin and hair were still trembling. Indeed. Unfortunately, my magical power has not fully recovered, and the memory brand of the Gate of Eternal Life has not fully awakened. Otherwise, with just this will alone, we would be invincible, causing the enemy's mind to collapse. We only used the minor destiny technique. According to legend, if one can cultivate the great destiny technique to its limit, they can summon the true Gate of Eternal Life to suppress the enemy. No enemy could escape its single strike. Even figures like the Taoist of primordial chaos or the Buddha of free will in the world, who have comprehended creation, cannot escape the Gate of Eternal Lives. The Gate of Eternal Life is an existence that truly transcends the divine artifacts of creation, the path to eternal life. Let's go, we must leave the treasury of Tianwu. While Feng Han was speaking to Feng Qingxue, he did not hesitate. With a movement of his body, he suddenly joined forces with Feng Qingxue to unleash the teleportation power of the supreme Tao weapon, leaving this region of space-time tides. Senior sister, what do you think we should do now? Now that we've escaped this space-time tide, should we go look for the Ascension Sect? The Ascension Sect, the 3 sages of Ascension, and Feng Baiyu are trapped inside. If they are wiped out by the Tai sect, we will also be in constant danger. That wouldn't matter much. Besides, even if the Ascension Sect is gone, we won't necessarily be in constant danger. We can still be free and unfettered. No one can calculate our existence. We now possess resources that are countless times more powerful than the Ascension sect. We can still establish our own sect and build a new Ascension sect. Indeed. With the key of the Wild God, even if the Ascension sect is still around, I won't go back. I'll train my own disciples. Why bother sharing resources with them? Feng Yaguang said, and this time, I can bet that Feng Baiyu is absolutely safe and sound. Feng Han, you just burned 100,000 years of your lifespan. Now that we've escaped the treasury of Tianwu and there are no pursuers, activate the law of time to recover your cultivation. Dream like empty flowers, recover your cultivation. Meanwhile, we will assist you in digesting the treasures of the treasury of Tianwu and refining the two divine beasts. Fang Qingxue sat down cross-legged. With a sudden movement, a massive amount of pure yang qi burned, and then, within the city of tempestuous thunder, the flow of time also began to accelerate. Damn it! My world was actually shattered by the Emperor's pen. The ancestral witch mirror and the key of the Wild God, which I guarded for a full 10,000 years, men's resentment and women's. I still failed to obtain them. The Wild God King was also extremely furious at this moment. Moreover, he was deeply worried. If Feng Han advances to the 5th level of the Longevity Realm, the Creation Realm, and refines the key of the Wild God's 3rd layer of restriction, I'll be finished. There is a formation inside that controls me. No matter how far apart we are, he can summon me back, and I will become his puppet. Just as the Wild God King was in a furious rage, a light flashed ahead, and a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was a young man, but his face was covered with a white cloth, and he held a mirror in his hand. Who are you? The Wild God King was startled, looking at the masked youth in front of him. The veil on this masked youth's face should not have been able to hide anything from an expert like the Wild God King. He could see through even high-grade Dao weapons at a single glance, and could even see through the world's inside supreme Dao weapons. Yet, when the Wild God King swept his divine sense over, he actually could not see through the veil on this masked youth's face. This shock was no small matter. Moreover, he felt that this youth's power was not very strong, seemingly only at the 6th level of the Longevity Realm, the Heavenly Position Realm. Furthermore, his law of heavenly position was not complete, appearing to have been newly condensed. Of course, someone in the heavenly position realm in the 3,000 great worlds could be considered a patriarch or ancestor, a local legend, a grandmaster and Taoist venerable. However, the gap between them and someone in the World King realm was too vast. Those in the World King realm create worlds. They are the masters of worlds. Someone in the heavenly position realm could be seen through completely with a single glance, and even how many divine abilities they had cultivated could be known like the back of one's hand. You have the restriction of the key of the Wild God on your body. As soon as that Feng Han steps into the 5th level of the Longevity Realm, the Creation Realm, he will be able to control you, and you will have no choice but to be his servant. Debts are hard to repay, ancient and modern love. I can lift the restriction for you. How about it? This masked youth looked at the Wild God King, said unhurriedly, "How do you know this so clearly?" The Wild God King was taken aback, then he burst into laughter. You can lift the restriction inside my body? What an absolute joke. This restriction was set up by the heavenly venerable Panwu. And you can lift it? Young man, don't think just because you have a magic treasure, I will be wary of you. Even if you are trying to deceive me, I am a bit displeased today, so I will thoroughly kill you and seize this magic treasure of yours first. As he spoke, the Wild God King moved his body and clawed toward the masked youth with a foot. This claw strike was the Wild God King's famous ultimate skill from the past, the supreme divine ability of the God race, the myriad underworld life-taking claw. Under this claw, all living beings on an entire planet could be completely wiped out. But the masked youth's body suddenly became as ethereal as mountains and rivers. The mirror above his head emitted a gentle, ethereal light. With a casual turn, it blocked the Wild God King's life-taking strike. Emperor Zhendan, if you don't believe my words, do you not believe in this thing either? This masked youth, after blocking the wild god king's life-taking strike, pulled out a tiny axe from his clothes. This tiny axe flickered with dark light, only the size of a finger, crystal clear. Tossing it upward, tens of thousands of layers of black radiance projected from the axe, instantly shattering the myriad underworld life, taking Claw to pieces. The aura on this axe was ancient beyond imagination, ancient beyond imagination. It seemed to come from another world, born innately, and not part of this heaven, earth, and universe at all. It was a substance that existed before this heaven, earth, and universe were born, something from before the primordial chaos. This is
Impossible.
the ancestral Holy King Order. How could you have such a thing? This axe-shaped token can only be possessed by the supreme divine emperors of our god race, those who possess the bloodline of the ancestral Holy King. This token is condensed from the fortune divine artifact of the ancestral Holy King, the Chi of the Great Axe. Seeing this token, the wild god king looked as if he had seen a ghost. Are you the crown prince of the ancestral Holy King's lineage? And how do you know my name, Emperor Zhendan? As long as it concerns the god race, there is nothing I do not know. You should understand what the ancestral Holy King Order in my hand represents. The ancestral Holy King Order is the highest token of our god race. All divine emperors, even divine sovereigns, must kneel upon seeing this token. For this represents the supreme majesty of the father of the god race, the ancestral Holy King. Back then, the ancestral Holy King killed the 3 emperors and severed the world tree. Have you all forgotten his majestic pressure? This subordinate pays respects to the crown prince. Looking at this masked youth, the divine emperor bowed. With a changing expression, he looked at the void, and then at the axe-shaped token, as if trying to sense whether this axe-shaped token was indeed real. But after sensing it for a long time, he could clearly feel, emanating from this axe-shaped token, that aura originating from the very source of the god race. It seems you do not believe it. The masked youth suddenly threw the axe-shaped token in his hand toward Emperor Zhendan.
Crack.
Emperor Zhendan's entire body exuded a majestic aura as he reached out with both hands to receive the ancestral Holy King Order. But the moment he caught the ancestral Holy King Order, his soul instantly felt an urge to submit, and then, trembling violently, he knelt involuntarily in the void, holding the token with both hands. This is the genuine ancestral Holy King Order. Lord Crown Prince, please take back the token. I cannot bear the will of the ancestral Holy King, the father of our god race. Emperor Zhendan's body trembled, and his voice began to shake. Indeed, this is the pressure from the life imprint of the god race itself over thousands of generations. The ancestral Holy King is the father of our god race, born even before this universe was created, said the masked youth. This ancestral Holy King Order possesses an instinctive pressure over the god race. Even a divine emperor of the world king realm like you is completely powerless against it. All right, you may rise. With a wave of his hand, performing some unknown hand seal, the token flew back into his hand. As for Emperor Zhendan, this wild god king refined by the great puppet technique, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and stood up. Lord Crown Prince, what are your orders? Just follow me to do something. Later, I will use this ancestral Holy King Order to remove the restriction of the key of the wild god for you. Although the celestial Venerable Panwu was at the heavenly Venerable realm and was an extremely noble existence even in the immortal realm, he was still far inferior to the ancestral Holy King. You should know that this ancestral Holy King Order can definitely help you lift the restriction and even resolve your great puppet technique. I naturally believe it, Emperor Zhendan said respectfully. Since that is the case, then follow me. This masked youth, the masked youth, yes, this masked youth, turned the mirror above his head, and along with the wild god king, Emperor Zhendan, vanished into the air. To think that the key of the wild god was still obtained by Feng Han. What a pity, I cannot calculate where he is currently located at all. The treasury of Heavenly Marshal is now in complete chaos. Various forces are looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, Su Xiui, his body protected within the Emperor of Earth book, rolled his eyes, seemingly calculating something. Yet, he still could not sense any trace of Fang Han's aura. Now that Fang Han has obtained the key of the Wild God, he will be extremely difficult to subdue. With sufficient pure yang power and a peerless Tao artifact, he can endlessly reverse time to undergo bitter cultivation. If he cultivates for tens of thousands of years, when he emerges, it will probably be terrifying. Ing Xiantian also stood in the air, looking somewhat displeased. In the past, as the great emperor of the Devil Sect and the #1 figure of the Devil Path, no matter how wildly Fang Han jumped around, he was merely an up-and-coming junior whom he did not take seriously. But now, Fang Han had already transformed into a Taoist immortal venerable who could fully contend with him. He was no longer a junior, but an existence on the level of old fogies and old monsters. The current Fang Han was already fully qualified to stand on equal footing with the sect leaders and giants of the 10 sects of the Immortal Tao, and had even surpassed them. If we look at the Ascension sect, Feng Baiyu had always been the giant and sect leader, but now, Fang Han's reputation had even overshadowed his. Damn it, to think Fang Han actually got the key of the Wild God. Now, as long as he is given a few months, he can nurture his trusted aides within the key of the Wild God, raising their strength to a terrifying level. The more time passes, the more formidable he will become. I fear another celestial venerable Linglong will emerge. What do we do now? Although the greatest treasure of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal, the key of the Wild God, has been taken away, there are still many supreme treasures in the various halls to be collected. At this moment, a great battle erupted in the treasury of Heavenly Marshal. Countless cultivators took action one after another. Everywhere, treasure light flickered, divine thunders exploded, and Tao artifacts flew in all directions. To think the key of the Wild God was actually obtained by Fang Han. Very well, it seems Fang Han and I are about to dominate heaven and earth. That peerless Tao artifact, the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron, was also obtained. That peerless Tao artifact, the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron, was also. The only fly in the ointment is that Fang Qingxue is by his side. Just then, amidst 10 black long banners, Yen Shuetian hid deep in the darkness, not making a move to snatch any treasures. Having obtained the peerless Tao artifact, the Black Emperor Tide Banner, she was already satisfied. As long as she digests it, her strength can be increased by more than tenfold. She did not want to get involved in this muddy water, so with a slight movement, she withdrew from the treasury of Heavenly Marshal. After losing the key of the Wild God, the treasury of Heavenly Marshal began to vibrate. Shaking everywhere, the space trembled, and violent explosions occurred at every moment, as if this treasury was about to disintegrate. Many materials, treasures, and Tao artifacts floated out, being scrambled for by the people. And at this very moment, Fang Han was in an unknown rift of time and space, completely concealing the yellow spring map. Then, he activated the pure yang power within the key of the Wild God, and together with Fang Qingxue, accelerated time, adjusting the time to a terrifying rate of 100 years per Shurchen of terrifying proportions. Accelerating to 1 year per Shurchen would consume 100 million pills. Now, the pills consumed for 100 years per Shurchen was not as simple as a 100-fold increase. The power of time, the more it is accelerated, the amount of pure yang qi consumed will reach a truly staggering figure. However, with the key of the Wild God in hand, no matter how many pure yang pills were consumed, Fang Han did not care. Fang Han released a whopping 1 trillion pills to support their cultivation. Currently, together with Fang Qingxue, he immersed his consciousness into the grotto heaven. Facing the Kunpeng and Taotai, he had burned 100,000 years of lifespan to capture the two of them, and now he had to recover it from these two great divine beasts. Fang Han, do not kill us. We are willing to convert. The Kunpeng and Taotai were currently suppressed at the bottom of the 8-division pagoda, unable to move. Seeing Fong Han come out, they immediately trembled all over in fear. If you use the Great Deliverance technique to convert us, we can refine the 8-division pagoda for you. We can also refine the 33 heavens treasures for you. Refining the 33 heavens treasures is a massive undertaking. We are divine beasts, highly skilled in all kinds of magic treasure refining methods. If you convert us, then the speed of refining magic treasures will be countless times faster than refining them yourself. You two divine beasts, even at this point, are still wishfully thinking about what magic treasures I want. I currently possess peerless Tao items. What magic treasure could I refine that is more powerful than a peerless Tao item? Besides, in order to capture you, I lost a full 100,000 years of lifespan. I must plunder the law of time within your bodies to bring my own law of time to great perfection, then break through my realm to reach the 5th level of longevity, the creation realm, and condense immortal matter within my body. At that time, I will be able to refine high-grade Tao items, all of my lifespan will be restored, and I will even take a step further. Why on earth should I let you go? Fong Han, you are so vicious. Even in death, I will not let you refine me. Kunpeng's self-detonation, destroying heaven and earth. The essence blood within its body boiled as it attempted to self-detonate and escape Fong Han. It's useless. Under my suppression, you still dare to be so arrogant? You are simply courting death. Fong Han had a fierce look on his face. He activated various divine abilities within his body and suddenly triggered the power of Samsara within the underworld map. The shadow of the Samsara disk hovered over the heads of the Kunpeng and Taotai, instantly shattering the bodies of these two divine beasts to pieces. Hand of Heaven. Then, Fong Han executed the Great Firmament technique and reached out with his palm. As palm shadows flew, he grabbed 2 grotto heavens from within the exploding flesh and blood. Inside these 2 grotto heavens, various space law crystals and time law crystals were constantly flowing. Within these spaces, some treasures were also condensing into form, and powerful divine abilities constantly operated above the grotto heavens. Excellent, excellent. These 2 divine beasts have each refined 99 kinds of divine abilities, all of which are supreme grade existences. Once devoured by my little destiny beast, it feels truly wonderful. Divine beasts have long lifespans, and their absorption and exhalation of vitality are intense. Over the long course of time, they have cultivated a vast number of divine abilities. Whether it is the Kunpeng or the Taotai, both are experts of the law of time refined in the spatial light realm. Devouring undying body demon gods or space law legends at will is not a difficult task for them. Through years of plundering, they could learn all kinds of divine abilities within heaven, earth, and the universe, especially the Kunpeng. Every divine ability within the Kunpeng's body was extremely powerful. However, it is a pity that there were only a few of the 3,000 great Daos, such as the Great Cleaving Technique, Great Collapse Technique, and Great Devouring Technique, which are divine abilities frequently cultivated by the heavenly demons. Even the Destiny Technique cannot devour this divine ability. Could it be some divine ability similar to the creation of the gods? This divine ability is composed of 33 runes. Each rune communicated with the 33 heavens treasures. Some were auxiliary in shape, while others were cross-shaped. The 33 runes formed 33 layers of space, appearing like a magnificent jade palace of runes. It seemed both like a world and like the supreme void that operates creation. 33 Heaven Seal. This was created by the sovereign of the immortal realm, the immortal king of creation, in an attempt to rival the gate of eternal life. The existence of the gate of eternal life in the immortal realm is a sharp sword hanging over the heads of all immortals, the source of all creation, and the hope of eternal life. Yet the sovereign of the immortal realm, the immortal king of creation, created a 33 heavens picture in an attempt to stand alongside the gate of eternal life. Fong Qingxue also sensed Fong Han's thoughts as he devoured the 33 runes, and these words flashed through her mind. What kind of entity is the immortal king of creation of the immortal realm? Fong Han couldn't help but ask. I don't remember either. But within my soul imprint, this name has always existed. Fang Qingxue shook her head. It is indeed strange. Why would this Kunping know the 33 Heaven Seal? And it is even his natal inheritance. It seems his ancestors came down from the immortal realm. There are indeed many divine beasts in the immortal realm. This 33 Heaven Seal was not learned by the Kunping. Rather, this Kunping inherited it from his parents, learning it while still inside the eggshell. This seal technique is as wondrous as the creation of the gods. I must hide it within my body, side by side with the creation of the gods, to be used as a sure kill move to slay enemies in the future. Fang Han hid this magnificent jade palace composed of 33 runes within his body, placing it opposite the creation of the gods. Instantly, his power surged wildly. Furthermore, amidst the Kunping's wails, all of its vitality turned into nourishment, entering Fang Han's body.
The same went for the Tao Tai.
Its space law crystals and time law crystals also merged into Fang Han's grotto heaven. In an instant, the law of time within Fang Han's body immediately reached great perfection. These two divine beasts were both powerful existences at the peak of the spatial light realm of the law of time. After Fang Han obtained all of their laws of time, the law of time within Fang Han's grotto heaven condensed into a fist-sized time crystal. This time crystal was constructed from 3,000 laws, containing extremely abundant power of time and the ultimate profound meaning of the law of time, allowing Fang Han to adjust the time within his grotto heaven at will. The crystal walls within Fang Han's own grotto heaven also began to squirm with spirituality, seeming like a giant crystal placenta, gestating some peerless entity. This was the precursor to promoting to the creation realm. Fang Han's entire grotto heaven underwent an earth-shaking change. His power also rose to a terrifying level, reaching over 100 billion, and his lifespan also slowly increased. Although it was not fully recovered, it had increased by tens of thousands of years. I must enter complete secluded cultivation to turn all the laws of the Kunping and Tao Tai into my own and thoroughly comprehend the law of time. 1 double hour is 100 years. I will cultivate in seclusion for thousands of years, or even 10,000 years, hoping to take a step further and reach the creation realm. Immortal elixir, come out to me. Immortal elixir, come out. Immortal elixirs in the heavenly martial treasury, come out. That's all for today's commentary. Production is not easy. Fellow Taoists who like this, please give us many likes to support us. See you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality, Season 8, Episode 14. Fang Han and the others finally succeeded in escaping the treasury of Heavenly Marshal. After this battle, Fang Han can be said to have successfully struck it rich. Not only did he successfully advance to the 4th realm of longevity, the cosmic light realm, but he also successfully obtained the supreme treasure of shamanism, the ancestral shaman mirror, refined the key of the wild god, and acquired all the treasures left behind by immortal, venerable Panwu. Next, Fang Han and the others burned 3 trillion pure yang pills and cultivated for a full 3,000 years. Fang Han fused with the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. What kind of changes did this actually produce, allowing Fang Han to step into the 5th realm of longevity, the creation realm, at any moment? After inhaling the qi of creation from the fragment of the creation divine artifact, Fang Qingxue advanced once again, successfully stepping into the 4th realm of longevity, the cosmic light realm. Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Continuing from last time, Fang Han's consciousness immediately penetrated deep into the 2nd layer of the key of the wild god. That was the place where immortal pills were stored. At the same time, he also let the consciousness of the Emperor's pen, as well as the consciousness of Fang Qingxue and Feng Yaoguang, penetrate into it. To think there are so many immortal pills, heaven-grade peerless pills, and high-grade pills as numerous as grains of sand. Fang Qingxue was deeply shocked. Seeing the pill storage space within the key of the wild god, her eyes were dazzled. On the other hand, The emperor's pen remained calm. However, he was also nodding continuously. Not bad. This immortal Venerable Panwu actually refined so many immortal pills. His own strength was indeed at the heavenly monarch level of cultivation. Fong Han, your lifespan has suffered severe losses. However, there is an immortal pill over there called the Ancestral Immortal Supreme Pill. It is formed from a trace of the life source essence of a figure at the ancestral immortal level, condensed together. An ancestral immortal is an immortal of a higher rank than a golden immortal, extremely powerful. The immortal pill refined from a trace of his life source essence can restore tens of thousands of years of your lifespan. Is that so? Fong Han was overjoyed. He reached out and made a grasping motion, pulling that pill down from the air. That pill was sealed inside a crystal gourd. Inside this crystal gourd, there seemed to be another world. Inside was an ancient plum blossom forest. An old Taoist priest wearing a high crown and strange robes, with a tall and imposing stature, was admiring the plum blossoms in a sea of flowers, seemingly reciting poetry. With a single glance, Fong Han could tell that this ancient plum forest and the old man in the high crown and strange robes were all transformed from a single pill. The power of this pill was incredibly vast, like a small planet composed entirely of medicinal ingredients. The medicinal fragrance within those ingredients manifested everywhere as a state of mind that could increase one's lifespan. The Taoist-robed old man seemed to realize something, letting out continuous long cries. Fellow Taoist, I was born from a pill furnace. It has been over 10,000 years. I have cultivated my character and never taken a life. It is not easy to cultivate after being born. I hope you can spare me and return my freedom. Oh, interesting. Fong Han did not expect this pill to be even shrewder than a cultivator and even capable of lecturing him with one argument after another. Vile beast, how dare you use the art of enchanting immortals with your glib tongue? Fong Qingxue struck toward the pill with a palm. As soon as Fong Qingxue made her move, it was the divine firmament lightning capture from the primordial heaven-destroying lightning method. Her giant hand carried the force of 1,000 thunders, comprehending the laws of space. With a single grasp, she immediately enveloped that immortal pill. At the same time, the Taoist figure on that immortal pill immediately showed a look of panic on his face. The illusion shattered, and that ancient plum blossom forest actually turned into a mountain of daggers and a sea of swords, vibrating incessantly, as if about to shoot outwards. Just as Fong Qingxue grabbed and suppressed this ancestral immortal supreme pill, Fong Han opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of fiery rain, instantly causing the pill to sizzle under the heat. Working intensely with Fong Qingxue, within this pill, the Taoist-robed old man dissolved into a cloud of medicinal qi. The Emperor's pen also moved, flying out. The item spirit on the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron had already been completely subdued by him. With a slight inhalation, this Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron absorbed the qi of the pill. Then, he suddenly made a move, actually slamming the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron fiercely into Fong Han's body. Rumble. Upon Fong Han's body, a burst of flames actually exploded. Flames spewed out from every single pore. Those flames were actually the heavenly realm pure fire, tempering his flesh and blood, which was already pure to the extreme. Intense pain transmitted even from the depths of his soul. Fong Han felt as if his soul and physical body had fallen into a blazing hell, suffering the torture of flames for thousands and tens of thousands of years. Fong Han, do not slack off. Circulate your power with all your might. Use the Scarlet Emperor Fire Emperor Qi from the Great Five Elements technique to refine this peerless Tao weapon, the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. I will lend you a helping hand. Immortal Venerable Panwu refined 5 peerless Tao weapons actually for the purpose of uniting the 5 elements. Although I have swallowed a fragment of this creation divine artifact and haven't been able to refine it, I have comprehended quite a few things from it. The Emperor's pen grabbed Fong Han's shoulder with one hand, his fingers twitching. In an instant, upon Fong Han's body, he wrote down lines of ancient characters. seemingly writing chapters of creation. Those ancient characters were engraved into Feng Han's body, forcing the spewing heavenly realm pure fire back inside. In an instant, Feng Han's body transformed into a man of fire. Like a torch completely burning, his facial features, body, and limbs all melted like wax, a shocking sight to behold. Senior, this. Feng Qingxue felt extremely pained watching this. Do not move. Right now, I am fusing the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron into his Scarlet Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, allowing his Great Five Elements technique to advance by leaps and bounds. In the future, he can use fire to conquer metal and metal to conquer wood, with the 5 elements generating and overcoming each other, refining all 5 of Immortal Venerable Panwu's 5-element peerless Dao weapons. Using the key of the Wild God to activate them, he will possess the Sprout of Creation. In the future, not only will he have hope of becoming an immortal, but he might even have the hope of becoming a heavenly monarch-level existence. As he spoke, the Emperor's pen continuously channeled his divine abilities. From within Feng Han's body, a foul-smelling liquid suddenly flowed out. Haha, these impurities have finally been tempered out by the pure heavenly realm pure fire. Feng Han has devoured too much vitality and essence blood. Although he could refine them, some hidden dangers remained in his body. They would become huge obstacles in his future cultivation. From now on, his body will be a mass of pure flesh and blood. Feng Han, quickly activate the key of the Wild God and infuse pure yang vitality. Unleash the most powerful attack of the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron, the Wrath of Emperor Yen, to completely purify your flesh and blood. This is the foundation for you to extract immortal matter. If your flesh and blood are not pure, and your grotto heaven is not pure, how can you create matter? How can you cultivate to the 5th level of the longevity secret realm, the creation realm? Melted into a wax figure, Feng Han's consciousness still remained. A powerful consciousness merged into the key of the Wild God. Pure yang heavy water rushed into his body and entered the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. In an instant, the most powerful attack of the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron erupted. A massive god of fire, spanning the barriers of time and space of thousands of lifetimes, walked out from time and space. Then, a wrath originating from the source of fire erupted from this god of fire, completely enveloping Feng Han himself. This was the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron's trump card method, similar to the immortal Thunder Drum Cannon. The Wrath of Emperor Yen. The wrath born within the source of fire was enough to melt all impurities and all attacking forces, transcending the barriers of time and space, as irreversible as the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Under the burning and refining of this wrath of Emperor Yen, Feng Han's body completely melted into a mass of airflow and vanished into thin air. Even his entire soul aura disappeared. Right where he had been, a mass of pitch-black, human-shaped ash was left behind, as if the person had literally turned to dust. Feng Han was refined by the wrath of Emperor Yen, refined into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. However, Feng Qingxue and Feng Yaguang could still sense Feng Han's aura, which seemed to have merged into the entire world. This was a wondrous realm. After dozens of breaths, his body suddenly manifested in the air, a form composed purely of a mass of translucent flames. Then, within the translucent flames, a vast amount of flesh and blood began to grow. Finally, his physical form became rich and full, and his entire temperament underwent a completely different change. Each strand of his hair was like the texture in fine jade, so delicate that it could drive any woman crazy with envy. His entire skin showed a luster after nirvana. He was like being reborn through nirvana, and his life form underwent a qualitative change. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, and every inch of his flesh, every inch of his skin, and even his pores, contained a vast amount of space and the power of time swirling within. The power contained within his body could already be described as vast as the sun and moon. A casual breath could make planets tremble and the earth change because of it. An aura of a giant god that only existed in ancient times emanated from his body. He had become much stronger. Fang Qingxue seemed to smell a wave of fragrance coming from Fang Han's body. This fragrance was not the scent of 100 flowers, nor was it the aroma of any herbs or pills, but a heavenly fragrance generated in the void from a mind purified to the extreme. With just a slight sniff of this fragrance, as the breath circulated in the body, one would already be intoxicated, removing all distracting thoughts. In terms of cultivation charm, Fang Han also seemed like an ancient Buddha sitting upright in the void, immediately spreading the natural fragrance of his entire body across countless star fields, causing the living beings on countless planets to immediately convert to Buddhism with devotion. Fang Qingxue keenly discovered that Fang Han no longer had the slightest bit of weakness. Even in terms of lifespan, he seemed to have made up for all his losses and even made further progress. Especially in terms of power, Fang Han had completely surpassed the level of divine beasts, and even Fang Qingxue could not see through how much power Fang Han possessed now. Good. Fang Han, you are now truly clean throughout your entire body, pure inside and out. All impurities have been completely refined by the wrath of Emperor Yan. The various lingering impurities from previous plunders have all been refined. Now, that Emperor Yan Fire Dragon Cauldron has already hidden within your Scarlet Emperor Fire Emperor Qi. Once you obtain the other 4 supreme treasures, your power will reach an unimaginable level. Now, quickly stabilize the Fire Emperor Qi and make the law of time your own. We will cultivate bitterly for thousands of years to lay all kinds of solid foundations. You must know that those people in your 8-division pagoda, although they have all promoted to eternal giants, their foundations are not stable. They must undergo a long period of quiet meditation and death seclusion to purify their minds. Only then will it be beneficial for their future cultivation. The Emperor's pen pointed out directly. Fang Han also felt that the Emperor's pen, by driving the Emperor Yan Fire Dragon Cauldron into his body, had performed a strange fusion, which not only fully restored his lifespan, but also changed his life form. However, he had not yet reached the creation realm. This was not a problem of power, but rather that his understanding of the current changes was not yet thorough. He must understand all of these things thoroughly, comprehend them completely, and then, with another push, he could step into the creation realm. Fang Han now had to sit down quietly, comprehending for a long time and tempering himself in closed-door cultivation. He used his divine sense to familiarize himself with and feel the laws of heaven and earth, knowing himself like the back of his hand, and thoroughly familiarizing himself with his own power to see to what extent his great 5 elements technique had been cultivated. Thus, he sat upright, and his entire being instantly entered into exploration and communication with the laws of the Great Tao. The Great 5 Elements technique now revered fire as supreme, and of course, the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art was also undergoing a transformation. Ever since obtaining the Key of the Wild God, the Key of the Wild God and the World Tree began to fuse. After Fang Han obtained control over it, and received the inheritance of the World Tree and the Key of the Wild God, he also began to transform. Within the 5 elements, wood generates fire. The power of the wood element greatly increased, and the power of the fire element increased accordingly. This caused the item spirit of the Emperor Yan Fire Dragon Cauldron, under the nourishment of the Scarlet Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, to display its power even more. Haha. Senior Emperor's pen integrated me into Fang Han's divine ability. At first, I was unwilling, but now I have also received great benefits and even a continuous stream of pure yang qi. This Fang Han has immense luck. By following him, sooner or later there will be hope of promoting to an immortal artifact. The benefit of the Great 5 Elements technique to me is even greater than the benefit of Qi Rongtian's Fire God Primordial Spirit. Moreover, Qi Rongtian has now been devoured by Fang Han, and the Fire God Primordial Spirit has completely melted into his body. The item spirit of the Emperor Yan Fire Dragon Cauldron laughed out loud, extremely excited. Furthermore, Fang Han has now promoted to the peak of the cosmic light realm, and his own cave heaven is stable. His absorption and purification of the immortal realm's origin qi have reached a terrifying level. Every day, he can condense 3 to 5 million pure yang pills. Day by day, within the Yellow Springs map, 10 years, 100 years, 500 years passed in long meditation. Immersed in meditation for hundreds and thousands of years, Fong Han's impetuous mind completely calmed down, transforming all his past impetuousness into comprehension of the laws. The plundered time crystals of the Kunpeng, Taotai, and Yuan Wuzue were also thoroughly refined and comprehended by Fong Han, turning into his own. 1,000 years, 2,000 years. Fong Han's mind continued to be immersed in the comprehension of the laws. His mind permeated out of the Yellow Springs map, perceiving the vastness of heaven, earth, and the universe, roaming within countless rifts of time and space. He saw endless suns, moons, and stars, and the great deluge of the heavens. Within his thoughts, there was actually a hint of ease and freedom, carefree and at ease, roaming heaven and earth. Moreover, Fong Han was still using the lesser fate technique, continuously injecting it into the Emperor's pen, allowing the Emperor's pen to convert it into an unknown power to activate the fragment of the creation divine artifact within its body. Fong Qingshue's cultivation had also reached the level of great perfection in the law of space. Feng Yaguang's realm also seemed to improve very quickly. Just like Fong Qingxue, she had cultivated the law of space to great perfection and was about to comprehend the law of time, reaching the cosmic light realm just like Fong Han. A full 3,000 years had passed, while outside the Yellow Springs map, only 30 double hours had passed, which was close to 3 days and 3 nights. Fong Han's trusted aides, Crane Fairy, Long Xian, Jia Lan, Princess Hong Yi, Xingyun Baobao, the Witch, Black Underworld King, and others, however, cultivated extremely fast. During these 3,000 years of cultivation, Xingyun Baobao actually cultivated his own domain and stepped into the Undying Body realm. However, among the 10 Undying Body giants in the 8-division pagoda, none of them promoted to the law of space. Even 5 Swords Gentleman and Green-Faced Venerable did not promote to the law of time. It is evident that the further one goes, the harder it is to raise one's realm. 3,000 years of cultivation has consumed a full 3 trillion pure yang pills. However, compared to the storage in the Key of the Wild God, this is but 1,000th. You and Fong Qingshuo activate the power of fate once more. Fong Qingshuo, display the soul imprint of the gate of eternal life to help me with the final strike to refine this fragment of the creation divine artifact. Right now, there is only one way, which is to suppress it with the soul imprint of the gate of eternal life. The gate of eternal life is an existence that transcends everything. Those who have seen the gate of eternal life with their own eyes are all those who have comprehended creation. I did not have the fate to meet the 3 ancient emperors, nor do I have this fate. Only you, Heavenly Lord of Holy Lightning, who have seen the gate of eternal life with your own eyes, can help me. The Emperor's pen suddenly let out a wild roar. Fong Han and Fong Qingshuo looked at each other, and together activated the Lesser Fate technique once more. A phantom image of the Gate of Eternal Life completely entered the body of the Emperor's pen. Heaven and earth as one, brewing creation, divine energy entering the body. The body of the Emperor's pen trembled, seemingly under immense pressure. His entire body completely transformed into a pen, and then on his body, dense cracks actually began to appear. It seemed as if a certain power had been raised to its limit. Fong Han and Fong Qingshuo looked at each other, both feeling deep shock in their hearts. The power generated by each of these cracked textures could directly tear several planets apart. As soon as the imprint of the Gate of Eternal Life entered the body of the Emperor's pen, it expanded tenfold, wrapping around that fingernail-sized fragment of the creation divine artifact. That fragment of the creation divine artifact now showed signs of melting. This was an instinctive pressure. Even the creation divine artifacts, which in legends even immortals could not refine, could not contend with the majestic imprint of the Gate of Eternal Life. Crack! This fragment completely broke apart, and then turned into a vast power, circulating within the body of the Emperor's pen. The cracked textures on the body of the Emperor's pen immediately began to heal. His entire body, forged from heavenly crystal stone, also transformed into a slightly dark gold color, with some ancient colors from the primordial chaos.
Haha.
The power of the Emperor's pen showed a skyrocketing posture. Now that I have refined this fragment of the creation divine artifact, my body forged from heavenly crystal stone has finally transformed into a trace of creation crystal. Now, with my power, even a virtual immortal would be beaten until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. Even a true immortal can do nothing to me. Unless the true form of Tehuangshan descends, he can only stand on equal footing with me. My brush tip can slash and split ordinary immortal weapons, and even immortal weapons cannot imprison me. Although Fong Han did not understand what it meant for the heavenly crystal body to transform into the creation crystal body, he knew that the Emperor's pen had undergone earth-shaking changes, becoming many times more powerful than before, and was already able to stand on equal footing with a true immortal. With such a figure by his side, what else did he have to worry about? Roaming the world, and gaining enough benefits during the great tribulation of the divine clan, then obtaining countless longevity fruits would be just around the corner. Pay attention. After I refine the fragment of the creation divine artifact, this is the true chi fed back to you, a wisp of the chi of creation. You cannot refine it right now, but as your cultivation level rises, you will refine it step by step. The benefits you will receive are unimaginable. Rumble. At the exact moment the Emperor's pen completely transformed, Fong Han and Fong Qingxue both felt a vast power feeding back to them, pouring into their bodies. Their bodies seemed to expand thousands of times, as if about to burst from the pressure. Fortunately, when the Emperor's pen fed back the power, it infused its own magical power and, at the moment Fong Han and Fong Qingxue's bodies expanded, turned that mysterious wisp of creation chi into a stream of airflow circulating within their bodies. Boundless daylight shone as fragments of the law of time condensed, allowing one to step into an honored position. A low chanting came from Fong Qingxue's mouth. Her entire cave heaven was changing, and a tiny fragment of the law of time condensed, unexpectedly promoting her once again, stepping into the fourth stage of longevity, the cosmic light realm. Fong Han's brow twitched slightly, and that stream of creation chi actually fused together with the Panwu true blood, and then began to spin. A wave of power slowly spread throughout his body, and his realm was about to step into the fifth stage of longevity, the creation realm. Wait! The Emperor's pen suddenly pointed directly at Fong Han's brow. Although you have refined the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron and are about to step into the creation realm now, it is not stable. You must balance water and fire. Only when you completely refine the Panwu true blood at that time can you operate yin and yang and step into the creation realm, possessing an even more powerful force. Senior, do you mean you want me to obtain the Black Emperor Tide Banner? Indeed. Your current realm is not stable. Advancing rashly will be detrimental to your future cultivation, making it extremely difficult to take another step forward. When the time comes to comprehend the heavenly heart, reaching the heavenly position realm with your consciousness will be even harder, let alone the world king realm. You can go find Yen Shuetian now and obtain her Black Emperor Tide Banner. As for me, I must leave you for a period of time. I have sensed that there are other fragments scattered across the universe. I must go search for them and refine them into my body once more. When that time comes, transforming into an immortal weapon will be just around the corner. However, I will meet up with you before the Great Tribulation of the Divine Clan to resist the Great Tribulation of the Divine Clan together. Furthermore, your current cultivation must be tempered in order to grow. Under my protection, you will never become a figure who can look down upon the world. Your current cultivation is merely that of a small fry in the immortal world. Immortals in the immortal world are also divided into 10 stages. In the future, what you will face is not just the great tribulation of the divine clan, but pressure from the immortal world. Because you and the heavenly lord of holy lightning are both people who have stolen destiny. Fong Han understood this in his heart. I will go with you to search for the fragments of the creation divine artifact. Fang Qingxue suddenly spoke up. My future is even more perilous. I must increase my strength as quickly as possible.
What?
Senior sister, you are leaving too. If the two of us join forces, we can contend with anything now. Divided we are weak, united we are strong. Senior Emperor's pen needs my help to refine the fragments of the creation divine artifact. And I also need to refine fragments of the creation divine artifact myself to raise my realm, Fang Qingxue said. It is better for you to cultivate alone. Besides, there are some things that you must bear alone. Senior Emperor's pen. Feng Yaoguang, let's go. Fang Qingxue suddenly drew close to Feng Han, and her fragrant lips gently kissed Feng Han on the cheek, leaving behind a trace of lingering fragrance. Then, with a movement of her body, she exited the Yellow Springs map. The Emperor's pen laughed heartily and vanished into thin air. Feng Han, you now have the Yellow Springs map, the key of the Wild God, and the Emperor Yen Fire Dragon Cauldron. If you also obtain the Black Emperor Tide Banner and step into the creation realm, then, even if you encounter powerful figures, you will be fully capable of escaping even if you cannot defeat them. The Heavenly Lord of Holy Lightning is an extraordinary person who does extraordinary things. All of her actions contain profound meaning. Listening to the words of the Emperor's pen, Feng Han immediately leaped out of the Yellow Springs map, only to find that she was already gone. Touching the spot on his cheek where Fang Qingxue had kissed him, he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy rise within his heart. So be it. Senior sister Qingxue going to search for the fragments of the creation divine artifact will surely bring her immense opportunities. I should first set my own plans in motion. The Ascension sect is besieged by Tehuangshan, and I don't know how they are doing. But with the abilities of the three sages of Ascension and Feng Baiyu's methods, there shouldn't be any major issues. How is Yen Shuetian doing now? I have obtained the key of the Wild God, which contains many immortal pills, just right to help her boost her power and cultivate further. Furthermore, once she and I cultivate together and step into the creation realm with the help of the Black Emperor Tide Banner, we can open the third layer of the treasury of the key of the Wild God to see what is actually inside. Perhaps we can even control the Wild God King and the 81 Wild God puppets. Feng Han's plan was extremely thorough. The benefits he obtained from the key of the Wild God must definitely be shared with Yen Shuetian. The stronger Yen Shuetian's strength was, the better it would be for his plan to overthrow the Tai sect. Feng Han even thought that if he controlled the Wild God King puppet, he would give it to Yen Shuetian as a guardian. When that time came, with Yen Shuetian secretly harboring such a trump card, her status within the sect would probably be comparable to Taihuntian. After all, Taihuntian had only cultivated to the World King realm. Feng Han sat down cross-legged and sensed Yen Shuetian's presence. He and Yen Shuetian shared a secret method that allowed them to sense and communicate with each other. Feng Han has finally obtained the key of the Wild God. This time in the treasury of Heavenly Marshal, our Tai sect has suffered a massive defeat, and Hua Tiandu has also completely failed. It's good that he failed. Once he failed, he completely lost his utility value, and I won't have to go through the trouble of marrying him. Furthermore, Qi Rongtian was also killed by Feng Han. From now on, within the Tai sect, no one else can compete with me for the position of sect master. In a stretch of starry sky, Yen Shuetian sat alone on a planetary meteorite. That's all for today's commentary. Making this isn't easy, so fellow cultivators, if you like it, please give us a thumbs up to support us. See you tomorrow. Be there, or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 15. When I attain eternal life, all living beings in the heavens and all kinds of things shall also attain eternal life. In the last episode, we talked about how Feng Han, after seeing off the Emperor's pen, Fang Qingxue and the others embarked on the journey to find Yen Shuetian. Meanwhile, far away in another starry sky, Yen Shuetian was besieged by over 100 experts of the longevity mysterious realm, led by the third prince of the sacred light great world. Next, how will Fong Han turn the tide and save the beauty? And what exactly is the background of the third prince of the sacred light great world? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Picking up where we left off, Yan Shuetian sat alone on a planetary meteorite in the middle of a starry sky. She thought, what a pity that I do not have enough pure yang pills. Otherwise, I could activate the power of time within the Black Emperor title banner and accelerate my cultivation. Yan Shuetian's law of space was constantly approaching perfection. The Black Emperor title banner transformed into a black banner, rippling above her head as water vapor continued to condense. In the depths of the void, many streams of ancient water vapor condensed into dragons, rushed over, and merged into her body. At that moment, the artifact spirit of the Black Emperor title banner, the mysterious woman in black, suddenly sent a thought into Yan Shuetian's mind. Yan Shuetian, so your Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist and Great Five Elements technique were learned from Fong Han. You have always been Fong Han's woman. Fong Han attacked me only to completely force me to submit to you. Yan Shuetian replied, that's right. I have long belonged to Fong Han. Fong Han's future is limitless. He has the support of the Emperor's pen, and now he has obtained the key of the Wild God. The treasure of the Heavenly Martial Treasury, the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron, has also been subdued by him. Tell me, is there a future in my choosing this person? Obtaining the key of the Wild God means obtaining all the orthodox teachings of Immortal Venerable Pan Wu. Immortal Venerable Pan Wu is the existence who created me. I know deeply how profound his Taoist arts are, already surpassing most immortals. The woman in black said, I also know how powerful the Emperor's pen is, and I also know that Fong Han's future achievements are indeed limitless. But although you are Fong Han's woman, I am afraid you will not receive his favor. You must know that the Heavenly Lord of the Lightning Mother is by his side. Although you are the reincarnation of the ancient water god, even at your peak, you are only a virtual immortal, which is a world of difference from a heavenly lord. Moreover, the Heavenly Lord of the Lightning Mother is the most powerful among the many heavenly lords in the immortal realm. Even Immortal Venerable Pan Wu lamented back then that, even if he cultivated to the Heavenly Lord level, compared to the Heavenly Lord of the Lightning Mother, he could still be killed by her. What a pity that back then, because the Heavenly Lord of the Lightning Mother stole fate and secretly followed the immortal King of Creation to find the legendary gate of eternal life, she was punished by the immortal King of Creation. She fought a great battle with him and finally fell. However, the creation divine artifact of the immortal King of Creation, the 33 heavens treasures, was also shattered into countless fragments and scattered across the heavens, the earth, and the universe. To think such a thing happened, Yan Shuetian's expression changed. I should return to the Tai sect first. Oh no, we are surrounded. They are powerful characters. The woman in black suddenly moved, and her divine sense became tense. She immediately shrank the power of the Black Emperor title banner, turning it into an inconspicuous 3-inch long small banner and hiding it in Yan Shuetian's forehead. Yan Shuetian was about to rise and leap away, but at that moment, multiple forces outside the huge meteorite formed many blockades. Pillars of light thousands of feet long crossed the sky. Among them, a giant hand made of light appeared and clawed down fiercely toward Yan Shuetian. Oh no! Yan Shuetian saw that the giant hand of light was several realms higher than her own and contained immortal matter. It was definitely the attack of an expert at or above the 5th level of longevity, the creation realm. Moreover, the opponent was not alone. Among them were experts of the cosmic light realm, as well as servants in the undying body realm and the longevity realm, densely filling the sky. Weak water tide. 3,000 laws of water. With a slight movement of the Black Emperor title banner, all the weak water manifested and turned into a giant palm, clashing against the giant hand of light. When the two forces collided in the air, a cold snort came from within the giant hand of light, which then transformed into 1,000 layers of handprints. Those handprints enveloped the weak water palm and crushed against it. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, violent explosions erupted, and earth-shattering roars rang out everywhere. After a lightning-fast exchange, Yan Shuetian let out a muffled groan, and the weak water palm formed by the Black Emperor title banner also dispersed. The woman in black said, "Yan Shuetian, this is the holy light of the Great Light Technique, and it reacts most violently against me. Under the illumination of this light, even my primordial spirit will suffer damage. I can no longer fight them for you. Unless you have enough pure yang qi to burn and activate the various formations, I cannot waste my vitality to defend you against the enemy. Moreover, I have a very deep connection with the Sacred Light Empire, so I cannot come into conflict with them. It is still possible for you to reconcile with them now." Damn it! This peerless Tao artifact does not listen to me at all. Yan Shuetian was extremely annoyed. Originally, Tai Huangtian's plan had been for Yan Shuetian and Shi Rongtian to collect the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron and the Black Emperor title banner, lure them back to the sect, and then use the Eternal Divine Furnace and true immortal power to completely refine them, allowing the sect to gain two true gods of water and fire. However, it was impossible to completely control the artifact spirit of the Black Emperor title banner. Since that was the case, Yan Shuetian said, "I hope Senior will speak up and resolve this grievance." While calculating in her mind, Yan Shuetian also planned how to escape and bring the Black Emperor title banner back to the Tai sect. As long as she could bring it back to the Tai sect, everything would be easy to handle. The Black Emperor title banner let out a long whistle, turned into a mass of water light, enveloped Yan Shuetian, and made a rolling sound. "Everyone of the Sacred Light Empire, I am a good friend of Xianwugu. What is the meaning of coming here to besiege me now?" Immediately, the giant hand of light dispersed, revealing a youth dressed in a robe of light. He looked just like a man made of light. Standing behind this youth were a man and a woman, none other than Xianing and Xianxia. In addition, 9 experts stood on both sides of the youth. Each expert wore clothes of different colors, and their bodies seemed to be condensed from pure light. Their eyes flashed, shooting out brilliant rays. Yan Shuetian felt that each of their powers was far above her own, and even their realm surpassed hers. The Youth of Light, the 9 experts, Xianing, and Xianxia were all figures at or above the 3rd level of longevity. Around these core figures stood over 100 people dressed like servants. Among them, 24 were powerful figures of the Undying Body realm, while the rest were giants of the Longevity realm. This showed how immense the youth's power was. The Sacred Light Great World was a force ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Within it, the Sacred Light Empire occupied 70% of the territory. Their Taoist arts were extremely powerful, and they were flourishing. Indeed, they were much larger than even the Promised Star Palace. As for this youth, who knew what kind of figure he was within the Sacred Light Great World, Yan Shuetian saw the lineup clearly, and her heart trembled. Xianing and Xianxia said, "Third Prince, this is the woman who took away the Black Emperor title banner. Also, the artifact spirit of that banner has a very deep connection with our Xian family ancestor, Patriarch Wugu. However, tempted by others, she actually refused to follow us to the Sacred Light Great World. We request that the Third Prince take action and capture this person." Oh! The Third Prince, the Youth of Light, looked at Yan Shuetian. Golden light then burst from his eyes. To think she is actually the reincarnation of the water god's primordial spirit. Yan Shuetian said, "You are the Third Prince of the Sacred Light Empire." "Indeed," the Third Prince said. "This peerless Tao artifact of yours was personally refined by immortal, venerable Pan Wu. Although its quality is not perfect, requires the unity of the 5 elements, and is considered among the weakest of peerless Tao artifacts, it is still a peerless Tao artifact after all. Our Sacred Light Empire likes it very much. Submit to our Sacred Light Empire, and you can obtain supreme glory. The sacred light shines upon all, boundless throughout heaven and earth." The woman in black replied, "Third Prince, I am by nature fond of freely roaming heaven and earth. Please forgive me for being unable to comply." At that moment, a burly man beside the third prince stepped forward with a mocking smile on his face. "Do not refuse a polite offer only to be forced. You are merely an inferior grade among peerless Tao artifacts. Do you think you are the key of the wild god, the great seal of common people, the emperor of heaven mirror, the book of the earth emperor, or the emperor's pen?" The third prince said, "Marquis Juding, do not be impulsive." "Yes, third prince," Marquis Juding answered. The third prince continued, "You follow this girl simply because she is the reincarnation of the water god's primordial spirit. But that does not matter. I will recruit her under my command as well. You are the vice-sect master of the Tai sect of the Xianhuang Great World, but that is nothing. Even in the immortal realm, the Tai sect is merely a small sect. Every tens of thousands of years, they are allocated fewer than 3 spots to ascend to the immortal realm. There is no future in it. By contrast, my Sacred Light Empire is a major sect even in the immortal realm. The choice is up to you." Yan Shuitian asked, "Third prince, what if I choose to leave? Will you let me go?" The third prince answered, "You may leave, but you must leave the Black Emperor title banner behind. Furthermore, you have violated the laws of my Sacred Light Empire. I am the third prince of the Sacred Light Empire, and my status is supreme. All cultivators must kneel when they see me. Yet you did not kneel. You must accept the legal sanctions of my Sacred Light Great World." Marquis of Law read it to her. The Marquis of Law said, "The law of our Sacred Light Empire states that those who are disrespectful to the royal family shall be punished as follows. If male, their entire family shall be executed. If female, her divine abilities and magical power shall be sealed, and she shall be made a government courtesan." "You are courting death." Yan Shuitian's expression changed. As the vice-sect master of the Tai sect, wielding immense power, she had killed countless powerful figures. Now that she had encountered someone who actually wanted to punish her with laws, how could she not be furious? Her body shifted, bringing forth the Black Emperor title banner. The Great Five Elements technique inside Yan Shuitian's body, along with a surge of pure yang qi, gushed out and activated her power. A river of weak water surged outward, traversed the void, and vanished through space. The Marquis of Law said, "I read the laws of my Sacred Light Empire, yet you still dare to strike. This is great disrespect toward our laws, and even more, it is a capital offense." With a shift of his body, the Marquis of Law manipulated space. Spatial vortexes appeared one after another wherever Yan Shuitian flickered. He actually dragged Yan Shuitian out from the spatial rift. The cultivation of this Marquis of Law had reached the peak of the law of space, the great perfection stage, making him a grand figure who could step into the cosmic light realm at any moment. Disaster spread and descended like the end of the world. Natural disasters destroyed everything. The aura of disaster attacked the Marquis of Law from every direction, causing his expression to change. The Great Disaster Technique. It is indeed a divine ability ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Daos. What a pity that it fell into the hands of the Tai sect. It is truly a great pity. The Tai sect cannot unleash the true power of disaster at all, nor can they comprehend the true meaning of disaster. We shall extract the seed of disaster from your body and add another of the 3,000 Great Daos to our Sacred Light Empire.
Boom.
Seeing that the Marquis of Law was under immense pressure, 5 of the 9 marquises accompanying the third prince stepped forward. All 5 were peak experts of the 3rd level of longevity at the great perfection stage of the law of space. They attacked simultaneously. Marquis Juding opened his mouth and spat out a cauldron. It was actually a high-grade Tao weapon, and under his control it went wild. As the giant cauldron spun, a sharp pulling aura of disaster emerged from it, trying to draw Yan Shuitian inside. Doomsday Natural Disaster. 5 Elements Primordial Force. Under the siege of the 5 great experts, Yan Shuitian displayed the strength she had gained through bitter cultivation. Borrowing the power of the Black Emperor title banner, she spun violently. 9 black water dragons erupted around her body. These black water dragons actually had human faces and dragon bodies. The 9 water dragons fought and instantly entangled themselves with the 6 marquises. The pressure on these 6 marquises became immense. The woman in black, the artifact spirit of the Black Emperor title banner, suddenly said, "Although I can withstand it, some damage is inevitable. I think, Yan Shuetian, you should submit to the Sacred Light Empire. Your future would be limitless, indeed much better than staying in the Tai sect. You are the reincarnation of the water god's primordial spirit. After submitting to the third prince, you can use the water spirit method to corrode his mind." Impossible, Yan Shuetian thought. While secretly activating her divine abilities, she grew even more furious. This artifact spirit was completely unreliable. It refused to bear even a bit of damage and was unwilling to consume any of its vital qi. At this moment, beside the third prince, a marquis who had not yet acted spoke up. "Third prince, have you taken a liking to this woman?" This marquis was an elder whose eyes were filled with wisdom. He was an expert of the 4th level of longevity, the cosmic light realm. The third prince replied, "Marquis Jiwu, this woman is the reincarnation of the water god's primordial spirit. Her body contains a rich origin of water. If she can practice dual cultivation with me, the 5 elements primordial qi in my body will receive immense benefits. It will also be of great help to my future cultivation and to condensing my own world. Of course, this woman's divine abilities are also very powerful, and her cultivation is quite decent. Her cave heaven realm cultivation is also top tier within our Sacred Light Empire. After capturing her, she will greatly help me in my competition for the imperial throne." A slender middle-aged man said, "Indeed. Third prince, although your cultivation is outstanding among the many princes, it is still not enough for you to inherit the throne of our Sacred Light Empire. Currently, His Majesty has actually cultivated to the heavenly immortal realm, but he has delayed his ascension because the future in the immortal realm is unpredictable. However, talismans from the immortal realm urge him repeatedly, and His Majesty cannot delay much longer. He will have to ascend sooner or later. When that time comes, he must designate a successor. Right now, third prince, you still need to work harder, perform some earth-shattering deeds, and establish great merits for our Sacred Light Empire. Only then will His Majesty appoint you as the Crown Prince. At that time, wielding the power of a great world and controlling our empire's supreme immortal artifact, the Sacred Crown, you will truly rule over 10,000 worlds and enjoy endless prosperity." The third prince said, "Marquis Jinwu, I certainly want the throne of the Sacred Light Empire, but I also want to go a step further and build a career even in the immortal realm." This woman actually learned the Great 5 Elements technique, and her cultivation is quite profound. Especially inside her body, there is actually a trace of immortal Tao laws. How is this possible? Could it be that a supreme immortal artifact instilled a trace of its own immortal Tao laws into her? That would be an act of self-damaging one's cultivation. Another marquis did not speak, keeping his eyes fixed on Yan Shuetian. The third prince nodded and said, "Indeed, that is the case. All right, do not waste time entangling with this woman. Marquis Jiwu, Marquis Jinwu, and Marquis Zhanwu, the 3 of you strike together and lay down the 9 heavens' profound locking grand array to suppress the Black Emperor title banner. However, you must not harm the artifact spirit, because this spirit has a deep connection with Xian Wugu. Xian Wugu is now a virtual immortal who has survived the immortal realm's lightning tribulation. He is a great titan of our Sacred Light Empire, and I cannot afford to offend him." All right. Among the 9 marquises, the most powerful Marquis Jiwu, Marquis Jinwu, and Marquis Zhanwu finally stepped forward to suppress Yan Shuetian together.
Boom.
Earth-shattering power descended from the sky, and everywhere appeared phenomena seen only during a great destruction. The protective astral qi around Yan Shuetian's body shattered first, and then the Black Emperor title banner was instantly compressed into a ball. Marquis Zhanwu roared furiously. Black Emperor title banner, you share a destiny with Senior Xianwugu of our sacred light empire. We will not harm you. Leave this woman's body immediately. Otherwise, we will suppress you along with her. In the center of his palm, the shadow of a war king appeared. Clad in a battle robe, wearing a golden crown, and holding a Fangtian painted halberd, he looked extremely majestic. With one strike, tens of millions of water lights completely dispersed. I do not want to fight you either, the woman in black said. Sure enough, she instantly detached from Yan Shuetian's body and flew outward. This artifact spirit had consistently refused to exert itself. Otherwise, Yan Shuetian would have escaped the battlefield long ago. The power of a peerless Dao weapon, even without anyone driving it, could freely traverse the outer realms.
Crack.
As soon as the artifact spirit of the Black Emperor title banner left, the combined power of the 9 marquises was simply not something Yan Shuetian could contend with. Yan Shuetian immediately summoned a vast ocean divine pearl. From within the divine pearl, the shadow of a woman appeared. This woman continuously unleashed great chaos divine lightning. It was actually Fenqingying. Good, a high-grade Dao weapon. Marquis Zhanwu clawed downward and grabbed the vast ocean divine pearl. Meanwhile, Yan Shuetian spat out a mouthful of blood. Marquis Juding laughed loudly and said, Be sucked into my giant cauldron. I will torture you first and see whether you submit. Third Prince, if she does not submit to my giant god cauldron, we will completely seal all of her divine abilities and techniques, turning her into an ordinary woman. His giant cauldron suddenly expanded and loomed down over Yan Shuetian. Right at this extremely perilous moment, the void suddenly shook violently. Countless spaces exploded, as if it were the moment before the destruction of the world. Half of all space and time completely vanished. The third prince was startled, and his entire body instantly tensed. This was the natural reaction of someone encountering danger. Marquis Juding is nothing but a jumping monkey. How dare he touch my woman? At the instant thousands of spaces shattered together, within that ruined chaos, a massive canopy of flame was born. Within the flames, a human figure manifested. That figure was none other than Fang Han. Seeing Fang Han appear, Yan Shuetian seemed to lose all her strength and collapse softly into Fang Han's arms. At that moment, Marquis Juding's giant cauldron had already shrouded down. Flames flickered in Fang Han's eyes. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he threw a punch straight out. A massive fist condensed into form and fiercely blasted against the giant cauldron. This giant cauldron was a high-grade Dao weapon, a fortuitous treasure that Marquis Juding had obtained by chance. Relying on this cauldron to cultivate his divine abilities, he had reached his current status. However, when Fang Han's punch blasted onto the giant god cauldron, the cauldron instantly cracked and then exploded. Its artifact spirit let out a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered before turning to ashes. Fang Han had actually blown apart a high-grade Dao weapon with his bare hands. After Fang Han blew apart the giant god cauldron in one strike, the remaining magic treasure fragments immediately vanished into another space, seemingly devoured by Fang Han through some great divine ability. Marquis Juding felt as if he had been severely slashed. He was instantly injured, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. But Fang Han did not give him any chance to breathe. With one hand holding Yan Shuetian, Fang Han clawed out with his other hand. A giant hand, shifting with luster, appeared. It was the hand of heaven, but it carried the pure fire of the heavenly realm. Wherever it burned, space distorted. Moreover, his strike came without any warning and required no time at all, descending directly upon Marquis Juding's head. Crack! Marquis Juding's head was instantly crushed by Fang Han like a rotten watermelon. His flesh and blood struggled desperately, trying to reassemble, but Fang Han slapped downward and turned his entire body into a meat patty. Oh no! What kind of formidable figure is this? Marquis Zhanwu, and Marquis Jiwu never dreamed that someone could force his way into the formation under the joint power of the 9 marquises and even kill someone. The several marquises roared in anger. Now Marquis Juding, after being grabbed and slapped by Fong Han, had first been shattered and then turned into a meat patty. He was unable to unleash any divine abilities or magical power. Every inch of his flesh was roasted by the pure fire of the heavenly realm. Fong Han said, "You still want to rescue this Marquis Juding? Fine, then I will let you see how he is refined to death by me." Fong Han was fighting the enemies with one hand while his other arm held Yan Shuetian. At the same time, he continuously melted pure yang qi and the medicinal energy of various pills, channeling them into her body. Fong Han's voice transmitted into Yan Shuetian's ears. "This is a high-grade immortal pill, the golden immortal tribulation transcending pill, refined from the origin of a golden immortal. It is a treasure I obtained from the key of the wild god. Consume it. Not only can it increase your lifespan by 10,000 years, but it can also enhance your origin." Yan Shuetian widened her eyes and could not speak, because her body was completely filled with medicinal power. She could only try her best to refine it. Fong Han continued, "Watch how I kill. With my current cultivation, even if Tai Huntian, the sect master of your Tai sect, were to come, he could do nothing to me, let alone this bunch of trash before us." At the instant he infused Yan Shuetian with medicinal power and vital energy, Fong Han did not stop. With a slight sweep, flames rushed out and completely enveloped Marquis Juding, who had been turned into a meat patty. In an instant, Marquis Juding was condensed by the flames into a meatball, bouncing restlessly on Fong Han's fingertips. Shrill screams echoed from within the meatball. With every roast, large drops of grease dripped down, causing the flames to flare up even more. It truly seemed like roasted meat. Beast. Marquis Zhanwu was the first to strike, slashing a palm attack toward Fong Han. Within that palm, sword wheel-like astral chi condensed, spun, and flew forward, cutting toward Fong Han. However, the sword wheel astral chi crashed into the protective light shield around Fong Han's body and was instantly shattered into powder by the shock of the shield. At the same time, all the attacks of the other 8 marquises were blocked outside by Fong Han's great protection technique. Fong Han took step after step forward. Centered on him, all the vital energy condensed toward the middle, and many large black holes appeared in the air. Some black holes led to the Buddha realm, some led to the Dragon realm, some led to the Void God realm, and others connected to the Immortal realm. These black holes rose and fell one after another, twisting and spinning various forces to create a bizarre force field. Within this bizarre force field, the bodies of the 8 marquises were violently twisted. Each of their bodies felt as if it were being torn apart. This person is actually so formidable. All the marquises were thoroughly shocked and hastily retreated. Fong Han stepped on the void and pursued them with rapid strides, like a life-reaping Grim Reaper. The sound of each of his footsteps shook the heart. He was unbelievably fast, yet in everyone's ears, his footsteps seemed incredibly slow. An instant felt like 10,000 years had passed. This precise manipulation of time was indeed incredible, showing his deep comprehension and profound understanding of the law of time. Marquis Luling's mind was shaken by Fong Han's footsteps, and his retreat was slightly slower. Fong Han caught up to him like lightning, following him as closely as a shadow, like a maggot clinging to bone, and struck down from behind with a palm. Uft! Fong Han's palm first hit flatly, and then hooked upward, directly piercing through Marquis Luling's entire body before clawing out his heart alive. Marquis Luling let out a miserable shriek. The flesh and blood in his hollow chest grew again, attempting to condense into a complete heart, but it was too late. Fong Han's palm, like a blade and a heavenly net, shrouded down and sliced downward. In the blink of an eye, Marquis Luling's body, along with the magic treasures on his body, were all sliced into pieces of shredded meat. He did not have a high-grade Dao weapon on him, only a set of medium-grade Dao weapons. After slicing them apart, Fong Han refined those materials together. Fong Han said, "You too shall turn into a meatball and suffer the torture of my flames. You 9 marquises of the Sacred Light Empire, plus you, third prince, make exactly 10. Only when you are completely turned to ashes and Yen Shuetian is pleased will you be released." Fong Han's powerful divine sense swept out, and a giant hand of flame condensed once more, wrapping up Marquis Luling and turning him into a flame pellet that bounced and shifted on Fong Han's fingertips. Damn it! The third prince finally could not bear it and struck out furiously. As he attacked, his body radiated intense sacred light, like the sole true God in heaven, earth, and the universe. That is all for today's commentary. Production is not easy, so fellow Taoists who enjoyed this, please give us plenty of likes and support. See you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality, Season 8, Episode 16. When I attain eternal life, all living beings in the heavens, in every way, shall also attain eternal life. After refining the supreme Tao weapon, the Black Emperor Tide Banner, Fong Han has finally successfully advanced to the 5th level of longevity, the creation realm. At this moment, Fong Han's magical power has surged to a full 1 trillion violent horses. The sheer abundance of his magical power is enough to rival that of a figure in the World King realm. Next, how will Fong Han brutally beat the third prince of the Sacred Light Empire and his entourage? Just how terrifying has the promoted Fong Han become? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous likes, coins, and support. This is the driving force for me, Fu Sheng, to keep updating. Having had 2 of his marquises killed in a row, the third prince could finally bear it no longer. A powerful sacred light erupted from his body, sacred poetry flowed, and holy hymns resounded. Amidst the light, the third prince's robes fluttered as he crossed infinite space in a single step, throwing a punch directly at Fong Han. This punch was a punch of creation. A strand of creation chi was wrapped around the third prince's palm. Everyone could feel that if they were struck by this punch from the third prince, their very physical matter would be altered. A strong sense of threat welled up in Yen Shuetian's heart. Although Yen Shuetian was held securely in Fong Han's arms, in her eyes, as the third prince punched forward, heaven and earth vanished, leaving only a single fist. Around the fist were magnificent poetic chapters, like a saint descending upon the world. This was simply irresistible. Fong Han let out a cold snort, his palm shifting as he also threw a punch. The king's way and the tyrant's way intertwined, blasting outward in a single punch. 2 air currents appeared in the air with a rumbling roar. You have not yet comprehended the creation realm. You don't understand at all how terrifying a master of the creation realm is. With a casual punch, I can alter your body structure. Any of your astral chi and matter, and even your laws, can be distorted. Now, under this punch of mine, collapse completely. I will extract the laws from your body and then turn you into a pet. Under the entanglement of the third prince's creation chi, Fong Han's great king tyrant fist kept fracturing, while the third prince's punch remained completely unshaken, continuing to press the attack. Is that so? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Fong Han's mouth. Suddenly pulling back his palm, he struck out with another palm. Once again, a samsara disk as massive as a planet appeared. This time it was not a phantom but the actual entity. Upon the samsara disk, the 72 demon shadows also began to manifest their true physical forms. These 72 demon shadows, some with human bodies and snake tails, some with bird heads and horse bodies, were of all shapes and sizes, filled with an ancient, primordial aura. Fong Han had cultivated inside the Yellow Springs map for 3,000 years. Utilizing the key of the wild god, he had finally fully restored the Yellow Springs map. Now he could release the true entity of the samsara disk. A genuine terror manifested in the space, like a collapsing mountain. The third prince's punch collapsed completely. All the poetic chapters were entirely obliterated, and his own physical body, with waves of astral chi fluctuating, had not the slightest ability to resist, crumbling one after another. Some of the treasures he wore on his body, spiritual talismans, protective jade pendants, and even his clothes, under the true entity of the samsara disk, exploded one by one. The treasures on his body were all fine items. Even the most inconspicuous jade pendant was a mid-grade Dao weapon. But now, one could only hear those weapon spirits screaming miserably one after another, and then dying. What is this? The Yellow Springs map, the samsara disk, the supreme treasure refined through the great samsara technique. The third prince instantly realized. However, this realization was indeed too late. The samsara disk descended with a heavy rumble. Let alone him being at the peak of the creation realm, even someone at the peak of the heavenly position realm might not be able to withstand it. Gods of heaven and earth, sacred. Light is invincible. Glory belongs to me. Lord of trillions. At the fastest speed, the third prince uttered a series of syllables. Meanwhile, all the servants around the third prince, a full 24 figures of the undying body, suddenly exploded all over, turning into a mass of essence. They had actually simultaneously cast a divine ability that burned their lifespans. And the other longevity realm tycoon servants did the same as them, all beginning to burn their own lifespans, sacrificing themselves to block this devastating blow for their master. A massive cloud of bloody smoke rose within the sacred light, forming a blood-colored lotus that was a full 1,000 miles in size. As this blood-colored lotus bloomed, over 100 blood-colored Sariras slowly rose from within. The supreme divine path of blood sacrifice Sarira. The blood sacrifice Sarira is an ancient witchcraft, using the lifespan and flesh of the longevity secret realm, using lifespan and flesh and the natal soul to launch a sacrificial summoning. From the unseen void, the most evil blood which God descended. A sound echoed from within the blood-colored lotus. Under the crushing weight of the samsara disk, those blood-colored Sariras exploded one after another, and then all the blood chi condensed, transforming into a massive blood-colored deity. This deity wore beast skin clothing, holding an ancient bone witch staff, his eyes flashing with pure evil. This was the blood witch god. As the blood witch god shook his staff, and a wave of blood chi held up the massive samsara disk. However, his blood chi was also being continuously worn away. A peerless tycoon with the weakest magical power could not withstand the pressure, letting out a miserable shriek as all his flesh and blood turned to ashes. What a beast! The third prince was completely locked down by the power of samsara. He could not escape even if he tore open the void. He could only watch helplessly as the samsara disk crushed down. That massive samsara disk sealed off all his life force, seemingly intending to cast him into samsara to be reincarnated as a pig, dog, or beast. In a fit of rage, the third prince pointed his finger, and from his body, there actually rose a full 4 high-grade Dao weapon magic treasures. These 4 high-grade Dao weapon magic treasures, one transformed into a massive heavenly dragon, one transformed into a fierce tiger, one transformed into a vermilion bird firebird, and one transformed into a black tortoise. This was the Dao weapon he refined himself, the 4 symbols, spiritual venerables. Each one was a high-grade Dao weapon. Combined together and paired with his own creation chi, their power was unparalleled. He opened his mouth and spat out, shooting billowing creation chi into the 4 symbols, spiritual venerables. The 4 symbols, spiritual venerables, instantly expanded 100-fold. The power upon them was not only violent, but also possessed the ability to communicate with heaven and earth and alter the laws. Hundreds of millions of pure yang pills erupted from the third prince's body, also pouring into the 4 symbols, spiritual venerables. The 4 symbols, spiritual venerables, were heavily empowered. Shield, shield, protect my body. Glory of 10,000 saints. Spiritual, venerable, mysterious palm. Ancient poetry was chanted from the third prince's body once more as he threw a punch, striking at the samsara disk again in coordination with the blood witch god. It is all in vain. Fong Han smiled coldly, stepping forward repeatedly as his palms flipped, and a giant volcanic mountain appeared in the air, pressing down once more in coordination with the samsara disk. I have endless pure yang vital qi to drive supreme Tao weapons. With only this little bit of ability, you dare to bully my woman? As he spoke, the giant volcanic mountain transformed into a human face filled with rage. It was the wrath of the Flame Emperor, the ultimate move of the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron. Oh no! The third prince looked up as the flames of the Flame Emperor's wrath swept down. First, the blood which God's body was also tainted by the heavenly pure fire, his body sizzling as it burned. Those servants roared one after another as they were also caught in it, turning into burning men in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the four symbols' spiritual venerables each let out a miserable shriek and retreated back into the third prince's body. All of the third prince's aura was suppressed under this single blow. Of the remaining 7 marquises, except for Marquis Jinwu, Marquis Jiwu, and Marquis Zhanwu, these 3 cosmic light realm masters who could barely hold on, the other marquises exploded one after another, their bodies turning into flesh pellets that leaped at Feng Han's fingertips, being continuously refined. Seeing this scene, the third prince was even more scared out of his wits. Of the 9 marquises under his command, 6 were now dead. With more than half of his forces lost, upon returning to the empire, he would be completely unable to account for it. Unless he killed Feng Han and obtained the key of the wild god, only then would his merit be immense. Unfortunately, he did not possess a supreme Tao weapon either, and could only be utterly suppressed and beaten by Feng Han. Mihua thought, I must help this third prince a bit to forge a good relationship so that I can meet Xian Wugu again in the future. She immediately used the illusionary dream empty flower technique. The artifact spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner suddenly struck, and a torrent of weak water swept in, pouring down like a severed Milky Way. The heavenly river was severed, water flooded the world, and the 3,000 weak waters turned into the Great Tao. Great opportunity. The third prince no longer cared about anything. Suddenly, the 4 symbols' venerable spirits, 4 high-grade Tao artifacts, emerged from the top of his head once again.
Bang! Bang!
A violent explosion erupted as they actually self-detonated. In that instant, the disk of samsara was shaken by the blast, revealing a tiny crack. Great! This Black Emperor Tide Banner. The third prince cast a secret technique, leaping several times in succession. His body flickered, and he actually slipped out through that crack. The Black Emperor Tide Banner actually helped the enemy. It seems I must refine this artifact spirit and completely suppress it. Feng Han had everything under control. Seeing this scene, he was not shocked, but instead smiled faintly. His body expanded to 10,000 feet in size. That 10,000-foot tall body revealed 3,000 arms, 3,000 eyes, and 5 heads. Then, within each eye a rune flickered, and each arm formed a hand seal. This colossal figure towered between heaven and earth, and a majestic voice echoed from within his body. The hope of eternal life, the long river of destiny. I explore within it to reach the deepest shore. Rumble. Feng Han revealed this form, and a majestic power of destruction and rebirth enveloped tens of thousands of miles of space. Everything froze. Only his voice remained. He cast the minor destiny technique. This was also the ultimate killing move he had meditated on and comprehended during 3,000 years in the Yellow Springs. As soon as the minor destiny technique was unleashed, Feng Han simultaneously activated 2 other divine abilities, the God's Creation and the 33 Heaven Seal. Above the giant avatar's head, the disk of samsara spun. From between his brows shot the flames of the Flame Emperor's wrath. 3,000 giant hands appeared, and the meridians of each giant hand intertwined like steel wires twisted from countless heavenly dragons. The Buddhist light was filled with power. Black Emperor Tide Banner, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I told you to submit to Yan Shuetian, yet you dare to be half-hearted and put on airs. Then you cannot blame me. I will completely refine you into my Water Emperor Qi, just like the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron. This is simply beyond your imagination. Fong Han's majestic voice rang out. His 10,000-foot-tall figure, surrounded by numerous treasures and entwined with the 3,000 great Daos, directly grabbed the Black Emperor Tide Banner in one go. The artifact spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner roared repeatedly, but could not move in the slightest. It was firmly grasped in Fong Han's palm and squeezed so hard that water vapor sprayed in all directions. Black Emperor Water Sovereign, 5 elements origin power, transform. Even a supreme grade Tao artifact of tides must be subdued by me, because within my body lies a trace of the aura of a fragment of the divine artifact of fortune, which can suppress you. Disintegrate for me. A vast and mighty will directly entered the artifact spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner. The artifact spirit of this supreme grade Tao artifact could not resist at all. Fong Han, why must you press me so hard? I have no desire to fight you, yet you actually want to capture and refine me. Under the capture of Fong Han's 3,000 hands, the artifact spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner struggled bitterly, but it could do nothing against Fong Han's powerful strength. The rumbling of the disk of samsara completely suppressed it. In the sky, an enormous heavenly dragon descended, transforming into an evil youth, wearing the devil robe of unjust death and emitting rings of demonic light to draw it inside. This was Yen, who was also an artifact spirit, but the current Yen was far more terrifying and much more powerful than it. During the 3,000 years of cultivation, Fong Han had spent a full 3,000 trillion pills. The Yellow Springs map had long restored its power and had risen to the terrifying level of 100 billion galloping horses. Among supreme grade Tao artifacts, the Black Emperor Tide Banner was at a relatively weak level, far inferior to the Yellow Springs map, an existence that awed the heavens. There were also differences between artifact spirits, so it was suppressed in this single clash. At this very moment, no matter how much you say, it is useless. I originally spared you, hoping you would submit to Yen Shuetian from now on and assist her with all your strength. Now, not only did you not assist her, but you even colluded with the enemy. If I do not deal with you, wouldn't that make me a laughingstock? Now, I will display the method of unity of heaven and earth to integrate you into my Black Emperor Water Sovereignty. By then, not only will you not resist, but you will feel a pleasure unto death. Fong Han grabbed the Black Emperor Tide Banner and used the flames of the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron to scorch it. The artifact spirit of the Black Emperor Tide Banner was enveloped in raging flames. Then, streams of samsara power were channeled into the artifact spirit's body. Then, Fong Han opened his mouth once again, and a colossal golden pagoda flew out. It was the 8-division pagoda. Upon it were 1 billion heavenly demons, 100,000 heavenly demon kings who had cultivated to the golden core stage, 10 experts of the undying body, 2 supreme elders, and many ancient giants chanting together. The intense, blinding great deliverance, Zen light shone upon the brow of the woman of the Black Emperor Tide Banner. Fong Han even pointed his finger, using the power of the minor destiny technique to strike directly at the body of this artifact spirit. The woman in black let out a shrill scream, but she was drawn step by step into the flames by Fong Han. Then, the entire banner transformed into a 3-inch long small banner and entered Fong Han's body. Excellent! I have finally subdued the Black Emperor Tide Banner. Now let water and fire unite to refine the Panwu true blood, break through the seal of the human Emperor Pen, and reach the creation realm in one leap, stepping into the 5th stage of longevity. Grabbing the Black Emperor Tide Banner, this supreme grade Tao artifact, Fong Han immediately infused it into his Black Emperor Water Sovereign Fist. The Water Sovereign Astral Chi immediately underwent many changes, and a massive vortex formed within the Water Sovereign Astral Chi. In the center of that Water Sovereign Astral Chi, a colossal eyeball appeared deep within the waves, representing the origin of water. The moment Fong Han completely integrated the Black Emperor Tide Banner into the Black Emperor Water Sovereign Fist, the river of forgetfulness within the Yellow Springs map was suddenly drawn by an immense force and flew up one after another, seemingly wanting to completely merge into the Black Emperor Water Sovereign Astral Chi. The holy river of Yellow Springs had an extremely abundant volume of water, equivalent to a vast ocean of unknown depth and unknown length, winding and twisting as it flowed through the many spaces of the Yellow Springs map. But now, after Fong Han mastered the true essence of the water-sovereign Black Emperor, he actually wanted to completely refine this holy river of Yellow Springs into his own water-sovereign astral chi and make it his own power. A giant of the longevity realm would have the ability to completely refine an entire river. For a great river like the Longyuan River, a giant of the first stage of the longevity realm, the longevity stage, could reach the source of the water flow and cast Taoist techniques, spending several years refining this great river into a single rune. However, the holy river of Yellow Springs was the largest dragon vein of the entire Xianhuang Great World. Known as the Water of Forgetfulness, it was incomparable to ordinary rivers. For Fong Han to refine the entire river now was a crazy act. Extreme change of heaven and earth, 5 elements origin formula. Within Fong Han's body, a state of yin-yang transformation and harmony of water and fire was truly reached. Amidst this intertwining of water and fire, his great yin-yang technique also transformed accordingly, forming a black and white yin-yang taiji diagram. Water originally represented the ultimate yin, while fire represented the ultimate yang. Now that Fong Han had merged water and fire, the great yin-yang technique had also undergone a qualitative change. His magical power rose once again. The Panwu true blood between his brows was about to stir. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. The Panwu true blood between his brows actually exploded. Within the Yellow Springs map, the Panwu true blood that he could not refine even after 3,000 years of cultivation, the heavenly monarch's blood, finally exploded. At the moment the Black Emperor Tide Banner and the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron merged with each other, it actually melted. Waves of power surged through his entire body, making him appear as if he had opened a heavenly eye. 3,000 eyes pierced through the void, seeing through the essence of this world. The essence of this world is composed of laws one after another. Billions of laws make up the 3,000 great Das. All kinds of karma and all kinds of matter could not be fully explored to their depths. Finally, a trace of its true appearance was revealed before Fong Han. Crack. The astral chi and magical power within Fong Han's body, during this transformation, transformed into an indescribable and inexplicable airflow. This airflow presented a chaotic color, but mixed within it was black and white primordial chi, and it contained an even greater ability to alter laws. This is the primordial chi of creation. By utilizing this primordial chi of creation, one could turn stone into gold, directly turn humans into pigs and dogs, or even refine high-grade Dao weapons. Under the vibration of this primordial chi of creation, the sacred river of the underworld finally boiled. Countless water vapors evaporated, and for a moment, a yellow mist filled the underworld map. Finally, following the condensation, it turned into a talisman, condensing into the Black Emperor Water Yellow Astral Chi. Rumble. The moment Fong Han refined this water yellow astral chi, he felt that he and the underworld map were closely connected, becoming the true master of the underworld map. At this very moment, Fong Han advanced once again, stepping into the 5th level of the longevity secret realm, the creation realm. Moreover, the heavenly monarch blood in his body dispersed everywhere, causing his magical power to undergo another qualitative surge. His lifespan also increased rapidly, especially that trace of fortune chi left behind by the Emperor's pen, which suddenly turned into a violent torrent. Unparalleled magical power and creation chi condensed, combining together, causing Fong Han's body to advance to fortune once again. Although creation and fortune both share the word create, they are absolutely as different as heaven and earth. Creation is merely altering some minor laws, while fortune refers to the creator of the entire heaven, earth, infinite universe, and nature itself. Even those heavenly monarchs who have cultivated to the limit in the immortal realm cannot comprehend fortune. Only existences of the level of Taoist Hongmeng, the free King Buddha of the world, the ancestral Holy King, and the immortal king of fortune can comprehend fortune. That is a natural, majestic power that lies above immortality. This trace of the majestic divine power of fortune, along with the refining of the Panwu true blood, caused his original magical power of nearly 200 billion galloping wild horses to surge wildly, far exceeding this level. 300 billion, 500 billion, 800 billion, and finally it approached 1 trillion, stopping at the threshold of 1 trillion. 1 trillion magical power. This is the ultimate magical power of a peerless expert, a supergiant of the legendary World King realm who has cultivated their own world. Even experts of the heavenly position realm cannot break through 1 trillion. Fong Han was incredibly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the trace of the aura of the fragment of the divine artifact of fortune left in his body by the Emperor's pen was actually so powerful when combined with the Panwu true blood. No, so wild, that in his heart, it was more powerful than any peerless immortal pill. Moreover, his magical power far exceeded the level that the creation realm should have, and even exceeded the level of the heavenly position realm, infinitely approaching the 7th level of supernatural powers, a figure of the World King realm. Trillion represents the omen between heaven and earth. Once the power of destiny reaches this point, it is equivalent to being able to change one's own destiny. 3,000 years of bitter cultivation and accumulation erupted completely at this moment. At this time, Yan Shuitian also had a different feeling. She was in Fong Han's embrace, and when Fong Han broke through in an instant, a massive power was also transmitted into her body. Strands of profound thoughts and insights into the immortal Tao also entered her mind. There were many insights into the laws of space, and even Fong Han's own life source primordial qi poured in like a tide, causing her body to be completely immersed in the comprehension of power and advancement. The Black Emperor Tide Banner in Yan Shuitian's hands actually could not suppress Fong Han. Having been taken and integrated into his Black Emperor Water Emperor Astral Qi, Yan Shuitian's strength would weaken, but Fong Han would naturally make up for it. Oh no, this is a calamity. How can this person's magical power be so terrifying? His current magical power can almost rival a cultivator of the World King realm. Heavens, in my holy light empire, the World King realm is also the title of a prince. Heavens, this is heaven's doom. For us to actually encounter such a freak. Protect the third prince. The third prince is the hope of our empire. Even if we must sacrifice our lives, we must ensure his safety. At this very moment, beside the third prince, the only 3 remaining marquises all let out desperate cries. And Xian Xia and Xianing, the man and woman beside the third prince, although protected, were also heavily injured, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, on the verge of being killed at any moment. Those servants of the third prince, the experts of the undying body, and the giants of the longevity realm, had their bodies explode one after another, shattered by the fluctuations of Fong Han's magical power. Fong Han's body had now expanded to a height of 100,000 feet. Arm after arm traversed the void, as if they would tear through the immortal realm. This scene was like a world-destroying demon god awakening from ancient times. Third prince, do you still have even a slight chance now? Fong Han looked down upon the third prince, and then, his 3,000 hands each formed hand seals and clawed down fiercely. Marquis Jiwu, Marquis Zhenwu, and Marquis Zhanwu. The bodies of the 3 marquises could not withstand it and shattered instantly, grabbed directly into Fong Han's hands. Flesh, blood, and the laws of space all fell into Fong Han's grasp. All the essence of the 3 marquises, with this single grab by Fong Han, was completely absorbed. Those crystals of the laws of space and the laws of time, after being purified by Fong Han's minor destiny technique and the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron, were directly infused into Yan Shuitian's body. Yan Shuitian almost fainted at this moment, but Fong Han suddenly spat out a mouthful of primordial qi to protect her and sent her into the underworld map. I will accelerate time within the underworld map. 1 breath is equivalent to a year. You can peacefully comprehend these crystals of the laws of space and time. I have also found some auxiliary immortal pills in the pill storehouse of the Key of the Wild God. Take them, and your cultivation will be even faster. Great. Fong Han, with these crystals of the laws of space and the laws of time, I will surely cultivate to an unbelievable realm, and in the future, take control of the Tai sect as the supreme sect master. Yan Shuitian said joyfully. Fong Han clawed down once again toward the terrified third prince. A look of horror appeared on the third prince's face. Facing such a terrifying Fong Han, even if he raised his realm again, it would be of no use. But just as Fong Han suddenly clawed down, the third prince's shadow suddenly vanished, and even the servants beside him disappeared into thin air as well. What is this? Fong Han's 3,000 arms and 3,000 demonic eyes all retracted, returning to his original form. Standing in the starry sky, he looked toward a certain direction. In his eyes, there appeared in the air a man dressed in gold, with thin shoulders and a gloomy face, whose eyes, when blinking, flashed with a faint golden light. This man seemed human yet demon, god yet devil. A faint vortex appeared behind him, and with a slight movement, that vortex could cause the entire world to shake along with it. An expert of the World King realm. Fong Han's heart shook. That's all for today's commentary. Production is not easy, fellow Taoists. If you like it, please give us a thumbs up to support us. See you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 17. When I attain eternal life, all living beings in the heavens and all things shall attain eternal life. In the last episode, we saw that just as Fong Han was about to kill the third prince of the Sacred Light Empire, the great sage Chao Tian of the demon clan suddenly intervened and saved him. Next, the 8 great sages of the demon clan appeared one after another, besieging Fong Han. Afterwards, to make Fong Han agree to the alliance request and return the peerless Tao weapon, the seal of common people, they actually tried to force Fong Han to marry the 7 daughters of great sage Mitian, all as concubines. Facing such coercion and temptation, how will Fong Han choose? Dreamy empty flower. Hello, fellow Taoists. Hello, fellow Taoists. Look at the sweetness in front of you. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous likes, coins, and support. Your support is the motivation for Taoist Fu Sheng to keep updating. Great Sage Mitian, you said that Fong Han is powerful, but in my eyes, he is just a junior. He has no alertness at all. I saved the third prince of the Sacred Light Empire with a sudden move. The man in golden clothes spoke softly to the void. From the void, another extremely charming woman stepped out. Yet there was a noble aura between her brows, and her ethereal eyes held a sense of zen. She wore pink clothes, embroidered with a small white fox. It was fluffy and incredibly cute. Great Sage Chao Tian, your son suffered a loss at Fong Han's hands, so you, as his father, intervened personally. It doesn't seem to be a very honorable thing. For our demon clan's 8 great sages to act like this against a junior is really a bit unjustifiable, isn't it? I'll see how you explain this to Demon Venerable Qiyuan in the future. What do I need to explain to Demon Venerable Qiyuan? Demon Venerable Qiyuan was highly renowned hundreds of thousands of years ago, having even killed immortals. But he overestimated himself and went to the center of the Buddha world to challenge the legendary Buddha of worldly freedom, wanting to use his own demonic theories to debate with him. But he was suppressed before even seeing his face. Now he has gone to challenge the Buddha world again. Sooner or later, he will die. The golden-clothed man, Great Sage Chao Tian, said coldly. Besides, this Fong Han does not know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth, daring to offend the Sacred Light Empire. Doesn't he know that the Sacred Light Great World among the 3,000 great worlds is ranked 10th? Your Fox clan wishes to make friends with Fong Han, but he is a troublemaker. It is highly possible he will drag your Fox clan down with him. So it is the underground demon clan of the Wuji Great World, Great Sage Mitian, one of the 8 great sages, and Great Sage Chao Tian. Great Sage Mitian is a fox, while Great Sage Chaotian is a golden-winged great prune. Fong Han clearly saw what kind of figures the two newcomers were. Great Sage Mitian must have come for the seal of common people left behind by the Emperor of the Ultimate Path. After Fong Han obtained this seal, debts are hard to repay, and love from past to present is endless. After Fong Han obtained this seal, it was nurtured in the Yellow Spring map for 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, the 7 princesses of the Fox clan constantly refined and comprehended it, but achieved no results. Third Prince, I am Great Sage Chaotian. I have met the king of heavenly secrets of your sacred light empire once. You should know my reputation. I will save you this once today. You must remember, the person who wants to kill you is named Fong Han, and his sect is the Ascension sect. So it is you, senior. Once I return to the sacred light empire, I will definitely report to His Majesty to trample the Xianhuang Great World and tear this Fong Han and his woman into 10,000 pieces. Is that so? In that case, pay with your life. As he spoke, Fong Han actually ignored Great Sage Chaotian and struck a palm toward the third prince. Vortex of Heaven and Earth, Wrath of the Flame Emperor, Disc of Samsara, Yin and Yang, 5 elements, Destiny Essence, Pangwu Great Strength, 9-9 Supreme. Fong Han struck a palm toward Great Sage Chaotian. Above his body, there suddenly appeared a river stretching 108,000 miles. This river traversed the starry sky, with many space-time tidal forces of heaven and earth constantly blessing it, upon this 108,000-mile-long river, making the power of this river surge. One would find that the waves of this river were composed of countless water gods. Those giant water gods, holding tridents, stood atop the waves, surging and rolling, evolving various laws of water. This is the Black Emperor tidal sail's most powerful means of attack, the vortex of heaven and earth. Just like the immortal ancient thunder cannon, it is the strongest trump card of a peerless Tao weapon. Corresponding to this long river's vortex of heaven and earth was another long river, a river of flames, the wrath of the Flame Emperor. Within this river of flames, steam surged, and countless giant fire gods appeared within it. Those fire gods held flame banners, also displaying the laws of fire. 100,000 miles of void were burned to the point of exploding. However, above the two rivers, a disc of samsara was actually rotating. Upon it, 72 demonic shadows urged the disc, shrouding all space and time, twisting and rotating this space-time, possessing the ability to shape planets and create star fields. Activating 3 peerless Tao weapons together. Great Sage Chaotian is a master of the World King realm. Seeing Fong Han directly unleash the power of 3 peerless Tao weapons at this very moment, he could not escape at all and could only take it head-on. The power of the 3 peerless Tao weapons completely sealed off the void. Chaotian's supreme treasure traversed the universe. At this moment, Great Sage Chaotian suddenly moved his body, and a pair of wings soared from his back. Upon this pair of pure golden wings, dark golden noble runes were everywhere. The wings were only 3 feet long, but with a slight vibration, a storm swept across the stars, stretching hundreds of thousands of miles. It was pure gold. The color of the storm was like that of gold. His pair of wings was actually also a peerless Tao weapon, though they did not seem to be fully formed, belonging to a semi-peerless grade. But within his body, a massive world was operating, and streams of world power, which Fong Han could not comprehend, poured into this pair of wings. In an instant, the power of these wings increased greatly. The golden storm violently collided with the disc of samsara and the river of water vapor.
Boom!
A storm capable of destroying galaxies exploded between the collision of the two. Xianing, who was protected behind Great Sage Chaotian, Xianxia, and even the third prince, had their bodies completely shattered by this explosive power. Even the spatial laws within their bodies and various magic treasures were all shattered. Xianing and Xianxia let out a miserable shriek, their essence and souls turning to nothingness in the collision. Only the third prince, though his body was shattered, still had his soul intact, though it was also teetering on the brink, with only a tiny bit of essence wrapping around his laws. All things in heaven and earth yield to destiny. Destiny operates creation, and creation shapes nature. Amidst this clash, Fong Han's majestic voice resounded. The remaining essence of the third prince was gathered up by an unseen force. In the next moment, the third prince's soul, containing various cultivation laws, was held in Fong Han's hand. And in the space, the storms gradually dissipated. Great sage Chaotian, although you have cultivated to the World King realm, you still couldn't protect this kid. Did you really think that keeping this kid behind you made him completely safe? Let me tell you, the person I, Fong Han, want to kill, no one can protect, not even someone in the World King realm. In the starry sky, Great Sage Chaotian had no injuries on his body. Just now, he had defeated the impact of Fong Han's 3 peerless Dao weapons in one blow, but the person he wanted to protect was captured by Fong Han instead. To kill a junior? You are courting death. On Great Sage Chaotian's face, an unprecedented ferocity appeared. Just then, Great Sage Mitian moved slightly, intervening between Fong Han and Great Sage Chaotian, letting out a silver bell-like laugh. You Chao, now you have to admit that this Fong Han is no longer a junior, right? He is a colossus of heaven and earth capable of rivaling the World King realm, a hegemon of the starry sky. By joining forces with him, our demon clan can occupy a place in the Wuji Great World. What do you say? Great Sage Chaotian snorted coldly, looking at Fong Han, and then at Great Sage Mitian. If I insist on taking action against this junior today, will you also interfere? Right now, your Fox clan's seal of common life is on this junior. I don't think he will necessarily hand it over. You still call me a junior? In the cultivation world, whether human, demon, Buddha, god, or monster, strength is always respected. Since you cannot defeat me, we stand on equal footing. If you insist on fighting, then we shall have an earth-shattering battle. Did you think I, Fong Han, would fear you? Fong Han's voice shook heaven and earth, easily swaying. Even the stars began to tremble. Haha, indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Demon Venerable Qiyuan did not misjudge you. Back then, we thought Demon Venerable Qiyuan had suppressed himself for so long that it might have been a miscalculation to have taken a liking to you. But looking at it now, his realm has indeed elevated. In such a short period of time, you can already stand shoulder to shoulder with us. He burst into loud laughter, and from the void, a large gap opened again, and a burly man walked out from it. Accompanying this burly man were 5 other figures. Accompanying this also were 5 accompanying the burly man were also 5 figures, each of them an earth-shaking great demon sage. Seeing that burly man, Great Sage Mitian's expression changed, having already recognized him. The 6 who arrived were all sages of the demon clan. Among them, that burly man was an invincible demon sage cultivated from a 6-tusked white elephant, known as the Great Sage Lightian, meaning his strength could tear the sky apart. Among the many great demon sages, his magical power was immense, ranking first. While Great Sage Chaotian is only number 1 in speed, and Great Sage Mitian is number 1 in transformation. The rest are all demon sages, each with their own unique abilities, dominating a great world, roaming freely between heaven and earth and within the universe, with no one able to do anything to them. Last time, they could even retreat unscathed from the primordial Wuji map, and even immortal weapons could do nothing to them. Your arrival is just in time. The treasures of the treasury of Heavenly Marshal have now truly fallen into the hands of this junior, Fong Han. If we take action together to kill him, we will surely be able to divide countless supreme treasures. Great Sage Chaotian shifted slightly. Fong Han said, Great Sage Chaotian, are you determined to oppose me? Let me tell you, those who oppose me will never meet a good end. Their entire clans will be exterminated. Your sons, grandsons, demon children, demon grandchildren, wives, and lovers, I will slaughter every single one of them. Do you think I am merely threatening you? Fong Han knew that dealing with this kind of demon clan, it was absolutely impossible to reason with them like immortal sections. The demon clan only cares about survival of the fittest. Only by being more ruthless can one stand at the peak of the food chain. You dare threaten me? Hearing Fong Han's words, Great Sage Chao Tian almost flew into a rage. However, he did not make any move, but instead, his entire body shifted, as if he was about to strike immediately. During this movement, everyone had a feeling that this terrifying demon sage could appear anywhere at any moment, as if teleporting out of thin air. Junior, you want to exterminate my entire clan? Then I will nip it in the bud and exterminate your entire clan first. Is that so? My entire clan is currently under the protection of the Emperor's pen. If you have the ability to defeat the Emperor's pen, then go ahead. Also, I forgot to tell you, the Emperor's pen has already cultivated to the realm of unity of heaven and earth. Furthermore, in the treasury of Heavenly Marshal, I obtained a fragment of the divine weapon of creation, which has been refined by him. Now, his cultivation has already reached the true immortal level. Now, his cultivation has already reached the true immortal level. I think it wouldn't be impossible for him to crush you to death at will. Great Sage Chao Tian's face changed color. All right, everyone is a friend. Why must we be like this? If not for our sake, then for the sake of others. Senior Qiyuan's reputation. Great Sage Chao Tian, surely you must show some respect. Great Sage Lai Tian, this elephant demon sage, took a step forward. Between cultivators, there are only eternal interests, not eternal grudges. In the course of long years, all hatred flows away like a long river. Only the continuation of life force is eternal. What's more, little friend Fong Han and Great Sage Chao Tian, yours is merely a clash of pride. Great Sage Lai Tian is right. Fong Han laughed out loud. I am not one who is used to arguing with others. Resolving grudges is for the best. Fighting and killing is so damaging to harmony. Fong Han, our clan's supreme Tao weapon of the sect, the seal of common life, is it in your hands? Great Sage Mitian suddenly asked. Oh, Great Sage Mitian, you can already refine supreme Tao weapons yourself, so why do you still covet the seal of common life? Besides, the artifact spirit of this seal of common life has already been lost. Brother, this seal of common life's artifact spirit has already the artifact spirit of this seal of common life has already been lost, and its power is greatly reduced. A new artifact spirit must be condensed before its power can be unleashed. Although I can refine supreme Tao weapons, how could they ever compare to the Imperial Jade Seal of the Emperor of the Ultimate Path? Great Sage Mitian's eyes flickered, already knowing that Fong Han had no intention of handing over the seal of common life. Friend Fong Han, you went through great hardships to snatch the seal of common life from the desolate God King. Of course I know this. However, you currently possess many supreme Tao weapons, and it is not practical. Why not forge a good relationship with our Fox clan? Moreover, you cannot unleash the power of the seal of common life, and it contains the brand of the Emperor of the Ultimate Path, which conflicts quite a bit with your techniques. For the Great 5 Elements technique you practice, the immediate priority is to obtain the other 3 supreme Tao weapons from the treasury of Yellow Spring, the Emperor Sang Giant Wood Mallet, the 5 Peaks Spirit Suppressing Saber, and the Immortal Slaying Heaven Severing Sword. Thoroughly fuse them into your Wood Emperor Astral Chi, Earth Emperor Astral Chi, and Gold Emperor Astral Chi. Once the 5 supreme Tao weapons and the Great 5 Elements technique unite as one, your cultivation will skyrocket once again, looking down upon heaven and earth, surpassing us, and truly becoming a hegemon. Kill Su Xiui, obtain his Book of the Emperor, and your map of the Yellow Spring can transform into an immortal weapon. A mere Imperial Jade Seal of the Emperor of the Ultimate Path is absolutely nothing compared to this. Oh, the Fox clan can help me obtain the treasures within the treasury of Yellow Spring. Fong Han smiled slightly, but in his heart, he was constantly calculating. Indeed, now that the treasury of Heavenly Marshal has been obtained, the next target is the treasury of Yellow Spring. Fong Han must obtain the other 3 5 elements Supreme Dao weapons in the treasury of Yellow Spring and refine them into the Great 5 Elements technique to become truly powerful. Before the Great Tribulation of the Divine Clan arrives, he must fully protect himself and remain safe. The Great Tribulation of the Divine Clan is no small matter. Besides those at the level of the Divine Emperor, rumor has it that there are Divine Emperors commanding in the shadows. What is a Divine Emperor? That is an existence in the clan comparable to an immortal, and even Tai Huang Tian is probably no match. If Fong Han does not make preparations early, he will certainly die. Especially under the circumstances where the Divine Clan has already targeted him, if he does not prepare, he will die even faster. Indeed, what Tumi says makes a lot of sense. Great Sage Lai Tian, this elephant sage, said, I know you have a grudge against Su Xiui, and I also know that only your map of the Yellow Spring is the key to opening the treasury of Yellow Spring. Right now, we hope to cooperate with you. We can slay Su Xiui together, obtain the Book of the Earth, and share the various treasures in the treasury of Yellow Spring. What do you think? Is that so? Fong Han sneered coldly in his heart. Cooperating with you demons is no different from asking a tiger for its hide. When the time comes, I will surely end up with nothing. Everyone wants an immortal weapon. Would you really give me the Book of the Earth for nothing? That is simply impossible. You must be planning to kill me as well, and then obtain the immortal weapon to completely confront the Wuji Star Palace and stand as equals. I wonder what little friend Fong Han thinks of this. Of course, there is also a foundation for our cooperation. As the successor of the Great Emperor of Yellow Spring, you are qualified to obtain the treasury of Yellow Spring, and you can also forge deep ties of interest with our demon clan. I, Gu Yunbing, will take charge and act as a matchmaker to Tumi, to have all 7 princesses of the Fox clan marry you as concubines to serve you, allowing you to enjoy their gentle warmth. What do you think of this benefit? A demon sage walked out. This demon sage was an old man in white clothes, his entire body bathed in a layer of white light. Great Sage Bengtian. The white elephant took a slight step back, seemingly holding quite a bit of respect for this Great Sage Bengtian. Fong Han could not even see through the true form of this Great Sage Bengtian, wondering what kind of monster he actually was. This is the best way. We in the Demon Clan all know about Great Sage Mitian's 7 daughters, each of them incomparably proud, wanting to marry a heroic figure. Unfortunately, within our Demon Clan, there is not a single one worthy of these 7 daughters. But now, with your strength, little friend Fong Han, it is enough to look down upon the heavens. Both sides will benefit from this marriage alliance. Gu Yunbeng said unhurriedly. Daughters, come out. The Great Sage Mi Tian suddenly made a move. Within the Yellow Springs map, the 7 princesses seemed to receive some sort of summon, and they all flew out. However, they could not move the seal of common life. Fong Han did not stop them either. The 7 princesses all flew out at once. Seeing the Great Sage Mi Tian, they all joyfully said, Mother. They immediately flew over. They were immediately startled. To think that all the demon sages have gathered here. What on earth is this for? The 7th princess was secretly alarmed. Could they be planning to deal with Fong Han? Just now, Senior Gu Yunbeng proposed a marriage for you all, to marry a heroic figure. What do you think of this Fong Han? Usually, within our demon race, countless young talents would fight and get jealous over you. Yet you didn't fancy a single one of them, saying you must marry a heroic figure in the future, the kind that dominates heaven and earth. Are you satisfied now? You followed young friend Fong Han to contend for the treasury of Tianwu. You followed Fong Han to counter-contend. You followed young friend Fong Han to contend, slaying heroes from all sides and finally beating everyone to it. Such an expert can surely be considered a heroic figure, right? The Great Sage Mi Tian said to the 7 princesses with a beaming smile. Is that so? The 7 princesses all stared at Fong Han in unison, and then a blush appeared on each of their faces. Even the 7th princess, who practiced the great emotion extinguishing technique, was no exception. These past days, the 7 princesses of the Fox clan ventured through the treasury of Tianwu with Fong Han, and cultivated for another 3,000 years. They witnessed all of Feng Han's methods and formidable aspects, keeping them in their eyes and remembering them in their hearts. It could be said that they were also people of great experience, but to find someone with potential like Feng Han, who is formidable to such an extent, is simply rare between heaven and earth. Following such a man, why would they fear being unable to achieve the great Tao in the future? Just looking at how he charged in alone to save Yan Shuitian and is still holding the souls and origin crystals of the third prince and the 9 marquises in his hands, one can see how reckless this man can be for the sake of his own woman. What is even more formidable is that he even dared to strike at the great sage Chao Tian, and right under the protection of the great sage Chao Tian, killed the third prince who attempted to lay a hand on his woman. Such a man is naturally worthy of lifelong devotion. As for 7 sisters serving one man together, it is nothing much. The strong are revered. Revered as the strong. Which of the great sages of the demon race does not have many concubines? Many concubines. Which one does not have many concubines? What is even more formidable is, if they became Feng Han's concubines, they could rightfully share everything within the key of the wild god. Everything is up to mother and the arrangements of the great sages. The eldest princess spoke first. I feel the same way, Princess Yinling said with a smile. Young friend Feng Han, it seems my daughters have set their hearts on you. I wonder what you think. If you marry my 7 daughters, then we will truly form an alliance. Helping you obtain the Yellow Springs treasury will only be natural. The great sage Mi Tian spoke again, seemingly waiting for Feng Han to speak, to agree or not to agree. In that instant, Feng Han hesitated in his heart. He naturally would not lust after beauty, but if he did not agree today, it would probably be very difficult to resolve this. These 8 great sages of the demon race are all great giants of the World King realm. If all 8 of them attacked together, he would be left without a grave. Feng Han, if that great sage Mi Tian marries you, you might still consider it to satisfy some desire for conquest. Even back then, the Emperor of Yellow Springs had countless concubines, but rarely any powerful figures of a World King realm. As for the other 7 princesses, forget about them. Their cultivation is too low, not worth my effort to nurture. Yen roared within the Yellow Springs map. If you're going to do it, go for someone like the great sage Mi Tian. Propose a condition to her. Say you want to marry her. Once you marry her, those 7 daughters will also be yours. Feng Han, quickly negotiate with them on this condition. You must negotiate. What are you talking about? Yen, shut up. With a thought, Feng Han's divine sense blasted into the Yellow Springs map, directly suppressing Yen. Now that Feng Han had refined the water of the River of Forgetfulness, turning it into a rune hidden within his Water Emperor Astral Chi, he had completely mastered the Yellow Springs map and mastered Yen. Mastered Yen. If you keep shouting like this and the great sage Mi Tian hears it, it will be hard for us to resolve this. You'd better be quiet. How about it, young friend Feng Han? Could it be that you look down on my 7 daughters? I also know you have several female confidants, which is why I asked my daughters to be your concubines. You can still marry a formal wife in the future, the great sage Mi Tian inquired once more. Are you all truly cooperating with me in good faith to obtain the Yellow Springs treasury? Feng Han asked. That is of course. We, the 8 sages of the demon race, can swear an oath to the heavens with you, young friend. The great sage Beng Tian, Gu Yunbeng, laughed heartily. Su Xiui of the Yellow Springs sect is extremely formidable and hides himself very deeply. Moreover, with the Book of the Earth Emperor in his hand and some deeply hidden elders of the Yellow Springs demon sect, I'm afraid it won't be easy to seize. How about we wait a few months? The Immortal Tao Conference of the Xianhuang Great World is about to be held, and Su Xiui still has to fight a decisive battle with Ng Xiantian. At that time, both sides will surely suffer heavy losses. We can then take action together and head towards the Yellow Springs treasury. What do you think?
Fang haleket hettili.
We also planned it this way. Gu Yunbeng smiled gently. It seems young friend has agreed to this alliance. Since that is the case, there is no better day than today. Let's hold the wedding ceremony right here, and tie the knot with the 7 princesses. I wonder what you think, young friend? And your seal of common life can serve as the betrothal gift for the Fox clan. That would complement each other perfectly. I, Fong Han, am not used to acting under coercion. It is best that everything is decided by me. So, young friend, you are unwilling to marry the 7 beauties of our demon race? Gu Yunbing said with a smile. Fong Han suddenly looked up to the sky and burst into a hearty laugh. Great sage Beng Tian, would you care to test your skills against me? The 8 great demon sages can come at me one by one. Of course, if you all come at once. I, Fong Han, know I am no match, but I will never be afraid. What? The great sage Lai Tian let out a cold laugh. Good, good, good. Truly a heroic youth. However, a youth with too much arrogance will meet an early grave sooner or later. It seems the great sage Lai Tian is interested in me. Why must we resort to weapons? Fong Han is the first vice sect master of my Feather Ascension sect. If he is to take a wife, my Feather Ascension sect must be informed of this matter. As the sect master, I naturally agree very much. To be able to form an alliance with the 8 great sages of the demon race is indeed a fortunate thing. Just then, a voice slowly drifted in from afar. The expressions of the 8 great sages of the demon race all changed because none of them had detected where the voice was coming from. Just then, a mirror first emerged from the void. From far to near, a youth walked out. With long sideburns and handsome as a painting, he possessed an incredibly elegant aura compared to Fong Han. He was not domineering like Fong Han, but rather warm and gentle as jade, a modest gentleman. Feng Baiyu, the sect master of Feather Ascension, the wielder of the Emperor of Heaven Mirror. That's all for today's commentary. Production is not easy. Fellow cultivators, if you like it, please give us a thumbs up to support us. See you tomorrow. Immortality, Season 8, Episode 18. When I attain eternal life, all living beings in the heavens and all kinds of things shall all attain eternal life. In the last episode, we talked about Fong Han being forced into a marriage alliance by the 8 great sages of the demon clan. However, just at this moment, Feng Baiyu, the supreme head of the Feather Ascension sect, suddenly appeared. Next, how will Feng Baiyu domineeringly force back the 8 great sage powerhouses? What benefits will Yan Shuetian obtain and directly advance to the 4th level of longevity, the Cosmic Light Realm? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Your support is the driving force for fellow Taoist Fu Sheng to keep updating. Continuing from where we left off, the 8 great sages of the demon clan all saw clearly. The newcomer is Great Sage Mi Tian said in shock. Didn't the Tai sect set up a sure kill formation to trap all the supreme elders of your Feather Ascension sect inside the Grand Array, intending to wipe out your entire sect? How did you escape? Lady Toomey must be joking. I have long known about the Tai sect schemes, so the 3 sages of Feather Ascension and I prepared for a long time. We used the Heaven Emperor's mirror to replicate our physical forms to be trapped inside, while our true bodies had actually escaped long ago. Fellow great sages of the demon clan, how about this? On behalf of Fong Han, I agree to this marriage alliance. The seal of common people, refined by the Emperor of Extreme Tao, will serve as the Fox clan's dowry. How about that? Feng Baiyu walked over slowly, his body drifting over. His body drifted over, and no one could figure out the trajectory of his steps, as if he could appear anywhere at any moment. Feng Baiyu has advanced again. Fong Han analyzed his cultivation level. He had actually advanced to the heavenly position realm, comprehending the laws of the heavenly position. Moreover, within his body, there was an indescribable, inexplicable aura of danger permeating every corner of the void. Even Fong Han's lesser fate technique felt a trembling sensation. Feng Baiyu is the most mysterious person. Unfortunately, I still cannot see through him. At this very moment, Fong Han looked at Feng Baiyu. Unlike when he looked at him in the past, with that high and mighty aura of a supreme head. However, Feng Baiyu was still extremely mysterious now, making it impossible to see his true origins. If the Feather Ascension sect wants a marriage alliance with our demon clan, naturally, betrothal gifts must be given first. How about using the Emperor of Extreme Dao's seal of common people as the betrothal gift first? How about that? And also, our demon clan will naturally provide a dowry. The treasury of the Yellow Springs Emperor is the best dowry. Just then, a great sage of the demon clan stepped forward. He wore green clothes, a rather large, tall and majestic man, standing tall and straight, a released into the void of the universe. A fierce aura released into the void, a fierce aura released into the void of the universe. Great Sage Tatian, Lu Tatian. Even if I use the Fox Clan's seal of common people as a betrothal gift, it must be given to the Fox Clan, not to the Bull Clan. What is the meaning of you stepping forward to interfere? Lu Tatian laughed wildly. It doesn't mean much. I just heard that the head of the Feather Ascension sect is a junior who, 3,000 years ago, actually hooked up with the Holy Maiden of the Wuji Star Palace. That Holy Maiden had a profound cultivation level, having long become an extremely powerful void immortal. At that time, you were only in the undying body realm. To actually be able to hook up with her, what did you rely on? It truly makes me curious. Now, I would like to see just what kind of mysterious abilities you have. While speaking, Lu Tatian moved his palm, striking a palm toward Feng Baiyu from a distance. A stream of green airflow, 3,000 miles long, laid out in the sky. Within this river-like green airflow, a giant bull hoof appeared. A giant bull hoof. Blurring the eyes, many runes flowed before the eyes, emitting waves of an aura that tramples all things underfoot. Great Sage Tatian, your divine ability is indeed extraordinary. However, you underestimate me too much. While speaking, Feng Baiyu slightly rotated the Heaven Emperor's mirror in his palm. Waves of vast golden light shone out from it. Within that golden light, a shadow appeared. Which seemed to have completely merged with the light, becoming the Heaven Emperor's mirror's artifact spirit. Moreover, this artifact spirit was so powerful that it carried a destructive aura. What is this? How could an artifact spirit have condensed again? The power of this artifact spirit is incredibly formidable, much more formidable than even the Yellow Springs map. This artifact spirit is even more formidable than the 8 great sages of the demon clan. Deep in his heart, Feng Han felt waves of shock. Sure enough, the mirror light of the Heaven Emperor's mirror emitted by Feng Baiyu tore slightly, instantly crushing Lu Tatian's bull hoof to pieces. Lu Tatian retreated several steps in a row, an incredulous expression appearing on his face. How can this artifact spirit be even stronger than me? Even when I activate my 3,000 demon eyes, I still cannot see clearly what the artifact spirit in that golden light actually looks like. But I feel a familiar aura. At this moment, Feng Han also made some subtle movements. The expressions of the various great sages all changed. Everyone, do we now have the qualification to discuss a deal fairly? Even if the 8 of you attack together, Feng Han and I can still retreat completely unscathed. Not to mention, the 3 sages of Feather Ascension can arrive here at any moment. Feng Baiyu smiled gently. Feng Han, Hua Tiandu has betrayed our Feather Ascension sect. Now, after discussing with the 3 sages of Feather Ascension, we have officially designated you as the acting sect leader, allowing you to take charge of all external affairs of the Feather Ascension sect. At the same time, Hua Tiandu is expelled from the sect, which will be announced to the world at the Immortal Dao Grand Assembly. What do you think? A wave of thought was transmitted into Feng Han's mind. Hua Tiandu is a traitor. Now, time has finally revealed his true colors, hasn't it? Rest assured, Supreme Head. As long as you step down, and I take control of the Feather Ascension sect's leadership, I will surely dominate the entire Xianhuang Great World. Debts are hard to repay, love of past and present is not prosperous. I will surely dominate the entire Xianhuang Great World. I will surely dominate the entire Xianhuang Great World. Feng Han said in a gentle tone. You have this ability. I know you have seized the key of the wild god. In Feng Baiyu's voice transmission, there was great gratification. Why are Feng Qingxue and the Human Emperor's pen not here? The Human Emperor's pen went to find other fragments of the creation divine artifact to integrate into its body, and senior sister Feng Qingxue went along with it. And also senior sister Yaoguang. However, they will definitely return before the great tribulation of the god race. Is that so? Fragments of the creation divine artifact. A trace of deep thought flashed across Feng Baiyu's face, but he did not press further. The artifact spirit of the seal of common people refined by the Emperor of Extreme Tao has already reincarnated, and no one knows where it went. However, that Emperor of Extreme Tao was in existence on the same level as the three ancient emperors, capable of easily slaying ordinary immortals. His seal of common people possesses peerless power, and is definitely not inferior to the Heaven Emperor's mirror, the Earth Emperor's book, or the Human Emperor's pen. It was also an immortal artifact back then, but after suffering a great tribulation, it became a peerless Tao artifact, that's all. This kind of thing must never be handed over to the Demon Clan, but must be obtained by our Feather Ascension sect. I have prepared an extremely powerful figure for you, to work together to refine him into the artifact spirit. I wonder who the Supreme Head is referring to? The Emperor of Primordial Beginning, Ing Xiantian. I used the Heaven Emperor's mirror and the way of the heavenly position to calculate that this person will definitely advance to the 7th level of longevity, the World King Realm, and then fight Su Xiui to compete for the position of the number 1 person of the demonic Tao. Both sides will suffer heavy losses, and that will be our perfect opportunity to strike. We will kill Ing Xiantian and refine him into the artifact spirit, and then kill Su Xiui to seize the Earth Emperor's book, refining the Yellow Springs map into an immortal artifact. Then, we will take the opportunity to obtain the Yellow Springs treasury, and our Feather Ascension sect can go to the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion to obtain the treasures. Within less than a year, we can become an illustriously famous, grand sect that suppresses the heavens, completely unifying the Xianhuang Great World, then wiping out the Wuji Star Palace, sweeping through the 3,000 great worlds, and establishing an everlasting, unshakable great undertaking. Supreme Head, what grand ambition! However, with the current strength of our Feather Ascension sect, we cannot accomplish this. We cannot accomplish all of this, right? That is naturally the case. Therefore, we must first play a dangerous game with a tiger, to accumulate strength. The 8 great sages of the Demon Clan are a very good knife. Kill with a borrowed knife. Although these 8 are powerful, with the wisdom of the 2 of us, it is more than enough to play them in the palm of our hands. I will follow all of the Supreme Head's arrangements. As long as I get enough benefits, anything is fine. Feng Han still remained calm, going along with the flow. At this moment, he already felt that Feng Baiyu is extremely mysterious.
Good.
Feng Baiyu also remained calm. You are now the acting sect leader of our Feather Ascension sect. After the great tribulation of the god race, I will step down. But for now, I will still discuss all matters with you. Sect leader Feng, you are indeed outstanding. It seems the younger generation is indeed formidable. Gu Yunbeng, the great sage of heaven rending, has stepped forward again. With the 2 of you, why worry that the Feather Ascension sect will not flourish and stand tall between heaven, earth, and the universe? How about this? We shall gather again in 3 months. The 8 great sages of the Demon Clan must also know that 3 months from now, it will be the Immortal Tao Conference of our Xianhuang Great World. And there will also be an unprecedented decisive battle, a duel between 2 top experts of the demonic path. At that time, It will be the perfect opportunity for us to join forces and obtain the treasure. As for the 7 fox princesses of Mount Qingqiu, they should return first. Miss Toomey, please prepare a generous dowry. And my Ascension sect, a betrothal gift. And my Ascension sect will also prepare a betrothal gift. On that day, we guarantee you will be satisfied. How about it? Sect Master Feng is indeed a straightforward speaker. Then it is settled. We shall establish a temporary alliance of interests. Great Sage of Heaven Rending Gu Yunbeng and the other great sages looked at each other. It seemed they felt they couldn't defeat Feng Han and Feng Baiyu, so a burst of laughter rang out, seemingly agreeing with Feng Baiyu's view. Toomey, the great sage of Bewildering Heaven, seemed somewhat unwilling. The seal of common people refined by the Emperor of Ultimate Path, if obtained by the Fox clan, would immediately make them the number 1 among the Demon clan. But looking at it now, there was no way Feng Han would hand it over. Daughters, let's go. Go back and prepare. Dress yourselves up. 3 months from now will be the day of your wedding. With a wave of the great sage of Bewildering Heaven's hand, the 7 fox princesses were all swept into a pink light, disappearing into this starry sky in an instant. In the end, only Feng Han and Feng Baiyu were left, standing opposite each other in the starry sky. Their eyes flickered, calculating against each other, both thinking about how to speak first. Sect Master is indeed powerful. If you hadn't come to save the day this time, I would have suffered the attacks of the 8 great demon sages. It would have been extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake would have led to an unnatural death. After a long time, Feng Han finally spoke. Supreme Sect Master, you actually recondensed the artifact spirit for the Heaven Emperor's mirror. This is truly worth celebrating. Now that the Heaven Emperor's mirror can exert its maximum power, I hope it can be promoted to an immortal artifact soon. Even if it is promoted to an immortal artifact, it is no big deal. On the other hand, the Emperor Pen has comprehended the realm of unity of heaven and earth and is searching for fragments of the creation divine artifact. In the future, it has the hope of being promoted to a creation divine artifact. With the protection of this pen, even if people from the immortal realm come to deal with you, you can easily handle them. Feng Baiyu said with a deep meaning. Said the Supreme Sect Master. What does this mean? People from the immortal realm coming to deal with me? Although I have achieved some success in my cultivation, compared to a true immortal, I am still like an ant. Why would the immortal realm send someone to deal with me? Feng Han was shocked in his heart. Naturally, it is because of your senior sister Qingxue. Actually, although the great tribulation of the god race is difficult, our Ascension sect can cope with it. But in the future, a great tribulation that will shake the heavens and affect the immortal realm will appear. In this great tribulation, there is only one way to resolve the crisis, and that is destiny. And the true meaning of destiny lies with your senior sister Qingxue. Compared to this great tribulation, the great tribulation of the god race is merely a small splash in the middle of the ocean. What great tribulation could be even more perilous than the great tribulation of the god race? The 5 decays of heaven and man. From Feng Baiyu's mouth came 4 without any emotion in his words. The 5 decays of heaven and man? Hearing this term, Feng Han searched through all the ancient classics, but there was no record of these 4 words. Don't ask me, I don't know what it is either. I have only found traces of the time before the destruction of heaven and earth in my ancient memories. The tribulation of the 5 decays of heaven and man is the catastrophe of the heaven, earth, universe, and all the worlds. No one can escape, and even immortals cannot remain free. Only the countdown of destiny and the aura of eternal life can resolve this crisis. Feng Han was horrified in his heart. Since this great tribulation can even affect the immortal realm, then there is nothing we can do about it. I am just a tiny ant. You shouldn't say that. An ant can also grow into a divine dragon one day, and a small blade of grass can grow into a towering tree. I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so quickly, almost catching up to me, the Supreme Sect Master. From the time you entered the sect until now, it has only been a few years. I have also cultivated for thousands of years. In terms of actual lifespan, Supreme Sect Master, I am not much younger than you. Fong Han let out a laugh. He had reversed time in the Yellow Springs map, so his actual lifespan was over 3,000 years, close to 4,000 years old. Feng Baiyu then said in a quiet tone, "Have you controlled Yan Shuetian of the Tai sect, using her as your eyes and ears, quietly preparing to take over the Tai sect's grand legacy? What a great method. Even I did not have such methods back then. Turning your hand to make clouds, and turning it back to make rain. Placing your pieces with such deep planning. Supreme Sect Master flatters me. This matter will leak out sooner or later. I am still considering whether to implement this plan. I am unwilling to let my people suffer. Right now, Yan Shuetian is cultivating inside the Yellow Springs map. Supreme Sect Master, you are more calculating than I am. Why don't you meet her? Since that is the case, I shall meet her." A satisfied smile appeared on Feng Baiyu's face. Fong Han, back then, many Supreme Elders wanted to see the abilities of you and Hua Tiandu, which is why they hesitated, trying to find a balance between you two. But I knew that Hua Tiandu was nothing but a waste. He bites the hand that feeds him, betrays us at critical moments, and has a rebellious bone in his body. Whereas you are the one with true grand talent and vision. Supreme Sect Master, let's talk inside the Yellow Springs map. Upon entering the Yellow Springs map, the passage of time suddenly accelerated. At this moment, Fong Han once again used a massive amount of pills to burn in the depths of the Yellow Springs map. The passage of time was such that 1 hour outside was 100 years inside. Yan Shuetian was currently cultivating inside, refining the spatial laws and temporal law crystal essence of Marquis Jiwu, Marquis Zhenwu, and Marquis Zhanwu. Under the power of the Yellow Springs map, countless pure yang qi turned into dragons of pure yang, entering Yan Shuetian's body, opening up all the acupoints in her body, and turning into a stream of origin mana, causing her mana to advance by leaps and bounds at every moment. As expected of Yan Shuetian, the reincarnation of the ancient water god. Seeing the scene of Yan Shuetian's cultivation, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but nod secretly. Suddenly, he pointed a finger, and a speck of dark, glossy light condensed at his fingertip, merging into the mana and protective qi that Yan Shuetian was cultivating. Yan Shuetian's body suddenly vibrated, and all the law crystals instantly merged into her body, penetrating into every inch of her flesh and blood. Yan Shuetian suddenly opened her eyes and saw Feng Baiyu. She was startled at first, but then she saw Fong Han, and her mind eased. Spinning all around, her body suddenly turned into rivers, and the water vapor finally gathered again, turning into a real body. Her cave heaven expanded outward with herself as the center. It expanded for a full 8,000 miles before stopping. Inside the cave heaven, a powerful force of time was slowly operating. Yan Shuetian had now directly stepped into the cosmic light realm. Apart from consuming a large amount of immortal pills, the most important factor was still that mysterious stream of energy input by Feng Baiyu, which was similar to the qi of creation. Based on his experience, Fong Han could tell that the mysterious stream of qi only served to assist in cultivation and was not harmful at all. Otherwise, he would have intercepted it long ago. Yan Shuetian slowly withdrew her mana, looking at Feng Baiyu, and then at Fong Han. This time, Patriarch Tehuangshan, along with many Supreme Elders, set up a sure-kill grand formation to trap you in a fake treasury. Yet you actually escaped. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Just like you, Yan Shuetian, who are the most promising person to inherit the position of sect master in the Tai sect, yet you have come together with our disciple Fong Han as a couple. This seems even more unbelievable. Feng Baiyu smiled and said, I wonder if there is a possibility of cooperation between us? Right now, our Ascension sect and the Tai sect are mortal enemies. In the future, only one sect is destined to stand tall in the Xianhuang Great World. Where will you go? Fong Han, what do you say? Yan Shuetian's gaze suddenly turned to Fong Han. It doesn't matter to me. Everything depends on your choice. I am not bound by anything, and I only respect the wishes of those close to me. The Ascension sect cannot bind me, nor can the position of sect master of the Feather Ascension sect. Feng Han waved his hand and pulled Yan Shuetian into his arms. You can choose to go back and continue being the first vice sect master, or you can choose to stay by my side. Everything depends on your own wishes. Feng Han, you are truly my soulmate. You know my choice. Hearing Feng Han's words, Yan Shuetian felt extremely warm. Feng Baiyu, I heard you once had a romance with the holy maiden of the Wuji Star Palace, and later used her to steal the Wuji Star Palace's Hunyuan, immortal realm decree from the depths of the Wuji map. In the end, you are discovered, offending the majesty of the immortal realm. Then, the immortal realm handed down a punishment, suppressing her within the Wuji map, never to rise again. Speaking up to this point, Yan Shuetian deliberately paused for a moment and did not continue speaking. But the meaning in her tone was very obvious, implying that Feng Baiyu used his own woman, and in terms of affection, he is far inferior to Feng Han's true nature. Feng Baiyu's eyes were like misty clouds. Feng Baiyu's eyes became as dazed as misty clouds. There are some things you do not know. Fate plays tricks on people. Destiny plays tricks on people. It is not something humans can control. Under the touch of fate, everything is but dust. However, with Feng Han in charge of my Ascension sect, I am extremely at ease with the overall situation. You two can decide the matters between yourselves. I, Feng Baiyu, cannot even resolve my own matters, let alone do anything to you, Yan Shuetian. However, let me tell you one thing. Tehuangshan is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Every expert who is cultivated to the true immortal realm perceives the secrets of heaven. Such figures are deeply scheming, with extremely precise calculations for every step. When you return to the Tai sect, you must be cautious and prudent, and not leak any clues. Otherwise, Tehuangshan will lay down layer upon layer of schemes. Is that so? I know this. However, I have now cultivated to the Zhoguang realm, and my status has greatly increased. I am already the first among the vice sect masters. Moreover, Qi Rongtian is already dead. The position of the Tai sect seed sect master is rightfully mine. This carries a lot of weight. I will naturally use this to thrive like a fish in water. Furthermore, Patriarch Tehuangshan has reached the true immortal realm and has already communicated with the immortal realm. He'll have to ascend sooner or later. He cannot delay it forever. Once he ascends, then there will be nothing to worry about. Tehuangshan reaching the true immortal realm, indeed, means he is about to ascend. However, by my calculations, he became a true immortal several hundred years ago, yet he has delayed his ascension all this time. It seems the Tai sect is brewing a massive conspiracy. However, your Tai sect supreme elder, Yan Chenyu, is one of Su Xiui's people. You can leak this news to let Tehuangshan know. But I never expected that Teyanshan would actually be one of Su Xiui's people. Yan Chenyu is the daughter of Yan Yujing, a very ancient supreme elder of our Tai sect. Yan Yujing already ascended 30,000 years ago, and is rumored to be a powerful figure in the immortal realm. The future of such a person is limitless. Even Tehuangshan would not dare to easily deal with Yan Chenyu. Otherwise, it would be hard to account to Yan Yujing after ascending to the immortal realm. To think there is such a deep connection. That Yan Chenyu has quite a background. Why would she follow a piece of trash like Su Xiui? Her father is actually a figure who ascended to the heavenly realm. This backing is truly extraordinary. Feng Han also pondered in his heart. The things that happen between men and women are often incomprehensible, Feng Baiyu said dismissively. Of course, perhaps Su Xiui possesses a massive secret, something that Teyanshan, Yan Chenyu, wants to obtain. As for Yan Chenyu, I know she is not someone easily swayed by others. I once conversed with her freely for 3 days and 3 nights. This woman is definitely no ordinary person. Oh. Feng Baiyu is indeed formidable. How is it that every woman has a connection with him? That means he tried to hook up with her for 3 days and 3 nights. But since she is no ordinary person, it means this woman did not take the bait. Fong Han thought to himself with malicious intent. Fong Han, you obtained the key of the wild god. I wonder if you could take it out for me, the sect master, to take a look? This key of the wild god was Fong Han's greatest reliance, now even surpassing the Yellow Springs map. If not for the key of the wild god, Fong Han would absolutely not be able to activate the Yellow Springs map, the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron, and the Black Emperor Tide Banner, these three peerless Tao weapons. From the hands of the great sage overlooking heaven, he forcefully snatched away the third prince, killing and refining him, integrating him into his body. Fong Han, now that you have cultivated to the creation realm, you can open the third layer of the key of the wild god. Let's see what is inside the third layer of the key of the wild god. We can go take a look. Of course, in front of Feng Baiyu, it is best not to reveal the core secrets. Yan Shuitian suddenly said. Right, I didn't even pay attention. Now that I have reached the creation realm, I can open the third layer of the key of the wild god. There must be a huge secret inside. But since Feng Baiyu said so, I might as well let him see it, and I can also take the opportunity to see just how many secrets this sect master has. The key of the wild god has completely integrated with the world tree. It has completely integrated with the world tree. Once my cultivation reaches a certain level, I will completely unlock the ultimate secret of this key, completely unlocking the ultimate secret of this key, turning this weapon into a key that truly opens the gates of the immortal realm. With a movement of Fong Han's palm, a mirror emerged from his body. With a wave of his hand, he threw it to Feng Baiyu. Feng Baiyu's eyes flashed. He caught the ancestral witch mirror thrown by Fong Han. His expression shifted, and he took out his own Heaven Emperor's mirror. The Heaven Emperor's mirror was simple and bright, filled with the aura of ancient light. At a glance, it was clearly the righteous path of heaven. The ancestral witch mirror, however, was a hazy bronze color, as if stained with the dust of history, mysterious and unpredictable. Yet, it did not have a sinister, evil feel, but rather represented the path of heaven. Sect Master, the key of the wild god is inside the ancestral witch mirror. However, it seems the ancestral witch mirror is even more mysterious. You seem to be more interested in this mirror, Sect Master. I wonder what mysteries this ancestral witch mirror holds. Witchcraft is a mysterious and unpredictable Tao art that lies outside the 3,000 great Taos. Although among the 3,000 great Taos, there is a great curse technique that is very similar to witchcraft, it is still not true witchcraft. The 3,000 great Taos are the highest divine abilities in this universe. However, in the previous universe, witchcraft also existed. The previous universe? Fong Han was taken aback. Yes, the previous universe. Just as we have lifespans, the universe also has a lifespan. When the lifespan of a universe and the myriad worlds reaches its end, the legendary 5 decays of heaven and man will occur. At that time, no matter how profound your Tao arts are or how powerful you are, even if you have comprehended creation and reached the level of the Taoist of Hongmeng, you will still age along with the world. With the aging of the world, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Feng Baiyu, stop trying to frighten us. The destruction of the universe is something that won't happen for countless trillions of years. Even with the longest lifespans, we cultivators cannot possibly live that long. This is just groundless worry. Yan Shuitian coldly snorted, steadying her mind. It is not far off. When fate appears, the 5 decays of heaven and man will not be far behind. All right, Sect Master, this ancestral witch mirror is definitely no ordinary item. How can its maximum power be unleashed? Fong Han asked. This ancestral witch mirror is indeed an ordinary item, Feng Baiyu suddenly said.
Why?
Fong Han was shocked. Because all of its power, and even its internal materials, have suffered devastating destruction. The space inside was forged by immortal Venerable Panwu using his magic power. It was forged by immortal Venerable Panwu. When immortal Venerable Panwu obtained this ancestral witch mirror, he also wanted to refine it into a magic treasure, refining it into a magic treasure. Unfortunately, It was of no use, and he was powerless to do anything. Because this ancestral witch mirror is a fragment left behind when the previous universe was destroyed. All imprints have been destroyed. However, the material within this ancestral witch mirror is a strange substance. Since it could withstand the changes of the 5 decays of heaven and man, it is certainly extraordinary. Keep it, it will be useful in the future. While speaking, he waved his hand, and the ancestral witch mirror flew back into his hand. Feng Baiyu smiled faintly. 3 months from now, you must return to the sect to plan our actions together. The survival of our Ascension sect, as well as your own, lies within this. As he spoke, Feng Baiyu moved slightly, and his body vanished. That's all for today's commentary. Creating this isn't easy. Fellow Taoists, if you like it, please give us a thumbs up to support us. Fellow Taoists, if you like it, please give us a thumbs up. Fellow Taoists, if you like it, please support us. Fellow Taoists, if you like it, please give us a thumbs up to support us. We'll see you tomorrow. Be there, or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 19. All living beings in the heavens, of every kind, shall obtain eternal life. In the last episode, we talked about how Feng Han, with the help of Feng Baiyu, the sect master of the Ascension sect, finally escaped from the 8-world king realm experts of the Demon Clan. Next, Feng Han and Yan Shuetian began exploring the 3rd layer of space within the Key of the Wild God. There, they not only obtained the Great Puppet Technique, but Feng Han also helped Yan Shuetian successfully subdue 5 great divine beasts, including King Tianwu. Finally, Feng Han and Yan Shuetian entered the Yellow Springs map to cultivate together. After 1,000 years of cultivation, Yan Shuetian's strength soared to a level comparable to the creation realm. Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your continuous support with likes and coins. Your support is the motivation for Taoist Fu Sheng to keep updating. Continuing from last time, this Feng Baiyu is truly incomparably mysterious. Feng Han sighed secretly in his heart. Yan Shuetian, don't be in a hurry right now. Go back and cultivate for a while longer to consolidate your cultivation. Besides, I have now reached the creation realm and can open the 3rd layer of the Key of the Wild God. There must be many treasures inside. Moreover, I can summon the many puppets in the heavenly martial treasury. That artifact spirit didn't know what was good for it. Since I refined it, I can no longer give it to you. Lacking this peerless Tao weapon, you must find an even more powerful one to secure your position. Feng Han slightly rotated the ancestral witch mirror and brought Yan Shuetian inside. The 1st layer of the Key of the Wild God consisted of countless pure yang rivers and pure yang crystal mountains, as well as liquid immortal realm vital qi. The liquid immortal realm vital qi was also continuously transforming into pure yang rivers and crystal mountains. Yan Shuetian was stunned by the sight. Even our Tai Sect's pure yang dragon transformation pool does not contain so many pure yang crystal mountains and so much pure yang heavy water. Feng Han, by obtaining the Key of the Wild God, you have essentially gained the accumulated resources of an entire sect over tens of thousands of years. In the future, when you establish your own sect and create a lineage of your own, you will never have to worry about a lack of resources again. How large are the Tai Sect's total reserves of pure yang pills? About 300 trillion. How many trillions do you have here? Have you calculated it? It should be somewhere between several thousand trillion and 10,000 trillion. Once my cultivation becomes more profound and I gain deeper control over the Key of the Wild God, I should be able to calculate precisely how much vital qi it absorbs. Feng Han crossed the 1st layer and reached the 2nd layer, where the elixirs were stored. While showing Yan Shuetian around the 2nd layer, Feng Han kept tossing immortal elixirs into her arms. Thanks to the Emperor's pen's guidance, Feng Han understood the uses of the mountain-like, sea-like quantities of elixirs, and he did not hold back from giving Yan Shuetian anything that would benefit her cultivation. So many immortal elixirs. Feng Han, this is too wasteful. Every single immortal elixir here is something our Tai sect cannot refine even with the eternal divine furnace. After receiving dozens of immortal elixirs, Yan Shuetian's body trembled. If some of these immortal elixirs were exposed, they would surely cause countless people to fight for them. For example, the perfect heaven-mending pill could completely repair any flaw in the world power of even a world king realm expert. Such an expert would willingly exchange a high-grade Dao weapon for it. It doesn't matter. Immortal Venerable Panwu refined plenty of elixirs, including peerless immortal elixirs. The more elixirs you have, the faster you will cultivate, and the more stable your position in the Tai sect will be. Fong Han waved his hand and, with a sudden movement, carried Yan Shuetian through the third layer of restrictions inside the Key of the Wild God. Passing through layers of golden walls, they entered a vaster space. The third layer was not very large. It was no longer a vast world, but an ancient sacrificial altar about 3,000 paces in circumference. Many scriptures were engraved on the ancient altar. Among the scriptures were wooden figures of various sizes, puppets and dolls. Most impressive among them was the Wild God King, who had fought Fong Han for a long time. 80 Wild God puppets surrounded the Wild God King. There were also divine beast puppets, including King Tianwu and several strange creatures. One was covered in bone spurs and had a snake-like face. Fong Han recognized it at a glance as the wild snake recorded in ancient Daoist scriptures. Excellent. The most powerful forces in the heavenly martial treasury are these wild god puppets. There is the Wild God King, 80 powerful wild gods, and 5 divine beasts, the Heavenly Mirage King, Pishio King, Wild Snake King, Xuankue King, and Wuming King. If I control all these puppets and place them under Yan Shuetian's command, they will be far more powerful than the Black Emperor Tide Banner. With a thought from Fong Han, a wave of divine sense and magic power enveloped the entire altar. Suddenly, the aura of Panwu true blood within his body triggered the restrictions. The puppet runes on the altar began to flow, and streams of runes merged with his magic power. The profound thoughts contained within those runes entered his mind. These are the runes of the great puppet technique. Fong Han moved again, and many runes flowed across the altar, leaping one after another into his body. After circulating briefly, the runes pulsed as if breathing and gradually condensed into a constantly leaping, squirming mass. This mass of runes was the Great Puppet Rune. Finally, the mass of runes kept changing until it condensed into a primordial puppet on Fong Han's palm. Fong Han carefully analyzed the great puppet doll in his palm. Heaven and Earth Puppet Enlighten. Fong Han activated the primordial doll in his palm. With a slight movement, the primordial puppet released an extremely unpleasant shriek, like the cries of countless despairing humans whose souls were falling. Heavens! Yan Shuetian had never heard such a dreadful sound. It seemed to seize the origin of her soul and slice it apart with a knife, ruthlessly torturing it. Yan also reacted strongly and quickly told Fong Han to stop. Though surprised, Fong Han repeatedly tapped the primordial puppet with his finger. Space immediately shattered, and then condensed into a giant spatial puppet. The puppet technique could actually enlighten space itself, transforming space into a puppet. The spatial puppet took shape instantly, released the same dreadful sound as before, and threw a punch. Instantly, a vortex condensed in space. Fong Han's eyes flickered. The spatial puppet threw hundreds of thousands of punches in succession. Then, amid its shrieks, its body suddenly exploded. A mushroom cloud formed from spatial power rose into the air, while endless destructive spatial energy splattered in every direction. What immense power! The self-detonation of this spatial puppet is comparable to that of a cave heaven realm expert. Fong Han, if you continuously use the great puppet technique to enlighten space and condense spatial puppets, it would be equivalent to having many cave heaven realm experts self-detonate one after another. This kind of scenario is simply invincible. Yan Shuetian spoke in shock. It can indeed be like this, but it consumes too much magic power. Just now, enlightening space and condensing that spatial puppet consumed as much magical power as directly burning more than 1 billion pure yang pills. If I keep performing it like this, even the key of the wild god would find it hard to sustain. Fong Han, now that you have obtained the great puppet technique, hurry and take control of the Wild God King and the 5 divine beasts on the altar. Once you subdue them, we can begin preparing for what will happen 3 months from now. If you comprehend the heavenly position realm during those 3 months, you will be able to enter the 4th layer of the key of the Wild God, Yan urged. All right, we should act quickly before more trouble arises. Fong Han immediately activated the primordial puppet in his palm. It shot out a fierce beam of light that shone upon the many puppets on the altar. The first target was naturally the soul imprint of the Wild God King. As soon as the light struck it, the Wild God King's soul imprint released a painful roar. On the altar, a mysterious void was completely opened. The mysterious space was completely filled with dense golden light. Within the golden light, the figures of the Wild God King and the other 80 Wild God puppets appeared.
Crack.
The Wild God King and the 80 Wild God puppets seemed to sense something and began struggling violently. However, thin threads shot out from the primordial puppet one after another, pierced into that space, and connected to their bodies, apparently attempting to control them completely and drag them into reality. The wild gods resisted with all their might. You can actually resist my puppet secret technique? Wild God King, obediently become my puppet. Fong Han snorted coldly and poured a massive amount of magical power into the primordial puppet. Its control became even stronger. The Wild God King and the 80 wild gods roared repeatedly, but they could do nothing about it. At that moment, however, a pitch-black axe light suddenly flashed out of the boundless golden radiance. With a single flash, it severed many of the puppet threads. Not good. Fong Han had already activated the Great Protection Technique. A flame rune, a water rune, and the Yellow Springs map appeared in front of him. The Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron, the Black Emperor Tide Banner, and the Yellow Springs map were all deployed to block the pitch-black axe light. At the same time, Fong Han even felt the World Tree and the key of the Wild God tremble. It seemed like a tremor arising from destiny itself. Could this be the Holy King's axe, the legendary creation divine weapon wielded by the divine ancestor who severed the World Tree? Various speculations flashed through Fong Han's mind, but that pitch-black axe light flashed past and did not rush towards him. It merely severed the puppet threads and then retracted. As the axe light withdrew, it stirred up a violent storm within the 3rd layer space of the key of the Wild God. In this violent storm, the soul imprint of the Wild God King and the imprints of the other 80 wild gods all exploded. The space instantly vanished. Fong Han quickly stepped forward, only to discover that the puppet in his hand had lost its connection with the Wild God King. What was that just now? That axe light. Yan Shuetian and Yan both spoke in shock. That axe light made both the key of the Wild God and the World Tree tremble. If my guess is correct, the divine axe of the god race that once severed the World Tree has reappeared, the legendary creation divine weapon that surpasses immortal artifacts. That should be impossible, Yan replied categorically. If it truly were the legendary creation divine weapon, all of us would already be dead. Under its pressure, even the entire Xianhuang Great World would collapse. The Tai sect, the Ascension sect, the 10 great sects of the Immortal Tao, Celestial Venerable Linglong, and all the primeval experts would be annihilated. Even cultivators at the Heavenly Monarch level would be unable to escape. Is a creation divine weapon truly that powerful? You do not understand the power of a creation divine weapon. Emperor Underworld died beneath a creation divine weapon belonging to the immortal king of creation. Moreover, it was only an incomplete creation divine weapon. Otherwise, ordinary immortals of the immortal realm could not have harmed Emperor Underworld. Not even golden immortals or ancestral immortals could have done so. Emperor Underworld experienced countless fortuitous encounters and directly inherited power from the Taoist of Samsara. Some people believe that Emperor Underworld only reached the 10th level of longevity, but his true immortal cultivation actually far surpassed that of ordinary immortals. I also know a little about creation divine weapons. Although the Tai sect's immortal artifact, The eternal divine furnace is powerful. It would still be utterly vulnerable before a creation divine weapon, Yan Shuetian said. But I have a question. How could someone cultivate to such a powerful level while remaining in the mortal world? Feng Baiyu. Could he truly have reached the legendary heavenly monarch level? A heavenly monarch is a legend even in the immortal realm. Wouldn't he have needed to ascend? Nowadays, once someone reaches the true immortal level, an immortal realm decree descends and forces that person to ascend. There are naturally secret methods for avoiding that. In fact, the myriad worlds contain infinite mysteries. Taoist Hongmeng and the Buddha of worldly freedom both comprehended creation in the mortal world and became powerful enough to suppress every expert in the immortal realm. Ordinary people must cultivate in the immortal realm to have any chance of advancing. However, there are too many secrets in the myriad worlds for even the immortal realm to control them all. Otherwise, the worlds would not be so chaotic. Yen seemed to have completely awakened his ancient memories. Who is the Taoist of samsara you just mentioned? Feng Han asked. Yen replied, the Taoist of samsara is Taoist Hongmeng's junior brother, but I do not know much about him either. When Emperor Underworld created me, the Taoist of samsara had already passed his power and divine abilities down to him. I inherited only fragments of Emperor Underworld's memories. Without that inheritance, Emperor Underworld could never have reached such a high level of cultivation. Then why didn't Emperor Underworld destroy the Tai sect back then? Originally, Emperor Underworld did not want to enter the immortal realm, but a mysterious force there kept provoking him. It seems that everything in the Xianhuang Great World may also be watched by the immortal realm. Feng Han suddenly felt as though he were being watched. I wonder whether the immortal realm has noticed me. I have caused such a great commotion recently, and I even seized the key of the wild god. That should not be the case. Your cultivation is too low. At the very least, you would need to reach the virtual immortal stage, where your power peaks, you can sense the immortal realm, and you possess the initial ability to tear open the barrier. The immortal realm is probably not as capable of monitoring the myriad worlds as you imagine. Otherwise, how could it monitor the God race, Dragon race, Buddha sect, and countless other major factions, as well as the innumerable experts and fortunate geniuses across the 3,000 great worlds who are more powerful than you? How could it possibly watch them all? By the way, Feng Han, I saw you calculating for a long time. Where did that mysterious axe light come from? I have a vague idea, but I currently have no evidence, so I cannot speak of it. Otherwise, the other party might sense it. This matter involves too many secrets. Our highest priority is to raise our cultivation. It is a pity that these 81 wild gods cannot be summoned. Otherwise, the wild god king alone would be equivalent to a world king realm expert and would be an invincible puppet. For now, I can only settle for summoning the 5 directional divine beasts: Heavenly Mirage King, Pishio King, Wild Snake King, Xuankue King, Woman King.
Come fort.
Feng Han's fierce voice echoed through the void. A void filled with rolling tides appeared once again. This time, the shadows of the 5 divine beasts struggled violently within it. Feng Han repeatedly clawed with both hands, causing the primordial puppet to vibrate. The physical forms of the 5 divine beasts were forcibly dragged out of the tidal void. They released tremendous roars, but were completely powerless. Just as Feng Han was about to drag the 5 divine beasts from the tidal void and turn them into puppets, once more, a beast's roar echoed from the depths of the space-time tide. It seemed to come from the king who ruled over all divine beasts. Then a beast claw, as white as jade, reached out from the passage within the space-time tide. The fluctuation of its power made all the space and time around the altar tremble. An ancient world manifested within the claw's power. This ancient world was filled with a primitive aura, as though it had returned to the era hundreds of millions of years ago, before humanity was born. Its primeval forests were filled with ancient, powerful beasts and giant ape-men. A primeval, savage, pre-civilized aura drifted out from within. What is this thing? How dare it interfere with me and stop me from collecting puppets again? Feng Han was both shocked and enraged. With a movement of his palm, a stream of poison sprayed from his hand. It was the Great Poison Technique. He had cultivated the Great Poison Technique to the point where it possessed only the faintest color. At first glance, the Great Poison Technique qi released by Fong Han contained no black smoke and emitted no foul or decaying odor. There was only a faint, nearly transparent mist. But as the faint smoke spread, the manifested world of ancient primeval forests suddenly began to collapse. Everything turned to ashes, and the entire world began to decay. The Great Poison Technique has actually been cultivated to a formless and shadowless state. An ancient voice echoed from the depths of the space-time tide. Then the massive, jade-white, translucent, and immensely powerful immortal claw retracted. With a thunderous rumble, Fong Han shouted, "5 directional divine beasts, submit at once." He made a grabbing motion and pressed down with nearly 1 trillion units of magical power. With the help of the Great Puppet Technique, he suppressed the 5 struggling divine beasts in midair until they could no longer move. The Heavenly Mirage King, whose body resembled both a toad and a clamshell, kept spitting out mirage energy, but it was useless. Fong Han, as long as you release us and help us undo the Great Puppet Technique, we will loyally obey every command and serve you completely. A monkey-like divine beast released a sharp cry. This was the ancient Wuming. How could I let you off so easily? Fong Han formed numerous hand seals and unleashed the Great Sealing Technique. The technique sealed all 5 divine beasts. The 5 sealed divine beasts then entered Yan Shuetian's grotto heaven. The power within her grotto heaven surged wildly. Countless streams of energy formed 5 great vortexes that supplied her with power at every moment. I will now impart the Great Puppet Technique to you. With this technique, you can control the 5 directional divine beasts, integrate them into your grotto heaven, keep them as spiritual beasts, and nurture them. They will not only provide you with a massive intake and output of immortal realm vital qi, but will also become divine beasts that suppress and stabilize your grotto heaven. Your current strength is sufficient to contend with creation realm experts, and you could even retreat safely from an expert of the heavenly position realm. Let me help you truly integrate these 5 divine beasts into your grotto heaven. Fong Han placed a palm on Yan Shuetian's body. His true fire and true water surged, merged into a single current, and flowed into her grotto heaven. Shuetian, your foundation is currently unstable, and others could easily shatter your grotto heaven. I will use the power of water and fire, the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron, the Black Emperor Tide Banner, and the Great 5 Elements Technique to consolidate it. Once the 5 directional divine beasts suppress your grotto heaven, its power will be unparalleled. A cultivator who has formed a grotto heaven at the 3rd level of the longevity secret realm must find magical treasures to suppress and stabilize it. Some experts even raise heavenly demons inside their grotto heavens and arrange great formations. When fighting, they can descend with the entire grotto heaven to suppress an opponent. At that moment, Fong Han was helping Yan Shuetian stabilize her grotto heaven. With the 5 directional divine beasts suppressing it, her grotto heaven would contain all their power, divine abilities, and other special capabilities. For example, the Heavenly Mirage King was skilled at creating mirage illusions. When Yan Shuetian fought an enemy, she would need only a slight movement to make her grotto heaven descend, filling the surroundings with endless illusions. The Pishio King, Wild Snake King, Xuankui King, and Wuming King each possess their own abilities. The Pishio King was skilled at manipulating metal, which greatly benefited metal-based divine abilities and could even condense mountains of blades and forests of spears. The Wild Snake was renowned for its strength, while Xuankui moved like a phantom and could kill invisibly. Wuming was an ancient divine beast renowned for a speed that even the rock could not match. The 5 elements unfold. The divine beasts suppress the grotto heaven and stabilize the prototype of the world. While helping Yan Shuetian stabilize her grotto heaven, Fong Han did not hesitate to consume his own 5 elements vital qi. He sent streams of the Great 5 Elements Technique and even runes of the Great Yin Yang Technique into it. Yan Shuetian's grotto heaven underwent earth-shaking changes. Translucent crystal wall systems rose from the ground. 5 colored lights shimmered within them, making them 100 times sturdier than before. The 5 divine beasts roamed within the crystal walls, while streams of black and white yin-yang power coiled around them. Feng Han suddenly reached out, causing several top-grade immortal pills obtained by Yan Shuetian to explode and enter the bodies of the 5 divine beasts. He also channeled portions of the laws of creation into their vital qi. The heavenly Mirage King's body suddenly exploded into countless squirming fragments before reassembling, allowing it to step into the 5th level of longevity, the creation realm. In an instant, an aura of creation began permeating Yan Shuetian's grotto heaven. Although the other 4 divine beasts did not break through to the creation realm, they also progressed greatly and reached the peak of the cosmic light realm. Feng Han and Yan Shuetian cultivated inside the Yellow Springs map for a full 1,000 years, while only 10 hours, not even a full day, passed outside. Feng Han withdrew his palm and calmed his astral qi. He saw that Yan Shuetian's grotto heaven was now filled with an aura of creation. After 1,000 years of cultivation, her temperament had also undergone a fundamental transformation. She had fully mastered Feng Han's Great 5 Elements technique and the Great Yin-Yang technique, while her Great Catastrophe technique had reached a superb level. Feng Han had also cultivated alongside her, comprehending the mysteries of the Black Emperor Tide Banner and the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron while cultivating water and fire together. During those 1,000+ years, she consumed many kinds of medicinal pills and refined the impurities from her body. Her magical power surged, and her lifespan increased tremendously, reaching a terrifying level. She was only half a step away from the 5th level of longevity, the creation realm, and could break through at any moment, manifesting the majesty of creation in every direction. Yan Shuetian suddenly rushed out of the Yellow Springs map and transformed into a river 100,000 miles long, constantly changing in midair. She traversed the misty, silent void and descended directly onto a small planet. The instant the water struck it, the small planet dissolved into nothingness. Excellent. With your current magical power, even if you encounter a World King Realm expert, you will have a 10% chance of escaping. As long as you return to the Tai sect and use the Eternal Divine Furnace to cultivate the 5 divine beasts again, you'll be able to enter the creation realm yourself. Feng Han looked at Yan Shuetian's cultivation with joy and asked, "During these 1,000 years of cultivation, how many immortal pills and how much vital qi did I use?" The 100,000-mile river contracted and transformed back into Yan Shuetian. "You used up 1 trillion pills." 1 trillion pills could purchase countless Dao weapons, including high-grade ones. Cultivation realms cannot be measured in pills. For you, even 100 trillion pills would be worth it, let alone 1 trillion. Feng Han smiled, his words warm and comforting. "All right, I must hurry back to the Tai sect. Several days have already passed. News that we obtained treasures from the Heavenly Martial Treasury must have spread throughout the entire Xianhuang Great World by now. You must be careful. I fear that many people will target you." "It doesn't matter. I actually have a powerful backer, Feng Baiyu. He managed to withdraw safely even after being surrounded and attacked by the Tai sect. That alone shows how formidable he is. I already suspect that the artifact spirit of the Emperor Mirror is the Wild God King, and that the Axe Light was released by him." Yan Shuetian was startled and managed to ask with difficulty, "Could Feng Baiyu be a member of the divine race?" Feng Baiyu is not a member of the divine race. There is not a trace of divine race aura in his body. Otherwise, my world technique would have reacted. The Emperor's pen would also have recognized it. The Emperor's pen only said that Feng Baiyu's identity is mysterious, but he is definitely not a member of the divine race. Furthermore, during the Great Tribulation of the divine race, he will be able to contribute immense strength. All right, then I shall take my leave. When I return to the Ascension sect, and everyone sees the realm I have reached and how tremendously my strength has increased, I wonder what expressions they will have. I am truly looking forward to it. Although Yan Shuitian had spent 1,000 years with Feng Han inside the Yellow Springs map, she still felt that their time together had been very short. Reluctant to part, Yan Shuitian soared into the sky, transformed into a beam of watery light, and disappeared into the starry sky. That is all for today's commentary. Making these videos is not easy, so fellow Taoists who enjoyed this episode, please support me with a like. See you tomorrow. Be there or be square. Immortality Season 8 Episode 20. When I attain eternal life, all living beings throughout the heavens, in all their endless variety, shall also attain eternal life. In the previous episode, Feng Han and Yan Shuitian cultivated together for 1,000 years, causing their strength to skyrocket. After sending Yan Shuitian away, Feng Han originally intended to return to the Xianhuang Great World. However, on the way, he unexpectedly encountered immortal Venerable Jiuding, the supreme leader of Jiuding Pavilion. Faced with immortal Venerable Jiuding's invitation and tempting offer, how would Feng Han respond? Meanwhile, far away in the sacred light Great World, the virtual immortal Xian Wugu learned of the third prince's death. What action would he take? Hello, fellow Taoists. Thank you for your continued support through likes and coins. Your support is what motivates Taoist Fuxing to keep releasing new updates. Picking up from where we left off, Feng Han watched Yan Shuitian's figure disappear into the distance. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh and sent his divine sense into the 8-division pagoda. At that moment, the many people inside the 8-division pagoda were still cultivating without pause. The pagoda had become increasingly vast, and dragon-shaped shadows shuttled back and forth through the void. Everyone was working together to refine the 33 heavens treasures. After obtaining the 33 heavens treasures, Feng Han had realized that this set of magical treasures possessed boundless power. It had once belonged to a legendary figure of the immortal realm, the immortal of creation. For that reason, Feng Han had been gathering refining materials everywhere. Now, he possessed the Qi of creation and had even learned the great treasure refining technique from fragments of the creation divine artifact. The Kunping's body had also contained the great treasure refining technique. After absorbing it, Feng Han suspended the technique's abundant runes within the 8-division pagoda. The runes revolved in midair and continuously released rays of light. Within that light, tiny figures appeared one after another, constantly changing the forms and restrictions of the magical treasures. After another 1,000 years of cultivation, everyone inside the 8-division pagoda achieved another enormous breakthrough. Xingyun Baby reached the peak of the undying body realm and could enter the cave heaven realm at any moment. Jialan, Long Xian, the Witch, Crane Fairy, King Heyo, and several magnates of the Jialan Association also made immense progress. Among the 10 magnates at the undying body realm, Taoist Mu and Taoist Long were the first to reach the cave heaven realm. The Supreme Elders, 5-Sword Gentleman and Blue-Faced Venerable, also advanced to the peak of the cave heaven realm, reaching great perfection in the law of space. At present, the 8-division pagoda contained 1.8 billion heavenly demons and 1 million heavenly demon kings. Taoist Mu shook his head and said, Taoist Han, refining the 33 heavens treasures is truly an enormous undertaking. Although all of us are master weapon refiners, are well-versed in the Heavenly Dragon Secret Manual, and are now cultivating the great treasure refining technique, there are still many areas we do not understand. We also lack the necessary materials. It seems that you must cultivate to the heavenly position realm before you can unlock the deeper levels of the key of the wild god. There must be many magical treasures left behind by immortal Venerable Panwu inside it. It does not matter. We can refine them slowly, Feng Han replied. I do not lack magical treasures at the moment. The Underworld Map, the Black Emperor Tide-facing banner, and the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon Cauldron are all peerless Tao artifacts. Once my cultivation becomes profound enough, I will try to combine the 2 sets of magical treasures into a single 33 heavens pagoda, merging Buddhism and Taoism. For now, let us return to the Ascension sect in the Xianhuang Great World. Within that light floated 9 pitch-black bronze cauldrons. The cauldrons of state, peerless Tao artifacts.
Fang Han exclaimed.
He looked at the 9 enormous cauldrons in the sky, and the corner of his face twitched slightly. Immortal Venerable Jioding has graced me with his presence. May I ask why you are blocking my path? The newcomer was none other than the great commerce magnate and supreme leader of Jioding Pavilion, Immortal Venerable Jioding. Ha. Young friend Fang Han is indeed extraordinary, a voice said. In only a few short years, you have actually cultivated to such a realm. It truly leaves me utterly astonished. Even Immortal Venerable Linglong in her prime would probably have been inferior to you in cultivation speed. A middle-aged man appeared atop the 9 giant cauldrons. He wore a black robe, stood with his hands behind his back, and carried himself with great elegance. Anyone looking at him would feel an immediate sense of warmth and friendliness. Did Immortal Venerable Jioding come here to stop me? Fang Han asked. Now that you have seen me obtain the treasures of the heavenly martial treasury, have you also come to claim a share? Young friend, you misunderstand me, Immortal Venerable Jioding answered. Jioding Pavilion never engages in murder or robbery. In business, credibility is more important than anything else. Jioding Pavilion has operated for tens of thousands of years, and the reputation we have earned was not easily won. I came to find you only because I wish to do business with you, before the 6 Taoist loose cultivators or the heavenly Tao Dharma King beat me to it. The treasures of the heavenly martial treasury, the key of the wild god, and your countless pure yang essence pills are naturally enough to make anyone envious. Jioding Pavilion trades throughout the worlds, but we are currently short of pure yang pills and would like to exchange for some of yours. What do you think? Conducting business certainly requires a vast number of pure yang pills, Fang Han replied. Unfortunately, pure yang pills are extremely precious. They are required for cultivation, for activating magical treasures, and even for healing injuries and restoring mana. I also need them to activate the underworld map and my own 3,000 great Daos. I am afraid I cannot spare any. Fang Han refused without hesitation. Nothing is absolute, Immortal Venerable Jioding said. Whenever Jioding Pavilion conducts business, we always offer sufficient benefits that make refusal nearly impossible. Young friend Fang Han, perhaps you should accompany me to a certain place. What place? Fang Han asked. I am currently in a hurry to cultivate, so I may have to decline your kind invitation. Could it be that you are afraid of encountering danger? Immortal Venerable Jioding asked. The Ascension sect's reputation now shakes the Xianhuang Great World and even several surrounding star fields. This time, the Tai sect set up a sure-kill grand formation inside the heavenly martial treasury, yet your entire sect escaped without warning. Everyone now understands that the Ascension sect's true strength is unfathomable. As for Hua Tiandu, who led the Ascension sect into a dead end, Sect Master Feng Baiyu has already expelled him and announced the decision to the world. You, young friend Fang Han, are now the acting sect master of the Ascension sect. Jioding Pavilion is indeed well informed, Fang Han said. That is nothing, Immortal Venerable Jioding replied. The 6 Daos sect claims to have information from everywhere, but Jioding Pavilion is no less capable. We are merely better known for buying and selling pills. With the Ascension sect's current prestige, no one would dare harm you. Is that so? Fang Han asked. Then tell me what you possess that could move me. Why not explain it now? If I accompany you and leave unsatisfied, the journey will have been wasted. Immortal Venerable Jioding pondered for a moment. I naturally have sufficient bargaining chips, but there is no harm in telling you now. Your underworld map was refined by the Underworld Emperor specifically to restrain the Earth Emperor book. However, the Earth Emperor book is now in Su Xiui's hands. He is about to dueling Xiantian and will certainly suffer damage. You could take that opportunity to seize the Earth Emperor book and merge it with the Underworld map. At that point, the Underworld map could transform into an immortal artifact. Everyone already knows that. It does not count as a bargaining chip, Fang Han replied with a smile. But I know that, in order to subdue the Earth Emperor book, you must first obtain its reincarnated artifact spirit, Immortal Venerable Juding continued. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. If Su Xiui sees that the situation has turned against him, he will use the Great Reincarnation Technique to completely merge himself with the Earth Emperor Book. The two will become one and blend into the world power of the Xianhuang Great World. At that point, almost no one will be able to defeat him. After revealing Su Xiui's secret, Immortal Venerable Juding continued, "My greatest bargaining chip is that I know where the reincarnated artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor Book is located." You know where its reincarnated artifact spirit is? Fong Han was finally visibly moved. If that is true, it is indeed a major bargaining chip. However, words alone are not proof. I still cannot believe you. I will naturally make you believe me, Immortal Venerable Juding said. Furthermore, I know that you possess a treasure from the Wuji Great World. It was refined by the Emperor of the Ultimate Path and taken from the Heavenly Martial Treasury. That treasure is called the Great Seal of Common People. Its artifact spirit has also reincarnated. I possess the Great Tracking Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Das. By casting it through the artifact spirit's original form, one can find its reincarnated body. What do you think? Is this information enough to tempt you? Of course, I am not using this information to exchange directly for your pure yang pills. We can conduct the actual transaction using the various materials needed to refine magical treasures. This information is merely my bargaining chip for establishing cooperation. If you still believe we cannot cooperate, then so be it. Good.
Fang Han replied.
Since Immortal Venerable Juding is treating me with such sincerity, I will not be petty. Juding Pavilion has always had a good reputation, and I am not afraid that you harbor ill intentions toward me. I also happen to be lacking several materials for refining magical treasures. Naturally, Immortal Venerable Juding said, I have long heard that you possess an earth-shaking treasure of the dragon race, the 8-division pagoda. By now, you must want to upgrade it to the level of a high-grade Dao artifact. However, a dragon race treasure of that scale requires far too many materials. Juding Pavilion possesses an enormous stock of refining materials, and we may have precisely the precious items needed to raise the 8-division pagoda to the level of a high-grade Dao artifact. According to the legends, once the 8-division pagoda reaches that level, it can communicate with the most primitive and ancient soul aura of the primordial ancestral dragon in the dragon realm. Its power can then rival that of a supreme grade Dao artifact, and it can elevate its cultivator's realm to a terrifying degree. If a cultivator is touched by the primordial ancestral dragon's bloodline, lifespan, and power, all of that person's Dao techniques and divine abilities will rise dramatically. The primordial ancestral dragon, do you know how terrifying it is? In ancient times, the immortals of the immortal realm attempted to invade the dragon realm. They wanted to turn the dragon race into their mounts, vassals, pets, and spiritual beasts. Then the primordial ancestral dragon suddenly appeared. With a single movement, its body coiled around an entire great world, and with one bite it swallowed countless immortals, making even the immortal realm tremble in fear. Faced with such power from the 8-division pagoda, I do not believe you can remain unmoved. The soul aura of the primordial ancestral dragon. Fong Han's heart stirred. The Heavenly Dragon Secret Manual recorded that when the 8-division pagoda reached the level of a high-grade Dao artifact, it could indeed summon the soul origin of the primordial ancestral dragon. The primordial ancestral dragon was said to be the guardian of the dragon realm, an existence comparable to a divine ancestor, ancestral progenitor, or holy king. If Fong Han could truly summon the soul origin aura of such a being, the resulting power would be formidable. Moreover, because the pagoda was his life-bound magical treasure, it could also fuse directly with his body. Immortal Venerable Juding noticed the slight change in Fong Han's expression and secretly nodded, thinking that he might be able to demand greater benefits when they negotiated later. Yet just as he was considering this, a smile suddenly appeared on Fong Han's face. A rune appeared between Fong Han's fingers. Its flashing light formed tiny figures one after another, each continuously performing intricate hand seals. The scene was incredibly profound and represented an entire great Tao. The Great Treasure Refining Technique. Immortal Venerable Juding's body trembled, as though he could not believe his eyes. He stared at the rune for a long time before finally speaking, undisguised envy filling his gaze. Indeed, this is the Great Treasure Refining Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Taos, Fong Han said. I obtained it by chance. For a master of magical treasure refinement like you, nothing could be more suitable. Besides pure yang pills, I also possess the cultivation secrets of this divine ability. I wonder whether Immortal Venerable Joding is interested. Fong Han casually turned his hand and withdrew the rune of the Great Treasure Refining Technique back into his body. Immortal Venerable Juding was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. As expected of the Ascension sect's most outstanding disciple and its most brilliant rising genius. It seems that when doing business with you, no one can hope to gain even the slightest advantage. The Great Treasure Refining Technique is indeed extremely important to me. My 9 cauldrons were refined using an ancient Tao artifact method. Unfortunately, they are still only semi-supreme grade artifacts. If I learn the Great Treasure Refining Technique, I may truly be able to transform them into genuine supreme grade artifacts. Since each of us possesses what the other needs, we have a deal worth discussing. After you, Immortal Venerable, Fong Han said with a slight smile. My pleasure. As they spoke, Fong Han and Immortal Venerable Joding flashed through the void. In an instant, the two great experts crossed a distance spanning more than 10,000 planets and flew away. While Fong Han and Immortal Venerable Juding headed toward Juding Pavilion's headquarters to discuss their transaction, an extremely intense burst of light appeared in a distant region of the starry sky. The light was unbelievably vast, no smaller than great macrocosms such as the Xianhuang Great World or the Wuji Great World. It was itself an entire world, the Sacred Light Great World. The Sacred Light Great World possessed a vast and ancient history, along with an endless collection of Tao techniques. At its center stood the enormously powerful Sacred Light Empire. From there, the Empire's influence radiated across thousands of surrounding star fields and billions of planets. At that very moment, deep within the Sacred Light Great World, several white-robed people circled an altar inside a palace built entirely from crystal. Many golden life tablets stood upon the altar. Suddenly, one of the highest-ranking tablets exploded. The white-robed people trembled and stared in disbelief. After a long while, one of the experts screamed, "The third prince's life tablet has exploded. That means the third prince has been killed. How is that possible? Who would dare kill a prince of our Sacred Light Empire? Report this to the Imperial Palace immediately." Such a major incident happened under the supervision of the Imperial Clan Court, and we cannot escape responsibility.
We must find a way to absolve ourselves.
The Crown Prince, the Second Prince, the 15th Prince, and many of the other princes will probably breathe a sigh of relief. With the third prince dead, they have one fewer competitor. According to the rumors, the third prince went out this time to search for a treasure. If he had returned with it, he would have won His Majesty's favor, and the position of heir might have become his. That is not necessarily true, another person said. Xian Wugu, the ancestor of the Xian family, supported the third prince. That ancestor has already mastered the methods of a virtual immortal and comprehended the mysteries of heaven and man. Let us bring this news to the first prince and ask for a reward. The white-robed people flew out of the palace and scattered in every direction. This place was the Imperial Clan Court of the Sacred Light Empire, the institution responsible for managing the royal descendants. The life tablets of countless princes and members of the imperial family were kept there. Every royal descendant of the Sacred Light Empire received a life tablet at birth, and the tablet changed according to that person's fortune and luck. The Sacred Light Empire itself stood upon the central axis of the enormous Sacred Light Great World. From afar, cities tens of thousands of feet high towered into the clouds. Cultivators flew on swords among the towering buildings. Every one of them had reached the Divine Ability Realm, and giants of the Longevity Realm could occasionally be seen, including experts at the first level of Longevity and the second level Undying Body Realm. Golden core experts were rare in the Xianhuang Great World, but the Sacred Light Great World was an empire of cultivators. People below the body-tempering realm were almost impossible to see. Such people were likely forced to work somewhere as slaves and laborers, treated like insignificant ants. Compared with the Sacred Light Empire, the Great Xian Empire of the Xianhuang Great World was no more than a remote and impoverished corner of the countryside. Ancestor, news has just arrived from the imperial clan court. The third prince is dead. Xianning and Xianxia also failed their mission and have died. Deep inside one of the main cities stood a majestic figure. Two legendary cultivators at the third level of the longevity realm entered through the main gate. They immediately dropped to their knees with a heavy thud and prostrated themselves, completely abandoning the dignity and confidence expected of cave heaven realm experts. They looked like lifelong slaves who had been trained to obey. "What happened?" the majestic figure asked. "Explain everything in detail. I also sensed that one of my clones had been destroyed. Before Xianning and Xianxia left, I drew a spiritual talisman for them. They encountered a powerful figure called the Emperor's Pen, an ancient Dao artifact. My clone was no match for it. However, Xianning and Xianxia escaped that disaster. How did even the third prince meet such a tragic end? I wonder how furious the Emperor will be when he learns of this." The majestic figure spoke without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Hearing his voice, the two reporting cave heaven realm experts pressed themselves even lower against the ground. They were facing Xian Wugu, the ancestor of the Xian family of the Sacred Light Empire. He was a 9th-level longevity realm expert who had crossed the immortal tribulation and cultivated through the lightning tribulation to become a virtual immortal. A figure like him could kill a cave heaven realm expert with a single thought and cause that person's entire being to collapse instantly. Reporting to the ancestor, one of the two men said, "The imperial clan court has already taken the third prince's life tablet before His Majesty." His Majesty was furious and ordered the experts of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory to join forces and calculate the heavenly secrets. They have already deduced that the third prince died in the Xianhuang Great World and that a person named Fang Han killed him. However, the observatory's experts cannot deduce anything else about Fang Han. Who exactly is this Fang Han? Xian Wugu wondered. Only an immortal envoy should be capable of escaping their deductions. Just as Xian Wugu began making his own deductions, a sound suddenly came from the void. He extended a hand. His fingertips moved lightly, and countless layers of space tore open by themselves. His hand reached directly into distant interstellar space, seized a vast golden light, and pulled it back. A golden feather appeared in his palm. "A feather of the golden-winged great prung," Xian Wugu said. "It belongs to Yu Chao, that demon saint from the Wuji Great World." What matter could be so important that he would consume one of his own feathers merely to send me a message? The golden feather suddenly exploded. A surge of world power poured out, and a tiny world condensed upon it. Inside that world stood a man dressed in gold. He was Great Sage Chao Tian, one of the 8 great demon saints. "Fellow Taoist Xian Wugu, I hope you have been well," Great Sage Chao Tian said. "Great Sage Chao Tian, if you have something to say, say it," Xian Wugu replied coldly. "Fellow Taoist Xian Wugu, are you making deductions because your juniors, Xianning and Xianxia, were killed?" Great Sage Chao Tian asked. "I came to deliver the answer. Their killer is Fang Han. Speaking of which, he even has some history with you. He is the successor of Emperor Huangquan and has obtained the Huangquan diagram. You were defeated by Emperor Huangquan in the heavenly martial treasury back then. Now you finally have an opportunity to take revenge." Great Sage Chao Tian smiled. "Enough." Xian Wugu suddenly flew into a rage. Great Sage Chao Tian had touched upon the most humiliating event buried in Xian Wugu's heart. The tiny world condensed from the golden feather immediately collapsed, and the expression of the gold-robed man inside changed. "Xian Wugu, I came to inform you out of goodwill," Great Sage Chao Tian shouted. "Why did you destroy my spirit projection?" This evil feather required 8,000 years of cultivation to condense. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it, and you die, Xian Wugu said. Yu Chao, did you deliver this information because you expected me to reward you? I know exactly what you're thinking. You want me to go and kill Fong Han, after which the Emperor's pen and I will both suffer mutual destruction, allowing you to reap all the benefits. If I could not see through such a petty malicious scheme, how could I call myself a virtual immortal? Xian Wugu's voice was filled with chilling, killing intent. Xian Wugu, if you behave like this, who will ever bring you information again? Great Sage Chao Tian shrieked while struggling to escape the terrifying grasp. A cold sneer appeared on Xian Wugu's face. With a single squeeze of his palm, he crushed the golden feather. Yet he did not stop there. He reached into the void again and traced the path along which the golden feather had traveled. Endless interstellar space condensed upon his palm until he locked onto the Wuji Great World. The Wuji Great World gradually shrank within his vision, revealing a massive sacred tree. Atop the tree stood a bird's nest woven from white grass, and within that nest stood a temporary palace. A man sat in the center of the palace. It was Great Sage Chao Tian, anger covering his face. At that moment, an enormous hand of light tore through the void and descended toward the top of his head with full force. Great Sage Chao Tian roared furiously and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood collided with the enormous hand of light, and the two forces annihilated each other. However, the massive world inside Great Sage Chao Tian's body began shaking and collapsing in every direction, seemingly on the verge of complete destruction. Xian Wugu, you will die a horrible death. Great Sage Chao Tian shouted. If you touch my reverse scale again, I will pluck every feather from your bird body one by one and turn you into a plucked chicken, Xian Wugu replied. He then looked at the two cultivators still prostrating themselves before him.
All right.
You may rise. I will soon make a trip to the Xianhuang Great World. Xian Wugu waved his hand, and the two men finally crawled up from the ground. Ancestor, His Majesty will probably be furious over the third prince's death, one of them said. This matter is connected to our Xian family. If an imperial decree arrives while you are away, how should we respond? His Majesty will notify me directly. It is no great matter, Xian Wugu replied. I must go and kill someone. After the two men had completely withdrawn, Xian Wugu's expression became extraordinarily cold. A scene from the past surfaced in his mind. Thousands of years earlier, inside the vast heavenly martial treasury, a yellow-robed figure as tall and imposing as a mountain stood amid chaotic energy. He looked like an ancient god born before primordial chaos had separated. That godlike figure looked down at a person lying on the ground. The defeated man bore a clear resemblance to the present Xian Wugu. It was Xian Wugu himself, thousands of years in the past. Brat, kneel and kowtow, and I will spare your life, the yellow-robed figure said. Although you have cultivated to the 8th level of longevity, the mixed whole realm, you are still an ant in my eyes. Even if you reach the heavenly immortal realm, you will still be an ant. With cultivation as low as yours, I, Emperor Huangquan, truly do not wish to kill you. It would dirty my hands. However, since you offended me, I cannot let you leave so easily.
Kowtow.
Emperor Huangquan, you are dead now, killed by the immortal realm, Xian Wugu said within his memory. You died well, and you died wonderfully. But I will kill your successor. I will destroy him completely. Elsewhere, Yan Shuitian was also reflecting on the events in the heavenly martial treasury. I do not know what went wrong this time. The Tai Sect's plan was clearly flawless, yet it suffered a crushing defeat. Fong Han not only seized the key of the wild god, but Feng Baiyu also escaped. Fong Han's acquisition of the treasure is extremely beneficial to me, but Feng Baiyu's escape will probably cause earth-shaking changes within the sect. Hua Tiandu escaped as well. I wonder how the sect will punish him. He has already lost all of his usefulness. An intensely bright stream of watery light moved through the 9 heavens astral wind of the Xianhuang Great World. The astral wind within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely dispersed by the water vapor. That stream of water was Yen Shuetian. From afar, the mountain gate of the Tai sect appeared before her. Beautiful mountain ranges stretched in every direction, space folded upon itself, and powerful cultivators flew throughout the region. Spatial passages led toward many different star fields, while powerful Tai sect disciples emerged from alternate dimensions one after another. The Tai sect was filled with vibrant vitality and flourishing prosperity. Eldest senior sister has returned. May the deputy sect master live as long as heaven. Eldest senior sister, may you remain forever young. Many Tai sect disciples emerging from the alternate dimensions saw the brilliant watery light descend before the mountain gate and reveal Yen Shuetian's figure. They immediately flew over from every direction and shouted in unison. Their respect for her was beyond words. That is all for today's commentary. Production is not easy, so fellow Taoists who enjoyed this episode, please give us more likes and support. See you tomorrow. Be there or be square.